Qin Su didn't think that Hu Tianqing would have any feelings for her. A man like him, who stands at the top, must have seen all kinds of women. How could he possibly have any other thoughts about an ordinary girl from the countryside? Reassuring herself, Qin Su set aside her awkwardness and quietly finished dinner with Hu Tianqing. Do you have anything to do tomorrow? After dinner, Hu Tianqing asked Wang Ma to prepare tea, and they sat in the living room sipping it. No, not really. Didn't she have to go see his grandfather tomorrow? Why was he asking if she had anything to do? Then let's go check on my grandfather's health tomorrow. Hu Tianqing realized he had asked a pointless question. Okay, I'll prepare everything tonight. Qin Su had come to Beijing to treat old Master Hua. If Hu Tianqing hadn't told her to take a day off, she would have wanted to see old Master Hua as soon as possible and leave this place. You've been out all day. You must be tired. Go rest early. In the morning, Qin Su and Hu Tianqing had breakfast and headed to the hospital. Old Master Hua had been in a coma for 3 years and was sent directly to Zhang's hospital. Zhang Huaishan, being a doctor of traditional medicine and a national medical master, had also treated old Master Hua. He couldn't find any cause and couldn't wake Hu Kaizu. Later, he even called his senior brother, Wen Yidao, to check on Hu Kaizu, but there was still no solution. When he met Qin Su in Wencheng and witnessed her skills, he felt a glimmer of hope for his old friend's recovery. Among the current practitioners in the realm of traditional medicine, he and his senior brother were considered among the top. However, not being able to determine the cause of his old friend's coma left him feeling frustrated. The day after meeting Qin Su in Wencheng, they returned to Beijing. Today, upon hearing Tianqing say that Qin Su was coming to treat his old friend, he hurried over early in the morning, accompanied by Zhang Han. The two groups met at the hospital. When Zhang Huaishan saw Qin Su, he smiled and said, "Su girl, it's all up to you today." Qin Su humbly replied, "Thank you, Grandpa Zhang. I will do my best to wake up Grandpa Hua." After some pleasantries, they all entered the hospital room. Old Master Hua was in the best special care room, which had a suite layout, including a living room and a room for nursing staff. When they entered, the nurse was giving Hu Kaizu a full-body massage. Since he was in a vegetative state, he needed daily massages to prevent muscle atrophy and bed sores. Hu Tianqing asked the nurse to step out, and Qin Su approached to carefully examine Hu Kaizu. Qin Su checked his pulse and found nothing wrong. She lifted his eyelid and confirmed it wasn't due to any insect. Qin Su channeled her internal energy into Hu Kaizu's body. When the energy reached the dantian, she saw a gray gas attached to it. Qin Su wrapped the gray gas with her energy, and the gas surged violently upon contact, with two opposing forces clashing fiercely. Calming herself, Qin Su silently recited a spell, sending more energy into Hu Kaizu's dantian. Others noticed her face suddenly turn pale, and beads of sweat formed on her forehead. Hu Tianqing's expression tightened as he watched Qin Su closely. After a long time, Qin Su withdrew her hand and slowly regained her strength from the energy drain. Zhang Huaishan quickly asked, "Su girl, are you okay? Did you find something?" Seeing her condition, he feared it was serious. Could his old friend really be beyond saving? Hu Tianqing didn't rush to ask, letting Qin Su sit down first. Once she stabilized, he spoke, "Is Grandpa's illness difficult to treat?" Feeling much better, Qin Su replied, "Your grandfather has a demon seed in him." Hu Tianqing wasn't very familiar with matters of the traditional realm, so he didn't react much. Zhang Huaishan exclaimed, "Demon seed? Su girl, are you sure? How could it be a demon seed? Wasn't that thing already sealed away?" "Grandpa Zhang, I wouldn't mistake it. What's inside Grandpa Hua is definitely a demon seed." Hu Tianqing didn't know what a demon seed was and asked Qin Su, "What is a demon seed? Is it very dangerous?" A demon seed is a term used in the traditional realm for an energy that is completely opposite to spiritual energy. If spiritual energy is beneficial to humans, then the energy emitted by a demon seed is harmful. If a person encounters this energy, they can be affected, leading to madness or even death, Zhang Huaishan explained. Grandpa wasn't confused before he fell into a coma, and he's just in a coma now, not dead. This didn't match Zhang Huaishan's description of the demon energy. Qin Su stepped closer to examine old Master Hua again and noticed something hanging around his neck. "Mr. Hua, could you take a look at what's hanging around your grandfather's neck?" Qin Su asked. Hua Tianqing pulled out the item, and everyone looked closely. It was a jade pendant. Just as Hua Tianqing was about to remove it, Qin Su stopped him. "Don't take it off." Hua Tianqing halted and looked over. Qin Su gazed at the jade pendant, her shock hidden. She asked Hua Tianqing, "Do you know the origin of this jade pendant?" Seeing her interest, Hua Tianqing guessed that his grandfather's survival was likely related to the pendant. "This jade pendant is a token passed down through each generation of our Hua family." Hua Tianqing had heard his grandfather mention that each previous head of the Hua family would pass the jade pendant to the next. He had received it from the previous head and had worn it for decades without discovering any secrets. Qin Su looked at the dragon pattern on old Master Hua's pendant and thought about her own pendant with a phoenix design, leading to many guesses in her mind. "Your grandfather survived having a demon seed because of this jade pendant," Qin Su said. "Is there something special about this jade pendant?" Hua Tianqing couldn't see any difference. The pendant contains rich spiritual energy. Because of the energy in the pendant, it suppresses the conflict between the two energies, which is why your grandfather has been in a coma, Qin Su explained. Hua Tianqing felt relieved that no one had taken his grandfather's pendant in recent years. Otherwise, he might have lost his life. Zhang Huaishan listened to Qin Su's explanation and sighed. "Su girl, I'm old, and yet I couldn't see anything." Qin Su didn't know how to comfort him. If she hadn't had her space, she wouldn't have cultivated to the foundation stage in such a short time. It was normal for Zhang Huaishan, a postnatal martial artist, not to see it. Hua Tianqing asked Qin Su, "Do you have a way to remove the demon seed and save my grandfather?" "I just tried to expel the demon seed, but I might not have enough skill, so I wasn't successful. I'm sorry." Qin Su felt a bit ashamed for not being able to help, especially since she had been well taken care of at the villa these past few days. "It's okay. You did your best." Although Hua Tianqing felt a bit disappointed, at least Qin Su noticed the problem when others did not. "Su girl, do you have no other options? Why not call your master to take a look? Isn't Su girl from a hidden sect? Maybe her master has a solution," Zhang Huaishan thought. Qin Su didn't expect that the master she casually mentioned to deal with Zhang Huaishan would now be brought up by him. "My master likes to travel and is rarely seen throughout the year. I'll check the materials he left behind first. If I can't find a solution, then I'll ask him to come." Qin Su could only make an excuse. The group had to leave the hospital, and then Hua Tianqing took Qin Su back to the villa before heading to the company. Once back in her room, Qin Su carefully recalled the information she had received from her inheritance. In ancient times, the entire continent was rich in spiritual energy. Some people could absorb the energy from the world and transform it into their own power, gradually developing a system of cultivation suitable for them. However, not everyone had this talent. Those who could not absorb spiritual energy relied on the energy from spiritual plants to refine pills, using the energy within to strengthen their bodies. Over time, two cultivation systems developed: spiritual cultivation and physical cultivation. There were also ordinary people who could neither cultivate with spiritual energy nor had resources to strengthen their bodies. Years passed, and one day, a massive object fell from the sky, crashing into the continent. The spiritual and physical cultivators united to defend their homeland. Many powerful beings fell during that catastrophe. Although they managed to stop the unknown object from reaching the continent, fragments still scattered across various corners. Since then, the sky above the continent seemed to have cracked, and spiritual energy gradually diminished. However, the worst part was not just the decrease in spiritual energy. People discovered a strange energy had suddenly appeared on the continent. If spiritual cultivators accidentally absorbed this strange energy, they could easily fall into madness or even explode. Physical cultivators were not spared either, as plants were also contaminated. If they accidentally consumed pills made from tainted spiritual plants, they would face the same fate as spiritual cultivators. Cultivators searched for the source of this strange energy and discovered it came from the fragments of the fallen meteorite, which they called demonic energy. They found ways to collect the scattered meteorite fragments and combined their efforts to seal them away. The continent stabilized for a while, but the peace did not last long. As spiritual and physical cultivators relied more on dwindling spiritual energy, many battles broke out among sects over the remaining resources. The once great sects began to decline, and fewer people could reach the levels of their predecessors. Gradually, spiritual cultivators disappeared, leaving only traces of their former glory in old texts. Physical cultivation changed its methods, using rare herbs to enhance strength, leading to the emergence of what is now known as postnatal warriors. The remaining sects of the mysterious arts still held onto the last remnants of their techniques, but many were lost in the catastrophe a century ago, leaving only a few intact. Now, the demon seed has reappeared, but in today's world, no one possesses the abilities of the past cultivators to seal it again. According to Grandpa Zhang, the highest-level cultivators today are the president of the current Alliance of Mysterious Arts and the top leader of a special department, both of whom have reached the foundation establishment stage. No wonder no one can save Hu Tianqing's grandfather. She is also at the foundation establishment level, and today, facing the demon seed, she could only exert suppressive power, which required a huge amount of spiritual energy. Others in this era of diminished magic find it hard to progress, and absorbing spiritual energy is very difficult, leaving them helpless against the demon seed. Zhang Huaishan contacted his senior brother immediately after hearing from Qin Su that his old friend had a demon seed inside him. Did that girl really say it was a demon seed? When Yidao had just arrived in the capital to meet an old friend when he received news from his junior brother. It should be true. Otherwise, how could we not have noticed anything all these years? He almost said that their skills were not as high as Qin Su's. When Yidao stroked his beard, since she is from a hidden sect, their skills are much higher than ours, and they have some unknown resources. It's not surprising that she knows more than we do. But now that the demon seed has appeared, it could lead to another disaster. Is there really no way to deal with the demon seed? Zhang Huaishan sighed, thinking about his old friend who still hadn't woken up. Ancient texts record that it took the combined efforts of ancient cultivators to seal the demon seed. With the current skills of those in the Alliance of Mysterious Arts, they wouldn't even match the power of one ancient cultivator. How can we seal it? Should you inform the president about this matter, senior brother? Zhang Huaishan knew the importance of the demon seed's reappearance and wanted to ask how his brother would handle it. Of course, it must be reported. Who knows if there are other demon seeds appearing? Qin Su searched her memories for a long time and finally found a method to deal with the demon seed. For those already tainted by demonic energy, they only needed to take a heavenly gray divine medicine called the heart-purifying fire lotus and refine it into a heart-purifying pill, combined with the Phoenix Nirvana technique to dissolve the demon seed. Qin Su noted the appearance of the heart-purifying fire lotus and checked her spatial herb field, discovering she had a few rare plants, but only a small quantity. However, the Phoenix Nirvana technique could only be performed by those who have reached the golden core stage, and she was still at the foundation establishment stage, unsure of how long it would take to reach the golden core stage. To help Hu Tianqing save his grandfather as soon as possible, it seemed she needed to speed up her cultivation. There was a knock at the door, and Qin Su walked over to open it. Wang Ma stood outside politely asking, "Miss Qin, dinner is ready. When will you come down to eat?" Qin Su looked at the time and realized it was already 5 o'clock. She asked Wang Ma, "Did Mr. Hu say he would be back for dinner tonight?" Wang Ma chuckled awkwardly. "Well, we usually don't dare to ask about the master's schedule unless he tells us. However, he rarely comes back here. Since you are Mr. Hu's esteemed guest, I believe he will return to dine with you." After all, staying at someone else's place, she had to check if the host would be back for dinner. She replied, "Thank you, Wang Ma. I'll tidy up and come down." Once Wang Ma left, Qin Su sent a message to Hu Tianqing, asking if he would be back for dinner tonight. Hu Tianqing dropped Qin Su off at the villa and returned to the company. Qi Mingyang was surprised to see her so early, knowing that he had taken Miss Qin to treat old Hua today. Could it be that old Hua has woken up? He had quite a bit of faith in Qin Su. While delivering documents, he secretly observed Hua's expression but couldn't tell if he was happy or sad. Have you seen enough? Hua Tianqing suddenly asked. Not enough. I mean, Hua, I just care about old Hua's condition, Qi stammered. Hua Tianqing put down the documents and looked at him. How come I never noticed you cared so much about Grandpa? Hua, I've always cared about old Hua's condition. You're really misunderstanding me, Qi Mingyang said with a sad face. I know what you want to know. Grandpa hasn't improved, Hua Tianqing replied. No way. Qi Mingyang didn't expect this outcome. He had high hopes for Qin Su. Nothing is impossible. Qin Su never said she could definitely cure Grandpa. It's just that I had too much hope. All right, you can leave now, Hua Tianqing said, dismissing him. After Qi Mingyang left the president's office, he still found it hard to believe. He had seen Qin Su's impressive skills in winching. How could she not succeed? After Qi Mingyang left, Hua Tianqing threw the documents aside, leaned back in his large office chair, and exuded a sense of despair. Would Grandpa really not wake up? After a busy day at work, Hua Tianqing asked his secretary to pull up his schedule for the night. Hua, tonight you have a dinner with General Qi from Hongqing at the Juanhao Hotel, Secretary Liu reported dutifully. Prepare the car for me, Hua Tianqing said. Understood, Hua, Secretary Liu replied, then exited the office.
Ding!
A message alert sounded on Hua Tianqing's phone. He picked it up and saw a message from Qin Su. Are you coming back for dinner today? Hua Tianqing stared at the message for a long time before replying. Sorry. I have a dinner with a client tonight, so you don't need to wait for me. When Qin Su received Hua Tianqing's reply, she understood he wouldn't be back tonight and didn't think much of it. After having dinner alone, Qin Su waited in her room for Hua Tianqing to return. During this time, she entered her space to continue her training. Today's challenges made her realize she was still too weak and didn't know who had placed the demonic seed on old Hua. She recalled the two evil cultivators she encountered in Wencheng and wondered if they were from the same group that harmed old Hua. Around 10 o'clock, Qin Su heard footsteps. She got up and opened her door, just in time to see Hua Tianqing about to enter the master bedroom next door. Hearing the door open, Hua Tianqing looked over and saw Qin Su waiting at her door. Hua, I want to move out of the villa tomorrow, Qin Su said. Hua Tianqing looked at her. Is there something wrong with the hospitality? No, during these 2 days here, Wang Ma and the others have treated me very well. It's just that I start school the day after tomorrow, so I need to go back tomorrow, Qin Su explained, worried he might misunderstand. Then I'll take you to school tomorrow, Hua Tianqing said, not stopping her. You don't need to waste your time. I can take a taxi, Qin Su refused. I'll take you to school tomorrow, and then go to the company. It's settled, Hua Tianqing insisted. Qin Su paused, perhaps surprised by Hua Tianqing's sudden firmness. Am I disappointing you because I couldn't save your grandfather? Qin Su asked. Don't think too much. I don't blame you, Hua Tianqing softened his tone. Then I'll trouble you tomorrow, she said, turning back to her room. After a few steps, she suddenly added, I can't help your grandfather right now, but since I promised to save him, I will find a way. Watching Qin Su enter her room and close the door, Hua Tianqing stood at the door for a long time before returning to his room. Qin Su felt a bit uneasy, but couldn't pinpoint why. On the other side, Hua Tianqing finished his shower and sat down with a book, but he couldn't focus on a single word. Qin Su woke up early. She packed her belongings and headed downstairs. When she arrived downstairs, she saw Hua Tianqing already sitting at the dining table, not knowing how long he had been waiting. Good morning, Qin Su greeted him. Good morning. Come have breakfast. Hua Tianqing had returned to his usual warm and polite demeanor. They quietly had breakfast, neither of them speaking. After finishing breakfast, Qin Su followed Hua Tianqing, carrying her things. Hua Tianqing silently took the items from her hands and continued walking. Old Li had already brought the car to the door. Uncle Li, you don't need to drive today. I can manage, Hua Tianqing told the driver. Once they were in the car, they drove away from the villa towards Peking University. The two remained silent during the ride, and the atmosphere in the car felt heavy. It was rush hour, and what should have been a short distance to the university took nearly an hour. With school starting tomorrow, many students were returning today, and there were a lot of cars at the school entrance. "I can get out here," Chin-Su said. Hua Tianqing parked the car and got out. Chin-Su grabbed her luggage and said to Hua Tianqing, "Thank you, Hua. I'll head in now." Just as she was about to turn, Hua Tianqing suddenly grabbed her hand. Chin-Su was startled. Hua Tianqing's deep voice said, "Chin-Su, we're good friends, right?" Chin-Su was unsure why he asked that and nodded. "Then, if you need anything in the future, feel free to come to me." Chin-Su nodded again. Hua Tianqing released her hand and said, "You can go in now." Feeling confused, Chin-Su entered the school, still unsure about Hua Tianqing's earlier behavior. In the dormitory, some people had already arrived. When they saw Chin-Su, they greeted her. "Chin-Su, you're here? Come try the local specialties I brought." Seeing it was Wang Wenxia, Chin-Su smiled and said, "Thank you. I need to organize my things first." After putting her things away, she chatted with Wang Wenxia. "Wenxia, when did you arrive?" "I got here last night. I had to stay in a hotel for half the night, which wasted over $100. Wang Wenxia complained. "You arrived pretty early too. Did you take a hard-seat train?" Wang Wenxia asked Chin-Su. They both understood each other's family situations. Chin-Su often worked part-time, showing her family's financial constraints. Wang Wenxia and Chin-Su frequently looked for part-time jobs together, so they were closer. "I've been in the capital for a few days, staying at a friend's house." Chin-Su also took out some snacks she brought from home, all delicious treats made by her grandmother, which her grandmother packed into her bag the day before she left. Wang Wenxia grabbed some dried fruit, put it in her mouth, and suddenly widened her eyes. "Chin-Su, how is your family's dried fruit so delicious?" Chin-Su had brought dried fruit for them before, but it was never as good as this time. Chin-Su just smiled. "Maybe this year's fruit from our trees is particularly tasty. My grandmother made these dried fruits using our homegrown fruits." "What's so good?" a girl's voice chimed in. Chin-Su looked over to see a cute girl with a petite figure entering through the door. "Li Jiaojiao, you're here too. Isn't your home nearby? Why did you come so early?" Wang Wenxia asked in response. Li Jiaojiao came over, saw the pile of food on the table, and helped herself without hesitation. "At home, my mom complains about me every day. If I don't come to school, my ears will get calluses from all the nagging." Chin-Su noticed that Li Jiaojiao picked up the dried bread slices that Wang Wenxia had brought. After finishing a piece, Li Jiaojiao said, "It's pretty good, but it's not that amazing." She had heard Wang Wenxia's exclamation outside and thought her roommate had brought something really special. Wang Wenxia ignored her and continued munching on the dried fruit. Realizing something was off, Li Jiaojiao figured out that what she had just eaten wasn't the dried bread. Seeing how eagerly she was eating, Li Jiaojiao quickly grabbed some dried fruit as well. In the next moment, Li Jiaojiao piled all the dried fruit in front of her and kept eating without saying a word. Chin-Su watched the two of them devouring the food and quickly said, "Slow down. I have plenty more." With her mouth full, Li Jiaojiao exclaimed, "Chin-Su, this is too delicious. You brought dried fruit before, but it wasn't this good. You can't stop talking while eating. It's all made from my family's fruits. You probably just haven't had it in a while, so it seems extra tasty now." Chin-Su couldn't tell them that this batch of dried fruit was made from fruits watered with spiritual spring water, which made it different from before. "By the way, Chin-Su, I saw a guy drop you off at the school gate earlier. Who is he?" After satisfying her craving, Li Jiaojiao remembered seeing Chin-Su get out of a luxury car. She couldn't see the man's face from a distance, but just by his height and presence, he seemed extraordinary. "He's a friend of mine," Chin-Su replied calmly. Seeing Chin-Su's calm expression, which didn't seem shy, Li Jiaojiao dropped her suspicion that he might be Chin-Su's boyfriend. "What are you two talking about?" Wang Wenxia finally spoke up, curious about their earlier conversation. "So you were just focused on eating? I told Chin-Su so much, and you didn't catch a single word," Li Jiaojiao teased. Alright, it's almost lunchtime. Let's go eat together. Qin Su quickly changed the subject, not wanting them to pursue the earlier question. Let's go to that place next to the school for rice bowls, Li Jiaojia suggested. But I want to go to Lao Huang's for beef noodles, Wang Wenxia said, not wanting rice bowls because she preferred beef noodles. Qin Su, where do you want to go? They both looked at Qin Su and asked in unison. Just as Qin Su was about to answer, her phone rang. It was a call from Zhang Huaishan, so she answered. Okay, wait for me at the west gate of the school, she said before hanging up. It seems I can't go with you for lunch. I have something to take care of, Qin Su told them. Li Jiaojiao and Wang Wenxia exchanged glances, surprised that Qin Su had plans and wouldn't join them. They decided to eat duck blood noodles from a street vendor instead. Qin Su arrived at the west gate and saw a car parked nearby. She walked over and got in. Zhang Huaishan was sitting in the car and said, "You're here, Su girl. Let's go. The president of the alliance wants to meet you to discuss the magic seed issue." Qin Su nodded to show she understood. The president takes this matter very seriously. The appearance of the magic seed means there could be major unrest in the alliance. We worry that some forces might take advantage of it to stir up trouble. After Zhang Huaishan and his senior met with the president yesterday and discussed the situation, they all sensed the seriousness of the matter. Where did the magic seed on Huakaizu come from? Did it escape from a weakened seal, or was it an old magic seed that someone used to cause harm? The car stopped in front of a secluded courtyard. Qin Su looked at the ordinary-looking courtyard and was surprised that this was the headquarters of the alliance. Zhang Huaishan knocked on the door, and soon someone came to open it. Qin Su followed Zhang Huaishan inside, and the interior was very different from the outside. While the outside seemed old and ordinary, the inside was ancient, solemn, and grand. The guide led them to the living room, served them tea, and mentioned that the president would arrive shortly before leaving. Qin Su looked around and sensed that the house was protected by a formation, and the spiritual energy inside was much denser than outside, indicating a gathering formation. Before long, an energetic old man in a Tai Chi outfit walked out. He looked to be around 50 or 60 years old. However, Zhang Huaishan said this president was already over 80, suggesting he had his own methods of maintaining health. Seeing Zhang Huaishan and Qin Su, the old man smiled and nodded, then took a seat at the head of the table. Zhang Huaishan introduced, "Su girl, this is the president of the alliance, Zhang Qishan." He then turned to Zhang Qishan and said, "President Zhang, this is the young friend who can see the magic seed on Old Hua." Zhang Qishan smiled at Qin Su and asked, "May I ask which sect you belong to? At such a young age, your skills are impressive." Even Zhang Huaishan hadn't figured out the cause of Huakaizu's coma, yet this young girl had. Qin Su calmly greeted him and replied, "My master is just a wandering Taoist who travels around. I can't say I'm from a big sect." Seeing that she didn't want to elaborate on her background, Zhang Qishan didn't press further and asked, "What do you think about the magic seed on Old Hua?" Qin Su had already prepared her response for this question. The magic seed was sealed by ancient powers 1,000 years ago. Now that it has reappeared, it could either be that the seal weakened and the magic seed escaped, or there might have been leftover magic seeds that weren't sealed properly, which somehow ended up with Old Hua. To determine the cause, we need to investigate the place where the magic seed was sealed. Zhang Qishan pondered for a moment without speaking, and Zhang Huaishan said to Qin Su, "Su girl, you may not know. After the catastrophe 100 years ago, most of the detailed records about magic seeds in various sects were lost, let alone knowing the location of the magic seed seal." Qin Su knew from her inherited memories where the seal was located, on the Kunlun mountain in Longhua. "I know where the seal is," Qin Su said. Zhang Qishan and Zhang Huaishan looked at her in unison. "Where is the seal?" Qin Su felt their gaze but remained calm. "It's at the top of Kunlun mountain in Longhua. That's where it is." No wonder. It is said to have been the Taoist temple of the Queen Mother of the West in ancient times, a place where spiritual energy gathered hundreds of years ago. The two did not doubt the truth of Qin Su's words. It seemed they needed to discuss with the leaders of various sects to select a group of elites to explore the peak of Kunlun. Zhang Qishan wanted Qin Su to join them. Can you accompany our team to investigate, Qin little friend? Qin Su had already given them the location and didn't want to go, especially since she had classes tomorrow. President Zhang, I have classes tomorrow, so I probably won't have time to go. I can draw a detailed map for you, and your team can follow it to find the place. Zhang Qishan wanted to persuade her further, but Zhang Huaishan stopped him. Then thank you, Su girl. We can send someone over later. The three chatted for a few more minutes before Zhang Huaishan and Qin Su said goodbye to President Zhang and left. In the car, Qin Su remembered the several bottles of pills she had refined in her space. Since she was meeting Zhang Huaishan today, she thought it would be good to ask him to help sell the pills. She wasn't worried that Zhang Huaishan would covet her pills. She had known him for a while and trusted his character. Besides, anyone with insight would know that since she could produce these pills, she wasn't afraid of someone trying to take them. She had her ways to make sure anyone who tried would pay her back tenfold. Grandpa Zhang, I recently refined some pills and would like to ask for your help in selling them. Oh, you can refine pills? Which ones? Zhang Huaishan was surprised that Qin Su could also make medicine. He was finding it harder to understand her. Qin Su pretended to take out a porcelain bottle from her backpack, but she actually retrieved the pills from her space. She had refined 3 types of pills: Shisui pill, Tongmai pill, and Lianqi pill. Zhang Huaishan took the bottle Qin Su handed him and opened one to smell it. His expression changed to shock. It was the Shisui pill. This pill could help ordinary people cleanse their tendons and bones, quickly grasping the essence of martial arts. With time, they could enter the ranks of postnatal martial artists. He opened another bottle, his hands shaking as he nearly dropped it. Thankfully, he quickly suppressed a shock and held the bottle tightly like a treasure, trembling as he asked Qin Su, "Is this the Tongmai pill?" "Inshunadi." Zhang Huaishan carefully put the pills away and excitedly said to Qin Su, "Su girl, how much are you selling these pills for? I want them all." Any of these pills were rare for cultivators, especially the Tongmai pill, which was essential for postnatal martial artists to become innate martial artists. Last time in Wencheng, he spent 5 million on just one main ingredient for the Tongmai pill, and now there was a whole bottle. His cultivation had been stuck at the peak of postnatal martial artists for over a decade. Due to the thin spiritual energy in the world, the materials to make the Tongmai pill were extremely hard to find, and he had never gathered enough. For years, he had been collecting materials, hoping to refine the Tongmai pill and break through to innate martial artist. He never expected to find a whole bottle of Tongmai pills today. If the people from the Xianmen knew, it would surely cause a huge stir. "Su girl, how many of these pills do you have?" Zhang Huaishan asked cautiously. Seeing Zhang Huaishan's expression, Qin Su guessed the pills were precious. So she spoke conservatively. "Most of the spiritual herbs my master grew have been used to refine pills. Everything is here." Actually, there were still many spiritual herbs in her space. The materials she used to refine the pills were all from there. Those materials grew quickly, unlike those planted outside. She had used some for refining pills and kept some for emergencies. But the Shisui pill was made from materials she had planted outside, and she could refine more of those to sell later. "Grandpa Zhang, if you plan to take them all, I can give you a discounted price. For these 3 types of pills, you can give me 300 million. Qin Su remembered she owed him a favor from the last time she bought a house, so asking for 300 million was reasonable. These were unique pills that could fetch much more at an auction. Zhang Huaishan took out his phone and instructed his assistant to quickly transfer 300 million to Qin Su's account. Originally, Zhang Huaishan wanted to invite Qin Su to dinner, but he was so overwhelmed by the sudden acquisition of the pills that he only thought about returning home to take them and break through to the innate martial artist level. After dropping Qin Su back at school, Zhang Huaishan hurriedly left with the pills. When Qin Su returned to her dorm, her 2 roommates were lying on their beds, scrolling through their phones. Upon seeing Qin Su, they stopped and greeted her. "Qin Su, you're back. Have you eaten yet?" Li Jiaojiao asked first. Qin Su hadn't eaten yet. Zhang Huaishan had intended to treat her, but he was so shocked by the pills that he lost his appetite. Now she was feeling a bit hungry. Not yet. Do you want to go eat something outside? Qin Su replied.
Sure.
Wang Wenxia, do you want to join us? Li Jiaojiao asked Wang Wenxia. Let's go, Wang Wenxia said casually, fixing her hair and grabbing her phone. The three of them headed to the food street next to the school. On the way, they stopped at various food stalls, buying a portion of whatever looked good, eating from one end of the street to the other. Qin Su and Li Jiaojiao's stomachs were now full. Oh no, I can't eat anymore. My stomach feels like it's going to burst. If you two want to keep eating, go ahead, Li Jiaojiao said, rubbing her round belly. Qin Su had also eaten enough. She asked Wang Wenxia, do you want to keep eating? Wang Wenxia held a milk tea in one hand and grilled squid in the other, still munching on skewers. I can still eat. Are you two full already? How can you eat so little? Qin Su looked at her speechlessly. At 1.75 meters tall, she had the biggest appetite in the dorm. Who could out-eat her? Qin Su and Li Jiaojiao accompanied her, watching as she devoured a few more skewers of grilled gluten and a portion of grilled cold noodles before she finally stopped, still wanting more. After filling their stomachs, the three of them were satisfied and prepared to head back. When they returned to the dorm building, they saw a crowd of people gathered ahead. What are they doing? Li Jiaojiao asked. Qin Su was also unclear about the situation, but as they got closer, someone with sharp eyes spotted Qin Su and shouted, Look, isn't that Qin Su? The main character is here. As soon as the words were spoken, everyone turned to look. It really is Qin Su. I've seen her photo on the campus forum. Now, there's a good show to watch. The handsome school hunk, Xiao, is going to confess to the school beauty. I wonder if Qingyu knows. Will she be furious? Qin Su had overheard what everyone was talking about, and she was surprised to find out that she was the center of attention. Xiao Daxiakeo?
Who is that?
Soon, Qin Su found out who it was, as Li Jiaojiao beside her explained. Qin Su, they say Xiao Jingwen wants to confess to you. Is that true? When did you two get close? Qin Su shot her a glance. What does get close mean? She didn't even know him. At that moment, the male lead of the event walked over, holding a bouquet of roses. Qin Su, I've been watching you since you entered university. I just didn't have the courage to express my feelings. Today, I gathered my courage to confess. Will you be my girlfriend? Before Qin Su could respond, the classmates watching began to cheer.
Say yes.
Get together. Qin Su's expression turned cold at the noise from her classmates and the unfamiliar person in front of her. Excuse me, I don't even know who you are and your behavior is bothering me. Please leave. Xiao Jingwen's face stiffened for a moment upon hearing Qin Su's response, but he quickly adjusted his expression. Let me formally introduce myself. I'm Xiao Jingwen, a junior in the finance department. I really like you. Will you be my girlfriend? Xiao Jingwen was not giving up and continued to confess to Qin Su. Qin Su's face grew colder. Do you not understand what I'm saying? I don't like you. Please stop bothering me. After saying that, she called her two roommates and went upstairs. Seeing that there was no more excitement to watch, the classmates dispersed. Back in the dorm, Li Jiaojiao and Wang Wenxiao looked at Qin Su's expression and cautiously asked, Qin Su, what was that guy about? Qin Su replied flatly, I don't know. I didn't even know who he was before. Li Jiaojiao and Wang Wenxiao believed Qin Su. She never cared about school gossip, so it was normal not to know the popular figures. They couldn't help but tell Qin Su more about the man. His name was Xiao Jingwen, a senior in the finance department. He was called the school heartthrob because of his good looks. He was also from the local area and reportedly came from a wealthy family. As Qin Su listened to them, she thought about the man's gaze. Being a sensitive person, she was very aware of others' emotions. She felt no real affection in his eyes, even though he tried to act like he liked her. Instead, she sensed some ulterior motives behind his gaze. However, since they were not familiar with each other, why did he suddenly act like he liked her? Unable to figure it out, Qin Su decided not to think about it for now, as long as he didn't come around her. No matter what, I don't like him, Qin Su said. Seeing that Qin Su didn't want to discuss it further, Li Jiaojiao and Wang Wenxiao wisely changed the subject. Zhang Huaishan returned home with 3 bottles of pills. He took out a Tongmai pill and a Shisui pill, locking the rest in a safe. He swallowed the Tongmai pill and immediately sat down to meditate, channeling his body's energy to absorb the pill's effects. After a quarter of an hour, white mist began to rise from his head, and his face turned red. As the mist increased, he suddenly opened his eyes, a bright light flashing through them, and he slowly calmed the swirling energy around him.
Haha.
I've finally broken through from a postnatal warrior to a congenital warrior. Zhang Huaishan laughed heartily. He then got up and left the training room. Zhang Han returned from the company and heard from the butler that his grandfather was home. As he went up to the training room on the 2nd floor, he was about to knock when the door opened from the inside. Seeing his grandfather looking radiant, Zhang Han raised an eyebrow. Grandpa, did something good happen today? You look so happy. Zhang Huaishan invited his grandson in and gestured for him to lock the door before saying, I have something to tell you that you won't believe. Oh, what is it? Zhang Han replied, surprised. At his grandfather's current status, what could possibly excite him so much? I've broken through from a postnatal warrior and am now a congenital warrior, Zhang Huaishan said proudly. Zhang Han was indeed shocked. His grandfather had been stuck as a postnatal warrior for over a decade, always searching for a way to break through. What had happened? Grandpa, did you find all the materials to make the Tongmai pill? And did you manage to refine it? Zhang Han couldn't think of any other way to break through. You guessed half right. I did take the Tongmai pill, but I didn't refine it myself. Someone else made it, and I happened to come across it, Zhang Huaishan boasted a bit. He then took out a Shisui pill and handed it to Zhang Han. This is a Shisui pill. Take it quickly. It will improve your physique, allowing you to practice some simple techniques. Zhang Han took the dark pill and looked at it. Is this really a Shisui pill? Zhang Huaishan glared at Zhang Han. Hurry up and eat it. It's good for you. Zhang Han swallowed it in one go and then carefully felt the changes in his body. However, after a few minutes, he noticed nothing. Grandpa, could this be fake? I don't feel anything. Before he could finish, his stomach churned, and he hurried to the bathroom. After a long while, he came out with a look of discomfort. Grandpa, why didn't you tell me this pill would have such a strong reaction? It was embarrassing. Zhang Han sniffed the foul smell coming from him and almost gagged. Zhang Huaishan laughed heartily. You were the one who said the pills were fake. Hurry and go clean up. Zhang Han quickly returned to his room to wash thoroughly until there was no smell left before going back to his grandfather's training room. Grandpa, where did you get this pill? Zhang Han no longer doubted the pill's authenticity, recalling that his grandfather mentioned someone was selling pills, and he happened to find them. You know this person, Zhang Huaishan teased. I know them. Zhang Han thought through all the cultivators he knew, but couldn't find anyone with pills. If it was someone his grandfather had known for a long time, there would have been rumors by now, especially after so many years of searching for the materials for the Tongmai pill. He thought about the recent people he had met, and suddenly a figure jumped into his mind. Could it be her? Are you talking about Qin Su? Zhang Han said in surprise. Yes, that's her. I took her to meet the president of the Xianmen Alliance yesterday. On the way back, she mentioned she had some pills and wanted me to help her sell them. When I saw they were rare Tongmai pills from the Xianmen, I knew I had to buy them quickly. If those old guys found out about these treasures, it would be a disaster. Zhang Huaishan was pleased to have the pills. If he weren't worried about his old friends trying to take them, he would have shown off in front of them. The Xianmen Alliance plans to gather a group of elites from various sects to go to Kunlun Mountain to check the seal on the demon seed. Zhang Huaishan wanted his grandson to gain some experience. Although the Renxing group he founded is one of the top 10 companies in the country, and his grandson would inherit wealth and live a good life, these worldly things are nothing compared to cultivating immortality and becoming a powerful figure. If his grandson could achieve something on this trip to Kunlun Mountain, the Xianmen Alliance would definitely reward this group with valuable items. You need to seize this opportunity. You have already taken the Shisue pill, and your physical condition is much better than before. This trip to Kunlun Mountain will not only help you train, but also provide various items to enhance your cultivation. Once your cultivation improves, our Zhang family won't be left without support after I'm gone. Grandpa. Zhang Heian didn't want to hear his grandfather say such ominous things. Grandpa, you said Qin Su told you the location of the demon seed seal. Will she go with you? If Qin Su went with them, he would be even more excited. No, she refused the president's request. Zhang Huaishan could tell that Qin Su didn't want to go, and that school was just an excuse. Don't worry about safety. The president will send protectors to accompany you. If there's danger, they won't let you rush in. Zhang Huaishan reassured his grandson, fearing he might worry. Zhang Heian wasn't worried about safety. He was thinking about how much time he could spend with Qin Su if she went with them. After seeing Qin Su at the hospital that day, he had asked her out a few times, but she always said she was busy. Did she really not want to see him? Zhang Heian felt a pang of sadness. He couldn't get a date with the girl he wanted, while Su Mingjiao was always clinging to him. This trip was good. At least he could avoid Su Mingjiao for a while. When Qin Su entered the classroom in the morning, Zhang Yilin came over. I heard that last night. Xiao Daxiasheng confessed to you. What happened? She had heard classmates talking about what happened last night as soon as she arrived. After asking around, she found out that it was Xiao Daxiasheng from the finance department who confessed to Qin Su. She was curious because she and Qin Su were close, but Qin Su had never mentioned knowing Xiao Jingwen. What Qin Su didn't know was that after a night of gossip, the school forum was buzzing about Xiao Jingwen's confession to her. I don't know him. Who knows why he suddenly did something so strange outside the dorm? Qin Su didn't share her suspicions with Zhang Yilin since she had no proof. Good thing you don't like him. I'll tell you, I once saw Xiao Jingwen and Qi Qingyu acting close outside. Maybe this is Qi Qingyu's scheme against you. Zhang Yilin thought about her father's scolding that morning and felt angry at Qi Qingyu. Hearing about the man with a questionable relationship with Qi Qingyu confessing to Qin Su made her think even more. Qin Su listened to Zhang Yilin and pondered. She had sensed that the man's intentions were not pure last night. Could this be related to Qi Qingyu? What's wrong? Why are you so angry? Who bothered you this early? Hearing her friend's tone, she asked with concern. It's because of that woman, Qi Qingyu. That night, she really went to complain to my dad. Our family has several projects with the Qi family, and my dad is afraid of offending them, so he wants me to apologize to Qi Qingyu. I refused to apologize to her. I only spoke the truth. She's just a mistress who climbed to the top. Zhang Yilin vented her frustrations to Qin Su.
Vin su confortet her.
At noon, Qin Su and Zhang Yilin went to the cafeteria. They got their meals and found a spot to sit down. Suddenly, a tall figure appeared in front of them. Qin classmate, may I sit here? Xiao Jingwen asked politely with a charming smile. Seeing the man who confessed to her last night again, Qin Su remained expressionless and silent, making the atmosphere awkward. Curious students around them began to look over. Zhang Yilin noticed Qin Su's expression and knew she was impatient. She scanned the cafeteria. Seeing Li Jiaojiao and Wang Wenxia coming over with their meals, she waved them over. She then said to Xiao Jingwen, sorry, this spot is taken. Xiao Jingwen noticed they clearly didn't welcome him, but didn't get angry. He gently told Qin Su, then I'll just sit nearby. Once he left, the four of them sat together to eat. Li Jiaojiao, who had just heard Zhang Yilin call them over, realized they were acting as a shield. She asked Qin Su, does he really like you? Eager to know more. Zhang Yilin scoffed, he's just pretending. Li Jiaojiao and Wang Wenxia looked confused, not understanding her meaning. Just as Zhang Yilin was about to explain the connection between Xiao Jingwen and Qi Qingyu, Qin Su interrupted, don't worry about him. I've made it clear and rejected him. If he continued to bother her, she wouldn't hesitate to expose him. Xiao Jingwen always maintained a gentlemanly image at school. She didn't care about his past as long as he didn't provoke her. But now, seeing his persistence, she was ready to confront him with her strength. After lunch, they returned to the dormitory. At that moment, Qin Su's phone rang. It was a call from Hua Tianqing. "I'm at your school gate. Can you come out for a moment?" His deep voice came through. Qin Su didn't know what he wanted, so she told her roommates and headed to the school gate. As she reached the gate, she saw Hua Tianqing standing next to a low-key but luxurious car. Students passing by slowed down, whispering as they looked at him. Occasionally, some bold girls approached him, saying something, and soon walked away with flushed faces. Qin Su walked over and called out to him, "Mr. Hua." Hua Tianqing frowned and looked at her unhappily, leaving Qin Su confused. What happened? Did she do something wrong? "Still calling me Mr. Hua? Aren't we friends?" "That feels too distant," Hua Tianqing said helplessly. He had corrected her several times. Yet every time they met, she still called him Mr.
Hua.
Qin Su smiled awkwardly. "Why did you think of looking for me? Is there something you need?" Hua Tianqing thought about the video Qi Mingyang showed him and felt a knot in his heart. It had only been a day since they parted, and she was already being pursued by other men. He said casually, "I happen to have some business nearby, and thought I'd invite you to dinner." Qin Su nodded, understanding, "But I've already eaten in the cafeteria." Hua Tianqing was taken aback. This was not what he expected. "I'm still hungry."
Can you join me?
Hua Tianqing asked directly. Qin Su thought she had no other plans, so it was just dinner. Besides, she always felt a sense of guilt towards Hua Tianqing, though she couldn't figure out why. Hua Tianqing let Qin Su get in the car, and they left the school gate. Not far away, Qi Qingyu watched the departing car, her eyes filled with hatred. She had been delayed by something after class, and when she arrived at the pickup spot, she saw Hua Tianqing standing nearby, seemingly waiting for someone. She felt happy, thinking he was there to pick her up. Just as she was about to approach, she saw Qin Su walk over. From a distance, she couldn't hear their conversation, but she noticed Hua Tianqing was not as cold and indifferent to Qin Su as he was with other women. She felt anxious. She knew Hua Tianqing, a symbol of power and wealth in the upper class of Jing City. The Qi family had dealings with the Hua family. Although the Qi family was a level below the Hua family, the connections among the major families were complex, and there were always opportunities for interaction. She first saw him 3 years ago at a banquet for the Hua group when he returned from abroad. From the moment she saw him, she was captivated by his handsome face and cold demeanor. She secretly vowed to conquer this man. But over the past 3 years, despite her efforts to create chances to run into Hua Tianqing, she had never gained his favor. He seemed like an emotionless machine, only paying attention to work-related matters. With his status and stunning looks, countless women pursued him, yet he treated them all the same. She comforted herself, thinking he was just a cold person. As long as she had the chance to get close to him, she would eventually melt his heart. But why did she see a different change in his demeanor towards Qin Su today? Her resentment was overflowing. She pressed her fingers into her palm until they bled, not even feeling the pain. Why was it Qin Su? She was just a poor girl from some remote village. What made her better than herself? That useless Xiao Jingwen. He couldn't even handle one thing properly and still dared to dream of marrying into her family. If she didn't need him, she wouldn't bother with his flattery. She took out her phone and sent a message. If he couldn't get that matter done, she would definitely persuade her father to withdraw the investment in the Xiao family. Qin Su followed Hua Tianqing to a high-end Western restaurant. After ordering, Hua Tianqing said to Qin Su, "The desserts here are excellent, but they only serve a limited number each day. I ordered one for you." Qin Su was speechless at his assertiveness. He had already ordered, so what could she say? She took a sip of lemonade, set the cup down, and was about to ask why he suddenly wanted to treat her to dinner. Hua Tianqing spoke first. "Who was the guy who confessed to you last night?"
Inshu boast.
How did he know about her confession? Seeing her confusion, Hua Tianqing explained, "Qi Mingyang graduated from Jing University too. He has an alumni group, and they were sharing the video of your confession last night. As soon as he arrived at the company today, Qi Mingyang had been looking at him, wanting to say something." Hua Tianqing was annoyed by Qi Mingyang's strange behavior and pressed him until he finally revealed the situation. Upon seeing the video, Tianqing couldn't sit still and drove to Jing University. But when he arrived, he calmed down and thought carefully about how to ask Qin Su about her personal matters. It wasn't until noon that he called Qin Su. I rejected him.
I don't know him, Qin Su said.
Tianqing sighed in relief. The boys at school are still quite young and immature in their feelings. You're young too, so don't rush into relationships. He paused and added, of course, if you meet a mature and stable man with good conditions, you can consider it. Qin Su teased, like someone like Zhang Han? Tianqing's expression stiffened for a moment before he quickly recovered. He has a childhood friend who has always pursued him. That's not a good choice. Qin Su stopped teasing him. Thank you for your concern. I don't want to think about relationships right now, and I will choose my future partner carefully. Tianqing should have felt happy about her answer, but instead, he felt something strange, as if it shouldn't be this way. Just then, the waiter brought their food, and they quietly ate. Tianqing was right. The desserts at this restaurant were indeed delicious. Zhang Yilin had brought her desserts from other famous restaurants before, but they didn't compare to this one. After dining together a few times, she noticed Tianqing was very picky about food. He never took her to a place that served bad food. Tianxing, what are you doing here? While they were quietly eating, a surprised voice interrupted them. Qin Su stopped eating her dessert and looked up in the direction of the voice. A man in his 40s, dressed elegantly and looking quite handsome, gave off a shrewd and worldly vibe. Tianqing leisurely wiped his mouth with a napkin before replying, surprised to see me dining here, Uncle Sam? Xing'an detected the underlying tone in his words and forced a stiff smile. Tianqing, don't misunderstand. I just haven't seen you for a while and was a bit surprised. Tianqing smiled coldly, then Uncle Sen must be very busy. I've been back for a few days and you didn't know? Didn't Aunt Sen tell you about what I did with the Wang family in Wencheng? A hint of resentment crossed Xing'an's eyes. Since Wang Weiguo dared to attack the He family, he can't blame us for being ruthless with his subordinates. Even if he is related to your third aunt's family, we cannot show mercy. He spoke with a tone of righteousness, prioritizing the He family's interests. It seems my third uncle can still distinguish between public and private matters, unlike some people in the He family who take advantage of the company while secretly betraying it, Tianqing said pointedly. Xing'an's expression remained unchanged as he agreed. We shouldn't show mercy to such people. We must take action to set an example for others in the company, so they don't think they can betray the He family without consequences. Tianqing sneered inwardly. Did he think that just pushing a scapegoat out would solve everything? Did he take him for a fool? However, he was having dinner with Qin Su and didn't want to let this affect his mood. He asked Xing'an, is there anything else, third uncle? Xing'an was looking for an excuse to leave. He was startled by the implication in Tianqing's words. Did he discover something? Regarding the situation at Wencheng Company, he had threatened that person not to reveal anything, or else their family's safety would be at risk. That person shouldn't expose him as the mastermind. Tianqing's ruthless methods from 3 years ago had already shown him that he wouldn't care about blood ties. Anyone who offended him would find themselves in dire straits. Realizing Tianqing was hinting at wanting him to leave, he smoothly replied, then take your time eating. I have something to attend to, so I'll leave first. After glancing at Qin Su, he turned and left. Qin Su listened to their conversation, clearly recognizing they were relatives. However, the content of their discussion felt off to her. There was a strong tension in the air. The atmosphere returned to calm, and Qin Su glanced at Tianqing, hesitating to speak. Feel free to ask whatever you want, Tianqing said. Seeing he wasn't too concerned, she asked, was the issue you dealt with in Wencheng because of that person? Qin Su had been his bodyguard during that time and knew he was handling a situation involving a spy leaking bidding plans from Wencheng Company. Although it was later found that Wang Weiguo was behind the car accident, there might have been others involved. From Tianqing's earlier words, it seemed his third uncle was colluding with his wife's family to undermine the He family and even wanted him dead in Wencheng. Qin Su felt a bit sorry for him. No matter how rich he was, it didn't matter if even family members were scheming against each other for power and wealth. That's right. My third uncle and his wife's family are teaming up to sabotage the Hor family, Hor Tianqing admitted to Qin Su without hiding anything. Do you still face any danger now? Will he still try to harm you? Hor Tianqing smiled at Qin Su's concern. Are you worried about me? Qin Su felt a blush rise on her face. Are we good friends? Friends should care for each other. Don't worry.
I'm fine.
The incident in Wencheng happened because I was on Wang's turf and was a bit careless. Now in Beijing, he wouldn't dare to stir up trouble. I'm heading back to school. Have you finished eating? Qin Su noticed he had stopped eating and asked after finishing her dessert. Let's go. I'll drive you back. After leaving the restaurant, Hor Tianqing dropped Qin Su off at the school entrance. As she got out of the car, she waved, Okay, I'm here. You can go back now. Hor Tianqing looked at her through the partially open window. Go on in. I'll contact you when you have time. I know a great place with amazing food. I'll take you there. Qin Su just smiled at him before turning to enter the school. Hor Tianqing watched her slowly walk away, rolled up the window, and drove off. This scene was captured by Xiao Jingwen, who was not far away. In the afternoon, Qin Su attended her class in the lab before returning to the dormitory. The dorm was empty. Li Jiaojiao and Wang Wenxia from the foreign language department often went out together during their free time. Qin Su pulled the curtain on her bed and closed her eyes to rest, but her mind had already entered the space for cultivation. After a few days, the fruit trees she planted in the space had matured. Checking the space, she found that the herbs she had transplanted from the mountains had aged several years. She carefully sensed the medicinal properties of the herbs, noting that their quality had improved several levels. Although they couldn't compare to the original spiritual herbs in the space, they were much better than the ones outside. She planned to use this batch of herbs to refine some pills for health and beauty. Her inheritance included many ancient recipes for health, beauty, and longevity. Perhaps she could discuss a collaboration with Zhang Huaishan. Reaching the edge of the space, Qin Su found it shrouded in mist, making it hard to see what lay ahead. She tentatively reached out her hand, but it felt like an invisible barrier blocked her. With no other choice, Qin Su retreated. It seemed the most important thing now was to focus on her cultivation, raise her skills, and then see if she could break through this barrier. Sitting cross-legged by the spiritual spring, she diligently absorbed the spiritual energy. In no time, the energy in the space surged toward her, quickly being absorbed into her dantian. Time passed unnoticed as she practiced. Eventually, Qin Su opened her eyes, her spirit returning to her body. Checking the time, it was only 7 p.m., and her roommates had not yet returned. Feeling hungry, she left the dorm and headed outside the school. At a nearby snack shop, she casually ate a bowl of rice noodles, then went to a daily necessities store to buy some supplies before preparing to head back. Walking along a tree-lined path, someone suddenly rushed out from the side. Qin Su swiftly dodged, and the person, not expecting her quick reaction, fell to the ground. With a thud, she felt pain just hearing the sound. Out of politeness, she approached and quietly asked, "Are you okay?" The person struggled to get up and turned around. Only then did Qin Su realize it was Xiao Jingwen. She quickly withdrew her hand, annoyed at running into him again. Xiao Jingwen noticed her reaction, and a look of embarrassment flashed across his face. He quickly regained his polite smile and forced out, "Thank you, I'm fine." Qin Su didn't want to linger, turned to leave, but he called out to her. "Qin Su, do you really dislike me that much? Why do you want to leave as soon as you see me?"
Insu looked confused.
From his tone, it seemed like she was the one being unfaithful. Does this person not understand human language? She had already rejected him several times. Why does he keep pretending to be deeply in love with her? If it were another naive girl, she would have been fooled by his facade long ago. Qin Su couldn't be bothered with him and turned to leave. Xiao Jingwen stared at her retreating figure, his eyes dark and his clenched fists showing his anger. Darn woman. If she is so clueless, then he wouldn't hesitate to use other methods. He found an account online and sent out the photos he took of Qin Su getting out of a luxury car today. He instructed the person to gather a group of online trolls to blow this incident out of proportion. Once her reputation was ruined, He wanted to see how she would continue to act proud in front of him. His approach to Qin Su was only because of Qi Qingyu's orders. The Qi family held a higher status in the city than the Xiao family. To get closer to Qi Qingyu, he had been pursuing her. He had been a devoted follower for 2 years, but Qi Qingyu, while not agreeing to date him, still gave him hints of interest. A few days ago, Qi Qingyu told him to pursue Qin Su. At first, he was reluctant. No matter how pretty Qin Su was, she was just a girl from a poor mountain village and could offer him nothing. But Qi Qingyu said that if he could win Qin Su over, play with her, and then abandon her, she would consider dating him. That's why he confessed to Qin Su that night, thinking it would be an easy task for him. With his looks and background, he was confident that Qin Su wouldn't be able to resist his charm. Who knew he would hit a brick wall? Qin Su not only rejected his confession but also ignored him during their subsequent encounters. Originally, he planned to intentionally bump into Qin Su tonight and have someone take photos of them to post on the campus forum, creating gossip to solidify their relationship. Then, no matter how she rejected him, no one would believe her. As long as he could get close to her, he believed he would eventually win her over. Once she fell for him, he would definitely humiliate her in return. But since Qin Su had repeatedly embarrassed him, he decided to abandon the gentle approach. When Qin Su was in a difficult situation, he would save her, and he was sure she would feel grateful. Qin Su returned to her dorm, where her 2 roommates were already back, playing games. "Where did you guys go this afternoon?" "I didn't see you," Qin Su asked. "Oh, we didn't have many classes this afternoon. I went out with Wenxia to shop, and Wenxia wanted to look for a part-time job," Li Jiaojiao replied. After chatting casually for a bit, Qin Su picked up her clothes and went to the bathroom to take a shower. Wang Wenxia came from a poor family, and last semester, they often did part-time jobs together. Now that she didn't need the money, she stopped looking for jobs. Thinking about the fruits in her space that would mature in a while, she planned to ask Wang Wenxia for help when the time came. After showering, Qin Su came out, drying her hair. She remembered that she had only called her dad to let him know she arrived safely on her first day in the city, and she hadn't called home since. She also wondered how her aunt was doing with her divorce. Qin Su picked up her phone to call her dad, but no one answered. She then called her grandma, and it was quickly answered. Her grandma's cheerful voice came through. "Susu, you finally called back. You haven't called in days. I was going to call you, but didn't want to interrupt your studies." Qin Su's grandma chatted on and on.
I'm sorry, Grandma.
"I've been busy with the start of school and forgot to call. Is my dad not home?" Qin Su asked. "Oh, your dad went with your aunt to Dong Yihua's house. He was worried about her going alone and might get bullied, so he went with her," Grandma Qin replied. Qin Su felt a bit worried about her dad and aunt. After chatting with her grandma for a few minutes, she hung up and tried calling her dad again, but still no answer. She then called her aunt's phone. After a few rings, someone picked up. "Hello. Who is this?" A rough, hoarse voice answered. Qin Su wasn't familiar with Dong Yihua's voice and didn't know who it was. She simply asked, "Who are you?" "I'm looking for Qin Lihua, the owner of this phone. I'm her man."
Who are you?
"If you don't say, I'm hanging up," the person said impatiently. It turned out to be her scummy uncle. Qin Su felt a bad premonition. Why was Dong Yihua answering her aunt's phone? Connecting this with her dad and aunt going together, and no one answering the phone, her unease grew stronger. "I'm Qin Lihua's niece. Where did my aunt go? Why are you answering the phone?" Qin Su questioned. Hearing that it was his wife's niece, Dong Yihua sneered. "So you're Qin Lihua's niece. I was wondering why she went back to her family and then came back to cause a divorce. It must be you all encouraging her." "I'm not afraid to tell you. She came back with Qin Jianya and insisted on divorcing me. I gave her a beating, and now Qin Lihua is locked up by me. If it weren't for Qin Jianya running fast, I would have broken his limbs. Daring to cause trouble in our village, and wanting to take my woman away? Since she's married into the Dong family, she is one of us in life and a ghost of us in death. Divorce? Don't even think about it." He hung up after saying that. Qin Su listened to the busy tone on the other end, gripping her phone tightly. No, she had to hurry back. She didn't know if her dad was in danger. And her aunt, Dong Yihua, said he had locked her up. She didn't know if she had been hurt. Chin-Su quickly found her counselor's number and called to explain that she had an urgent family matter and needed to take a few days off. After understanding the situation, the counselor agreed to grant her a few days off. It was already 10 p.m. Chin-Su took out her phone to check flights to Yun Province. But there were no more flights for the night. Although she was anxious, she had no choice but to book the earliest flight for tomorrow. The whole night, Chin-Su was lost in thought. As soon as dawn broke, she hurried to pack her things and took a taxi to the airport. 3 hours later, the plane landed in Kuan City, Yun Province. Chin-Su remembered her aunt saying that Dong Yua's house was in Lin City, next to Kuan City, and it would take another 3 hours to drive there. After exiting the airport, Chin-Su immediately hired a car to rush to Dong Yua's house. Lin City is a backward, small city on the edge of Yun Province. It has 3 counties, all of which are designated as key poverty alleviation areas. Qin Lihua's husband, Dong Yihua, is from Luan Village in Huangshi Town, Yining County, Lin City. Due to its remote location, surrounded by mountains and with poor transportation, the local residents mainly rely on agriculture, resulting in very low incomes. Most young people leave for coastal cities to work, leaving only the elderly and children behind. Because of the poor economy, it is very difficult for young people in the area to find partners. Some men marry women they met while working away, but many girls cannot tolerate the backward environment after a few years and leave their children behind. Qin Lihua was determined to marry Dong Yihua, believing that if they worked hard, they could live a simple life. However, the good man image Dong Yihua presented before marriage was just an act to win her over. After they married and had a child, his true self was revealed. He spent his days gambling and drinking, showing no interest in making money. Qin Lihua is a kind and simple woman who could never abandon her child like other women. So, despite Dong Yihua's faults, she endured for the sake of her daughter. But the last straw came when her daughter fell ill, and Dong Yihua callously said that a daughter was not worth spending money on for treatment and suggested they could just have another child. Lying on the old wooden bed, Qin Lihua reflected on her years with Dong Yihua and wished she could slap herself. This time, she was determined to return and divorce him, focusing on helping her daughter manage the orchard and raising her to adulthood. However, on her first day back, as soon as she and her brother entered the house and sat down, she brought up the divorce. Dong Yihua exploded in anger and tried to hit her. Qin Jianya would not stand by and let his sister be harmed, so he stepped in to block Dong Yihua, and they started fighting. Qin Jianya, having trained his body, was much stronger than average, and with the physical training he received, he easily handled Dong Yihua. But this was Dong Yihua's territory, and soon he called in a dozen middle-aged men from the village to surround and beat Qin Jianya. Though Qin Jianya had improved his skills, he was quickly overwhelmed, and his phone broke during the scuffle. Seeing the situation, Qin Lihua had to protect her brother and urged him to leave quickly. She was then locked up by Dong Yihua. Wondering how her brother was doing, Qin Lihua was startled when she heard the sound of the door opening. Dong Yihua stumbled in, reeking of alcohol, and Qin Lihua wrinkled her nose in disgust at the smell. Noticing her expression, Dong Yihua's anger flared. "What's with that look? Are you disgusted by me? You seem to have had a good time at your family's place, looking all fresh and pretty." In the past, Qin Lihua had looked much older than her age due to hardships, but now she appeared healthy and more beautiful than ever. Dong Yihua's inappropriate thoughts began to surface. He approached her, softening his tone. "Lihua, from now on I won't gamble or drink anymore. I'll work hard to earn money, and we can live well together. How about you give me a son?" Qin Lihua pushed him away, disgusted. "Dong Yihua, do you think I'm still that naive? It's too late for sweet talk. I'm determined to divorce you. If you disagree, I'll sue you." Dong Yihua stumbled back from her push, his facade shattered, and he darkly replied, "You think you can just leave? As long as I don't agree, you can't divorce me, even if you sue." With that, he lunged at her, tearing at her clothes. Qin Lihua fought back desperately, hitting and pushing against the man on top of her, but a woman's strength cannot match a man's. She scratched at Dong Yihua's face with her nails, drawing blood. The pain ignited his rage, and he slapped her hard across the face, leaving her momentarily stunned. Seeing her still, he prepared to force himself on her. Qin Lihua stared blankly at the ceiling, seemingly giving up the struggle. Just then, loud banging on the door interrupted them. Accompanied by shouts, voices yelled, "Dong Yihua, you scoundrel, come out. You owe money, and think you can hide. We'll break your legs if you don't show yourself." Hearing the commotion outside, Dong Yihua froze, his face turning pale. He had lost money gambling in town and borrowed from loan sharks to try to win it back. Now that the repayment deadline had passed, they had come to collect. When the banging continued without a response, the men outside began kicking the door. Dong Yihua's mother, confused by the noise, came out cursing and opened the door. "Who's making a racket? If you break my door, you'll pay double." But when she saw the intimidating men outside, her insults faded. The men pushed her aside and barged in.
Hey, who are you?
"You can't just enter someone's home. Get out, or I'll call the police." Dong's mother shouted after them. Ignoring her, the men searched each room. Dong Yihua trembled in fear, knowing he was in serious trouble. These loan sharks were not to be trifled with. They had previously harmed others who couldn't repay. They didn't just break things. If someone had nothing to give, they sold them off to the neighboring flour mill. With a loud crash, the door was violently thrown open. "You coward, hiding here. Pay up, or we'll take parts of you as payment." The men growled at Dong Yihua. "Brothers, can you give me a little more time? I promise I will find a way to pay you back," Dong Yihua pleaded softly. "Stop talking nonsense. You owe us 300,000. It's been a year already, and with interest, it's now 500,000. If you can't pay, then come with us." The men were unmoved and moved to drag Dong Yihua away. At that moment, Dong's mother, who had followed behind, heard what the men were saying. She slapped her thigh and sat down at the door, blocking their way. "You can't take my son. If you try, I'll fight you." The men didn't care about her age, and one of them grabbed her like a chicken and pulled her aside. He shouted, "It's only right to pay back debts. Your son owes us money, so he must repay it. Either give us the money now, or let your son pay with his freedom." Dong's mother knew her son had a gambling problem, but she thought he only gambled small amounts with villagers. She never imagined he had borrowed hundreds of thousands from loan sharks in town. Even if they sold everything they owned, they couldn't raise that much money. But she wouldn't just stand by and watch her son get taken away. He was the only hope for their family. If something happened to him, the Dong family would be finished, and who would take care of her in her old age? Seeing her son being dragged away and her daughter-in-law sitting idly by, she had an idea. If they wanted someone to pay the debt, her daughter-in-law could do it too. She quickly stood up and blocked the men again. As the men were about to push her aside, she said, "Wait. If you need someone to pay the debt, take my daughter-in-law. She's pretty and worth more than my son." The men paused, surprised at her cruel suggestion. They might not be good people, but they still had some conscience when it came to family. Qin Lihua was in disbelief that her mother-in-law would come up with such a heartless idea. She knew her mother-in-law didn't like her and was harsh, but could a mother-in-law really do something so immoral to her daughter-in-law? Dong Yihua owes the money, so he should find a way to pay it back. "I am a living person, not an object of your family. You can't just sell me or hit me. I want a divorce, and your family's problems have nothing to do with me," Qin Lihua angrily shouted at her mother-in-law. "You want a divorce? You need our family's permission. As long as we don't agree, you are still part of the Dong family." Dong's mother was furious that Qin Lihua dared to argue back and tried to hit her. But as she swung at Qin Lihua, she was pushed down and fell to the ground. Fuming, she continued to curse. "Enough! Who are you taking with you? If you help us get the money, we will return everyone safely. Otherwise, you know the consequences," one of the men said impatiently. At that moment, Dong Yihua chimed in, "Brother, look at my wife's looks and figure. She's worth much more than me. Take her first, and once I gather the money, I'll buy her back. The man named Brother Ba looked at Qin Lihua seriously and saw her beauty. Dong Yihua was right. His wife was indeed attractive and in her prime. Their boss liked women like her, and if they brought her back, he might even praise them for a job well done. This time, we'll take your wife and give you some time. If you can't pay back, one woman won't be enough to settle the debt. We'll come for you too. Brother Ba threatened. Dong Yihua nodded eagerly, already planning to escape as soon as they left. The men moved to grab Qin Lihua. She resisted fiercely, shouting, "This is illegal. Dong Yihua owes you money, so why are you taking me?" The men ignored her cries, held her down, and dragged her out to a car, driving away quickly. With such a commotion at Dong Yihua's house, villagers came out to see what was happening and watched as his daughter-in-law was taken away by several men. They began to gossip. Dong Yihua is truly heartless. One woman said, "Yes, Qin Lihua is pitiful. She married Dong Yihua and hasn't enjoyed any happiness, and now she's being sold by her own husband. Those men are clearly not good people. Who knows how badly she'll be treated." Dong's mother, hearing the villagers talk about them, felt embarrassed and shouted, "What does it have to do with you? Mind your own business." The women replied, "Son Dahua, your family is the problem. A good girl came to your family, and you treat her like this. Aren't you afraid her family will come for you?" Dong's mother spat on the ground. "I'm not afraid of her family. If they dare come, they can pay to get her back. She's just a woman who can't have children. If she can pay off the debt, then she's still useful." The villagers shook their heads at her shamelessness. They hoped Qin Lihua's family would come to rescue her soon. Meanwhile, after several hours of driving, Qin Su's car finally entered the borders of Yining County. To get from Yining County to Huangjia Town, they had to cross several mountains. Although the road was now open, it was still dangerous, and the driver was unfamiliar with the area and refused to take Qin Su further. With no choice, Qin Su settled the fare and found a local driver, asking to go to Huangjia Town. The driver, noticing that Qin Su was a young girl alone and spoke with a different accent, asked, "Little girl, your accent isn't local. What are you doing in Huangjia Town?" Qin Su told the driver she was visiting family and asked if he knew about Lijiabao. Coincidentally, the driver was from a neighboring village and agreed to take her to Lijiabao. Qin Su took an early flight and then spent several hours on a bus, finally arriving at Lijiawan in the afternoon. Looking at the somewhat backward village in front of her, Qin Su walked straight in. She only remembered the address her aunt had mentioned but had never been here before, so she didn't know where Dong Yihua's house was. Fortunately, there were still people returning from the fields, and Qin Su stopped a woman to ask, "Excuse me, do you know how to get to Dong Yihua's house?" The woman, seeing a young girl asking for directions and looking for Dong Yihua, replied with a question, "Who are you to Dong Yihua? Why are you looking for him?" Qin Su briefly explained that Dong Yihua was her uncle. To her surprise, the woman became excited and said, "Little girl, you're from Lihua's family. Hurry and save Lihua. This morning, Dong Yihua owed someone money, and those debt collectors took your aunt away." Hearing this, Qin Su's heart sank, and she quickly asked the woman to take her to Dong Yihua's house. The woman led her to a single-story house and said, "This is Dong Yihua's home." Remembering Dong Yihua and his mother's personalities, she warned, "Both Dong Yihua and his mother are troublemakers. Be careful, little girl." Qin Su thanked the woman, who then left. Qin Su knocked on the door. After a long time with no response, she sensed two presences inside, but no one came to open the door. She kicked the heavy door and it crashed down. Dong Yihua and his mother had locked themselves inside after the debt collectors left. Hearing the knock, they thought the collectors had returned and were too scared to open the door. However, when they heard the loud crash, they had to come out to see what happened. When Dong Yihua saw a young girl standing at the fallen door, he first felt relieved, then angrily shouted, "Who are you? Why did you break our door?" Qin Su looked at the greasy, disheveled man in front of her, clearly someone who only knew how to eat and be lazy. With a frosty gaze, she coldly asked, "Where is my aunt? Where did you take her?" Dong Yihua realized who she was. She was Qin Lihua's niece, and he had seen her when he first visited her family. But the once thin little girl had changed so much that he didn't recognize her at first. Your Lihua's niece? Who told you your aunt was taken away? Dong Yihua guessed it was someone from the village who told Qin Su and cursed those nosy villagers in his mind. Meanwhile, Dong's mother, seeing the broken door, rushed forward and pointed at Qin Su, scolding, "Where did this wild girl come from? How rude to break someone else's door. I tell you, if you don't pay 5,000 yuan, you won't leave." Qin Su didn't want to waste any more time. She struck with her palm, sending Dong's mother flying to the side, unconscious. Seeing his mother attacked, Dong Yihua was about to retaliate when Qin Su grabbed his throat and lifted him up, asking again, "I'll ask you one more time. Where is my aunt?" Struggling and turning red in the face, Dong Yihua finally managed to say, "I'll tell you if you put me down." Qin Su dropped him to the ground. He coughed violently, gasping for air, and looked at her in fear. "Speak quickly." Qin Su lost her patience and kicked him. Dong Yihua rolled a few times and quickly replied, "Your aunt was taken by Scarhead's people. They have a base in town, and probably took her there." Qin Su grabbed Dong Yihua and rushed toward Huangjia town. 10 minutes later, following Dong Yihua's directions, Qin Su stopped in front of a dance hall called Bailman. It was still early, and the hall had few people. Only 2 security guards were stationed at the entrance. As Qin Su stepped inside, the guard stopped her, saying, "Miss, we're not open yet." Qin Su had no intention of arguing. She used her power, and with a wave of her hand, the guards were sent flying several meters away, crying out in pain. Hearing the commotion, people inside rushed out to see what was happening, quickly surrounding Qin Su and Dong Yihua.
Who are you?
"How dare you cause trouble here? Don't you know who our boss is?" A burly man shouted at Qin Su. "Did you take a woman from Lijiawan this morning? Hand her over, or Bailman will become a place of death tonight."
Insudimandi.
The burly man was confused, but a subordinate whispered something in his ear. He scoffed, "That woman's man owes our boss money. Since he can't pay, we're keeping her as collateral. You think Bailman is an easy target?" Worried that more time would put her aunt in danger, Qin Su walked straight inside. Seeing her ignore them, the burly man called over a group of thugs to surround her. In an instant, they were all sent flying against the walls, crying out in pain. Qin Su only wanted to rescue her aunt and didn't want to cause fatalities. Otherwise, these people wouldn't last against her. She headed for the second floor. The second floor was filled with private rooms, and not wanting to check each one, Qin Su released her senses. In the last room, she sensed her aunt's presence. She walked over and smashed open the door. Inside, she saw her aunt, Qin Lihua, holding a fruit knife, facing a tall, scarred man in his 40s. Both turned to look at the door when it burst open. Su, what are you doing here? You need to leave," Qin Lihua exclaimed, worried for her niece. She had been locked in this room since she was taken earlier that morning. Not long ago, the scarred man had entered and told her that she was now his woman, taken as payment for her man's debt. Feeling anxious and fearing his intentions, she had grabbed the fruit knife to protect herself. They were in a standoff when Qin Su arrived. Qin Su walked slowly into the room. Seeing a young girl, Scarhead relaxed a bit from the tension caused by the broken door. His expression darkened as he shouted at Qin Su, "Who are you? How did you get up here?" He had a group of followers downstairs. How could they let this girl come to the second floor? Ignoring him, Qin Su walked over and took the knife from her aunt's hand, patting her gently. "Don't be afraid. I'm here to take you back." Qin Lihua was touched yet anxious. Su, these people are dangerous. How could you come here?" Qin Su patted her hand to reassure her. "If I dared to come, it means I can get you out." Scarhead, overhearing her bold words, sneered, "Little girl, you talk big. You think you can leave here without leaving something behind?" Only then did Qin Su turn her attention to Scarhead. Noticing his muscular build and prominent temples, it was clear he had trained in martial arts. He might be enough to handle an ordinary person, but he was up against Qin Su, who could defeat him with just a finger.
Oh.
"So you plan to make us leave something behind?" Chin Su asked with a raised eyebrow. Scarhead leered at her, grinning wickedly. Little sister, you're quite pretty. Why not stay with me? If you serve me well, you'll have mansions, luxury cars, jade and jewels. And if I refuse?
Chin Su asked.
Scarhead's face turned cold instantly. Then you won't have a choice. He cracked his knuckles and took a step toward Chin Su. Chin Lihua turned pale with fear. This man was so strong, and Chin Su looked like a little chick next to him. How could she possibly fight him? Scarhead reached for Chin Su's face, but as his hand approached, she stopped him with a single finger. Thinking she was flirting, he reached for her hand with his other hand. With a loud crack, a bone broke. Scarhead grunted in pain, stepping back while glaring at Chin Su. Looks like I underestimated you. I thought you were just an ordinary girl. Let's see what you can really do. He swung a punch at her. With a wave of her hand, Scarhead was sent flying, crashing into the wall and spitting blood. Chin Su stepped on his broken arm, pressing down hard, causing him to scream in agony. How's that? Do you think I'm serving you well? Realizing the danger, Scarhead understood this girl was not someone he could mess with, so he quickly begged for mercy. I was blind not to recognize your strength. Please let me go this time. You should be grateful. You haven't done anything to my aunt yet. But while you may escape death, I didn't like the way you looked at me, so you can keep your eyes closed. She sent a burst of energy toward his eyes. Before he could react, a sharp pain struck, and he fell into darkness. Chin Su took her aunt and left the second-floor room, heading down to the hall. Dong Yihua was huddled in a corner of the hall, too scared to run away. He wanted to leave, but thinking of Chin Lihua's fierce aura, he feared that if he ran, she would catch him and he'd be done for. As they exited the bailment, Chin Su noticed Dong Yihua still hiding inside and coldly asked, "Are you planning to stay here for the night?" If it weren't for needing to take him to finalize the divorce with her aunt the next day, she would have left him there to be tormented by the people at bailment. When Dong Yihua finally came out, Chin Su shoved a pill into his mouth and warned, "Don't even think about escaping, or you'll find out what the most painful death feels like." Dong Yihua looked at Chin Su like she was a devil. Once he saw their figures disappear, he desperately clawed at his throat, trying to vomit the pill, but it melted as soon as it hit his throat. Chin Su took her aunt to a hotel in town and booked 2 rooms. Once her aunt cleaned up and calmed down, Chin Su asked what had happened in the past 2 days. With no news of her father, she was worried about him. Chin Lihua recounted what happened the day they returned. That day, my brother and I went to Dong Yihua's house, and I asked for a divorce. But Dong Yihua tried to hit me, and my brother stopped him. They got into a fight, and my brother was outnumbered by 10 people. I was scared for my brother, so I tried to hold him back and told him to leave quickly. After that, I lost contact with him.
Dad should be fine.
Tomorrow, you and Dong Yihua will go finalize the divorce, and then we'll find him, Chin Su reassured her. It's all my fault. If I hadn't been foolish and married Dong Yihua, none of this would have happened. Chin Lihua regretted marrying Dong Yihua, realizing it had caused a lot of trouble for her brother and Su Su. Chin Su comforted her, and then they both went to rest. The next morning, Chin Su took Chin Lihua to Lijiaban. When they arrived at Dong Yua's house, they found him quietly waiting inside, not daring to escape. Chin Lihua gathered the necessary documents, and with Chin Su and Dong Yihua, they headed to the Civil Affairs Bureau in the county. After completing the divorce paperwork, Chin Lihua held the divorce certificate, feeling a weight lift off her shoulders. The shackles that had bound her were finally gone. Just as Chin Su and her aunt were about to leave, Dong Yihua called out, "Lihua, I've agreed to the divorce, and the certificate is done. Can you let your niece undo the poison she gave me?" Chin Lihua suddenly remembered the black pill Chin Su had given him the night before. She cautiously asked Chin Su, Su, can you cure him?" Then, fearing Chin Su might misunderstand, she quickly explained, "I'm not trying to plead for him. If something happens, it won't be good for you either." She was worried about a potential death and the trouble it could bring to Chin Su. Chin Su understood her concern and said to Dong Yihua, "The pill I gave you is just a mild laxative. It won't kill you." Then she turned and left with Qin Lihua. What she didn't say was that while it wasn't a deadly poison, Dong Lihua would never have children again. Wasn't the Dong family always talking about wanting sons to carry on the family line? She had just ensured their family line would end. Susu, where should we look for your dad? It's been 2 or 3 days, and we still don't know if something happened to him, Qin Lihua said worriedly. Qin Su felt a deep connection with her father. If something had truly happened to him, she would definitely sense it. I've calculated, and Dad is not in danger. He might just be delayed by something, she replied. Qin Su and Qin Lihua returned to Huangjia town. She wanted to ask at the police station if her father had reported anything in the last couple of days. Her father was an honest, kind, and law-abiding citizen. If he encountered trouble, his first instinct would surely be to seek help from the police. Qin Su approached the on-duty officer to inquire. The officer asked Qin Su for details and then said that there had been no reports of this kind in the past few days. The two had no choice but to leave the police station and decided to ask around town if anyone had seen Qin Jianya. As they walked down the street, a boy rushed past and accidentally bumped into Qin Su. She quickly helped him up and asked if he was hurt. The little boy, looking a bit panicked, kept apologizing. Noticing his worn clothes and pale face, Qin Su realized he seemed malnourished. Just as she was about to leave, she suddenly saw the boy holding a watch. It looked familiar, so she stopped him. Hey, can I see that watch you have? The boy, a bit scared, quickly hid the watch behind him. Qin Su smiled gently. Don't be afraid. I'm not trying to take it from you. I just recognized it.
Can you show it to me?
The boy looked at her, seeing her kind smile and gentle eyes, which were different from how others looked at him with disdain. He cautiously extended his hand and handed the watch to Qin Su. She sensed it carefully and indeed felt her father's presence on it. She had bought her father a watch before. Although it wasn't a luxury brand, it cost her several thousand. But now, this watch was in the hands of a little boy. Can you tell me where you got this watch? Qin Su asked again. The boy took the watch back but didn't answer her question and ran away. Qin Su quickly called her aunt to follow the boy. Qin Lihua was still confused about what had happened but followed Qin Su to chase after the boy. Qin Su saw the boy enter a gold and silver recycling shop. She didn't go inside, but stood a short distance away. The boy was talking to a middle-aged man inside the shop. With her keen hearing, Qin Su could easily catch their conversation. The shop owner, noticing the boy's shabby clothes but seeing the expensive watch, showed a greedy glint in his eyes. This watch isn't worth much. I can give you 100 yuan at most, the shop owner told the boy. The boy immediately protested, wanting to grab the watch back, but the owner dodged.
Please give it back. I don't want to sell it,
the boy said nervously. The shop owner, sensing the boy's anxiety, became even more convinced of his suspicions. I'll tell you, for something you stole, 100 yuan is generous. Others would just call the police and have you arrested, he threatened. The boy hurriedly explained, I didn't steal it. A man asked me to bring it to trade for money. Qin Su's eyes lit up at this statement. It seemed her father had indeed interacted with the boy. The shop owner didn't believe him and pretended to reach for his phone to call the police. Since that's the case, I will report you, he said. Of course, he had no intention of actually calling. He just wanted to scare the boy into selling the watch for a low price. The boy stood there, unsure of what to do. At that moment, Qin Su walked in. Sir, it's unethical to scare a child like this. That watch is a gift I gave to my brother. The shop owner looked at the girl who had just entered. She didn't seem like someone who could afford a watch worth thousands. What proof do you have that this watch is yours? What if you two are working together to sell stolen goods? I could get in big trouble, he replied. Having been in the business for years, he wasn't easily fooled. Qin Su pulled out her phone and showed her previous purchase records and the electronic receipt. The numbers on the receipt matched the ones on the watch. Seeing he couldn't intimidate them, the shop owner reluctantly returned the watch to the boy. Qin Su led the boy out of the shop. He gratefully said, Thank you for helping me. Qin Su got straight to the point. That watch is a gift for my dad. We lost contact with him. Can you tell me where you got it? The boy looked surprised and then happy. Oh, you're the uncle's daughter. He's staying with us. Finally finding out where her father was, Chin-soo felt relieved. The two followed the boy through narrow alleys until they reached a rundown courtyard. "This is where we live," the boy said. Chin-soo looked at the shabby place, surprised that anyone lived there. The boy pushed the gate open and went inside, with Chin-soo and Chin Lihua following. In the yard, several children were playing, both boys and girls. Chin-soo noticed they all had different physical defects. The children looked a bit shy and curious as they noticed the strangers. The boy called out, "Mom, the uncle's family is here to see him." Soon, a middle-aged woman, around 50 years old and wearing faded clothes, came out. Seeing Chin-soo, she asked, "Hello, are you Chin Janya's family?" Chin-soo smiled politely. "Yes, Chin Janya is my dad. May I know your name?" "My surname is Sunday. You can call me Sister Sun." "Please come in, he's still lying in bed," she said. Hearing that her father was hurt, Chin-soo felt anxious and hurried to follow her. They entered a dim room, and Chin-soo saw Chin Janya leaning against the headboard. He had heard Chin-soo's voice and looked excited as he watched them enter.
"Dad. Shushu."
Both exclaimed in surprise at the same time. "Dad, what happened? How did you get hurt?" Chin-soo asked with concern, noticing the bandage on Chin Janya's head. "Don't worry, I'm fine now. I just got hit on the head with a stick when I was surrounded at Dong Yihua's house that day." Chin Janya quickly reassured his daughter, fearing she would worry. Chin-soo immediately took her father's hand to check his pulse. She found some bruising in his brain. "Dad, there's still some bruising in your brain. I'll help you treat it later, and you'll feel better soon." Seeing her father's pale face, Chin-soo felt a surge of anger towards Dong Yihua. She shouldn't let him off easily today. At that moment, Chin Lihua came forward and asked with concern, "Big brother, does your head still hurt?" "It's all that beast Dong Yihua's fault for doing this to you." Only then did Chin Janya ask about what happened after he left the Dong family. Chin Lihua recounted yesterday's events to him. Chin Janya looked proudly at his daughter, surprised that Su had become such a strong pillar of the family. The three of them shared their experiences from the past few days, and only then did Chin Janya notice Sister Sun standing nearby. He quickly introduced her to Chin-soo and Lihua, saying, Su, it's all thanks to Sister Sun that I'm here. Otherwise, I would have collapsed by the roadside that day, and who knows what would have happened." It turned out that after Chin Janya was beaten by Dong Yihua and the people from Lijiawan, he managed to escape. In the chaos, he was struck on the head, and when he reached Wangjia town to report to the police, he fainted by the roadside, and Sister Sun saved him. He had been resting in bed for the past few days, feeling dizzy, and lost his phone, unable to contact his family. Sister Sun wanted to take him to the hospital, but she had no money, so she had to reluctantly think of selling her watch to buy him medicine. Chin-soo stood up and bowed seriously to Sister Sun, saying, "Aunt Sun, thank you for saving my dad. You are his lifesaver, and I will definitely repay you." Sister Sun quickly helped Chin-soo up, smiling as she said, "You don't need to be so polite. I just brought him back when I found him fainted by the roadside. I couldn't treat his injuries." There was a hint of guilt in her voice. "Don't say that. It's rare to have such kindness. In today's society, many people see someone collapsed by the roadside but are afraid to help, fearing they might be blamed later." After Sister Sun left, Chin-soo took out silver needles and treated several acupoints on her father's head. With her energy slowly healing him, it wasn't long before Chin Janya's face began to regain color. "All done, Dad. I've broken up the bruising in your brain. Just rest well, and you should be fine," Chin-soo said as she put away the needles. Hearing his daughter, Chin Janya moved his head slightly and realized the dizziness was gone. He happily said, Su, your medical skills are really getting better and better." Thinking of the children in the yard with disabilities, he hesitantly asked Chin-soo, Su, Sister Sun saved my life, and we owe her a debt of gratitude. She's very kind and takes in abandoned children with disabilities. Is there any way you can help those kids?" Chin-soo had noticed the various issues and disabilities the children in the yard had when she arrived. At first, she thought they might have genetic diseases, but hearing her father, she realized these children were all abandoned and taken in by Aunt Sunday. She admired Sister Sun's noble character. So, within her abilities, she would see if she could help the children. Chin Su told her father to rest well while she went to find Aunt Sun to learn more about the situation. The house had a main hall in the center, with 2 rooms on each side, and a simple mud house built in the front yard, likely used as a kitchen. Chin Su found Aunt Sun in the dim kitchen, preparing lunch for the children. On a makeshift wooden table, there were some wilted vegetables. Sister Sun was cooking at the stove. Aunt Sun, let me help you, Chin Su said as she stepped forward to wash the vegetables. Sister Sun quickly stopped her, saying, "Little girl, it's dirty here. I'll do it myself, you stay outside." "Aunt Sun, my name is Chin Su. You can just call me Su. I often do this at home, it's fine." She continued to wash the vegetables. Seeing she wouldn't be dissuaded, Sister Sun had to go back to cooking. "Aunt Sun, are all these children your foster children?" Sister Sun added wood to the fire and sighed. "Yes, these are all poor children. They were abandoned by their parents just because they were born with problems. I have no children of my own and can't bear to see these lives disappear, so I take in abandoned kids when I see them. Over time, some people learn that I take in abandoned children, and some have even left them right at my door." She sighed again and continued, "At first, there were only a few, and I could manage, but as more children came, it became hard for me to support them alone. Aunt Sun, I know some medicine. If you don't mind, let me check the children." Sister Sun was surprised. Looking at Chin Su, who seemed young, she didn't expect her to know medicine. Though she didn't have high hopes, she thought it would be good for someone to check on the children, so she agreed. After lunch, Sister Sun gathered the children to let Chin Su examine them. Chin Su checked each child one by one. One child had cerebral palsy at birth, and several had physical disabilities. Chin Su could treat the child with cerebral palsy, but the others with disabilities would need surgery, which she couldn't do at the moment. She would have to find a way to take them to a big hospital for treatment. Chin Su explained the situation to Sister Sunday. Sister Sun felt troubled. She knew these children needed to go to a big hospital for better treatment. But they were already struggling to make ends meet, and there was no money for hospital visits. Seeing her distress, Chin Su said, "Aunt Sun, don't worry. I will find a way to help with the medical expenses for these children." With her space, making money was easy for her now. If she encountered someone truly in need, she wouldn't hesitate to offer help. That night, after Chin Su settled Chin Jianye and Chin Lihua in a hotel in town and waited for them to fall asleep, she quietly slipped out. With her current cultivation level at the mid-foundation stage, she reached Lijiabian, a few kilometers from town, in just a few minutes. That night, several muffled groans were heard from the homes in Lijiabian before everything fell silent. The next day, chaos erupted in Lijiabian. The sounds of panic, crying, shouting, and cursing filled the village as many families were in distress. The men in these households had fallen victim to an unknown assailant the night before, and by morning, their hands were broken. The women, who had been sleeping beside their husbands, were completely unaware of what had happened. The loudest cries came from Dong Yuhua's home. Early in the morning, when Dong's mother saw her son hadn't gotten up for breakfast, she went to his room but received no response. After calling several times with no answer, she hurriedly pushed the door open and found her son lying unconscious on the bed, his limbs broken. Upon discovering this, the villagers naturally reported it to the police. However, when the police arrived to investigate, check the surveillance, and look for signs of a break-in, they found nothing. It was as if the attacker had appeared out of nowhere, assaulted the men, and then vanished. Dong's mother noticed that the victims were the same men who had been called by Dong Yuhua to beat up Chin Jianye, and she suspected Chin Su was involved. She reported this to the police. After some investigation, the police visited the hotel and found Chin Su. They showed their identification and said, "Miss Chin, we suspect you are involved in a serious assault case. Please come with us to assist in our investigation." Chin Jianye and Chin Lihua quickly stopped the police, saying, "On what grounds do you want to take my daughter, niece, away? There was a serious assault in Lijiabian last night, and Miss Chin has been reported as having a motive for the crime. We need her to come with us for questioning." If we find no evidence against her, we will release her, the police explained. Qin Jianye and Qin Lihua exchanged worried glances. Could it really be that Su Su had gone to take revenge on those people in Lijiabian? Before they could say more, Qin Su interrupted, Dad, Aunt, you don't need to worry. I will go back with them for the investigation. Qin Su was not afraid to cooperate with them. She was confident they would find no evidence against her. Last night, she had used a technique to conceal her presence and had harmed them with spiritual energy, leaving no trace behind. Since those people had hurt her father, she would not let them go unpunished. She believed in returning harm for harm to relieve her anger. At the police station, after some questioning and reviewing the hotel surveillance, they found no evidence of Qin Su leaving the hotel. With no evidence, the police had no choice but to release her. When Qin Su returned, Qin Jianye and Qin Lihua sighed in relief and asked about the incident in Lijiabian. Su Su, did you really do something last night in Lijiabian? Qin Jianye asked. Qin Su made a gesture with her finger to her lips, and they understood her meaning. We're leaving this afternoon. I need to go buy some things for Aunt Sun and Xiaohua. Do you want to come? Qin Su asked. Qin Jianye and Qin Lihua nodded in agreement. The three of them went to buy a large amount of rice, oil, meat, eggs, and vegetables. They also bought many daily necessities and a few sets of clothes for the children before heading to Aunt Sun's place. When Aunt Sun heard the knock on the door and opened it, she saw Qin Su and the others standing outside, followed by delivery people. Looking at the pile of goods, Aunt Sun looked at Qin Su with confusion. Why did you buy so much? Aunt Sun, my dad, and I are leaving this afternoon. I noticed you needed many things, so I wanted to bring them over while I still had time, Qin Su explained. You are too kind. You really didn't have to spend so much. We have enough to eat and use here, Aunt Sun said, a bit shyly rubbing her hands. You don't need to be polite with us. I want to do something for the children. I will come back to see you when I have time. Also, about helping the children with their medical treatment, someone will contact you soon to arrange for them to go to a big hospital in the capital, Qin Su assured her. They had booked a flight for 3 p.m. and needed to hurry to the airport. Qin Su and the others didn't stay long and said their goodbyes to Aunt Sun and the children. They returned to the hotel, packed their things, and headed to the airport. At 9 p.m., the plane finally landed in Wencheng. By the time Qin Su and her family got home, it was almost midnight. Qin Grandma and Zhu Zhu were already asleep. Hearing the door open, Qin Grandma got up to check and was surprised to see her son, daughter, and granddaughter all back together. Su Su, aren't you studying in the capital? Why did you come back with your dad and aunt? She asked. I have some things to take care of, and I need to go back tomorrow, Qin Su replied, not wanting to worry her grandma with what had happened in Lin City. Qin Jianye and Qin Jianhua understood her intention and supported her statement to avoid causing their mother any concern. It was getting late, so Qin Grandma made noodles for the three of them. After they finished eating and washed up, they returned to their rooms to rest. What Qin Su didn't know was that a video about her was slowly trending online at the university in the capital. Mr. Hua, a video that negatively impacts Miss Qin has surfaced online in the past few days, Qi Mingyang said as he entered the office with his phone. Since the last time he mentioned Qin Su being confessed to in the alumni circle, he noticed Mr. Hua's keen interest in her affairs. So, whenever he had free time, he kept an eye on news from Jing University. He didn't expect to find a video on Doubt video site that was unfavorable to Qin Su. The edited video, paired with suggestive captions, led many to attack the character in the video. Moreover, the heat surrounding it clearly indicated someone was manipulating it from behind. Upon hearing it was about Qin Su, He Tianqing put down the documents he was holding and took Qi Mingyang's phone. The video captured Qin Su getting out of his car. Due to the angle, his face wasn't visible, only a vague outline could be seen. Originally, it was a normal video, but the caption suggested that a female university student in the capital was being kept by someone, implying she was a rich man's mistress. He Tianqing clicked into the comment section, which was filled with abusive language and insults. Investigate the identity of the person who posted this video, he ordered. Qi Mingyang immediately left the office to start the investigation. Hu Tianqing lightly tapped his fingers on the mahogany desk, his deep gaze revealing nothing of his thoughts. It had been a while since he last saw Qin Su. Qin Su woke up, finished washing up, and walked into the living room to find Qin Jianye already sitting there. She took out a prepared porcelain bottle and placed it in front of Qin Jianye, saying, "Dad, after this incident, I realized that our family needs to have some self-defense skills. Relying only on the basic body training I taught you is fine for dealing with one or two ordinary people, but if there are many opponents, we would be at a disadvantage." If she had taught her father stronger skills before, he wouldn't have been hurt during the trip to Lin City. Studying in Beijing, Qin Su often couldn't take care of her family. Last night, she decided to give her family another round of body training today and teach them the techniques for physical cultivation so they would have the ability to protect themselves in the future. Qin Su pointed to the porcelain bottle on the table and continued, "This is a meridian opening pill. It can further refine the body, making bones and muscles stronger. Later, I will give you a technique to practice with Grandma, Aunt, Qinjun, and Juju. Once you all succeed in your training, a group of ordinary people won't be able to get close to you. Just be aware that this refining process might be a bit painful, so you need to prepare yourselves and endure." Qin Jianye understood that he had been too weak this time, which is why he couldn't help his sister, and ended up getting hurt. Hearing Qin Su say they would strengthen their training, he felt a sense of agreement and anticipation. "Okay, when Qin Jun comes back, we will take it together and train together," Qin Jianye replied decisively. After the family had breakfast, Qin Su checked the time and prepared to return to Beijing. Grandma Qin packed a lot of her homemade pickles and dried fruits for her. She nagged Su, "Make sure to call us often. Eat well and take care of yourself while you're out there." Su had just returned for one night and was already in a hurry to leave, but she understood that her studies were important, so Grandma didn't keep her. "Okay, Grandma, I understand. You don't need to see me off. I can go by myself." After saying goodbye to her family, Qin Su hurried to the airport to catch her flight to Beijing. A few hours later, she arrived in the city and took a taxi straight to Beijing University. On her way back to the dorm, Qin Su noticed that students passing by were looking at her and whispering. With her keen hearing, she caught words like mistress and kept woman. Frowning, she sensed the hostility coming from those people. She continued walking to her dorm without showing any reaction. When she opened the dorm door, she saw Li Jiao and Wang Wenxia looking serious, intensely tapping on their phones. Hearing the door open, they stopped and looked at her. Seeing Qin Su, their anger hadn't faded, and they looked at her with concern. "What's wrong with you two? You look like someone offended you," Qin Su joked. Li Jiao and Wang Wenxia exchanged glances, hesitating to speak. Finally, Li Jiao made up her mind and said, "Qin Su, check the trending topics on Dodo video." Qin Su was confused. She took out her phone and opened the Dodo app. The trending topic read, "Beijing University female students' poor conduct, being a mistress to a rich man." When she clicked in, she was shocked to see that the protagonist of the video was herself. The video showed her being dropped off at school by Hu Tianqing a few days ago, filmed by someone without her knowledge, and it was used to spread rumors about her. After watching for a few minutes, her expression turned cold. The person who posted the video clearly intended to slander her, using a snippet to falsely accuse her of being a kept woman. In the comments, someone had even doxed her, revealing her school, year, and major. She had taken a leave of absence recently to deal with her aunt's matters and hadn't kept up with the trending topics on these video sites. Li Jiao and Wang Wenxia saw Qin Su's expression darken and worriedly said, "Qin Su, you just happen to be on leave these days, and you don't know that everyone at school has been talking about you. But we believe you're not that kind of person. Those people online are just spreading rumors for views." "You don't need to worry, I'll handle it," Qin Su replied to them. She clicked to report the video. Then she found Qi Mingyang's number in her contacts and called him. She remembered Qi Mingyang had mentioned that the Hu group had a strong legal team. She wanted to ask Hu's lawyer for help with this matter, and of course, she wouldn't let them work for free. After all, she was now worth over 100 million and would pay their fees. The call connected quickly, and Qin Su explained her request to Qi Mingyang. asking him to introduce her to his lawyer. On the other end, he asked her to hold on for a moment. Soon, a familiar deep voice came through. Chin-soo, don't worry about the video. I've already asked Chi Mingyang to handle it. It won't be long before the video online is cleaned up. Chin-soo didn't expect Chi Mingyang to have informed Hu Tianxing about this matter. But since Hu Tianxing was involved, she felt reassured, knowing this was also related to him. Thank you, Mr. Hua. Since you're thanking me, how about you treat me to dinner tomorrow? Hu Tianxing suggested. Sure, I'll call you after my class tomorrow, Chin-soo replied. He chuckled lightly and added, I suspect there's someone behind this video. Have you offended anyone recently? Chin-soo thought for a moment. She hadn't had conflicts with anyone except for rejecting Xiao Jingwen's advances. Could he be retaliating against her out of embarrassment? Noticing her silence, Hu Tianxing wondered if she didn't want to say anything or if she couldn't think of anyone she had offended. He didn't press further, saying, I've already sent someone to investigate. If we find out that someone is deliberately targeting you, I'll let you know. Okay, thank you. Chin-soo didn't know what else to say and could only express her gratitude again. Then make sure to rest well. I'll wait for your call tomorrow, Hu Tianxing said. Chin-soo agreed and hung up the phone. Li Jiao and Wang Wenxia, who had been listening nearby, seemed to have caught wind of something significant from Chin-soo's phone call. Did she just mention the Hua group? Was it the same Hua group they knew? The one ranked first on the world wealth list. Chin-soo, you actually know someone high up in the Hua group? Li Jiao and Wang Wenxia exclaimed. How else could she ask for a connection to the Hua group's legal department? Only someone at a high level could get them to help. I guess you could say that I helped him out a bit before, Chin-soo said. With the Hua group involved, we really don't need to worry. Li Jiao and Wang Wenxia knew the Hua group had significant influence in Long Country. With someone handling the video situation, Chin-soo finished washing up and lay down to rest. Although Hu Tianxing said he would investigate the mastermind, she didn't want to wait passively. She already had a suspect in mind and just needed to wait until tomorrow to test her theory. When Chin-soo walked into the classroom in the morning, the laughter and chatter of her classmates suddenly fell silent. Chin-soo's face showed no expression as she walked over and took a seat. Some people have such thick skin. They do those things and act like nothing happened. It's really damaging our school's reputation, a girl in the front row said loudly to her classmate. With a loud smack, Chin-soo slammed her textbook down on the desk. The girl in front jumped in surprise and glared at Chin-soo angrily. Am I wrong? If you can do those things, you shouldn't be afraid of being called out. The girl's name was Deng Yan, and she was in the same class as Chin-soo. Chin-soo was beautiful and had excellent grades, always seen as a good student by the teachers. Many boys in the class had pursued Chin-soo. Deng Yan had always been jealous of Chin-soo. After seeing a video online about Chin-soo being supported by someone, she secretly felt pleased. She couldn't help but vent her disdain for Chin-soo in the comments section. Because of people like you, who don't verify facts and blindly insult others, there are so many cases of online bullying. You don't care about the harm it causes or the serious consequences. Your behavior is truly immoral and lacking in quality. You're just an online troll, Chin-soo retorted sharply. Deng Yan scoffed. You speak so grandly. Isn't it true that you got out of a man's car? Everyone knows your financial situation. You say you're doing a part-time job, but who knows if you're just being a mistress for money. I wonder how your parents raised such a vain person. You really have no upbringing. With a loud smack, Chin-soo slapped Deng Yan across the face. Deng Yan covered her red, swollen cheek, stunned for a few seconds before she screamed, You actually dared to hit me. The girls nearby were also shocked by the sudden turn of events. Once they regained their composure, they angrily questioned, Chin-soo, how can you hit someone? Both she and Deng Yan were locals from the city, and their families were well off. They usually acted like close sisters. They looked down on students from poorer families and often mocked Chin-soo for being poor. Now, seeing Deng Yan get hit, they naturally rushed to help their friend. Deng Yan, unwilling to accept being hit, saw her friend coming to her aid, and together they tried to attack Chin-soo. Chin-soo stood still. Against these two weaklings, it was uncertain who would win. She could easily take them down with just one finger. As the situation escalated, other classmates stepped in to pull them apart and mediate. "What are you doing?" A teacher's angry voice came from the doorway. Hearing the teacher, the students fell silent and stood still. Deng Yen, who had been fierce just moments ago, immediately switched to a pitiful expression, crying to the teacher, "Teacher, Chin Su hit me for no reason. You have to give me an explanation. Someone with her kind of bad character shouldn't be at our university." The teacher, not taking her word alone, asked the other students, who explained what had happened in detail. The teacher promptly called for the counselor. In the counselor's office, Chin Su did not speak to defend herself. Deng Yen was sobbing with red, swollen eyes, looking like she had suffered a great injustice. The counselor had already understood the situation. He rubbed his aching head. Why couldn't these students just calm down? Every day there was something new for him to handle, as if he wasn't busy enough. He had seen the video about Chin Su online and could only say that as an adult, her behavior wasn't illegal, just questionable in terms of lifestyle. Moreover, things online can be true or false. It might not be as the video portrayed. He was about to ask Chin Su for her side of the story when the issue arose. He said to Chin Su, "Although Deng Yen was wrong first, you shouldn't have hit her. You need to apologize and make amends. The two of you should resolve this without making it too serious." Chin Su remained silent, showing no sign of backing down or apologizing. The counselor's expression darkened, and he said angrily, "The incident started because of you. If you had been more mindful of your behavior, this wouldn't have happened." Hearing this, Chin Su's gaze turned cold. The counselor was placing all the blame on her, clearly favoring Deng Yen. She sarcastically replied, "As a school administrator, if you can't be fair and just in handling matters, you shouldn't judge a student's right or wrong based on your personal opinions without an investigation." The counselor, feeling embarrassed by Chin Su's accusation, became angry. He threatened, "Even if Deng Yen spoke out of turn, she didn't hit anyone. You did, and that changes everything. If you can't get Deng Yan's forgiveness and she decides to report you, it will have serious consequences for you. Your scholarship and various allowances could be revoked, and you might face disciplinary action from the school. Think carefully about the consequences." Chin Su ignored the counselor's threats and calmly said, "Then let her report me. I want to see how the police will handle it." The counselor, realizing Chin Su was unyielding, didn't know what to do. He certainly didn't want to escalate the situation, as it could harm the school's reputation, and he would be held accountable. Just as he was about to persuade Chin Su again, the office door opened, and someone walked in. To Chin Su's surprise, it was Zhang Han. Zhang Han had returned to school today to handle some matters and visit his grandfather's friend, the principal of the university, Wei Jingjun. After finishing his business and visiting Wei's grandfather, he remembered that Chin Su was also at the university. He went to the medical school to find her, but her classmates said she had a conflict and had gone to the counselor's office. Worried about Chin Su, he came over. The counselor was about to scold the person who entered without permission when he looked up and saw it was Zhang Han. He naturally recognized Zhang Han, the heir of the wealthy Zhang family and a prominent figure in the previous school year. His grandfather was an old friend of the university's principal, and with such a background, he wouldn't dare to lose his temper at him. He just wondered why he was here. "Zhang Xiao, what brings you here?" The counselor stood up and greeted Zhang Han warmly. "I'm here to see Chin Su. I heard she was around, so I thought I'd drop by." "I hope I'm not interrupting anything," Zhang Han said politely, but he walked straight to Chin Su's side. "Chin Su, are you okay?" He had already heard what happened and was concerned she might feel wronged. Chin Su's previously gloomy expression softened when she saw a familiar face. "I'm fine. What are you doing here?" Zhang Han had not responded to the counselor's earlier question, but he answered Chin Su now. "I had some business at school today and casually visited the principal. I thought I'd come see you since I'm heading to Kunlun Mountain in a couple of days." Upon hearing he was going to Kunlun Mountain, Chin Su understood what it meant. Last time, when they met the leader of the Xianmen Alliance, they discussed the sealing place of the demon seed. They decided to send a group of elite disciples to investigate the sealing situation. It seemed Zhang Han had been sent by his grandfather. Make sure to stay safe. Since they were friends now, Qin Su naturally wanted to express her concern. Yeah. Zhang Han felt happy hearing her caring words. Remembering the main issue at hand, he turned to the counselor who had been left out and asked, "Is everything sorted out? Can my friend leave?" The counselor, who had been watching Zhang Han and Qin Su interact, felt distressed. He had thought Qin Su was just an ordinary student without any background, and that pressuring her to apologize to Deng Yan would resolve the matter. But now, it was clear that Qin Su was someone he couldn't afford to offend. Zhang Han had mentioned visiting the principal, which showed he had connections. His attitude toward Qin Su indicated he wanted to protect her, so it seemed Deng Yan would have to take the blame. It's all sorted out. It was just a small misunderstanding. Once we clear it up, there's no problem, the counselor said, trying to hide his discomfort. Then let's go, Zhang Han said to Qin Su. Qin Su glanced at Deng Yan, who looked pale and anxious, wanting to say something but hesitating. With a cold huff, she walked out of the counselor's office with Zhang Han. Once they left, the counselor let out a heavy sigh. He looked at Deng Yan, who was still looking unwell, and advised, "You saw it. Qin Su has Zhang Han backing her. Think about the consequences of offending her." Deng Yan hadn't had a chance to say anything since Zhang Han arrived and left. She understood the counselor's meaning. If she provoked Qin Su again, with Zhang Han supporting her, she would be in trouble. She gritted her teeth in frustration, thinking about how Qin Su was so proud just because she had Zhang Xiao standing up for her. Though she felt angry, she didn't dare openly speak ill of Qin Su anymore. Qin Su and Zhang Han walked along the school path. "It's been a while since we last met. Are you busy with schoolwork?" Zhang Han started the conversation. "Not really. The coursework isn't too difficult." "You're so smart. I bet it's easy for you." Zhang Han felt a bit shy around Qin Su. He was genuinely happy to see her, but whenever they were alone, he was always cautious, afraid of saying something that might upset her. Qin Su laughed lightly. "You're flattering me. I'm getting embarrassed." Seeing her smile, Zhang Han awkwardly touched his nose. Qin Su sincerely thanked him. "Thanks for your help earlier." Even though she could have handled it without him, it would have taken more time. "Don't be so polite. I heard from my grandfather that you helped him a lot." Without the pills Qin Su made, his grandfather might never have broken through to the innate warrior level in his lifetime. "I consider it a transaction with Grandpa, not really a favor." "That's not how it is. The pills you gave him are rare and can't be bought with money. You thought of Grandpa first and gave us this chance. It's more than just a transaction." Zhang Han, as the heir of a prominent family, understood that sometimes an opportunity was far more valuable than money. "It's almost lunchtime. Let me take you out to eat," Zhang Han suggested, glancing at the time. Qin Su suddenly remembered she had promised to treat Tianqing to lunch today. "I'm sorry, but I can't go with you. I already have plans," she said apologetically. Zhang Han sighed in disappointment. Why was it always so hard to treat Qin Su to a meal? "That's fine. We can plan for another day," he said, pretending to be indifferent. "I'll head up now," Qin Su said as they reached the dormitory building, bidding farewell to Zhang Han. "Okay, see you." Zhang Han waved as he watched her enter the dorm. Once Qin Su was out of sight, he slumped his shoulders. Just as he was about to leave, a female voice called out to him. "Zhang Xiao, don't be fooled by Qin Su. She's just a vain woman." Zhang Han turned to see it was the girl from the counselor's office.
What do you mean by that? He frowned.
Deng Yan approached him. "Zhang Xiao, I can see you like Qin Su, but do you really know her? She pretends to be cold and aloof at school, but behind the scenes, she's a mistress to wealthy men." Hearing this, Zhang Han's face showed disgust. "I may not know Qin Su well, but I can tell what kind of person you are, malicious, narrow-minded, and someone who talks behind others' backs."
"You?"
Deng Yan was furious at Zhang Han's harsh words. Ignoring her, Zhang Han turned to leave. "If you don't believe me, look it up online." Chin Su is a hypocritical woman, and you men are just deceived by her appearance. Dang Yen shouted after him, unwilling to back down. Zhang Han initially wanted to ignore her, but he took out his phone and searched online. After watching a few videos, he found some about Chin Su. He didn't pay attention to the hateful comments, but watched the videos carefully again. He felt that the car in the video looked familiar. Just as he was about to pause the video to zoom in on the car details, it suddenly wouldn't open. When he clicked again, the screen showed that the video had been taken down. He shook his head. How could he doubt Chin Su's character based on others' words? Arriving at the parking lot, he got in his car and drove away. Just as he left, the car he thought looked familiar from the video entered the parking lot from another entrance and parked in the now vacant spot. A tall and handsome man stood in front of the science experiment building at Jing University, catching the attention of passing students.
Wow, who is that guy?
He's so handsome. I don't know. Is there such a person in our school? How come I haven't noticed him in the 3 years I've been here? If he were, everyone would know by now. Look, he's holding a bouquet of roses. He must be here to see his girlfriend, right? I wonder which girl is so amazing that she caught such a handsome guy. This morning, Hu Tianqing finished handling some important matters at the company and instructed Qi Mingyang to arrange his schedule for the afternoon. Seeing the joy on Hu's face, Qi guessed what was going on. Who else could make Hu's usually cold expression change, except Miss Qin? As noon approached, Hu Tianqing couldn't wait any longer. When he received a call from Chin Su, he headed straight to Jing University. Once he arrived, he realized he didn't know where Chin Su's dormitory or classroom was. He had to stop under a tree in front of the experiment building and call her. He noticed the curious gazes around him, but having grown up in the spotlight, he felt no discomfort. After parting ways with Zhang Han, Chin Su returned to her dorm to change clothes, planning to invite Hu Tianqing to dinner. Li Jiaojiao and the others had probably gone to the cafeteria, leaving her alone in the dorm. As Chin Su was fixing her makeup, her phone rang. Seeing it was Hu Tianqing, she quickly answered, "You're at our school? Wait for me a few minutes. I'll be right down." After hanging up, she hurriedly finished up, grabbed her phone and bag, and rushed toward the experiment building. Not far from the building, she spotted Hu Tianqing standing quietly under a yellowing sycamore tree. He seemed to be the center of attention, with passing students slowing down to take a second look at him. However, his cold demeanor kept them from approaching. Suddenly, he turned, and their eyes met. Chin Su's heart raced slightly, and she instinctively looked away. She walked over slowly, and Hu Tianqing moved toward her as well. At that moment, she noticed he was holding a bouquet of bright red roses. When Hu Tianqing reached her, he handed her the flowers. "These are for you. I hope you like them." Chin Su hesitated for a few seconds, but then reached out to take them, looking down at the roses in her hands. Why was he giving her roses? Did it mean what she thought it did, or was she overthinking? Her feelings for Hu Tianqing were different from those she had for the boys who had pursued her before. Those past suitors often seemed immature to her. Perhaps because she lost her mother at a young age and faced family difficulties, she took on responsibilities earlier than her peers. While other girls dreamed of love, she only thought about finishing her studies and working to ease her father's burden. Hu Tianqing was different. He was calm and decisive. Though strangers might see him as cold and unfeeling, Chin Su knew from spending time with him that beneath his icy exterior was a soft heart. For 3 years, he searched for various doctors and healers to save his grandfather, never considering giving up. His grandfather was the only family member who had shown him love, and he was willing to protect those he cared about fiercely. In how they treated the people they cared about, they were quite similar. "Let's go," Chin Su said, noticing more and more eyes on them. She urged Hu Tianqing to leave. Yan Jinghua was scrolling through her phone in a luxurious student apartment while Qi Qingyu applied a face mask and listened to soothing music. "Isn't that Chin Su? Who's that man with her? He's so handsome," Yan Jinghua said, a hint of envy and jealousy in her voice. "What are you looking at? What's going on with Chin Su?" Qi Qingyu asked casually, tapping her face mask. She was quite pleased with what Xiao Jingwen had done. After giving him an ultimatum, She was surprised to see rumors of Chin Su being supported by someone trending on the most popular video site the next day, and she knew it was Xiao Jingwen's doing. After all, Chin Su had dared to covet the man Qi Qingyu had her eye on. Yan Jinghua showed her phone to Qi Qingyu, who glanced at it. Suddenly, Qi Qingyu snatched the phone away, ignoring the mask that fell from her face, and watched the video intently. Why was this happening? Didn't Hua Tianqing see the trending news about Chin Su? How could he still be with her? Watching Hua Tianqing hand roses to Chin Su and their shared gaze made Qi Qingyu furious, and she threw the phone to the ground.
Hey!
My phone! Yan Jinghua gasped as she saw the phone hit the ground, the screen going black with cracks spreading across it, feeling a pang of sympathy. She had just bought the latest model for over 10,000 yuan, and now it was ruined. Qi Qingyu didn't care about her feelings. Her mind was filled with images of Hua Tianqing and Chin Su together. She grabbed her phone and bag and stormed out of the dorm, slamming the door behind her. The loud noise startled Yan Jinghua, who was still lamenting her broken phone. Really? She broke my phone and just ran off like that. Yan Jinghua muttered quietly, not daring to voice her complaints in front of Qi Qingyu. Her family was only moderately well off, and being Qi Qingyu's follower allowed her to live in a luxurious student apartment and accompany her to various upscale places. Chin Su, having promised to treat Hua Tianqing to dinner, chose the restaurant. She took him to a quiet restaurant in Jing City. Though it wasn't very upscale, it had great online reviews and a peaceful atmosphere. Chin Su had been there a few times with Zhang Yilin and was satisfied with the service and food, so she brought Hua Tianqing along. After they ordered, Chin Su said to Hua Tianqing, I didn't expect you to come to Jing University to find me. I was just about to call you. I was worried you might forget, so I decided to come find you instead, Hua Tianqing joked. Chin Su shot him a glare. Did he think she was untrustworthy? Did she really need him to treat her to dinner? Hua Tianqing wasn't offended by her glare. He said, I found out about the person behind that video online. The person was a marketing account that usually spreads celebrity rumors and gossip to gain traffic, and they had quite a few followers. They also took on projects to pit celebrities against each other and turned ordinary people into internet celebrities. However, after investigating their account information, they found a recent transaction of hundreds of thousands, traced back to a small family in Jing City, apparently linked to Xiao Jingwen. Chin Su was shocked to learn that the mastermind was indeed Xiao Jingwen. Did he really seek revenge just because she rejected him, or was there another reason? Chin Su learned about the person behind the scenes and didn't want to trouble Hua Tianqing too much, so she said she would handle it herself. Hua Tianqing nodded. Last night, he had already asked Qi Mingyang to deal with the video issue. Before leaving the company, Qi Mingyang told him that the video had been taken down. Now the video is no longer online, and the impact will gradually lessen. Today, Chin Su went out for lunch with Hua Tianqing, and there was another matter on her mind. She promised Aunt Sun that she would find a good hospital for the children to get treatment. It would have been better to ask Zhang Heian for help. After all, his family is in the medical industry, and they have many skilled doctors. But for some reason, when she thought about asking for help, Hua Tianqing was the first person that came to her mind. Mr. Hua, I have one more thing I'd like your help with. After much consideration, Chin Su finally spoke up. Tianqing. Hua Tianqing frowned, correcting her address. Chin Su had no choice but to say, all right, Tianqing, can you help me with something? Hua Tianqing seemed unusually childish, insisting on the way she addressed him. With a slight raise of his eyebrows, Hua Tianqing was satisfied with how Chin Su addressed him and then asked, what is it? Chin Su explained the situation of a few children in Lin City. No problem. Hua's has a charity foundation. I'll have Qi Mingyang follow up on it. Hua Tianqing was pleased that Chin Su thought of him for help, which showed that she was no longer as distant as before. Do you have classes this afternoon? Hua Tianqing planned to take Chin Su out shopping after lunch. Chin Su didn't know his intentions, but she indeed had no classes this afternoon. She replied, I don't have any major courses this afternoon, so I don't have to go. After we eat, come with me to a place, Hua Tianqing said. Chin Su naturally agreed, especially since she had just asked for help. After lunch, Hua Tianqing was about to pay when Qin Su stopped him. "I promised to treat you. How can I let you pay?" she said, then scanned her phone to pay. Hua Tianqing didn't argue, and they left the restaurant together. Once in the car, Qin Su watched as Hua Tianqing drove to the most luxurious shopping mall in the city center. Having studied in the city for a year, Qin Su had been here before. However, she always accompanied Zhang Yilin for shopping and, given her previous financial situation, she could never afford anything here. Zhang Yilin once wanted to buy her something, but she refused. Although she had a difficult upbringing, she never developed a taste for vanity. Her material desires were low. As long as something was usable, she didn't care about the brand. Following Hua Tianqing, they arrived at the third floor of the mall, which was filled with top luxury jewelry brands. Qin Su found it hard to understand Hua Tianqing. With his status, he could have anything custom-made for him. If he wanted something more common, he could just send an assistant or have the brand come to him. Why did he need to shop in person? While she was puzzled, Hua Tianqing had already entered a high-end jewelry store. He instructed the staff to bring out the latest jewelry. The female staff, used to dealing with wealthy clients, immediately recognized that Hua Tianqing was not an ordinary customer. As soon as he spoke, she quickly brought out the newest pieces. Hua Tianqing called Qin Su over to help him choose. "My aunt's 50th birthday is next Wednesday, and she loves this brand of jewelry. I'm not very knowledgeable about this, so I'd like your advice." Qin Su thought she must have misheard. She was just an ordinary college student, and the most expensive jewelry she had seen was only worth 1,000 yuan. Now he wanted her to help him choose pieces worth 7 figures. She smiled apologetically. "I might not be able to help much. I don't know much about these." Hua Tianqing understood her concerns and said casually, "I don't understand women's tastes. The gifts I gave my aunt before were criticized by her. You just need to help me see if it fits most people's tastes." With no choice, Qin Su stepped forward to seriously examine the sparkling jewelry in front of her. What kind of poor taste could make his aunt complain? She thought all the jewelry looked beautiful. Any piece would be fine. What kind of person is your aunt? Since she agreed to help, she needed to understand her preferences. Hua Tianqing thought for a moment and said, "She appears graceful and elegant in front of others, but is a bit playful with those she knows well." He actually meant to say pretentious. Qin Su immediately imagined a dignified and elegant woman who could quickly switch to a more playful demeanor. After looking at the row of jewelry, she picked a blue diamond necklace. The necklace was simple yet elegant, with a touch of charm in its details. However, the price made her gasp. Even though she had some assets now, she still couldn't understand why the wealthy would spend so much on something that was only visually appealing. Seeing that Qin Su had made her choice, Hua Tianqing asked the staff to wrap it up and also included another piece, then handed his black card to the staff to pay. Qin Su noticed he bought an extra piece and thought he was just being prepared. To her surprise, he took the wrapped jewelry and handed it to her. "You've helped me a lot, so this is a gift for you." Qin Su was taken aback and quickly refused. "No, it's just a small matter. I can't accept such an expensive gift." She had seen that the jewelry cost over 100,000. The last time she accepted a gift from him was out of necessity, and she was determined not to accept anything this time. Seeing her refusal, Hua Tianqing didn't retract his hand, and they were stuck in this awkward situation. The staff watched anxiously, thinking this girl was too foolish to refuse such an expensive gift. Why couldn't such a wealthy person buy her something so valuable? If it were her, she would never refuse. Qin Su was unaware of the staff's thoughts. She was resolute about not accepting the gift. At that moment, 2 more people entered the store. Seeing Qin Su's firm attitude, Hua Tianqing was afraid of forcing her to accept it and making it hard to ask for her help in the future, so he took the jewelry back. One of the newcomers was someone Qin Su recognized. Qi Qingyu had been upset after seeing the video of Qin Su and Hua Tianqing that morning and had gone straight back to her family. In the afternoon, her mother asked her to accompany her shopping, and feeling down, she agreed. She didn't expect to run into Qin Su, especially with Mr.
Hua.
Qi Qingyu's mother, Qinyuru, saw Hua Tianqing and exclaimed, "Mr. Hua, What a coincidence to see you here. What a wonderful fate. Hua Tianqing didn't give her a single glance. However, she was used to lowering herself around people of a higher status. She acted as if she didn't notice Hua Tianqing's coldness and approached him enthusiastically. Mr. Hua, do you like the jewelry from this store? What a coincidence. My daughter Qingyu likes it too. She pulled over Qi Qingyu, who was standing awkwardly beside her, and introduced her to Hua Tianqing. This is my daughter, Qi Qingyu. She is studying finance management at Jing University. She then gave Qi Qingyu a look. Hurry up and seize the opportunity. Qi Qingyu had tried to create chances to meet Hua Tianqing before, but he had ignored her every time. She felt a mix of love and hate for this man. Seeing Qin Su watching the scene with interest made her dislike Qin Su even more. Qi Qingyu forced a gentle smile. Mr. Hua, we meet again. Anyone who didn't know would think they were familiar. Hua Tianqing didn't even look at her and told Qin Su, who was watching him like a spectator, let's go. We've finished shopping. I'll take you home. Qin Su had hoped for some drama, but was surprised by Hua Tianqing's disregard for Qi Qingyu. She had no choice but to follow Hua Tianqing out of the jewelry store. After they had walked a bit away from the store, Qin Su couldn't help but ask Hua Tianqing, do you know Qi Qingyu? Hua Tianqing's calm expression revealed nothing as he simply replied, and seeing he wouldn't say more, Qin Su stopped asking. Inside the jewelry store, Qi Qingyu waited until Hua Tianqing and Qin Su left, then her expression darkened. Zhang Yuro noticed her mood and advised, don't be discouraged. Men like Mr. Hua can be tricky, but all men are the same. If you can make him fall in love with you, you'll have the upper hand. Qi Qingyu didn't respond to Zhang Yuro. She hadn't told her mother that she had already pursued Hua Tianqing, only to be ignored. She had initially run home in frustration after seeing a video of Qin Su with Hua Tianqing that morning, and now she unexpectedly encountered them together. She had already felt unsure about winning Hua Tianqing over, and seeing Qin Su by his side intensified her sense of crisis. With Xiao Jingwen's plan already failing, it seemed she needed to come up with a new way to deal with Qin Su. She pushed her thoughts aside and continued to pick out jewelry with Zhang Yuro. 2 days had passed since Hua Tianqing had lunch with her. That day, Aunt Sun suddenly called Qin Su to inform her that an organization claiming to be from the Hua Charity Foundation had come to Lin City to discuss taking children to Jing City for treatment. Not knowing if it was the same group she had mentioned arranging, she called Qin Su to confirm. Qin Su assured Aunt Sun that it was indeed the group she had contacted and to feel free to meet them in Jing City. After asking Hua Tianqing for help that day, she had donated 5 million to the Hua Charity Foundation. She believed that under Hua Tianqing's management, the foundation would help those in need. Su, have you missed me? Someone suddenly patted her shoulder from behind. Qin Su wasn't startled. She had already sensed someone familiar approaching. Why didn't you react? I thought I could scare you, Zhang Yilin said as she sat down beside her. I knew you were here, so I wouldn't be scared, Qin Su replied. Okay, I see you're tough. When did you return to school? Didn't you take a week off? Qin Su asked, noting that only 5 days had passed. Don't mention it. My aunt attempted suicide this time, and my cousin is abroad. My parents went overseas and can't come back, so I had to take care of my aunt, Zhang Yilin sighed. Her aunt was a passionate woman. Although she had a business marriage with Qi Jinqing, they had shared a loving relationship in the early years. But many men are unfaithful, and when Qi Jinqing fell for someone else, her aunt couldn't handle the blow and fell into despair. Love is truly a terrifying thing. Because of her aunt's situation, Zhang Yilin had developed a distrust of men. Qin Su had heard about her aunt's past from Zhang Yilin and felt sympathy for her. She asked, is your aunt okay now?
She's fine now.
Thankfully, the caregiver noticed in time. Otherwise, it could have been worse, Zhang Yilin said, relieved. Remembering how Zhang Yilin had helped her before, Qin Su offered, Yilin, I learned some traditional medicine while I was at home. If you trust me, I'd like to take a look at your aunt. In the past, she wouldn't have been so bold as to claim she could help Zhang Yilin's aunt. But now that she had her own space and resources, she felt confident she could assist. Zhang Yilin looked at Qin Su skeptically. Both were studying medicine, and although they were still students, they knew more than the average person. They had previously hired the most famous psychiatrist in the country for her aunt, but it hadn't worked. They had also tried traditional medicine, but that had failed too. Given her previous understanding of Chin-Su, she didn't think she would be so reckless. Tell me honestly, did you have some kind of adventure while you were home? Like discovering a magical space or meeting a mysterious old man who taught you profound skills? Zhang Yilin's sudden question made Chin-Su's heart skip a beat. But she maintained her composure. Have you read too many novels? How could you even think of something like that? Zhang Yilin laughed. I was just joking. Then she turned serious and asked, We've consulted skilled traditional doctors before, and they all said my aunt's condition was hopeless. Can you really help her? Chin-Su didn't make any guarantees. She simply said, let's give it a try. What if it really works? Seeing Chin-Su's serious expression, Zhang Yilin made up her mind. All right, I'll talk to my parents, and in a couple of days, I'll take you to the nursing home to see my aunt's condition. With that settled, their teacher entered the classroom, and they quickly prepared for class. At noon, after finishing lunch in the cafeteria, Chin-Su and Zhang Yilin took a walk by the lake to digest. They chatted and laughed, enjoying this rare moment of peace. But someone couldn't stand her relaxed demeanor and approached from a distance. Zhang Yilin noticed Xiao Jingwen walking over and whispered, Why do we keep running into him? Xiao Jingwen had shared a video of Chin-Su getting out of a man's luxury car with an online marketing account to create buzz. He planned to step in later to resolve the situation, hoping to win Chin-Su's heart in the process. Once he completed the task Qi Qingyu had given him, the Xiao family would rise to a new level with the Qi family's support. However, just as the buzz was growing, the video was taken down. He tried to contact those online but couldn't reach anyone. He was puzzled about what had happened, wondering if the man behind Chin-Su had handled the video. For the past few days, he had wanted to find Chin-Su, but had been unsuccessful. Today, seeing her, he decided to test the waters. Xiao Jingwen approached and greeted Chin-Su. Chin-Su, how have you been? I haven't seen you these past few days. Don't pay attention to the nonsense online. Those are just slanders from people with bad intentions. I believe you are not that kind of person. Chin-Su already knew from Hua Tianqing that the person behind this was the Xiao family, and she only recognized Xiao Jingwen among them. She wanted to find out if anyone else was involved, so she didn't confront him directly. She replied calmly, I have nothing to fear as long as I am innocent. No matter what others say, I have a clear conscience. Xiao Jingwen was surprised by Chin-Su's reaction. He thought she would be upset, which would have been the perfect opportunity for him to pursue her. To his surprise, she seemed quite strong mentally and was not affected by the online rumors. He smiled at her with what he thought was his best smile. It's good that you think that way. Fortunately, the video has been taken down, so it hasn't caused you any serious harm. Did the school help you with that? Xiao Jingwen couldn't help but ask his burning question. He wanted to know who had taken care of the video. Chin-Su thought to herself, I don't know, but the counselor said the school hadn't had time to deal with it before it was taken down. I guess there are still sensible people in society. Maybe someone reported it because they didn't like it. Xiao Jingwen certainly didn't believe such a ridiculous reason. There were plenty of scandals and online bullying happening every day. People online were too busy gossiping to take the time to report a video. He said dryly, as long as it's all good now, that's fine. Just be careful in the future. I'll take my leave now. You two enjoy yourselves. He turned and left, somewhat distracted. Chin-Su watched him walk a few steps away before she focused her energy and shot it toward his leg. Xiao Jingwen suddenly felt a numbness in his leg and lost strength, falling straight into the nearby lake. With a splash, water sprayed everywhere. Thinking he could get away with it, Chin-Su certainly wouldn't let him off easily. She wanted to teach him a lesson. Zhang Yilin was still pondering the conversation between Chin-Su and Xiao Jingwen. What video online? She had only taken a few days off. Did something happen that she didn't know about? Then she heard a splash behind her. Turning around, she saw Xiao Jingwen had somehow fallen into the lake. After a moment of panic, his survival instincts kicked in, and he started flailing in the water. He could swim, but for some reason he couldn't use his legs and could only paddle with his arms. Classmates walking by the lake were startled by the sudden incident and rushed over to help. Chin-soo and Zhang Yilin naturally went over as well. Chin-soo didn't want to take Xiao Jingwen's life. She just wanted to teach him a lesson. The pressure point she hit on his leg would wear off soon. Sure enough, just as the classmates reached the lake to rescue him, he managed to swim to the shore and climb out. Soaked and disheveled, he sat on the bank, far from the image of the charming campus heartthrob. A few female classmates approached to check on him, and Xiao Jingwen pretended to be calm, saying he was fine. After watching for a while, Chin-soo pulled Zhang Yilin away, who was still enjoying the spectacle. Su, that Xiao Jingwen is so unlucky. How did he just fall into the lake? She said, not having a good impression of him and sounding a bit gleeful. Chin-soo just smiled and didn't respond. If she let Zhang Yilin know that Xiao Jingwen falling into the lake was her doing, it would be hard to explain. After Zhang Yilin had her fill of laughter at Xiao Jingwen, she recalled what he had said to Chin-soo and asked, "What was that video you mentioned earlier?" Chin-soo knew that if she didn't explain, Zhang Yilin would find out from other classmates, so she briefly told her about the events from a few days ago. "Who is so terrible to secretly film you and post it online? If I find out who it is, I'll make sure they face consequences." She wasn't joking. With her family's influence, it would be easy to get the person into trouble. She treated Chin-soo like a sister and wouldn't tolerate anyone bullying her. Chin-soo felt touched. Zhang Yilin was truly supportive. In her first year of college, she had saved money by eating only steamed buns with hot water for breakfast. To earn money, she took on various part-time jobs whenever she had free time. Zhang Yilin understood her situation and didn't look down on her. Initially, she wanted to directly support Chin-soo, but Chin-soo's pride wouldn't allow her to accept money without reason. So, Zhang Yilin introduced her to Easy, while paying part-time jobs. Chin-soo always remembered this and thought she would repay her kindness when she had the chance. Seeing Zhang Yilin worried about her aunt, she had offered to help. "Well, I'm fine now, right? The video has been taken down, and maybe that person has faced some consequences," Chin-soo said. Seeing that Chin-soo really didn't seem affected, Zhang Yilin felt relieved. After a day of classes and dinner, Chin-soo remembered she had an important matter to attend to. She left the school and took a ride to Huayuan Mountain Villa in the city. The driver could only take her to the entrance of the villa. This was where the wealthiest people in the city lived, and security was tight. Without an invitation from a resident, no other vehicles could enter. Chin-soo had just followed the address Zhang Huaishan gave her and didn't expect to be stopped at the gate. She had to call Zhang Huaishan. He answered quickly and, upon hearing it was Chin-soo visiting, asked her to wait a moment. Soon, the Zhang family's driver arrived in a luxurious Rolls-Royce to take her inside. Chin-soo followed the driver to the Zhang family's villa. The driver politely opened the car door for her and invited her to get out. Another staff member stood at the entrance, guiding her inside. Having previously visited Hua Tianxing's even more luxurious estate, Chin-soo wasn't as impressed by the Zhang family's villa. The staff member led her to the entrance of the hall and then stepped back. Chin-soo walked into the understated, yet luxurious hall and saw Zhang Huaishan waiting for her at the tea table. "Sue girl, you're here. Come sit down and try this special Da Hong Pao I just got." Zhang Huaishan greeted her with a kind smile. Chin-soo walked over and sat down as Zhang Huaishan pushed a cup of tea toward her. She politely nodded and took a sip of the tea. After finishing the cup, Zhang Huaishan asked, "Sue girl, did you come to see me for something important?" He usually invited her to come play, but she had always declined. He figured she must have something significant to discuss this time. Chin-soo set down her cup, carefully organizing her thoughts before speaking. "Grandpa Zhang, I have a batch of high-quality medicinal materials and would like to collaborate with your Inxin Pharmaceutical." Zhang Huaishan became interested. He knew Chin-soo had a mysterious master behind her, and last time she had produced so many rare pills, which might have been due to her master's influence. So, he was very interested in the collaboration Chin-soo was about to propose. Chin-soo took out a porcelain bottle and handed it to Zhang Huaishan. Last time, Zhang Huaishan bought 3 bottles of pills from Qin Su, which greatly helped his cultivation. This time, when Qin Su took out another bottle, he thought it was another high-quality pill and felt very excited. He quickly took it, uncorked the bottle, poured out a pill, examined it closely, and then smelled it. However, the excitement on his face faded. He put down the bottle and said to Qin Su, "Su girl, is this pill meant to strengthen the body and prolong life?"
Inshunari.
As a disciple of the Taoist medical school, Zhang Huaishan's ability to identify pills was impressive. Zhang Huaishan continued, "The quality of your pills is much better than what our company produces. But our company has a huge daily demand. If you want to cooperate with us, can you provide that many herbs?" He had just carefully examined the pill and found that the herbs used by Qin Su were of much better age and quality than those from their company. It contained several precious herbs like ginseng, Hisho Wu, Rehmannia, and Poria, all of which were decades old. Such rare herbs cannot be cultivated artificially. Qin Su shook her head. She came to Zhang Huaishan for cooperation, not to produce ordinary pills. She aimed for the high-end market, specifically selling to the elite. "Grandpa Zhang, my pill is not just a bit better than yours. I came to you to open up the high-end market in the capital." Zhang Huaishan looked troubled. He knew that Qin Su's pill was excellent. However, in the elite circles of the capital, every family had their own skilled alchemists who made pills for them. They only used their own pills, and even their Inshin group struggled to break into this market. Seeing Zhang Huaishan's troubled expression, Qin Su asked Grandpa Zhang, "Is there something wrong?" Zhang Huaishan had to explain that the families in the capital only used their own pills and rarely bought from outside. Upon hearing this, Qin Su was not worried. She said, "Grandpa Zhang, once they try my pill, they will know which is better. I guarantee they will never use their own pills again." The herbs she grew in her space, combined with ancient formulas, produced pills that were undoubtedly stronger than those made by others. Zhang Huaishan was skeptical. Although her pill was good, it couldn't be that amazing. Qin Su directly took out a pill and suggested he try it. Zhang Huaishan took the pill without hesitation and swallowed it. As a cultivator, even at his 80s, his body was in better shape than many in their 50s or 60s. He didn't know what effects the pill would have on him. But just a few minutes later, he felt a warm sensation spreading through his body. As a cultivator, his senses were much sharper than ordinary people, and he could feel the medicinal energy circulating throughout him. Years of martial arts training had left him with hidden injuries, which were now slowly healing. He adjusted his breathing and circulated his energy until he fully absorbed the medicinal power, then slowly stopped. He exclaimed to Qin Su, "Your pill is incredibly powerful. If those old guys try it, they will definitely fight over it, not worrying about sales." He was curious why Qin Su's pills were so effective. Their pills also used decades-old herbs, but they didn't have the same effect. "Su girl, why is your pill so strong? If it's just the age of the herbs, we have also used decades-old herbs to make pills, but none are as good as yours. How did you do it?" Though he knew it was inappropriate to pry into others' methods, his curiosity as a medical practitioner was strong.
Inshu smiled slightly.
"The key to my pills is not just the age of the herbs. I have ancient formulas, and there's one crucial herb that is hard to find today, which only our sect can cultivate, making the effects extraordinary." Hearing this, Zhang Huaishan decided not to press further. "So, how do you want to cooperate?" he asked. "I will provide you with a batch of pills every month, and you handle the sales. We can split the profits 80 to 20. How does that sound?" Qin Su initially thought about giving Zhang Huaishan the herbs to make the pills, but considering various factors, she decided to work harder and refine them herself in her space. If it weren't for wanting to leverage Zhang Huaishan's connections to enter the elite circle, she would have preferred to do it all herself. Zhang Huaishan had no objections, and they agreed that Qin Su would supply pills to him for sale each month. After discussing the cooperation, Qin Su politely declined Zhang Huaishan's invitation to stay and left the Zhang family. Back at school, she entered just in time before the dormitory curfew. Qin Su thought about finding a shop to sell the fruits from her space. She realized that if she returned late in the future, it would be more convenient to find a place to stay outside. Upon entering the dorm, Li Jiaojiao and Wang Wenxiao were already lying on their beds, scrolling through their phones. Hearing the door open, they looked over. "Qin-su, you're back?" Li Jiaojiao asked. "Why are you back so late?" Wang Wenxiao followed up. Qin-su placed her bag on the table, filled her cup with water, took a sip, and then answered them. "I had something to take care of. While you were out, Qi Qingyu came looking for you," Li Jiaojiao said, recalling earlier. Qin-su was puzzled. She didn't have much interaction with Qi Qingyu. What could she want? Did she say what she wanted? Qin-su asked. "No, she left when she saw you weren't here." Qin-su couldn't figure out why Qi Qingyu was looking for her and didn't think much of it. She grabbed some clothes and went to the bathroom to take a shower. Half an hour later, Qin-su lay on her bed, appearing to be asleep, but her spirit had already entered her space. She went to the area with herbs, gathered what she needed to make the lifespan pill, and began refining. After spending nearly half the night preparing the pills for Zhang Huaishan, Qin-su started her cultivation. Her cultivation level had reached the mid-foundation stage, just one small realm away from the golden core stage. After finishing today's classes, Qin-su was ready to check out the properties recommended by the real estate agent. Zhang Yilin approached her. "Su, where are you planning to go later?" She hadn't been shopping for a while and really wanted to go to the Global Financial Center for some shopping. Seeing Qin-su packing her books and getting ready to leave, she quickly called out to her. As Qin-su packed her things, she replied, "I'm going to look at some houses." "What? You're looking for a house? Are you planning to rent a place outside?" Zhang Yilin was a bit surprised. Renting a place outside could be quite expensive. Could Qin-su really afford it? "Yes, I've already submitted my application to the counselor, and it should be approved soon." As soon as Qin-su decided to rent, she quickly handed in her application to the counselor. She didn't know what the counselor thought, nor did she ask much. The counselor just said it would be approved soon. Hearing that Qin-su had something to do, Zhang Yilin dropped her shopping plans. "Then I'll go with you." The two of them left the school and headed to the real estate agency. A man in his 30s greeted Qin-su and took her to the reception room. Once they were seated, Manager Liu began to introduce the properties to Qin-su. "Hello, Miss Qin. Based on your requirements, we have 3 properties that meet your criteria. Which one do you prefer?" He then displayed the floor plans and interior photos of the 3 houses on a tablet. At first, Qin-su considered buying a house, but then she thought about her studies. If she bought one near the school, she wouldn't find a place she liked. Moreover, she wanted to wait until her career in the city was stable before bringing her family over to discuss what kind of house they would like. In the end, she decided to rent for now. Looking at the 3 different houses, all of which met her needs, she quickly chose one. This house was the closest to the school, making it convenient for her classes. After signing the rental contract with Manager Liu and paying 6 months' rent along with a deposit, Qin-su thought about opening a fruit shop and wondered if Manager Liu had any commercial properties available. "Manager Liu, I'm also looking for a good commercial space. Do you have any listings?" Seeing that Qin-su had quickly signed the rental contract, which was quite expensive, over 30,000 for 6 months, Manager Liu was thrilled to hear she was also looking for a shop. His commission for this deal could surpass several previous ones. Yes. What kind of shop are you looking for, Miss Qin?" Manager Liu replied eagerly. "It needs to be in a good location, preferably near the Global Financial Center, and around 200 square meters would be fine." Manager Liu's eyes lit up at the thought of a big deal. Shops in that area could rent for hundreds of thousands, or even over $1 million a year. Although he didn't have any listings in that area at the moment, he wouldn't let this opportunity slip away. He could ask his friends for more information. "All right, Miss Qin, I'll do my best to send you the shop details as soon as possible," Manager Liu said with a big smile. Once everything was settled, Qin-su didn't linger and left the real estate agency with Zhang Yilin. "Su, renting a house is one thing, but why do you want to rent a shop?" Zhang Yilin had stopped questioning where Qin-su got all her money. Maybe she really had some good fortune. "Let's go. I'll treat you to something to eat, and I'll explain everything later." Qin Su pulled Zhang Yilin toward a nearby dessert shop. After sitting down and placing their orders, Zhang Yilin stared intently at Qin Su, waiting for her explanation. Qin Su took a sip of lemonade and slowly said, "I made a little money during the summer vacation, and I plan to run a shop to sell fruits for my family." Zhang Yilin couldn't believe it. Wasn't Qin Su's family in the herbal business? How did they switch to selling fruits? Seeing her disbelief, Qin Su explained how she had contracted 10 acres of land to grow blueberries over the summer. Weren't they just planted? How can they bear fruit so soon? Although Zhang Yilin was a rich girl, she still had basic knowledge. Blueberries couldn't possibly bear fruit in just a few months. Since Qin Su had decided to sell fruits, she must have thought it through. The blueberries aren't ready yet, but there are many kinds of fruits in my hometown. I can just transport them from there. The fruits in her space could be harvested quickly, and the trees would be full of fruit again the next day. Zhang Yilin was a bit worried for Qin Su. Su, what fruits are there that aren't already available at the Global Financial Center? There are plenty of imported fruits from abroad. Although she didn't know where Qin Su got her money, she didn't want her to invest recklessly and lose it all. Qin Su understood her friend's concern and reassured her, "Don't worry. The fruits I sell will be much better than those foreign ones. Once people try them, they'll want to buy more." She was selling fruits from her space, so she never worried about them not selling. Seeing her confidence, Zhang Yilin didn't press further. The two chatted and enjoyed their desserts. Suddenly, someone stood nearby. Qin Su looked up to see Qi Qingyu. Unlike the shy demeanor she had when she saw Hu Tianqing at the jewelry store, she now appeared arrogant and commanding. "Qin Su, I need to talk to you." Qin Su ignored her and calmly continued eating her dessert. Seeing Qin Su disregard her, Qi Qingyu felt a surge of anger, reminiscent of how Hu Tianqing had ignored her before. In a fit of rage, she knocked Qin Su's dessert onto the floor. Finally, Qin Su looked up at her seriously. Qi Qingyu was momentarily taken aback by Qin Su's icy gaze. But she quickly regained her composure and felt annoyed that she had found Qin Su intimidating for a moment. "I'm talking to you, didn't you hear me?" At the same time, Zhang Yilin had also snapped back to reality after witnessing Qi Qingyu's actions. Just as she was about to scold Qi Qingyu, Qin Su spoke up, "Who are you to me? Why should I listen to you?" Seeing that Qin Su wasn't giving her any respect, Qi Qingyu decided to be direct. "I don't care what your relationship with Hu Tianqing is, but from today on, if I see you bothering him again, I will make sure you can't stay at Jing University." Qin Su thought Qi Qingyu was looking for her for some other reason, but it turned out to be about Hu Tianqing. It seemed this unforeseen disaster was caused by Hu Tianqing's bad luck. Suddenly, a wave of anger towards Hu Tianqing surged within her. No wonder when she asked him outside the jewelry store if he knew Qi Qingyu, he only responded briefly and didn't say more. It turned out he had some connection with her. Meanwhile, in the Hu group, Hu Tianqing suddenly sneezed. Qi Mingyang looked at his boss with concern, wondering if he was too busy with company matters and had caught a cold. Hu Tianqing glanced at Qi Mingyang, who then wisely left the office. Hu Tianqing looked at the phone beside him, hesitated for a moment, and then picked it up. He found Qin Su's number and dialed. At the dessert shop, Qin Su heard Qi Qingyu's claims and threats, but showed no expression. She said calmly, "Hua is your boyfriend, so you have the right to tell me to stay away from him. As far as I know, you and Hua are not close. What gives you the right to ask me not to interact with him?" Although she and Hu Tianqing were just friends, she couldn't understand Qi Qingyu's domineering demand. Given Hu Tianqing's attitude towards Qi Qingyu that day, it didn't seem friendly. How could she have the nerve to make such an absurd request? Seeing that Qin Su was not intimidated and even mocked her, Qi Qingyu recalled how Qin Su witnessed Hu Tianqing's coldness towards her in the jewelry store. This only strengthened her resolve to get rid of Qin Su. Her sense of crisis was greater than any other woman who had approached Hu Tianqing before. Just as she was about to threaten Qin Su regarding her studies, Qin Su's phone rang. Qin Su's phone was on the table, and the caller ID showed Hu Tianqing's name. Qi Qingyu also saw the caller ID, and her face twisted slightly. Qin Su answered the call, and Hu Tianqing's deep, magnetic voice came through. What are you doing right now? He had asked Chi Mingyang to get Chin Su's class schedule and knew she had no classes this afternoon. Suddenly, he felt a strong urge to contact Chin Su. He was a man of action. If he wanted to do something, he would just do it, so he made the call. Chin Su remained silent, still feeling a bit emotional due to the trouble Hua Tianqing had caused. Hua Tianqing sensed that something was off with her and asked again, "Is something wrong?" His voice softened. By this time, Chin Su had calmed herself down and replied coldly, "I'm out eating with classmates. Is there something you need?" Hua Tianqing felt a pang of worry at her cold tone. What had happened? Chin Su had just started to warm up to him, so why was she now even more distant? Not wanting to overthink it, he asked directly, "Which shop are you at? I need to talk to you about something important." Chin Su didn't want to tell him, but remembering how he had helped her several times, she reluctantly gave him the address. After hanging up, the three of them fell into a strange silence. Seeing Chin Su hang up, Chi Qingyu, although unable to hear what Hua Tianqing said, realized he would be coming since she heard the dessert shop's address. She couldn't quite understand her own feelings and didn't leave immediately. Instead, she sat at another table waiting. The broken plates and cake on the floor had already been cleaned up by the staff. The commotion earlier had attracted the attention of many customers in the shop. Chin Su ignored Chi Qingyu and the others' gazes and called for another slice of cake to continue eating. Zhang Yilin, seeing Chin Su so calm as if nothing had happened, couldn't hold back her curiosity and asked, Su, do you know the president of Hua Corporation?" Chin Su replied with a yes. Zhang Yilin couldn't contain her excitement. "How do you know him?" Hua Tianqing was the most sought-after man in the city, admired by many wealthy women. From what she heard from Chi Qingyu, it seemed like Su and Hua Tianqing had a deeper relationship. Were they really dating? Her heart raced with curiosity, eager to hear all the details. But glancing at Chi Qingyu sitting nearby, she suppressed her curiosity. "I met him for some reasons when I was in Wencheng," Chin Su said, not wanting to share too much about Hua Tianqing. It involved family conflicts and matters from the mysterious world. Just as Chin Su finished one slice of cake and was about to order another, a tall, imposing man walked into the shop. Hua Tianqing preferred not to be in the public eye, so few people knew what he looked like, only that he was the head of Hua Corporation. Therefore, the people in the shop assumed he was just a wealthy young man and didn't think much of it. As soon as Hua Tianqing entered, he spotted Chin Su sitting by the window, focused on her food. He walked over. Chin Su had her back to the door and was lost in thought, not noticing Hua Tianqing's arrival. Zhang Yilin was the first to see the incredibly handsome man enter. Just as she wanted to share her excitement with Chin Su, she saw him walking straight toward them. Chi Qingyu had been watching the door and felt a mix of joy and jealousy when she saw Hua Tianqing actually come. "Chin Su," Hua Tianqing said as he reached her. Chin Su snapped out of her thoughts. "You're here," she said in a neutral tone. Hua Tianqing sat down beside her, quietly observing her expression. Although her face showed no emotion, Hua Tianqing sensed that she was upset with him. Chin Su realized he was watching her, but the anger she felt earlier had faded over the past few minutes. Not wanting to linger in the awkward atmosphere, she spoke first. "You mentioned on the phone that you have something important to discuss. What is it?" Hua Tianqing didn't answer her question but asked, "Are you unhappy?" Chin Su was taken aback. She thought she had hidden her emotions well. How could he tell? Hua Tianqing explained, "Your tone on the phone wasn't great." What happened? His question put Chin Su in a difficult position. She had been agitated by Chi Qingyu's earlier words. Hua Tianqing's call had come at just the right moment, and without realizing it, her emotions had slipped into her tone. Chin Su didn't know how to respond, but Zhang Yilin, seeing how familiar the man was with Chin Su and recalling what she had heard earlier, quickly figured out his identity. She couldn't believe she was actually meeting the president of Hua Corporation. Curiously, she asked, "You're Hua from Hua Corporation, right? What is your relationship with Chin Su?" Hua Tianqing, hearing the girl speak, recognized her as Chin Su's classmate and politely replied, "Right now, Chin Su and I are good friends." Zhang Yilin caught the underlying meaning in his words. Good friends now could lead to something more later. Chin Su also understood what he meant, and a blush crept onto her face as she shot him an annoyed glance. Seeing Chin Su return to her usual attitude, Hua Tianqing felt the tension in his heart ease. Hua Tianqing noticed her attitude softening and continued to ask, "Can you tell me what happened?" Chin Su replied vaguely, "Mr. Hua, if your girlfriend minds me having too much contact with you, please make it clear in the future to avoid misunderstandings." Hua Tianqing still didn't understand what Chin Su meant. "When did he have a girlfriend?" "I don't have a girlfriend." "Where did you hear that?" Hua Tianqing felt wronged. Chin Su glanced at Qi Qingyu, who was sitting not far away, and said to Hua Tianqing, "That young lady just warned me not to get too close to you, or I wouldn't be able to stay at Jing University." Hua Tianqing looked in the direction Chin Su was watching and saw a somewhat familiar girl. He hadn't remembered her because she wasn't important. He turned back to Chin Su and said, "I don't know her." He added assertively, "As long as I'm here, I won't let anyone bother you." Qi Qingyu could hear their conversation. From the moment Hua Tianqing entered and spoke gently to Chin Su, she listened closely. When she heard Hua Tianqing coldly say he didn't know her heart ached with intense pain and jealousy, causing her expression to twist. Beside her, Zhang Yilin couldn't help but mock. "I thought she was someone important to Mr. Hua, but it turns out he doesn't even know her. How embarrassing to act like his girlfriend." Qi Qingyu finally couldn't hold back and approached Hua Tianqing, tears glistening in her eyes. She looked at him sadly. "Brother Hua, I'm the daughter of Qi Jinqing. We spoke at your grandfather's birthday party 3 years ago. Don't you remember?" Hua Tianqing frowned at the seemingly fragile woman before him. "You're Qi Jinqing's daughter?" "I thought his daughter was studying abroad." He knew this because he had heard his cousin mention that he and Qi Jinqing's daughter attended the same university overseas. Zhang Yilin couldn't help but laugh at Hua Tianqing's remark. Qi Qingyu's face turned pale upon hearing this, and she swayed as if she might fall. She forced a smile. "Brother Hua, you're joking. My sister is studying abroad. I'm the youngest daughter of the Qi family." Hua Tianqing was confused. He had only heard of Qi Jinqing having one daughter. When did another one appear? Seeing Hua Tianqing's puzzled expression, Zhang Yilin kindly explained, "Mr. Hua, you may not know, but Qi Jinqing has 2 illegitimate children, a son and a daughter. This young lady is the illegitimate daughter he brought back after divorcing his first wife 3 years ago." Hearing Zhang Yilin reveal her unfortunate background, Qi Qingyu turned angrily to her. Only then did Hua Tianqing understand the situation. He spoke coldly, his words cutting like a knife to Qi Qingyu's heart. "Miss Qi, we're not familiar. Please watch your words and don't speak carelessly. Otherwise, I might have to talk to Mr. Qi about how he raised such a shameless daughter." Chin Su listened to Hua Tianqing's words, surprised that he was not only cold-hearted but also sharp-tongued. Humiliated by the person she liked, Qi Qingyu finally couldn't hold back. "Brother Hua, I like you. I've liked you for 3 years. How can Chin Su compare to me? Our Qi family is also a prestigious family in Jing City, while Chin Su is just a country girl. She doesn't deserve you." Hua Tianqing looked at her with disgust. This woman was not only speaking carelessly in front of Chin Su, but also belittling her. She couldn't compare to even a finger of Chin Su. Chin Su couldn't take it anymore. Why did Qi Qingyu always drag her into this? "Qi Qingyu, it's your right to like Hua Tianqing, but if you can't make him like you, don't take it out on me. If you bother me again for this reason, I won't be polite." Seeing Chin Su's impatience, Hua Tianqing feared she might take it out on him and coldly shouted at Qi Qingyu, "If you don't leave, do you want me to have someone escort you out?" Qi Qingyu felt everyone around her was laughing at her. She lowered her head to hide her resentment. However, she was still unwilling and wanted to explain to Hua Tianqing again. But when she met his cold gaze, her courage instantly faded. She didn't dare offend Hua Tianqing. Otherwise, her father wouldn't let her off. With red eyes, she grabbed her bag and rushed out of the dessert shop. With the troublemaker gone, Chin Su finally remembered the matter at hand. "What do you need from me?" Hua Tianqing initially just wanted an excuse to see Chin Su, but when she asked, he recalled that his aunt had recently complained to him about her poor mental state and insomnia. My aunt hasn't been well lately, and I can't sleep at night. Your medical skills are impressive, and I'd like you to help her. Chin-su looked at him suspiciously. Couldn't he just say this over the phone? Did he really need to come all this way? Hua Tianqing's expression was serious, as if to say this was important. Okay, I'll go see her after class tomorrow. She agreed to check on Zhang Yilin's aunt, but since Hua Tianqing had said so, she would first visit his aunt tomorrow. All right, I'll come pick you up tomorrow, Hua Tianqing said. After finishing their dessert and discussing everything, Chin-su and Hua Tianqing prepared to head back to school. We're going back to school. Do you have anything else to say? It was better to get everything out at once than to have to come back again. I'll take you back, Hua Tianqing offered. No need. It's not far from here to school, Chin-su declined. It wouldn't take long for her and Zhang Yilin to walk there. Then be safe. See you tomorrow. Hua Tianqing waited until Chin-su and Zhang Yilin were out of sight before turning to leave. Back at the company, Hua Tianqing wore a serious expression as he instructed Qi Mingyang, contact Qi Jinqing for me. Understood, Mr. Hua. Qi Mingyang immediately went to reach out to Qi Jinqing. He wondered why Mr. Hua had rushed out earlier. Was it about the collaboration with Hongxing Group? That shouldn't be the case. What could be so urgent regarding Qi Jinqing? Once he connected with Qi Jinqing, Hua Tianqing bluntly said, Mr. Qi, please manage your daughter. Don't let her speak carelessly in public, or the cooperation between Hua Corporation and Hongxing will be suspended. When Qi Jinqing heard that Hua Tianqing was looking for him, he thought there was progress in their collaboration, but instead, he was met with a reprimand. He was confused and about to ask for clarification when Hua Tianqing hung up. He called his assistant, Zhang Ming, find out how Qi Qingyu offended Mr. Hua. He only had 2 daughters. His eldest was studying abroad, so it couldn't be her. That left only the youngest daughter. Chin-su and Zhang Yilin returned to school, and along the way, Zhang Yilin kept asking about her relationship with Hua Tianqing, but Chin-su brushed her off. Su, I just saw Qi Qingyu getting hit hard by President Hua's words. It felt so good. If it weren't for her and her mother and son, my aunt wouldn't have turned out like this. Thinking of this, Chin-su remembered she needed to help Hua Tianqing's aunt with her medical appointment first. Yilin, I originally promised to help your aunt, but it looks like I have to postpone it. It's fine, you go help President Hua's aunt first. When you have time, you can help my aunt. Zhang Yilin waved her hand. All right then, once I finish these 2 tasks, I'm moving out. She had already found a place and planned to move out in the next few days. Let me know when you move, and I'll help, Zhang Yilin said. After Qi Qingyu ran out of the dessert shop, she went straight home, dashed to her room, and cried on her bed. How could Brother Hua treat her like this? It's all that Chin-su's fault. She secretly cursed Chin-su and vowed to never let her off the hook. Zhang Yuro was leisurely enjoying afternoon tea at home when she saw her daughter come back with a bad expression. Without greeting her, Qi Qingyu rushed to her room, making Zhang Yuro worry and quickly go check on her. What's wrong? As soon as she entered the room, Zhang Yuro heard her daughter's sobs and hurried over to ask. Qi Qingyu pushed aside the covers, revealing her swollen red eyes. Zhang Yuro felt heartbroken.
Who bullied you?
Why are your eyes so swollen from crying?
Mom.
Qi Qingyu threw herself into her mother's arms and cried loudly. Zhang Yuro comforted her daughter while asking questions, and eventually understood the situation. Who is this Chin-su you mentioned? Zhang Yuro knew her daughter had been scolded by Hua Tianqing, but they couldn't afford to offend him. She wanted to know more about the girl named Chin-su. She's just a fox, relying on her looks to charm Brother Hua. If it weren't for her, how could Brother Hua say that about me? Hearing Chin-su's name made Qi Qingyu grit her teeth in anger. Then let me ask you, do you still want to win over President Hua? Zhang Yuro was more cunning than Qi Qingyu. Right now, Hua Tianqing didn't think much of her daughter. If she could create opportunities for them to develop further, they could deal with Chin-su later. Qi Qingyu looked at her mother and said worriedly, Of course I want to win Brother Hua, but right now he's enchanted by Chin-su. Zhang Yuro shook her head at her daughter's naive expression. Men like President Hua will always have women around them, but once you become Mrs. Hua, it will be different. Qi Qingyu didn't understand. She wanted to be Mrs. Hua, but she couldn't even get close to Hu Tianqing now. Next week is Mrs. G's birthday. She's President Hua's aunt, and he will definitely be there. Let me tell you. After hearing her mother's words, Qi Qingyu's face showed a mix of shyness and anticipation as she uncertainly asked, "Is that okay? What if Brother Hua gets angry?"
Where you don't understand men.
They may seem noble on the surface, but few can resist the temptation of beautiful women. Our Yuer is so beautiful. Why would she worry about winning over a man? Zhang Yuro had climbed to her current position as Mrs. Qi thanks to her looks. And now, Sun Yueying was stuck in a mental hospital, while she was the ultimate winner. Zhang Yuro's pride was evident, and Qi Qingyu noticed it. Right, her father and his first wife weren't very loving at first, but in the end, it was her mother who secured the position of Mrs. Qi. Brother Hua was just temporarily fascinated by Qin Su. Once he got tired of her, he would choose a suitable partner from a wealthy family. After realizing this, Qi Qingyu finally recovered from the blow dealt by Hu Tianqing. She had to make sure that at Mrs. G's birthday party, Brother Hu would see her in a new light. That evening, Qi Jinqing returned home, barely stopping to eat before calling for Qi Qingyu to come to his study. "Dad, what do you need?" Qi Qingyu felt a bit happy when the servant told her father wanted to see her. But she was startled and screamed when something was thrown at her. Qi Jinqing was furious with his daughter. This afternoon, his assistant had found out why Qi Qingyu had offended Hu Tianqing. He never expected the cooperation between Hongxing and the Hu family would be interrupted because of this foolish girl. "How can you even ask me what I need? How did you offend Hu Tianqing? Do I need to repeat it for you?" This cooperation with the Hu family was the result of a long struggle for the company, involving countless resources and manpower. How could he not be angry? Zhang Yuro heard the commotion from downstairs and hurried upstairs. Seeing the mess of papers and teacups on the floor, she was shocked and wondered how her daughter had angered him. "Husband, what happened?" She walked over to support Qi Jinqing and rub his back. Qi Jinqing was somewhat calmed by Zhang Yuro's gentle touch, but he still spoke with anger. "Why don't you ask your precious daughter what foolish thing she did?" Hearing this, Zhang Yuro understood what was going on. Her daughter had mentioned having an unpleasant encounter with Hu Tianqing and a girl named Qin Su. She thought it was a big deal. Isn't it just that Yuer said a few words about Qin Su? Is it necessary to be this angry? When Qi Jinqing heard Zhang Yuro say this, his anger flared up again. He pushed her away. "You ignorant fool! Is this how you teach Yue?" No wonder Hu Tianqing said our Qi family's daughter has no upbringing. Our cooperation with the Hu family has been halted because of her. Is that nothing? Zhang Yuro stumbled back from the push, ignoring the pain as she explained to Qi Jinqing, "Husband, Yuer just acted impulsively because she likes President Hu so much. Please forgive her this time." Seeing his daughter crying pitifully, Qi Jinqing's heart softened. His daughter was usually very considerate and had worked hard to get into Beijing University, unlike other wealthy families' children who could only spend money to study abroad. And compared to his eldest daughter, who drove him crazy, he naturally favored her more. Noticing her husband's attitude softening, Zhang Yuro seized the opportunity to say, "Husband, actually, it's good that Yuer has this idea. If she can win President Hu's affection, we could have a marriage alliance with the Hu family, which would help us develop further." Hearing this, Qi Jinqing's heart stirred. Yes, if Yuer could marry Hu Tianqing, the Qi family might enter the ranks of the top families in Beijing. But thinking of how Hu Tianqing spoke to him on the phone, he hesitated and said, "But I feel like President Hu doesn't have a good impression of Yuer. That's because he doesn't know her well. Once he gets to know her, he'll see how wonderful she is." Zhang Yuro was confident that with her guidance, her daughter would know how to handle men. At worst, they could make things happen and not believe that the heir of the Hu family wouldn't take responsibility for the daughter of the Qi family. After class, Qin Su returned to the dormitory to find only Li Jiao applying a face mask, eating fruit, and scrolling through her phone. "Is Wen Xia out working again?" Qin Su asked when she saw only Li Jiao. "Yes, Wen Xia found a part-time job at the library and won't be back until 9 p.m. every night." Qin Su planned to let Wang Wenxia work at her fruit store once it was ready. Wang Wenxia was a very nice person, straightforward and warm-hearted, without any hidden motives. Earlier this year, she often looked for part-time jobs with Wang Wenxia. If she hadn't secured her own space, she would probably be rushing around doing multiple part-time jobs like Wang Wenxia to earn extra money. While they were talking, Wang Wenxia walked in. "Wenxia, you're back. I wanted to tell you both that I'm planning to move out. I've already found a place," Qin Su said to them. Although Wang Wenxia and Li Jiaojiao were surprised, they didn't ask too many questions. They just offered to help her move and check out her new place. After washing up, Qin Su lay on her bed, ready to enter her space for her nightly practice and alchemy. She had promised Zhang Huaishan that she would bring him the medicine once it was ready. Every night, she entered the space to practice and then make pills, and luckily, time passed more slowly there than outside. In just 2 nights, she had already made 5 bottles of longevity pills. She planned to make 10 before giving them to Zhang Huaishan. As time passed, Qin Su finished making the pills in the space. Her cultivation was also making progress, nearing the late stage of foundation building. Once she reached the golden core stage, she could practice the Phoenix Divine Art, which would help her find a way to remove the demonic seed from Hua Tianxing's grandfather. The next day, it was time for Qin Su to see Hua Tianxing's aunt. She asked him to wait outside the school, not wanting a repeat of the last video incident. At the school's north gate, where fewer people passed by, she spotted Hua Tianxing's car. "How long have you been here?" Qin Su asked as she opened the back door and got in. Hua Tianxing smiled gently at her. "Not long," he replied and instructed the driver to head to the Ji family. After nearly 40 minutes, they arrived in a wealthy neighborhood in the city. The Ji family servants had already been informed that the young master of the Hua family would be visiting. When they saw the Hua family's car, they quickly went to notify Madame Ji. Fu Yao hurried downstairs to greet her nephew. Seeing a stunning girl beside him, she knew immediately that she was the miraculous doctor he had mentioned. "Tianxing, why didn't you let me know you were coming?" Recently, Fu Yao had complained about not sleeping well and had mentioned wanting to invite a doctor to check on her. She thought it would take a few more days, but she was surprised that the doctor had come so quickly. Her nephew had become increasingly cold since his parents died in a car accident while trying to protect him. Though he appeared indifferent, he would go to great lengths to protect those he cared about. "Annie, this is Qin Su, the one I told you about," he said, then introduced her. "Qin Su, this is my aunt." "Hello, Aunt Fu." On the way, Hua Tianxing had briefly shared some information about his aunt. Fu Yao warmly took Qin Su's hand. "Can I call you Xiao Su? I feel a connection with you. Don't just stand there, sit down." She pulled Qin Su to the sofa in the living room. Fu Yao couldn't help but admire Qin Su. The girl was beautiful and seemed perfect for Tianxing. She thought it would be great if she could become her nephew's wife. Why hadn't she thought of her as a daughter-in-law? She scolded her irresponsible son in her mind, comparing him to her mature and steady nephew. She had 2 sons. The elder was already married, leaving only the younger son, who was aimlessly wandering through life. It seemed she needed to find him a wife soon. They say no family can be complete without a woman, and perhaps marriage would make her younger son take on family responsibilities. Thinking about finding a good girl, she couldn't help but scrutinize Qin Su. Qin Su felt uncomfortable under Fu Yao's intense gaze and instinctively shrank back. Noticing his aunt's strange look, Hua Tianxing quickly shifted the conversation back to the main topic. "Auntie, please tell Qin Su about your health. She still has classes at Beijing University this afternoon." If he didn't speak up, his aunt's curious nature would lead her to form all sorts of strange ideas. Fu Yao, interrupted by Hua Tianxing, withdrew her intense gaze. "Xiao Su, I've been having trouble sleeping lately. Even when I do fall asleep, I wake up from strange nightmares. I went to the hospital for a checkup and the doctor said it might be due to stress and told me not to overthink it. But I've taken plenty of calming medicine and I haven't seen any improvement. The doctors say I'm stressed, but I really don't feel any stress lately." Her marriage was harmonious, and her children were not causing her any worries. Even her younger son only occasionally crossed her mind, and she wasn't overly concerned. Chin-su listened to her and asked her to extend her hand. Chin-su placed her hand on Fu Yuyao's wrist and carefully checked her pulse. Fu An's body was indeed, as she described, very healthy. Chin-su found no signs of mental issues. She then used her spiritual power to probe her body, but found nothing unusual. With no other options, Chin-su decided to use the divination technique she learned to take a look. As soon as she did, she discovered the problem. Fu Yuyao was surrounded by a faint layer of dark energy. Someone had cast a spell on her. Fu Yuyao noticed that Chin-su looked uneasy and quickly asked, "What's wrong? Is there a problem?" Chin-su withdrew her spell and said to Fu Yuyao, "Aunt Fu, I want to check your room." The dark energy around Aunt Fu clearly showed that she had been in contact with negative things for a long time, but Chin-su did not sense any evil objects on her. That's why Chin-su wanted to see her room. After all, the place where a person spends the most time, aside from work, is their sleeping area. Since Fu Yuyao was a wealthy lady who didn't have to work, her bedroom was naturally where she spent the most time. Fu Yuyao led Chin-su to the master bedroom on the second floor, with Tianqing following behind. Although the Ji family was not one of the four major families, they were still significant. The Ji family's main business was real estate, but in recent years, as the real estate market declined, they shifted to the emerging new energy sector. With international oil resources becoming scarcer, new energy is on the rise, and the Ji family's performance skyrocketed in the first half of this year. The Ji family's house was large, so there were many servants. When Chin-su and the others reached the second floor, they saw some cleaning staff tidying up. Fu Yuyao opened the door to one of the rooms and said to Chin-su, "Xiao-su, this is the master bedroom. Can you see if anything seems off?" Chin-su stepped inside and scanned the room's layout. The room had good feng shui, likely arranged by a feng shui master. Seeing no issues with the feng shui, Chin-su continued to use her energy sensing technique and felt a sinister energy coming from the large bed in the center. She walked over, lifted the neatly arranged blanket and pillow, but found nothing else. However, she sensed an increasingly strong, sinister energy from the pillow. Something was definitely hidden there. Chin-su quickly opened the pillow and rummaged inside, pulling out a piece of yellow talisman paper wrapped in a transparent plastic bag along with a few strands of hair. Fu Yuyao was startled to see Chin-su pull something from her pillow. She leaned in for a closer look and exclaimed, "How could there be this under my pillow?" Tianqing also looked serious as he stared at what Chin-su was holding. Having been affected by a soul-devouring curse in Wencheng, he had developed a heightened sensitivity to such strange things. He asked Chin-su, "What is this?" Chin-su examined the talisman paper in her hand. This is a trick used by some people to harm others. As long as they have the person's hair and birth date, they can cast a spell on them. Fortunately, this person's power isn't strong. Otherwise, Aunt Fu would have been in trouble by now. Hearing Chin-su's words, Fu Yuyao felt both shocked and angry. She had no idea who she had offended or why someone would resort to such dark magic to harm her. "Aunt, who else besides you and uncle usually enters your room?" Tianqing suddenly asked. Yes, the bedroom was a private space that usually wouldn't have anyone else entering. It was typically just her and her husband, and occasionally the cleaning staff. "I'll have security check the surveillance to see who has entered my room recently." The thought of having someone close to her wanting to harm her made Fu Yuyao's hair stand on end. The security footage was quickly brought in by the villa's guards. Chin-su and Tianqing reviewed the videos from the days when Fu Yuyao began showing signs of distress, but found nothing unusual. The footage only showed Fu Yuyao and her husband, Ji Shiren, entering and exiting the room, along with the regular cleaning staff. "Aunt Fu, you can call in the cleaning staff to ask them," Chin-su suggested, noting that only 3 people had entered the bedroom. Before long, the cleaning staff arrived, unaware of what had happened. When she saw the lady of the house, she hurried over. However, upon noticing the girl beside Fu Yuyao examining her, she began to feel nervous. "Madam, did you call me for something?" she asked cautiously. Chin-su observed the woman in front of her, who looked to be around 50, with a simple appearance, and she seemed a bit anxious. Zhang Jie, has anyone else entered my room besides you recently? Even though they had already seen the footage, Fu Yuyao asked again. Zhang Jie quickly shook her head. No, madam. You don't like others entering your room. It's always just me cleaning. At that moment, Qin Su suddenly asked her, when was the last time you disinfected Aunt Fu's bedding? Zhang Jie thought for a moment and replied, Madam has sensitive skin, so the bedding is usually taken to the laundry for cleaning and disinfection every other day. Upon hearing Qin Su's question, Fu Yuyao suddenly realized. Yes, the talisman was hidden inside the pillow, and it could have been slipped in during the cleaning process. She then had someone pull up the laundry room surveillance footage, and this time they made progress. A few days ago, when Zhang Jie took the master bedroom's items to the laundry room, a young girl also entered the laundry room. Who was that girl? Fu Yuyao asked Zhang Jie, pointing at the girl in the video. The Ji family employed many servants, and Fu Yuyao didn't recognize all their faces. That's the new girl, Xiao Chun, Zhang Jie quickly answered. Have her come here. Fu Yuyao thought it better to consider all possibilities rather than overlook anyone who might want to harm her. Before long, a young girl with a pleasant appearance arrived. She seemed calm, greeting Fu Yuyao respectfully before standing aside to wait for questions. Xiao Chun, what is your job in the Ji family? Fu Yuyao asked, maintaining a neutral expression. Madam, I am responsible for gardening in the garden, Xiao Chun replied. Then what were you doing in the laundry room on the 10th? Fu Yuyao's tone suddenly became more pressing. I saw Aunt Zhang struggling with too many items, so I went to help, Xiao Chun answered steadily, not intimidated by Fu Yuyao's tone. Zhang Jie nodded in agreement, confirming Xiao Chun's statement. Qin Su could have directly broken the spell, but Fu Yuyao and Hu Tianqing were concerned that if they didn't find the person behind this, other issues might arise. If an outsider had bribed a Ji family servant to secretly place the talisman, breaking the spell would alert them, making it harder to identify the insider. However, after the young girl arrived, Qin Su was certain that she was the one who had placed the talisman. Now that they had identified the culprit, Qin Su felt relieved. Aunt Fu, I have a better way to retaliate against the person who cast the spell on you. Fu Yuyao, who had been questioning the servant, suddenly heard Qin Su's words. Xiao Su, what do you have in mind? Although we haven't found the person who placed the talisman yet, I can forcibly break the spell, which will cause them to suffer backlash, Qin Su said calmly. Upon hearing this, the previously composed girl showed a hint of panic on her face, but quickly regained her composure. However, Qin Su and Hu Tianqing noticed her brief reaction. Qin Su took out the talisman and chanted a spell while forming a hand gesture, and the talisman ignited without a flame. After the talisman burned, Fu Yuyao felt a lightness throughout her body, as if all the heaviness had vanished. She looked at Qin Su with admiration. Xiao Su, you are amazing. I feel so much lighter now. Does this mean the curse has been broken? That's right, I have broken the curse. Just as she finished speaking, the young maid who had been standing suddenly collapsed to the ground with a thud. Qin Su had already mentioned that the person who breaks the curse would suffer backlash. Seeing Xiao Chen's pale face and the blood at the corner of her mouth, the others understood what had happened. She really did it. Fu Yuyao angrily kicked the maid, who was lying on the ground. Wake her up and question her to see if someone else instructed her or if she acted on her own, Hu Tianqing reminded, noticing his aunt's agitation. Hearing her nephew's reminder, Fu Yuyao calmed down. Yes, first figure out the maid's intentions and if she has any accomplices. Just as she was about to call security, Qin Su spoke up. No need to make it complicated. Then she directed a burst of spiritual energy toward the person on the ground. Chen Shui woke up, feeling intense pain in her body, realizing her plan had been exposed. She crawled to Fu Yuyao's feet and pleaded, "Ma'am, I know I was wrong. Please forgive me this once." Fu Yuyao did not want her close and stepped back, sternly questioning, "Why did you secretly curse me? Were you instructed by someone?" Chen Shui put on a pitiful expression and said, "No one instructed me. I was just foolish." It turned out that Chen Shui, the maid, had just joined the Ji family last month and was dazzled by their wealth. She dreamed of marrying into a rich family and set her sights on the second young master of the Ji family. She knew the second young master was a playboy, and since she was somewhat attractive, she tried to flirt with him a few times. However, although the second young master was a flirt, he knew his limits and never pursued the family maid, only teasing her a few times. Unwilling to accept this, she thought of using some dubious methods passed down in her family to win over the second young master. If she became the second young mistress of the Ji family, she could live a life of luxury and avoid doing all the dirty work. She wanted to get close to the second young master and place a curse on him, but he often didn't come home, and her curse required long-term contact to take effect. Later, she decided to start with the mistress and find a chance to approach the second young master later. Her intention in cursing Fu Yuyao was not to endanger her life, but to wait until the mistress's condition worsened and she couldn't handle it anymore. Then she would step in to help, ensuring she made a good impression in Fu Yuyao's eyes. After hearing her motives, Qin Su thought to herself, are women today really using such methods to catch wealthy husbands? In the end, Fu Yuyao ignored Qin Shui's pleas and sent her to the police station. With that settled, Qin Su prepared to return to school. Aunt Fu, I'll head back now. Having helped her so much, Fu Yuyao wouldn't let her leave easily. Xiao Su, don't rush off. I haven't thanked you yet. I've had the staff prepare dinner, so you must stay and eat before you go, Fu Yuyao insisted. Qin Su came because of Tianxing's request, and since he had helped her a lot, she considered it a way to repay him. Fu Yuyao looked at Tianxing. Tianxing, say something. Tianxing said to Qin Su, if you don't have classes at school, so why not stay and have dinner first? Persuaded by both of them, Qin Su had no choice but to stay. After dinner, as Qin Su and Tianxing were about to leave, Fu Yuyao handed a box to Qin Su. Xiao Su, this is a gift for you. You can't refuse it. Qin Su wanted to decline, but she realized that refusing would be disrespectful to Aunt Fu, so she accepted it. Thank you, Aunt Fu. After saying goodbye to Fu Yuyao, Qin Su and Tianxing left the Ji family. Watching them leave, Fu Yuyao returned to the house and called her second son's phone. Ji Zixuan, you better come back right now. Meanwhile, Ji Zixuan, who was at a high-end club in the capital flirting with girls, was startled by his mother's furious voice. He quickly moved the phone away and asked with a smile, Mom, who upset you? I'll take care of them. Fu Yuyao was almost driven to madness by her son. If it weren't for his flirtatious ways causing trouble, she wouldn't be in this mess. Your mother is almost at her wit's end because of you, and you still have time to party. Hearing the frustration in his mother's voice, Ji Zixuan quickly asked what was wrong. Fu Yuyao only told him to hurry home, and she would explain later. Realizing his mother was serious, Ji Zixuan knew something was wrong. He said goodbye to his friends and left the club in a hurry. Speeding home, he entered to find his mother sitting on the sofa in the living room, looking very unhappy. His heart sank as he recalled if he had done anything to upset her recently. He approached Fu Yuyao with a grin. Mom, what's wrong?
You look really unhappy.
Fu Yuyao shot him a glare. Isn't it all your fault? Then she recounted what had happened that day.
What?
We have someone with such evil intentions in our house? Thank goodness you're okay, Mom. Ji Zixuan felt a chill run down his spine, never expecting someone in the family could resort to such underhanded tactics. Yes, luckily your cousin and Xiao Su helped. Otherwise, who knows what would have happened? Fu Yuyao still felt shaken. Such harmful tactics were something she had only heard about before. She never thought they would happen to her. Recalling the cause of the incident, she scolded her son. I told you not to get involved with too many women. Otherwise, you'll eventually get into trouble. This time, I protected you, but if you keep this up, you will regret it. Ji Zixuan lowered his head in guilt. Mom, it's my fault for putting you in danger. I will be more careful from now on. He felt wronged. He had only teased the maid because she was pretty, not knowing it would awaken her desires. Seeing her son's downcast expression, Fu Yuyao softened. Focus on your work and help your father and brother with the company. And get married soon. I don't want to worry about you anymore. Hearing his mother pressuring him to marry, he quickly changed the subject. Mom, who is that girl who broke the curse for you? Talking about Qin Su brightened Fu Yuyao's mood. Xiao Su is your cousin's friend. I only know she studies at Jing University. I don't know much else. However, from her observations, she noticed her nephew had special feelings for her. In just half a day, she had seen him look at Qin Su with such tenderness that it could melt ice. Oh, I need to thank her for saving you, Mom. Ji Zixuan felt a strong curiosity about Qin Su. When Qin Su returned to her dorm, she opened the box that Fu Yuyao had given her. She felt shy about opening it in front of others while at the Ji family's house. Inside the box was a transparent, emerald green jade bracelet. Qin Su didn't know much about jade, but from the bracelet's appearance and its smooth, delicate feel, she could tell it was not an ordinary piece. Li Jiaojiao saw Qin Su looking at the box and curiously leaned in. Qin Su, this bracelet is so beautiful. It must be expensive, right? Qin Su replied, I don't know. A friend gave it to me. Li Jiaojiao, who was from Beijing and came from a middle-class family, mentioned that her mother had a jade bracelet that cost over 100,000 yuan. The bracelet Qin Su received looked even better than her mother's, so its price was surely higher. Your friend is really generous. This bracelet looks expensive, Li Jiaojiao said enviously. Qin Su smiled and closed the box. The next day, Qin Su woke up early. Li Jiaojiao poked her head out from under the covers. Qin Su, why are you up so early? We don't have class today. Qin Su gathered her things and quietly replied, I have something to take care of. Li Jiaojiao responded with an "oh" and went back to sleep. Qin Su noticed that Wang Wenxia's bed was empty. Wang Wenxia must have woken up even earlier, probably for a part-time job. Qin Su left the dorm and gently closed the door. She had already told Zhang Huaishan over the phone that she would bring him the pills today. So when Qin Su arrived at the Zhang family's house, Zhang Huaishan was waiting for her in the hall. Su girl, you're here quite early, Zhang Huaishan said with a smile as he saw her come in. I have some things to do while I have the time. Today, she also needed to go to the agency. Manager Liu had called her yesterday, saying he found a shop that met her requirements and urged her to take a look. Then I won't waste your time. How many pills did you make? Zhang Huaishan asked directly, getting to the main point. Qin Su took out 10 porcelain bottles from her bag and placed them on the table. There are 10 bottles of longevity pills, with 5 pills in each bottle, Qin Su said. Zhang Huaishan picked up one bottle, opened it, and sniffed. The rich aroma of the medicine filled the air, indicating it was top quality. Zhang Huaishan was very excited. With these pills, he could strengthen connections with major families, and in the future, Renxin Pharmaceuticals would be well known beyond just ordinary consumers.
Great.
Su girl, the pills you made are the best I've ever seen. Once these are out, the old folks will fight over them, he said. He meant it. He had seen pills made by various alchemists before, and they were only slightly better than average, but nothing compared to Qin Su's. Qin Su smiled faintly, knowing her pills were special. Although the herbs were ordinary, she had cultivated them in her space, allowing them to absorb spiritual energy, making them several grades higher than regular herbs. The pills she made were definitely better than those made from outside herbs. Then I'll trouble you, Grandpa Zhang. Once this batch sells out, please let me know. Zhang Huaishan agreed. Once the effectiveness of these pills spread, people would come looking to buy them. Qin Su had an appointment with Manager Liu to see the shop, so she didn't stay long and left Zhang's house after chatting for a bit. Miss Qin, you finally made it. I found a shop that's just become available. Let's go take a look now, Manager Liu said, as soon as he saw Qin Su. He had learned about the shop from several colleagues, as the lease had just expired and the owner didn't want to renew. The rental information hadn't even been posted yet when he got the chance to grab it. The owner only gave him 2 days to finalize it. Otherwise, many people were interested in renting the shop. Qin Su didn't waste any time and got into the car with Manager Liu to head to Guojin Plaza. Guojin Plaza is in the busiest commercial center of Beijing. Since it was the weekend, traffic was heavy, and they took nearly an hour to arrive. Manager Liu brought Qin Su to the shop for rent. She looked around at the nearby stores, which included a milk tea shop, a dessert shop, and a restaurant. Selling fruit here seemed suitable. Manager Liu introduced, Miss Qin. Do you think the size and location of this shop meet your requirements? Qin Su nodded. Yes. What's the rent for the shop? Seeing she had no objections, Manager Liu felt relieved. Shops available for sublease were very rare, and he was lucky to find one that had just become available. Miss Qin, this shop is owned by the G Group. They rent it out at a standard price of 40 yuan per square meter per day. Qin Su calculated the monthly rent in her mind and was taken aback. Just the rent would be over 200,000 yuan a month. No wonder she had heard people say that every inch of land in Guijin was worth its weight in gold. With such high rent, if she didn't sell things at a high price, she wouldn't even cover the rent. If someone else were selling fruit here, it would be uncertain whether they could make a profit, but she planned to sell fruit that was much more expensive than imported ones, so she wasn't worried about not making money. She had initially targeted high-income consumers. Manager Liu, please prepare the contract. I'm ready to sign at any time. Manager Liu was overjoyed. Miss Qin was renting such an expensive shop without a second thought, and his commission this month would be in the 5 figures.
Great.
Miss Qin, I'll hurry back to prepare the contract and paperwork. Considering the various renovations needed afterward, Qin Su decided to let Manager Liu handle everything for her. Manager Liu happily agreed. He had found a wealthy client. As long as the money was in place, he could take care of everything for her. Once everything was arranged, Qin Su headed back to school. Thinking about her promise to Zhang Yilin to help her aunt with a medical issue, she called her. Zhang Yilin told her to wait at school, as she would come over soon. Qin Su checked the time and figured it wouldn't take long for Zhang Yilin to arrive, so she went to the library to read while waiting. She picked up a book on traditional Chinese medicine and quietly read in a corner. Even though it was the weekend, many students were still in the library studying or researching. As Qin Su focused on her reading, she suddenly noticed the light in front of her dimming. She looked up to see Xiao Jingwen standing in front of her. Qin classmate, what a coincidence. I didn't expect to see you here again, Xiao Jingwen said, seemingly forgetting the awkwardness from their last encounter. He still had a polite demeanor. Qin Su sighed inwardly. Did she have some kind of fate with him? Why did they keep running into each other everywhere? And he always started with the same opening line. Didn't he find it boring? But this is a library, and she can't argue with him here. She returned the book to its place and turned to leave the library. Unexpectedly, Xiao Jingwen followed her out and called after her, Qin Su, wait. I want to talk to you. Stop. She decided to be clear with him. No matter what his intentions were, she didn't want Xiao Jingwen to bother her anymore. Seeing her stop, Xiao Jingwen felt happy. It seemed she had some feelings for him. Otherwise, why would she have paused when he called her? Qin Su walked to a quieter path and said to Xiao Jingwen, you are seriously disrupting my life. I hope you won't harass me anymore. I've already told you I don't like you. Xiao Jingwen didn't expect Qin Su to be so harsh with her words. Suppressing his irritation, he said gently, Qin Su, I really like you. Can't you give me a chance? Qin Su replied expressionlessly, no. Xiao Jingwen, not giving up, continued, Qin Su, I liked you the moment I saw you. I've never met a girl who made my heart race like you do. I understand that you don't know me well yet, but can you at least not reject me so completely? He wore a sad expression as if he had been hurt by his crush's rejection. Qin Su felt disgusted by his poor acting and thought it was better not to waste time with him and directly expose his true nature. Last time, when someone secretly filmed me at the school gate and posted the video online, did you think I wouldn't find out it was you? She had learned from Zhang Yilin that Xiao Jingwen was close to Qingyu. Remembering what happened at the dessert shop, she couldn't help but connect the dots. Xiao Jingwen felt a moment of panic at her words, but he quickly regained his composure. Qin Su, I don't know where you heard that, but I really didn't do anything with the video. Seeing him still trying to deny it, Qin Su sneered. Do you think I can't find out the mastermind behind a random marketing account online? I've traced a significant amount of money from your bank account to that account. Xiao Jingwen was shocked that Qin Su could investigate his bank transactions. Since she had seen through him, he couldn't complete the task Qi Qingyu had given him. He stopped pretending. You're right, I have another motive for pursuing you. After all, you were competing with Qi Qingyu for a man. You act all pure and innocent, but how many men have you really been with? After feeling humiliated by Qin Su recently, Xiao Jingwen let his vicious words slip. Qin Su stepped forward and slapped him hard across the face. Xiao Jingwen tried to dodge, but Qin Su's speed caught him off guard. With a loud smack, his face quickly swelled up. Qin Su put a lot of force into that slap. After all, he had a big mouth. Xiao Jingwen glared at Qin Su, his earlier gentle demeanor completely gone. You dare to hit me? Don't think I won't hit a woman. But before he could finish, Qin Su slapped him again, left and right. Xiao Jingwen tried to grab her, but he didn't expect her to be so strong. He stumbled back, his face now looking like a pig's head. He quickly begged, "Stop. I was wrong." Seeing his swollen face, Qin Su finally stopped. Get lost. If you bother me again, I'll hit you again.
Inshu warned coldly.
Xiao Jingwen scrambled to his feet and ran away, looking flustered and embarrassed. Qin Su dusted off her hands, fixed her slightly messy hair, and checked the time on her phone. It had been over half an hour. Zhang Yilin should be arriving soon. Zhang Yilin had just entered the school parking lot. Today, all the parking spots were full. After circling a few times, she finally saw a car leaving, freeing up a space. She quickly moved her car forward to adjust and back in. Suddenly, a flashy red sports car sped into the newly available spot. Zhang Yilin was furious that someone had stolen the parking space she had just found. She got out of her car, slammed the door, and marched up to the red sports car. Do you have any manners? Can't you see I was backing in? Why did you take my spot? Jizi Xuan, who rarely stayed in, was bored and driving his beloved car around the city. When he passed by the university, he suddenly remembered that the girl who saved his mother was studying there. Thinking of this, he drove into the university. As soon as he entered the parking lot, he saw an empty spot and parked his car. Seeing the angry girl in front of his car, he got out. Zhang Yilin noticed the guy was handsome, but his laid-back attitude made her think he was just another rich kid trying to pick up girls at the university. With a bad tone, she said, "You need to move your car. I saw this spot first." Jizi Xuan looked at her. She was pretty, but her temper seemed off. He replied playfully, "Miss, this is a public parking lot. I don't really have a reason to move my car." Zhang Yilin was infuriated by his nonchalant attitude. "Didn't you see I was backing in? You just took the spot. Are you even a man?"
Yizixuan shrugged.
"Who told you I was good at parking? You should practice more so you don't lose your spot to someone else next time." With that, he turned to leave. Just then, Zhang Yilin's phone rang. She answered, "Qin Su, I'm at school now, still near parking lot 3. Wait for me. I'll be there as soon as I park." Jizi Xuan, about to leave, heard the familiar name. Wasn't that the girl who saved his mother? It seemed this girl knew her and was about to meet her. That was great. It saved him the trouble of looking for her. He walked back to Zhang Yilin and spoke politely, "Miss, I've thought it over. To prove I'm a man, I'll let you have the parking spot." Zhang Yilin was surprised when he returned. She thought he was angry about what she said earlier and was coming to confront her, making her nervous. But then she heard his words. Although she didn't know why he changed his attitude, since he was willing to give up the spot, it saved her from searching for another one. After parking, Zhang Yilin headed to the place she had agreed to meet Qin Su. Qin Su heard Zhang Yilin's voice and looked over to see her walking toward her, waving her hand. Qin Su walked over, and when she reached her, Zhang Yilin began to share the frustrating experience she had just encountered in the parking lot. "Sususu, you didn't see that man's terrible attitude. He almost made me lose my temper, mocking my parking skills." Luckily, she finally gave up the spot. Otherwise, I would have scolded her again if I saw her. Qin Su listened quietly to her complaints and comforted her. "All right, don't get so angry over someone unrelated. Be careful, or you'll end up complaining about acne on your face again." Zhang Yilin had a problem. Whenever she got really angry the day before, she would wake up with pimples the next day. Unfortunately, she had a fiery personality and often got angry. This caused her to frequently break out in pimples, which bothered her a lot. Hearing Chin-soo say this, Zhang Yilin quickly adjusted her breathing and patted her chest, exhaling, "I'm not angry, I'm not angry." After repeating this a few times, her mood slowly improved. "Let's go. I'll take you to the nursing home where my aunt lives." The main purpose today was for Chin-soo to treat her aunt, so Zhang Yilin didn't waste any more time and pulled Chin-soo toward the parking lot. Just as she turned around, she spotted a somewhat familiar figure ahead. Wasn't that the man who had taken her parking spot earlier? When did he start following her? Seeing this man made her anger rise again. Chin-soo noticed her change in mood and looked at Zhang Yilin, then at the man across from them, and asked curiously, "Yilin, do you know him?" Zhang Yilin replied irritably, I don't know him, but he's the one who took my parking spot." Hearing this, Chin-soo took a serious look at the man. He was tall and handsome, with captivating peach blossom eyes that seemed to draw in souls. His straight nose and slightly upturned lips gave him a smirk as he looked at them. Chin-soo frowned. The man looked decent, but he had a carefree and frivolous air about him. "Let's go. Don't pay attention to him. We need to see your aunt first," Chin-soo said, pulling Zhang Yilin, who was glaring at the man. As they brushed past him, the man called out to them, "Excuse me, are you Chin-soo?" When Chin-soo heard her name, she stopped and looked at him with scrutiny.
Who are you?
"How do you know my name?" Ji Zixuan stepped forward, dropping his casual attitude and introducing himself seriously. "Hello, I'm Ji Zixuan. Thank you for saving my mother yesterday. I came today to meet you and to express my gratitude." Chin-soo realized he must be Aunt Fu's younger son, who was known for being carefree and only enjoying life. Since he was someone she knew, Chin-soo didn't want to just turn and leave. She politely greeted him, "Hello, Mr. Ji. Aunt Fu already thanked me yesterday, so you don't need to come all this way." Ji Zixuan didn't want to leave just after finding her. He was very interested in Chin-soo. "Miss Chin, I heard you were planning to go somewhere else. Would you like me to give you a ride?" "No, thank you. My friend and I can drive ourselves," she said, not giving him a chance to respond as she pulled Zhang Yilin and turned to leave. Once they got in the car, Zhang Yilin curiously asked Chin-soo, "How do you know him?" Chin-soo had been meeting people with impressive backgrounds lately, and Zhang Yilin wondered how she met them. Last time it was the president of the Hua group, and now this man seemed to be another rich young master. "I went to treat Mr. Hua's aunt yesterday, who is his mother. I didn't expect Aunt Fu's son to come to school to find me." While they were talking, the car soon arrived at the Xiangshan nursing home in Jing City. After registering with the security guard at the entrance, Zhang Yilin drove inside, and the two got out of the car. Zhang Yilin led Chin-soo toward a small villa. Chin-soo noticed the serene surroundings. It was indeed a suitable place for a nursing home. Zhang Yilin's aunt lived on the third floor. When they entered, the front desk nurse seemed familiar with Zhang Yilin. She greeted her, "Miss Zhang, you're here to see Mrs. Sun again today." "Yes, is my aunt okay today?" Sometimes, her aunt would have unstable emotions and harm herself. "Yes, Mrs. Sun has been stable these past few days," the nurse replied with a smile. After thanking the nurse, Zhang Yilin took Chin-soo to room 301 and walked right in. As she opened the door, Chin-soo saw a thin woman with a pale face sitting inside. Though she had been tormented by illness for years, her youthful beauty was still somewhat visible. "Aunt, I'm here to see you," Zhang Yilin gently called out. The woman lifted her pale face, looking at Zhang Yilin with a dazed expression. Suddenly, her eyes lit up with excitement as she grabbed Zhang Yilin's hand. "Xiaolan, you finally came to see me. Where have you been? I haven't seen you in so long." Zhang Yilin softly comforted her until her excitement calmed down. She helplessly said to Chin-soo, "My aunt sometimes gets confused and often mistakes me for my cousin. Let me take a look at her," Chin-soo said as she stepped forward to check Sun Yueying's pulse. Sun Yueying was startled by the sudden appearance of a stranger and hid behind Zhang Yilin. "Aunt, Chin-soo is not a bad person. She's here to help you." Once you get better, you can go see your cousin. It seemed Zhang Yilin's reassurance worked. Sun Yueying stopped hiding, and Qin Su took her wrist to check her pulse carefully. After a while, she withdrew her hand and told Zhang Yilin, "Your aunt is unstable due to a strong emotional shock. However, I can treat her illness." Hearing that Qin Su could help her aunt made Zhang Yilin very happy. "That's wonderful. Once my aunt is better, I'll tell my cousin abroad, and they can finally reunite." To ensure Sun Yueying would cooperate during treatment, Qin Su made her fall asleep first. Then she took out a golden needle from her bag, found the right acupuncture point on her head, and quickly inserted it. Zhang Yilin watched Qin Su's skilled and swift movements with wide eyes. She had no idea Qin Su was so proficient in acupuncture. After letting the golden needle stay for a while, Qin Su infused spiritual energy into Sun Yueying to stabilize her spirit and then placed a pill in her mouth. Once everything was done, Qin Su walked over to the stunned Zhang Yilin and patted her. "All right, the treatment is over. Your aunt will need some time to recover. As long as nothing unexpected happens, she should return to normal in a couple of days." Zhang Yilin excitedly thanked Qin Su again, and then they left the Xiangshan sanatorium. Qin Su accompanied Zhang Yilin for a meal, but when Zhang Yilin invited her to her home, Qin Su politely declined. She planned to visit Aunt Sun and the two little ones. They had been in the capital for a few days, and Aunt Sun had called her yesterday to say that the hospital scheduled surgeries for the two children tomorrow. With so much going on lately, Qin Su hadn't had time to visit them, so she decided to go now while she had a moment. Qin Su went to a mall and bought some toys and nutritional products for children. She could just take some fruit from her space, which would also be good for the kids' health. After preparing everything, Qin Su took a taxi to the Kyoto hospital. When she arrived at the hospital, she suddenly remembered that she hadn't asked Aunt Sun which building and floor her room was on. She had to call Aunt Sun and let her know she was at the hospital. Aunt Sun told her to wait at the main entrance. Qin Su stood at the entrance of the inpatient building, waiting. After a few minutes, Aunt Sun appeared. "Qin Su." Hearing the voice, Qin Su looked over, and Aunt Sun was smiling as she walked toward her. "I didn't expect you to come. I only called to update you on Xiaoning and Xiaobin's treatment progress." Aunt Sun seemed less worried than when they first met, likely because the issues with the children at the orphanage had been resolved. "Aunt Sun, it's been a while since we last met. You look much better. How are the children doing?" "They're doing well, thanks to your help. They'll be able to live like normal kids in the future." Aunt Sun sincerely thanked Qin Su, knowing that without her, those children might not have grown up. Seeing Aunt Sun's endless gratitude, Qin Su felt a bit awkward and quickly said, "Aunt Sun, where are Xiao Ning and the others? Please take me to see them." "Oh, sure. Follow me," Aunt Sun said, leading Qin Su to a building. They took the elevator to the 10th floor and arrived at a patient room. "Xiao Ning is in this room," Aunt Sun said as she pushed the door open. Qin Su followed her inside. It was a regular double patient room, with 2 beds, each occupied by a child. Qin Su recognized Xiao Ning right away. "Xiao Ning, guess who's here to see you?" Aunt Sun said to the little girl near the door. Xiao Ning's face lit up with a big smile when she saw Qin Su. "Sister Qin." Qin Su smiled back, placed the items down, and gently patted her head, asking, "You're so good. Are you scared of getting shots in the hospital?" "I'm not scared. The director said it's for our own good. Once I'm better, I can go to school like the other kids," Xiao Ning replied, her big innocent eyes filled with hope. Aunt Sun smiled from the side. Xiao Ning and Xiaobin really appreciate this rare opportunity for treatment. They keep saying thank you to you. Qin Su knew that the children from the orphanage were more sensitive and understanding than ordinary kids because they had been abandoned by their families. "Aunt Sun, weren't there supposed to be 2 kids for treatment? Where's Xiaobin?" She only saw Xiao Ning and not Xiaobin. "Xiaobin has a different condition. He's on another floor," Aunt Sun explained. Qin Su felt worried, but Aunt Sun, how can you take care of both of them alone? Aunt Sun praised, "The people from the Hui Charity Foundation are really kind. They brought us from Lin City to the capital and took great care of us along the way. Knowing I'm alone, they sent someone to help." Right now, Xiaobin is being looked after by a volunteer. Qin Su felt relieved. While they were talking, a nurse came in to draw blood from Xiaoning for tests. Watching Xiaoning calmly let the nurse draw her blood without crying or fussing, Qin Su thought she was very well behaved. After the blood draw, Qin Su noticed Xiaoning yawning and looking a bit sleepy, so she told Aunt Sun she wanted to see Xiaobin. Xiaoning, you should sleep now. If you need anything, just ring the nurse, she said. Okay, I understand, Director, Xiaoning replied obediently. Aunt Sun asked the family member beside the other bed to keep an eye on Xiaoning before taking Qin Su to Xiaobin's room. Xiaobin had a condition where his hands and feet were deformed from birth, so he was in the surgical ward. A young girl was taking care of Xiaobin, and it seemed she was the volunteer Aunt Sun mentioned. Seeing Aunt Sun and Qin Su enter, the girl looked surprised. Aunt Sun, why did you come down? Aunt Sun introduced, this is Qin Su, the sister of Xiaoning and Xiaobin. She came to visit them today. The girl nodded in understanding. You two chat. I'll go get some water. Xiaobin was very happy to see them. Qin Su took out the toys she bought to entertain him. After playing games with Xiaobin for half an hour, and since Aunt Sun had nothing pressing to do, Qin Su said goodbye and left the hospital. Back at the dorm, she found it empty, realizing that Li Jiaojiao had gone out to have fun since it was the weekend. With some free time, Qin Su lay on her bed and entered her space to continue her training. She only came out of her space when she heard her phone ring. To her surprise, it was Aunt Fu calling. Qin Su, am I disturbing you? Came Aunt Fu Yueying's voice from the other end. No, I'm not busy right now, Qin Su replied, surprised that Aunt Fu was calling her. Qin Su, you left so suddenly the other day that I forgot to tell you. I'm having a birthday party next Wednesday. Do you have time to come? Aunt Fu was preparing the guest list for the party when she remembered she hadn't sent an invitation to Qin Su, which is why she called. Qin Su naturally agreed to come. Thinking about the party, she realized she didn't have an evening dress yet. She wasn't very familiar with that area, so she decided to ask Zhang Yilin for help. Zhang Yilin and Qin Su returned home and told their mother about their aunt. Sun Yuqin was shocked to hear that her daughter had asked a classmate to treat her aunt. She scolded her. Your aunt has already invited many famous doctors and specialists from the country, and none could help. You dare to let a college student treat her? What if something goes wrong? Can you take responsibility? Zhang Yilin was not convinced. My classmate is really amazing. She said aunt will get better soon. Sun Yuqin poked her forehead with her finger. You believe everything others say. You're too naive. I'm not. Qin Su treated Mrs. G. If she wasn't good at medicine, would anyone trust her to treat them? Sun Yuqin was surprised to hear this. She knew who Mrs. G was. She was a key figure in the capital's socialite circle. Your classmate treated Mrs. G? What happened? She had just returned from a trip abroad with her husband and was unaware of recent events in the socialite circle. Zhang Yilin explained that Qin Su was asked by Hu Tianqing to treat his aunt. Seeing that even Mrs. G had allowed her daughter's classmate to treat her, Sun Yuqin no longer worried about her daughter asking her classmate to treat her sister. After Zhang Yilin finally convinced her mother, Qin Su's call came in. Mom, my classmate and I are going out to have fun. I won't be back for dinner tonight, she said quickly, grabbing her bag and leaving the house. Sun Yuqin wanted to ask something, but Zhang Yilin rushed out the door before she could speak. That girl, always so reckless, has no grace at all, Sun Yuqin muttered quietly. Qin Su and Zhang Yilin agreed to meet at Guomao Square. When she arrived, she didn't see anyone, so she ordered 2 cups of milk tea at a tea shop. After sitting for about 10 minutes, Zhang Yilin hurried in. Slow down. Why are you in such a rush? After Zhang Yilin sat down, Qin Su handed her a cup of milk tea. Zhang Yilin took a big sip before replying, You've known me long enough to know my personality. After finishing their drinks, they got up to head to the shopping mall to buy what they needed. Su, why are you suddenly thinking about buying an evening gown? Are you going to a banquet? Qin Su had called her to come along to buy a dress, but she hadn't had a chance to ask about it on the phone. As they looked at several custom dress shops, Qin Su replied, Madam G invited me to her birthday banquet. Zhang Yilin was both surprised and excited. You're going to the Ji family's banquet? Yeah, it might be because I treated her illness last time. I'm so envious. The Ji family is a prestigious family in the capital. Not only are they related to the Fu family, but Madame Ji is also the aunt of the head of the Hui group. I bet many celebrities will be there, Zhang Yilin said with a dreamy tone. Qin Su smiled helplessly at her. Do you think I enjoy attending these gatherings of the elite? If I could, I'd let you go in my place. She wasn't joking. Although she didn't meet many high society people, she had seen enough TV shows and novels about wealthy families to know that many of them were difficult to deal with. While talking, Qin Su spotted a dress style that matched her taste and walked inside. Hello, how can I assist you? A polite shop assistant asked. I need a dress for a banquet. Do you have anything suitable for me? Qin Su said to the assistant. Sure, please follow me. Qin Su followed the assistant to look at the dresses. The assistant brought out a silver gray off-the-shoulder gown. The silky fabric shimmered under the lights. This dress is really nice. Su, you should try it on. Zhang Yilin exclaimed, impressed. Qin Su's fair skin and tall figure would look great in it. Feeling satisfied, Qin Su took the dress and went to the fitting room. When she opened the fitting room door and stepped out, both Zhang Yilin and the assistant were stunned. The gown looked like it was made just for her, making her appear like a princess stepping out of a castle, noble and pure. Zhang Yilin excitedly said, Su, you look stunning in that dress. If I were a guy, I wouldn't be able to resist your beauty. Yes, miss, that dress suits you perfectly, the assistant agreed. Qin Su looked in the mirror and thought it really was quite nice. I'll take this one, she told the assistant, not wanting to try on any more.
Wait.
I want that dress. A haughty female voice interrupted. Everyone turned to see a striking woman commanding another assistant with an air of superiority. The assistant looked troubled. Miss Sun, that dress is the only one we have, and that customer has already chosen it. The woman walked over to Qin Su and looked at the dress with disdain. I want that dress. You can pick another one, and I'll pay for it. Qin Su remained silent and went back into the fitting room to change. The woman assumed Qin Su agreed and scoffed arrogantly. Qin Su handed the dress to the assistant beside her. Please wrap this up for me. She then took out her bank card. And please ring me up. The assistant, still confused by what had just happened, snapped back to reality when the girl handed her the card. Oh, okay, just a moment. I'll get it ready for you. Seeing Qin Su's attitude, the woman shouted, Stop. Didn't I just say I wanted that dress? The assistant was stuck, unsure of what to do. Qin Su looked at the woman. I chose this dress first. Why should I give it to you? Zhang Yilin chimed in. You're really strange. We saw it first. Can't we buy it? Do you think you're a princess and everyone should yield to you? Maybe you should look in the mirror and see how you really look. The woman's face turned red with anger. She turned to the assistant and said, I'm the girlfriend of the second young Master Ji. This store belongs to the Ji family, so be careful not to lose your job. Hearing the woman's threat, the assistant looked between her and Qin Su, feeling stuck. Upon hearing the woman's words, Zhang Yilin rolled her eyes and sarcastically said, Everyone knows the second young Master Ji is a flirt. He's had so many girlfriends that you can't even count them on two hands. Don't think we'll believe you just because you say you're his girlfriend. Qin Su realized what Zhang Yilin was trying to do. They had just seen Ji Zixuan today, and since she had helped Madame Ji, Zhang Yilin wanted Ji Zixuan to come and see if he would stand up for his girlfriend or for the girl who saved his mother. Seeing that they weren't falling for her act, the woman took out her phone and dialed a number. Darling, someone is bullying me here. Come quickly and help me. Hearing her fake sweet tone made both Qin Su and Zhang Yilin shiver. After hanging up, the woman looked down on Qin Su and Zhang Yilin. The second young master will be here soon.
Let's see what you do then.
Qin Su and Zhang Yilin ignored her and sat down on a nearby chair, leisurely sipping the coffee the assistant had brought. Half an hour later, a tall figure walked into the store. The woman saw him and rushed toward him like a bird returning to its nest, whining, Second young master. Those two are bullying me. She pointed at where Qin Su and Zhang Yilin were sitting. Ji Zixuan had gone to Jing University to find Qin Su in the morning, but had left empty-handed. After Qin Su left, he felt bored and called some friends to hang out at a club. Just as he was feeling uninterested, he received a call from one of his female companions. Since he was bored and still had a fresh feeling from their recent relationship, he thought he'd go see her. He didn't expect to run into Qin Su and that hot-tempered woman. "It's you?" Ji Zixuan exclaimed in surprise. "Yes, what a coincidence. So you're the boyfriend she mentioned," Qin Su said with a forced smile. Ji Zixuan felt uneasy. His meetings with Qin Su today had started off unpleasantly. If his mother found out he offended her lifesaver, he would be in big trouble. When the woman first saw Ji Zixuan, she looked pleased, thinking she would soon see those two women being kicked out. But upon hearing their conversation, she realized the two women knew Ji Xiao. Her mind raced, and sensing the situation was not good, she quickly put on a smile and said to Qin Su, "Oh, so you two know Ji Xiao. What a misunderstanding. I'm really sorry about earlier." Chun Fei had been in the entertainment industry for years and had learned to be smooth and clever. Ji Zixuan was a valuable supporter she had worked hard to attract, so she didn't want anything to ruin his impression of her. She set aside her pride and approached Qin Su to make amends for their earlier conflict. Although Ji Zixuan didn't know exactly what had happened, he sensed the tension between them and noticed the staff standing nearby, leading him to guess the situation. "Are you here to buy a dress?" Ji Zixuan asked Qin Su, ignoring her teasing remarks. This store was one he had opened with friends, specializing in dress design and selling ready-made products. Qin Su replied softly. "Is there a dress you like? I can buy it for you," Ji Zixuan offered generously. "No thanks, I'll pay for myself," Qin Su replied, not wanting to take something for free. Meanwhile, Chun Fei, who had tried to apologize to Qin Su, was ignored, leaving her feeling embarrassed. But she quickly regained her composure and said to Ji Zixuan, "Ji Xiao, aren't you going to introduce these two ladies?" Only then did Ji Zixuan focus on her. His eyes showed no emotion. "Chun Fei, I thought you were someone who understood boundaries, but I guess I was wrong. Don't come looking for me again." Chun Fei was taken aback and hurriedly grabbed Ji Zixuan's arm, shaking it and acting cute. "Ji Xiao, I know I was wrong. I shouldn't have offended your friends. I'll apologize to them right now." She turned to Qin Su and Zhang Yilin, saying, "Ladies, I'm sorry for my earlier behavior. Please forgive me." She couldn't afford to lose Ji Zixuan. Otherwise, her resources in the entertainment industry would be taken by others. Qin Su didn't say anything about forgiveness and had no intention of watching her act. The staff had brought over the packaged gift box and Qin Su took it, signaling Zhang Yilin to leave. Seeing Qin Su leave and her attitude worsening, Ji Zixuan also showed no kindness. He simply said, "Don't bother me again," and left. Only Chun Fei remained, frozen in place. How did things end up like this? That man is definitely not a good person, Zhang Yilin exclaimed as they left the store. Qin Su didn't disagree. Her impression of Ji Zixuan wasn't great either. "We've bought the dress. Do you want to go shopping more?" Zhang Yilin asked Qin Su. "I don't have anything else I want to buy. What about you?" Their main purpose for going out was to buy a dress, and since they had done that, she didn't want to shop more. But since she had asked Zhang Yilin to come along, she couldn't just think of herself. If Zhang Yilin wanted to continue shopping, she would accompany her. Zhang Yilin didn't need anything but didn't want to go home so soon, suggesting they watch a movie. The two then went to the film city, bought tickets, and watched a movie. After the movie, it was already dark. Qin Su and Zhang Yilin had dinner before heading back to school, home. Zhang family. Zhang Huaishan sat at the head of the table, with several elderly men with gray hair but lively spirits sitting beside him. Zhang Huaishan took a sip of tea from the cup beside him, remaining silent. Seeing his attitude, one elderly man with a goatee couldn't help but speak up. "Old Zhang, stop keeping us in suspense. Just tell us, do you still have the longevity pills for old goo?" "Yeah, old Zhang. Don't tease us. If you have any left, please show us." The others chimed in. Seeing their anxious expressions, Zhang Huaishan finally set down his cup and replied slowly, "But weren't you all skeptical back then? Why are you suddenly pressing me for answers now?" A few days ago, Qin Su had given him the longevity pills. He immediately invited the heads of several prominent families to gather and introduced them to Qin Su's pills. To his surprise, aside from the Gu and Fu families, the other family heads mocked him, saying he had fallen for a magical delusion. How could such effective pills exist in today's world? Each of their families had dedicated herbal gardens and alchemists, and they wouldn't boast that their own pills could achieve such effects. Yet Zhang Huaishan told them that these longevity pills could not only extend life by several years, but also heal hidden ailments. Although they weren't short on money, they didn't want to be foolish. Who would not want to live a few more years, hoping for a chance at a breakthrough? Plus, as martial artists, they all had some lingering old injuries. So when they heard that Zhang Huaishan's pills truly worked, although they weren't short on money, they didn't want to be foolish. Who would not want to live a few more years, hoping for a chance at a breakthrough? Plus, as martial artists, they all had some lingering old injuries. So when they heard that Zhang Huaishan's pills truly worked, the family heads rushed to him. Zhang Huaishan, he wouldn't feel sorry for these old men if they ended up paying a hefty price. Seeing Zhang Huaishan's troubled expression, they quickly said, "Please ask that master for us.
We can negotiate the price."
Zhang Huaishan still had several bottles of longevity pills. He said this deliberately to raise the price. Last time, he had only charged Old Gu and Old Fu 1 million for each pill. Seeing they were already hooked, Zhang Huaishan pretended to agree reluctantly. If they knew his plan, they would definitely call him an old fox. Wednesday quickly arrived. The dinner started at 7, and when Qin Su arrived at the Ji family's mansion, the atmosphere inside was already lively. In the banquet hall, the ladies and young women formed small groups, sharing beauty tips, the latest clothes and bags, or stories about their travels to different countries. Qin Su didn't know anyone, so she took some food and quietly ate in a corner. After giving her gift to Aunt Fu, she planned to stay a little longer before leaving. Qi Qingyu came to attend Madame Ji's birthday party with her mother. She felt both anxious and excited. She had a plan for the night, and if it succeeded, she could become Mrs. Hua. She dressed carefully, wearing a low-cut backless evening gown that showcased her figure perfectly. As soon as she entered the banquet hall, she noticed several intense gazes on her. Feeling pleased with herself, she searched for the person she wanted to see. However, she didn't find him and felt a bit disappointed. After brushing off a few men who approached her, she chatted casually with other young ladies while keeping an eye on the entrance. But instead of the person she wanted, she encountered someone she disliked. "Qin Su, what are you doing here?" Qin Su recognized the familiar voice behind her. It was Qi Qingyu. After their last awkward encounter, Qin Su was puzzled as to why Qi Qingyu would approach her again. Was it because of Hua Tianqing? "What's it to you?"
Inshu replied coldly.
Qi Qingyu was taken aback. She wanted to get angry but remembered where they were and shot a resentful glance at Qin Su. "Aren't you close with Mr. Hua? Why isn't he here?" Qi Qingyu assumed that Hua Tianqing brought Qin Su to the party. Otherwise, she wouldn't be able to attend Madame Ji's birthday celebration. So Qi Qingyu's target was Hua Tianqing. No wonder she approached. "If you want to find him, go look for him yourself. Why ask me?" Qin Su said, feeling annoyed. Where was Aunt Fu? Not getting a good response from Qin Su and seeing her mother looking for her, Qi Qingyu had to leave in frustration. At that moment, Fu Yuyao walked down the stairs. As the birthday star made her entrance, everyone in the banquet hall came forward to offer their congratulations. Zhang Yuro pulled Qi Qingyu to the front of Fu Yuyao and warmly said, "Madam Ji, happy birthday. May you always be beautiful." Qi Qingyu also chimed in with wishes for good health. Fu Yuyao politely responded, "Thank you for your wishes, and thank you for coming tonight." Then she turned to Qi Qingyu and praised, "Mrs. Qi, this must be your daughter. She's truly lovely." Zhang Yuro smiled brightly. "Thank you for the compliment, Madam Ji. My daughter is indeed quite attractive, and many boys are pursuing her." Fu Yuyao was just being polite, but She didn't expect Mrs. Chi to openly praise her daughter. She smiled and asked, "Does she have a boyfriend yet?" Thinking of her unambitious younger son, she thought maybe they could be introduced. "Not yet. She probably hasn't met someone she likes," Mrs. Chi replied. While they chatted enthusiastically, Chi Qingyu looked shy. Seeing that Fu Yuyao had finally arrived, Qin Su immediately walked over and caught the last part of their conversation.
Aunt Fu, happy birthday.
Qin Su stepped forward to congratulate her. Fu Yuyao was delighted to see Qin Su and pulled her in. "Xiao Su, when did you arrive? Why didn't anyone tell me?" Qin Su simply smiled. "Aunt Fu, you're the star today, so I had to wait for your grand entrance." They laughed and chatted, leaving Qi Qingyu and Zhang Yuro aside. Qi Qingyu bit her lip, her eyes filled with malice. It was Qin Su again. Why did she always steal her spotlight? How did she know Madame Ji? Thinking of her plan for the night, she became even more determined to succeed. Just wait and see how she would deal with Qin Su. Qin Su took out a small square wooden box and handed it to Fu Yuyao. "Aunt Fu, this is my birthday gift for you." Fu Yuyao accepted the box, which was light and emitted a faint fragrance, like flowers and fresh herbs. "What's inside?" "It smells wonderful," Fu Yuyao asked. "It's a beauty-enhancing pill I made myself." A few days ago, she had been thinking about what gift to give Fu Yuyao. She considered jewelry, but no piece could compare to the jade bracelet she had given her before. After thinking it over, she realized that women care most about their appearance, so she used herbs from her space to create a few beauty pills based on an ancient recipe. Fu Yuyao happily opened the box to find a round black pill in the center. A stronger herbal scent wafted out, refreshing her senses. Just as she was about to speak, Qi Qingyu sneered from the side, "Qin Su, how can you just give away anything? Especially something meant to be ingested. If Madame Ji has a problem, can you take responsibility?" She then turned to Fu Yuyao. "Madame Ji, Qin Su is just a college student who dares to give you her homemade pills. You should be cautious. We don't even know what's in it, and if it causes poisoning, it won't be good." Qin Su knew Qi Qingyu would cause trouble as soon as she spoke, and sure enough, she was now criticizing her pill in front of Aunt Fu. "Qi Qingyu, ignorance isn't scary, but being ignorant and foolish is. Since I dared to give it to Aunt Fu, I know she understands the quality of the pill. Aunt Fu hasn't said anything, so it's not your place to slander me." Fu Yuyao, having seen Qin Su's skills, naturally trusted her pills. Not knowing the history between the two, she felt it was her duty as the host to mediate. "I trust the pills made by Xiao Su. Miss Chi is just worried because she doesn't know. You both care about me, and I appreciate it. The dance has started. You young people should go dance while I take a break here." She called over Zhang Yuru to join the wealthy ladies on the other side. Qi Qingyu gave Qin Su a cold huff and headed toward the dance floor. Qin Su didn't want to dance. She had already given her gift and was considering leaving when she bumped into a tall figure. Fortunately, she reacted quickly and stepped aside. The man chuckled lightly. Hearing the familiar voice, Qin Su looked up to see Hu Tianqing. "What's wrong? After a few days, you look like you don't recognize me," Hu Tianqing teased with a smile. Qin Su smiled back, not at all, just a bit surprised. She hadn't seen Hu Tianqing at the party and thought he wasn't coming. In fact, Hu Tianqing had arrived at the Ji family long ago but had been upstairs discussing recent developments with his uncle, Ji Xian. He had just come down and noticed Qin Su talking with his aunt. He waited until they left before approaching her. Hu Tianqing looked at the couples dancing gracefully in the dance floor, leaned slightly, and extended his hand in an inviting gesture. "Miss Qin, may I ask you to dance?" Qin Su paused for a moment at the sight of his long, elegant hand before placing hers in his palm. "It would be my honor." The two entered the dance floor hand in hand. They moved forward, backward, and spun. Their synchronized movements and smooth steps, along with their good looks, drew the attention of everyone around, who stopped to watch the beautiful pair. When the music stopped and applause erupted, Qin Su snapped back to reality from her dance with Hu Tianqing. She withdrew her hand and playfully smiled at him. "I didn't expect you to be such a dancing master, Mr. Hua. Having participated in a dance club at school and with her quick learning ability, her dancing skills were decent. You danced very well too, Hua Tianqing replied. He rarely danced, but tonight's dance with Qin Su filled him with joy. As they chatted, some people watched them with envy. Qi Qingyu had just finished dancing with a wealthy young man when she spotted Qin Su and Hua Tianqing dancing closely together. Seeing their harmonious movements, with Hua Tianqing's hand around Qin Su's waist as they spun, she felt an urge to rush over and pull Qin Su away, wanting to take her place. Nearby, people were whispering, "Isn't that Mr. Hua? Who's the girl he's dancing with? She's really pretty and seems to match him well." Qi Qingyu shot a fierce glare at the speaker, who looked at her in confusion, rolled their eyes, and walked away, leaving behind faint mocking remarks. "Isn't that the Qi family girl who's been chasing Mr. Hua for 3 years? She must be furious seeing him with another girl." Another voice chimed in, "What Qi family girl? She's just the illegitimate daughter of a mistress." Qi Qingyu was so angry her lips nearly bled. She glared at the retreating figures and then turned her gaze back to the laughing Qin Su and Hua Tianqing, her eyes filled with malice. Qin Su sensed the hostility and looked over, meeting Qi Qingyu's murderous gaze. Qi Qingyu quickly lowered her head, and when she looked up again, her expression was neutral, as if nothing had happened. Hua Tianqing also glanced over and frowned upon seeing that annoying woman from the dessert shop. "Let's go. I'll take you to get something to eat." Hua Tianqing naturally took Qin Su's hand and led her toward the dining table. Feeling the warmth of his hand, Qin Su's face flushed slightly. They had some snacks when a waiter approached with champagne, asking if they wanted any. Hua Tianqing picked up a glass of champagne, and the waiter's eyes flickered. "Would you like a glass?" Hua Tianqing asked Qin Su. Qin Su shook her head and picked up a glass of juice.
"I'll stick with this."
The waiter, seeing Hua Tianqing drink half a glass of champagne, quietly left the banquet hall and walked toward a corner. At that moment, the ladies were discussing the topic of the beauty pill received by Fu Yuyao. While chatting, Zhang Yuru brought up the pill given by Qin Su. "You don't know, Miss Qin said this beauty pill can make people look younger." Qin Su hadn't detailed the effects of the pill. It was just that Zhang Yuru, annoyed by her daughter's embarrassment, exaggerated its benefits to save face. If Fu Yuyao took the pill, and it didn't work as claimed, Mrs. Ji would lose face in front of the wealthy ladies and develop a bad impression of Qin Su. Fu Yuyao, having seen various tactics in high society, could easily tell that Zhang Yuru was trying to undermine Qin Su. Instead of defending Qin Su, she went along with Zhang Yuru's comments, praising her. "That girl, Su, has great skills. You all know I had health issues recently and saw many doctors without improvement. Su came to check on me, and I got better." She didn't reveal the real reason, but Qin Su's medical skills were recognized by her nephew, so they must be good. The other wealthy ladies knew Fu Yuyao had indeed been ill recently, and hearing her praise sparked their curiosity about the girl she mentioned. If she really had skills, they wanted to meet her too, as everyone occasionally faces minor health issues, and knowing someone skilled in medicine is a plus. "Mrs. Ji, could you call the girl over so we can meet her?" A round-faced lady asked Fu Yuyao. The other wealthy ladies agreed, eager to meet the girl praised by Mrs. Ji. Seeing things didn't go as she expected, Zhang Yuru had nothing more to say and joined in with the others. Let that girl Qin Su come and show herself. If she was exposed, that would be good. Noticing everyone was curious about Qin Su, Fu Yuyao called a nearby servant to fetch her. Qin Su was talking to Hua Tianqing about recent events when she saw a servant from the Ji family approaching. "Miss Qin, the lady requests your presence." "I'll go over now," Qin Su said to Hua Tianqing. "Okay, go ahead. After the banquet, wait for me. I'll take you home," he replied. Qin Su nodded and followed the servant toward Fu Yuyao and the others. Hua Tianqing's cold demeanor scared off a few women who wanted to approach him, making the atmosphere feel tense. He held his wine glass and stepped outside to the garden, staring at the dark sky, standing quietly. After Hua Tianqing left the dance floor, Qi Qingyu secretly observed him. When she saw him drink the champagne, a glimmer of triumph flashed in her eyes and a smirk appeared on her lips. The plan was halfway successful. She just needed to find a chance to get close to Hugo. Seeing him leave the banquet hall, she quickly followed. Watching the man's broad back, Chi Qingyu suppressed her racing heart. Thinking about what was about to happen made her heart race even more. After tonight, Hugo would be hers. Hugo, why are you here alone? Hua Tianqing turned around upon hearing her voice and saw the woman he disliked. This woman had been spreading nonsense in front of Qin Su, and Qin Su's attitude toward him had noticeably cooled in recent days. Stay away from me, Hua Tianqing said rudely. Chi Qingyu's expression stiffened. She didn't expect him to be so harsh. After all, she was a young lady from the Qi family. Ignoring Hua Tianqing's bad attitude, she stepped closer to him. As Chi Qingyu approached, the fragrance she emitted made Hua Tianqing feel a surge of heat. Noticing something was off, he softly warned her, "Don't come closer, leave." Seeing his reaction, Chi Qingyu realized the drug was taking effect. She suppressed her fear and stepped in front of him. "Hugo, what's wrong? Are you feeling unwell? You don't look good." Hua Tianqing felt not only heat but also dizziness, and the person in front of him started to resemble Qin Su. He shook his head, feeling unsteady, and Chi Qingyu hurried to support him. Hua Tianqing pushed her away and headed into the hall toward the second floor. He needed to rest in a guest room and have Ji Zixuan call a doctor to check on him. Chi Qingyu fell to the ground, watching Hua Tianqing's retreating figure with resentment. She didn't believe Hugo could withstand the drug's effects. She followed him upstairs.
Qin Su arrived busy de Fu Yuyao.
"Aunt Fu, did you call me for something?" Seeing Qin Su, Fu Yuyao quickly pulled her to sit down. "Su, these ladies heard about the beauty pill you gave me and are curious to know its effects." Upon hearing this, Qin Su's heart stirred. She had given this gift to Aunt Fu simply because she found other gifts hard to choose. Now that the beauty pill had sparked so much interest, if she could use this opportunity to connect with more wealthy ladies, she wouldn't have to worry about selling her beauty pills in the future. Ladies, the beauty pill is made from many precious herbs. Taking it will make your skin smoother and younger by 10 years. Is it really that amazing? It can make you younger? If so, I want to buy a few. I find it hard to believe. How can a pill be that magical? It's not like we're cultivating immortality. As the group of ladies reacted to Qin Su's words, some were skeptical while others were eager to try. "If you don't believe it, you can wait until I use the beauty pill and see the results," Fu Yuyao interjected as the ladies debated. That makes sense. They could wait to see the effects after Mrs. Ji took the pill. Hua Tianqing entered the room and was about to close the door when Chi Qingyu squeezed in from outside. "Huigij, you look unwell." "I'm so worried. Let me help you to rest over here." Hua Tianqing's mind was already hazy. He could barely hear the voice shouting in his ear. The restlessness inside him grew stronger. He realized he had been drugged. Someone dared to drug him at the Ji family's banquet, and when he found out who it was, they would definitely regret it. The fire within him intensified, and he felt a slippery, cool sensation that made him want to get closer.
No.
She is not the person I want. Hua Tianqing bit his tongue to regain a bit of clarity. Seeing him lean toward her, Chi Qingyu felt a surge of joy and was about to help him to the bed. But Hua Tianqing forcefully pushed her away, causing her to stumble back a few steps. Hua Tianqing struggled to maintain his sanity.
"Get out."
Chi Qingyu was unwilling to give up and approached him again, slowly unzipping her dress as she walked. Hua Tianqing felt like he was about to explode. He looked at the woman in front of him, his eyes turning redder. Using the last bit of his rationality, he threw Chi Qingyu out of the door and slammed it shut. The heat inside him surged even more. He spotted a fruit knife on the table, picked it up, and cut his hand. The pain brought him a moment of clarity. With the last bit of strength he had, he quickly called Qin Su. Downstairs, Qin Su was still discussing health and beauty tips with the wealthy ladies. They listened intently, finding some truth in her words. Her phone vibrated in her purse. "Excuse me, I need to take a call." Seeing it was Hua Tianqing calling, she was puzzled. Didn't he know she was here? Why was he calling? Just as she was about to speak, heavy breathing came through the phone. Qin Su sensed something was wrong and stood up, moving to a quiet corner. Hu Tianqing, what's wrong?
Quick. Call me.
To the second floor, Hu Tianqing's voice was intermittent. Qin Su's expression turned serious. Hu Tianqing was definitely in danger. Not daring to hang up, she hurried upstairs. Seeing Qin Su's worried expression as she headed to the second floor, Fu Yuyao felt confused but instinctively followed her. Zhang Yuro's eyes flickered. She wondered if Qingyu's plan had succeeded. She smiled at the other ladies. I wonder if Mrs. G is in trouble? She looks anxious. Should we go check? We might be able to help. The ladies were bored sitting there, so they naturally agreed to the suggestion. Thus, a group of wealthy ladies headed up to the second floor. When Qin Su reached the second floor, she used her senses to find Hu Tianqing quickly. Turning a corner, she almost bumped into someone. She quickly stopped and realized it was Qi Qingyu. Qi Qingyu looked flustered, her dress disheveled, with a mix of shame and anger on her face. Seeing Qin Su, she halted her hurried steps, but when she looked up and saw who it was, her expression twisted with malice. What are you doing here?
Both spoke at the same time.
Seeing Qi Qingyu's disheveled appearance and recalling Hu Tianqing's strange tone on the phone, Qin Su seemed to understand something. What did you do to Hu Tianqing? Qin Su blocked her path, coldly demanding an answer. Qi Qingyu's scheme had failed. When Hu Tianqing woke up, she didn't know what kind of revenge awaited her. Feeling anxious and fearful, she saw Qin Su appear and felt both hatred and jealousy. Huigij was suffering from the drug and still pushed her away, preferring to call this woman instead. What I do is none of your business. Qi Qingyu snapped. Qin Su didn't want to waste time arguing but also didn't want to let her go. She swiftly struck Qi Qingyu on the back of her neck. Qi Qingyu collapsed to the ground, and Qin Su continued toward the room she sensed. Inside the room, Hu Tianqing had already made several cuts on his hand, blood dripping onto the floor. Hu Tianqing, are you in there? Open the door. Hu Tianqing heard that voice and, despite the intense discomfort, forced himself to walk over and open the door. As soon as the door opened, Qin Su was pulled into the room with great force. Before she could react, she was tightly embraced. Hu Tianqing buried his face in her neck, his hot breath causing goosebumps on Qin Su's skin. She tried to break free from his hold, but he was surprisingly strong, and not wanting to hurt him, she had to give up. Hu Tianqing seemed dissatisfied with this slight comfort and tightened his grip. Qin Su knew he wasn't fully conscious and wanted to tell him to let her go so she could help him. Hu Tianqing, you. Before she could finish, his hot breath covered her lips. Qin Su's eyes widened as she was about to push him away. But Hu Tianqing aggressively advanced, his movements fierce, as if he wanted to consume her. Qin Su had never experienced anything like this and was momentarily at a loss. Hu Tianqing, like a thirsty man, kept drawing closer. But he gradually became unsatisfied and wanted even more. His hands began to slide down. It was only when she felt a burning sensation at her waist that Qin Su snapped back to reality. With determination, she pointed her finger, and Hu Tianqing instantly softened and began to fall. Qin Su caught him and laid him down on the bed, then began to check his pulse. It turned out he had been drugged. No wonder he had acted that way earlier. Feeling embarrassed about what he had done to her, she glared at the unconscious Hu Tianqing and said fiercely, "When you wake up, I'll settle the score with you." Qin Su took out a gold needle and inserted it into several acupoints on Hu Tianqing's body. Remembering the pill she had made earlier, she found a clear heart pill and placed it in his mouth. After finishing everything, Qin Su sat down beside him, waiting for him to wake up. Fu Yuyao reached the second floor and saw Qi Qingyu collapsed on the ground. Just as she was about to approach, a worried voice called out from behind, "Qingyu, what happened? Wake up." Fu Yuyao saw a figure rush to Qi Qingyu's side, shaking her repeatedly. It was Zhang Yuro. She had encouraged the other ladies to come up for a reason. If Qingyu succeeded with Hu Tianqing and so many ladies witnessed it, the Hu family would have to marry into the Qi family to save face. Then Qingyu would become the lady of the Hu group, and she would become Hu Tianqing's mother-in-law. She imagined how those who had secretly mocked her for being a mistress would now try to please her. In the room, Hu Tianqing's eyelashes fluttered, and the next moment, he opened his eyes. His dazed gaze suddenly sparked with a chilling intensity. Qin Su had just reached out to help him adjust the blanket when a strong hand suddenly grabbed her wrist.
Ouch.
Hu Tianqing let go. Qin Su didn't expect him to attack suddenly, and his grip hurt her wrist. Realizing it was Qin Su's voice, Hu Tianqing quickly released her. Qin Su rubbed her slightly swollen wrist and said irritably, "Hu Tianqing, I was trying to help you. Is this how you treat your savior?" Today was really unlucky. Not only had she lost her first kiss, but she also got hurt while trying to help him. Hu Tianqing finally realized what had happened and looked a bit flustered. His usual icy expression was replaced with regret. "I'm sorry. I thought you were that woman, Qi Qingyu." He remembered using the last of his strength to throw Qi Qingyu out of the room before calling Qin Su. As he recalled what happened before he passed out, his expression stiffened, and his ears slowly turned red. Although he had been under the influence of drugs, he still remembered what he had done. Would Qin Su be angry with him for what he did? He secretly glanced at her face, which seemed normal. Qin Su felt relieved to see him awake. "How did you end up drugged?" They hadn't been apart for long. So how did this happen? She had only seen such dramatic events in TV shows, and now she was witnessing one firsthand. Hu Tianqing's family background and looks were even more impressive than the male leads in dramas. He was a prize in the eyes of those with ulterior motives. Thinking about Qi Qingyu, she wondered if she had really drugged Hu Tianqing. Hu Tianqing's expression suddenly darkened. "The champagne I drank earlier was tampered with. It was right after he drank that glass that his body started to feel strange. I'm sorry for what happened earlier. I was abrupt." Hu Tianqing suddenly apologized. Qin Su was taken aback, realizing what he was referring to. She appeared calm, but inside, she was a bundle of nerves. She cleared her throat. "It's okay. You were under the influence of the drug." She had planned to confront him when he woke up, but now that he mentioned it, she felt anxious. It wasn't entirely the drug's fault, Hu Tianqing thought. Hearing Qin Su say she wasn't angry with him, he didn't know whether to feel happy or worried. Did she not have any feelings for him? "It's not because of the drug," Hu Tianqing said.
Huh.
Qin Su didn't immediately understand what he meant. "Qin Su, I like you. Will you be my girlfriend?" Hu Tianqing said seriously, looking into her eyes. Qin Su was stunned by his sudden confession.
Are you
"Not fully awake yet? I'm completely awake. Will you be my girlfriend?" Hu Tianqing repeated. From the moment he first saw Qin Su, he felt differently about her. He had never liked women being close to him, but Qin Su was an exception. He not only enjoyed her company, but also developed a strong desire to have her by his side all the time. He didn't like other men looking at Qin Su. He didn't want his treasure to be coveted by others. Hu Tianqing's gaze was deep like a bottomless pool. Qin Su felt like she was getting lost in his eyes. She admitted she had feelings for Hu Tianqing, but was it too sudden? Just as she was about to speak, someone knocked on the door. Hu Tianqing, feeling anxious, perked up when he heard Qin Su's voice, but was interrupted. "Tianqing, Qin Su, are you in there? Is everything okay?" Came Fu Yuyao's worried voice from outside. Qin Su held back her words and turned to open the door. Standing outside were Fu Yuyao and several wealthy ladies, all looking curious and gossiping as they peered into the room. "Qin Su, are you okay? I saw you rush up here. Did something happen?" Fu Yuyao asked with concern. Qin Su stepped out and closed the door behind her. "Aunt Fu, it's nothing. Mr. Hu was feeling a bit unwell, so I came to check on him." Seeing Qin Su's expression, Fu Yuyao sensed something was off but didn't want to ask in front of so many people. She felt relieved. "That's good. Is Tianqing okay now?" "He's fine. I've checked on him." Looking at the group of wealthy ladies behind her, Fu Yuyao said, "All right, there's nothing to worry about. Let's head downstairs." Although the ladies wanted to stay and gossip, they couldn't go against the host's wishes and began to leave. Once everyone had gone, Fu Yuyao quietly asked, "Did something happen with Tianqing?" She had seen Qin Su's tense expression after the phone call. Fu Yuyao was Hu Tianqing's aunt, and Qin Su didn't plan to hide anything from her. She explained what happened with the drugging.
What?
Someone dared to drug Tianqing at the Ji family. Fu Yuyao's voice rose involuntarily. Then, realizing she might be overheard, she looked around and, seeing no one, relaxed. Just then, the door behind Qin Su opened, and Hua Tianqing stepped out. "And, keep an eye on the servants tonight. I need to interrogate them." Hua Tianqing's voice was cold, and the atmosphere around him felt oppressive. Fu Yuyao nodded and left to inform the security team to watch over the staff. Once she was gone, only Qin Su and Hua Tianqing remained. The atmosphere between them fell silent again. They both started to speak at the same time, then paused when they realized the other wanted to talk.
Huh.
Qin Su chuckled, breaking the awkward tension. "You go first," she said, smiling at Hua Tianqing. Seeing her bright smile eased Hua Tianqing's nerves. "What was your answer to my question earlier?" Hua Tianqing didn't want to miss this opportunity. If Qin Su didn't agree, he wouldn't give up. He would wait until she said yes to being his girlfriend. "I agree to be your girlfriend." Qin Su wasn't shy. Since she had feelings for Hua Tianqing, why not agree? After all, it was just dating, not marriage. When Hua Tianqing heard her response, a gentle smile spread across his handsome face. If Qi Mingyang were here, he would be shocked. The usually icy Hua Tianqing was smiling so warmly. He walked over and took Qin Su's hand. "Let's go handle tonight's matters." Fu Yuyao gathered all the servants in one room, and many were unsure of what was happening. However, seeing the lady's expression, the head of security beside her, and the tense atmosphere, they knew something was wrong. When Hua Tianqing and Qin Su entered, they saw everyone too scared to speak. "Tianqing, Su, you're here." Fu Yuyao nodded at them. "The servants from the Ji residence and the temporary staff are all here," she said. Fu Yuyao signaled to the head of security, who walked over to the table, opened a laptop, and started playing footage from several cameras in the Ji family. Soon, the footage of a young man delivering drinks was enlarged. A man in the corner was trembling. "Who is this person?" Hua Tianqing asked coldly. The head of security walked to the corner and dragged the young man out. "Mr. Hua, it's him." The young man, unfamiliar with the camera placements in the Ji house, had found a hidden spot to slip something into one of the drinks, unaware he was being recorded. Seeing he had been caught, he quickly confessed, "Mr. Hua, Mrs. Ji, I didn't want to do this. A lady asked me to." He had fallen into debt and foolishly agreed to drug someone for that woman. "Take him to the police station. I suspect he intended to harm me. Make sure the police investigate thoroughly and find out who is behind this." Hua Tianqing instructed Qi Mingyang, who had rushed over. Qi Mingyang, happy he didn't have to work late, had just been enjoying himself at a bar when he received a call from his boss to come to the Ji residence. The young man was escorted out by the Ji family security, and Qi Mingyang followed, shaking his head in disbelief. Of all people to offend, he had to offend Mr. Hua. Anyone who crossed Mr. Hua would regret it. He had mentioned someone was behind this, and it made him wonder which bold woman dared to provoke the king of hell. Since they had found the person who drugged, Fu Yuyao dismissed the servants. Once everyone had left, only Hua Tianqing, Qin Su, and Fu Yuyao remained in the room. "You two are together now?" Fu Yuyao had noticed they were holding hands since they entered, and Hua Tianqing still hadn't let go. Seeing Hua Tianqing looking at Qin Su like a treasure, Fu Yuyao couldn't help but criticize him in her mind. Her nephew, who had never shown interest in anyone, suddenly had a blooming affection for this girl, and his usual cold demeanor was replaced by a proud expression. "Yes, Su has agreed to be my girlfriend," Hua Tianqing said, a hint of pride in his voice. Qin Su pinched him to remind him to be modest. Last time, when Qin Su and Tianqing came to the Ji house for her treatment, she had noticed Tianqing had his eye on the girl. The way he looked at her was as if he wanted to devour her, and now he finally got his chance. "Let's go outside," Fu Yuyao suggested. The earlier commotion had already sparked whispers among the guests about what had happened, and since they had caught the culprit, it was time to leave. The three went to the banquet hall to continue mingling with the guests. However, it wasn't long before the Ji family's butler led in two police officers. The butler approached Fu Yuyao. "Madam, These officers say they have a suspect here and need to take her for questioning. Qin Su and Hua Tianqing exchanged glances, surprised at how quickly Qi Mingyang had acted. The police had arrived to apprehend someone so soon. They had already suspected that Qi Qingyu was behind the drugging. They hadn't confronted her earlier, fearing she might deny it, and since they weren't law enforcement, they couldn't interrogate her privately. It was better for the police to come and arrest her, which would make her infamous in the elite circles of the city. A daughter of the Qi family poisoning someone at the Ji family's banquet would ruin her reputation in that social circle. Fu Yuyao knew this was Hua Tianqing's plan and asked the police, "Which suspect are you looking for?" At this point, everyone in the banquet hall was aware of the situation. It was hard not to notice the two officers. Zhang Yuro and Qi Qingyu turned pale upon seeing the police. "Mom, do you think they are here to arrest me?" She had been brought down from the second floor by Zhang Yuro and wanted to leave immediately, but was afraid of drawing attention. Now she regretted not leaving sooner. If they were indeed there for her, how could she stay in the city afterward? They won't. They have no evidence, Zhang Yuro reassured her. Meanwhile, the police asked Fu Yuyao. The suspect is named Qi Qingyu. Where is she? Fu Yuyao glanced at Qi Qingyu and her mother. The police walked directly to Qi Qingyu. Are you Qi Qingyu? Qi Qingyu forced herself to stay calm. I am. You are accused of being involved in a poisoning case. Someone has identified you as the one who bribed him to poison. Please come with us for questioning. The police showed her their badges. I didn't bribe anyone to poison. You must be mistaken. Qi Qingyu protested loudly. We will investigate further. Since someone has identified you, please cooperate. If there is no evidence against you, we will let you go, the police replied. I didn't do anything. You can't just arrest me. I am the eldest daughter of the Qi family. Do you believe I can have the Qi family's lawyers see you for unlawful arrest? Qi Qingyu was agitated and refused to go with the police. Zhang Yuro stepped in front of the officers. Do you know who we are? How dare you try to arrest my daughter? If you offend the Qi family, you better watch your jobs. Seeing their refusal to cooperate, the officers had no choice but to put handcuffs on Qi Qingyu and forcibly take her away. Zhang Yuro tried to stop them, but there was nothing she could do. She could only watch helplessly as Qi Qingyu was taken to the police car. In a hurry, she called Qi Zhenxing, Honey, the police have taken you away. You need to find a way to save her. She didn't know what he said on the other end, but she didn't have time to say goodbye to the hosts and quickly left the Ji residence. The guests had witnessed a dramatic scene and began to whisper among themselves. This Qi family's daughter actually poisoned someone. I wonder who it was. Are you stupid? Mrs. Ji rushed upstairs, and Mr. Hu was feeling unwell. It must be him who was poisoned. No way. Qi Qingyu has no grudge against Mr. Hua. Why would she poison him? You all must be wrong. What Qi Qingyu gave Mr. Hua wasn't poison, but something else. Everyone gasped, recalling how Qi Qingyu had fainted in the hallway earlier, her clothes disheveled. They exchanged glances, realizing the implications. Qin Su, with her sharp hearing, caught their discussions. It seems Mr. Hua's guests aren't as clueless as I thought. They must have figured out what happened. Aren't you worried this will blow up and Qi Qingyu will blame you? Inshutis Hua Tianxing. Hua Tianxing, hearing Qin Su's teasing, smiled helplessly. You just want to see me in trouble, don't you? Nothing happened between me and that woman. The Qi family should be more concerned about how to deal with my revenge. After such an incident, the party quickly came to an end. I'll take you home, Hua Tianxing said as he and Qin Su bid farewell to Fu Yuyao and left the Ji family together. Hua Tianxing and Qin Su sat in the back seat of the car. In the dim light, Hua Tianxing reached out and held Qin Su's small hand. Are you done? You've been holding my hand all night. Aren't you tired of it? Qin Su said, rolling her eyes in frustration. Does Hua Tianxing have a skin hunger issue? Why does he always want to hold her hand? Qin Su's words only made Hua Tianxing hold on tighter. He pulled her closer, resting her head on his shoulder. Qin Su felt her face heat up and tried to sit up straight. Even though she agreed to be his girlfriend, she wasn't used to such close actions. Don't move. Let me hold you for a bit, Hua Tianqing's deep voice whispered in her ear. His warm breath brushed against her ear, mixed with a faint scent of cedar from him, which inexplicably calmed Qin Su down. The driver, Old Li, didn't dare to look back. Oh my, when did their usually cold and distant Mr. He start showing such a gentle and affectionate expression? Miss Qin is really impressive. The last time Mr. He brought her home, he could tell Mr. He felt differently about her. He was even wondering when Miss Qin would become the lady of the He family. He didn't expect Mr. He to pursue her so quickly. Old Li had a smile on his face, thinking that Mr. He would no longer be alone, and they would soon have a lady of the house. I noticed you didn't eat much at the party. Are you hungry? Should we grab something to eat before heading back? Hua Tianqing asked softly. Qin Su glanced at the time. It was getting late, and if they went to eat, she might miss the dorm curfew. No, I'm not hungry. Hua Tianqing didn't press further. He thought about how Qin Su had classes every day and how busy he was at work. They didn't have much time to meet. The excitement of just becoming a couple had faded a bit. Is it convenient for you to stay in the dorm? Have you thought about finding a place to live outside? He meant no harm. He just thought that if Qin Su lived outside, they would have more time for dates. Qin Su didn't think much of it. I've already found a place. I'm planning to move out in a couple of days. Hua Tianqing was thinking that if she wanted to live outside, he had a place right next to Jing University, where she could move in. Since she had already found a place, he didn't mention it. Let me know when you move, and I'll come help. Aren't you busy? Besides, I don't have much stuff, and my roommates will help me move. I plan to cook for them in the new place, so you can just come over in the evening. She knew Hua Tianqing was busy, so she didn't want to make him run around. Hua Tianqing disagreed. You're my girlfriend. If you need help, of course, I'll come. Work can wait. Seeing his firm attitude, Qin Su stopped insisting. If he wanted to come, then let him. The car soon arrived at Jing University, and Hua Tianqing dropped Qin Su off at the dorm entrance. Okay, I'm here. You should go in and get some rest. Qin Su waved at Hua Tianqing and turned to go upstairs. Just as she turned around, he pulled her back. Qin Su looked back in confusion. Do you need something? Hua Tianqing looked a bit aggrieved. Did you forget something? Qin Su was puzzled. Was there something she forgot to take? Seeing her confused expression, Hua Tianqing leaned in closer. We're dating now. Shouldn't you give your boyfriend a goodbye kiss? Qin Su never expected the usually cold and serious Hua Tianqing would act so shamelessly one day. She couldn't help but laugh, seeing that he looked like he wouldn't let her go without a kiss. She reluctantly stood on her tiptoes and leaned in. Close your eyes. Hua Tianqing obediently closed his eyes, feeling a warm touch on his cheek that quickly disappeared. After the kiss, Qin Su hurriedly ran upstairs, turning back to say, I'm going up.
Bye.
Hua Tianqing chuckled, realizing she was a clever woman. The goodbye kiss he wanted was not like that. He only left after watching Qin Su's figure disappear into the building. You're such an idiot. Why did I ever think you were smarter than Sun Yueying? Look at the trouble you and your daughter have caused lately. Are you afraid I won't be killed by Hua Tianqing? You're not at ease, are you? In the lobby of the Qi family, Qi Jinqing shouted angrily at Zhang Yuru. The Qi family servants had long hidden away, afraid of being caught in their master's fury. He received a call from Zhang Yuru and learned that the mother and daughter had gotten into big trouble, making him so angry he smashed everything in his study. What a useless person, always causing more trouble than good. Last time, Qi Qingyu offended Hua Tianqing, and to make amends, Qi Jinqing had to give up 5 percentage points on a joint project, which cost him a lot. Now, they had offended Hua Tianqing even more. Just thinking about Hua Tianqing's cold and ruthless methods made Qi Jinqing feel frustrated. Zhang Yuru heard that the man who had been sweet-talking her just the day before was now angry because they failed to set up Hua Tianqing, ruining his plans. Now she was being compared to that other woman, and in a disdainful tone. Zhang Yuru suppressed her disgust. Men are all the same. He knew about their plan, and at the time he didn't oppose it. Now that things went wrong, he was taking it out on her. But she still needed to calm him down first. Her daughter was in trouble, and they needed him to rescue her. With tears in her eyes, She cried softly, "Honey, we didn't expect things to turn out like this." Hua Tianqing was already drugged. Who would have thought he could hold on? And that woman named Qin Su, if it weren't for her, you might have succeeded already. She continued sobbing, "Honey, the most important thing now is to rescue Yor quickly. She's just a delicate girl. How can she endure that kind of place?" Qi Jinxing's face darkened. "Do you think I don't want to save her? I just called to find someone, but they were hesitant and wouldn't say anything. Clearly, they've been warned by the Hor family and don't dare offend them. Our Qi family can't compete with the Hor family. What should we do? Are we just going to watch Yor suffer?" Zhang Yuru became anxious upon hearing this. "I'll go to the Hor family tomorrow and see what Hua Tianqing says." Qi Jinxing used to have high hopes for this daughter, but her recent behavior had disappointed him. It seemed better to have Lana return home soon. Of course, he would rescue Qi Qingyu, no matter what. She could still contribute to the Qi family in the future. Even if Hua Tianqing didn't value her, there were still other families' sons. After finishing a set of experiments, Qin Su stepped out of the lab and finally had time to check her phone. Hua Tianqing had sent her several messages, asking if she was out of class, if she had eaten, and expressing that he missed her. Qin Su couldn't help but smile and replied to him. She also noticed that Zhang Huaishan had called her. Remembering the batch of longevity pills she had given him, Qin Su decided to return his call. He picked up quickly, saying, "Su girl, you finally call me back." Zhang Huaishan's voice was loud, and she could tell he was in a good mood. "Grandpa Zhang, I was busy earlier and didn't notice your call. I'm sorry." Qin Su explained why she hadn't answered. "Your studies are important. I'm not in a hurry." He understood that as a student, it was reasonable for her not to answer right away. "Su girl, all those bottles of longevity pills have been sold out, and many people are asking if there are more. I didn't promise them anything. What are your plans next?" Zhang Huaishan knew the pills were good, but he hadn't expected their effects to be so remarkable that prominent families in the capital were inquiring about them. Not knowing what Qin Su was thinking, he called to ask. Qin Su thought for a moment. "I have a few bottles left, but the materials for the pills are very rare, and my master doesn't have much stock either." Actually, there were many herbs in her space that could be used to make more, but Qin Su didn't plan to release too many longevity pills at once. The rarer something is, the more valuable it becomes. If she revealed too many effective pills, it would raise suspicion. Zhang Huaishan understood this. "Then I know how to respond to them. I've already transferred the money from the sale of the pills to your account. Check it when you have time." After discussing a few more things, Qin Su ended the call. "Su, do you want to go eat? I've been starving after a whole afternoon of experiments." Zhang Yilin came up from behind, leaning weakly against Qin Su. Qin Su pushed her away gently. "I might not have time to go eat with you." Zhang Yilin looked at her sadly. "Are you still my best friend? Just tell me honestly. Are you in a relationship?" She had seen Qin Su smiling tenderly at her phone earlier. She could sense the scent of romance. Qin Su smiled lightly and remained silent. Seeing her expression, Zhang Yilin understood. "Are you really in a relationship? Who is it?" Zhang Yilin was very curious about who could make the aloof Qin Su fall for them. "You've met him," Qin Su said simply. This left Zhang Yilin deep in thought. Earlier, Hua Tianqing had told her he would come to pick her up for dinner, marking their first official date. Back in her dorm, Qin Su chose a fitted dress. The black dress highlighted her fair skin and red lips, and the fitted design accentuated her slim waist. She applied a little makeup and left the dorm building, heading to the agreed meeting place. As she walked, students passing by couldn't help but glance at her. Once she walked past, a few students gathered and exclaimed in awe. "Was that Qin Su? She looks so beautiful today," one girl said dreamily, watching Qin Su's retreating figure. "She's always beautiful, but today she has a different kind of beauty," another girl marveled. Qin Su ignored the gazes of admiration and awe. As she reached the school gate, she spotted a low-key black car parked by the roadside. Qin Su walked over, opened the door, and sat inside. Just as she settled in, the man inside pulled her into his embrace. "Am I that hard to see?" Hua Tianqing's usually cold voice now sounded a bit aggrieved. Qin Su could only stroke his back gently. If you show up at my dorm, you'll be on the front page news tomorrow. Yesterday, it had been late with few people around, so she let him drop her off downstairs. But now, during peak class hours, the CEO of Hua Corporation appearing at the girls' dormitory would definitely make headlines. Then you owe me a reward, Hua Tianqing pressed. What kind of reward do you want? Although they were now in a relationship, they still had to keep it secret, which made Qin Su feel a bit frustrated. Hua Tianqing gazed at her glistening red lips, his intentions clear. When he first saw Qin Su walking towards him, he was mesmerized. She looked stunning, like a fairy emerging from the night, capturing his heart. Seeing his expression, Qin Su quickly understood, her face turning slightly red. Be serious. There's still a driver in the car. Hua Tianqing noticed her looking at the driver's seat, realizing she was shy. He pressed a button, raising the divider between them. Then, he leaned in and kissed her lips, which he had missed for so long. The atmosphere in the back seat grew heated, their mouths moving together, warmth enveloping them. Qin Su felt like she was floating, her thoughts hazy, yet she could clearly hear the sound of their kisses. Just as she was about to run out of breath, Hua Tianqing finally released her. As fresh air hit her, Qin Su quickly took deep breaths. Hua Tianqing noticed her slightly swollen lips and gently stroked them, chuckling. You weren't holding your breath, were you? Qin Su playfully punched his chest, annoyed that he was teasing her, not considering who the real culprit was. Oh, you seem pretty experienced. Did you have a lot of practice before? Qin Su said with a teasing smile. Hua Tianqing's alarm bells went off, and he quickly defended himself. Absolutely not. My only experience was yesterday with you. He was cut off when Qin Su covered his mouth. Such things shouldn't be discussed openly. I believe you. Just stop talking, Qin Su interrupted, worried he might say something shocking again. The car soon stopped in front of a high-end restaurant. Hua Tianqing got out first and opened the door for Qin Su. Inside the restaurant, Hua Tianqing led Qin Su to the reserved private room. What do you want to eat? Hua Tianqing asked her. Anything is fine, as long as it's delicious. I'm not picky, Qin Su replied. She trusted Hua Tianqing's taste. Wherever he took her would be good. Hua Tianqing ordered based on her usual preferences and got a dish for himself as well. Remembering what happened last night, Qin Su asked Hua Tianqing what was the reaction of the Qi family after Qi Qingyu was taken away. Hua Tianqing clasped his hands together, appearing unconcerned. Her father came to see me, asking me to let Qi Qingyu go, but I didn't agree. Qi Qingyu had repeatedly provoked him, expecting him to let her off easily. That was impossible. Are you really willing to go against the Qi family because of her? Qin Su knew that Hua's corporation was a top conglomerate in Long Country, but the Qi family was not easy to deal with either. Moreover, there were many people around him who were watching closely. Hongxing Group. In the president's office, Qi Jinqing had a gloomy expression. He had met with Hua Tianqing today, hoping to persuade him to let Qi Qingyu go, but his assistant had blocked him. Fuming with anger and frustration, he returned to the company. Hua Tianqing was truly too much. He had even lowered himself to plead, yet Hua didn't even give him a chance. The person reporting to him was cautious, afraid of becoming a target for his anger. Mr. Qi, here are the documents for the collaboration with Hua's company. Please review them, the assistant said, carefully placing a file on the desk. Hearing Hua's name made Qi Jinqing's face darken further. In this collaboration, the company had agreed to a low profit share to gain Hua's technical support. Last time, when Qi Qingyu offended Hua Tianqing, Hua's company wanted to terminate the partnership. In the end, he had to give up some benefits for the collaboration to continue. His eyes grew colder. If he could obtain Hua's core technology, he wouldn't have to beg others for cooperation. He took the file, signed it after a quick glance, and handed it back to his subordinate to proceed. Once the person left, the office fell silent. He sat quietly for a long time, as if making a decision, then picked up the phone and dialed. I've thought about your proposal for collaboration. If it works out, I want half of the shares. The person on the other end said something, and Qi Jinqing sneered. If you can turn against your own nephew, Don't pretend to be kind with me.
This is my condition.
If you agree, we can collaborate. If not, I'm open to working with someone else. After hanging up, Qi Jinqing smiled coldly. Hu Tianqing, if you are unkind, don't blame me for being ruthless. Since that day when she had a meal with Hu Tianqing, Qin Su had been very busy. Recently, her mentor recommended her to join a laboratory to conduct research in traditional Chinese medicine. Every day, aside from attending classes, she spent all her time in the lab. Hu Tianqing had asked her out several times, but she had refused, which led to his complaints. Even though they were now a couple, they had no time to go on dates. Finally, it was the weekend, and Qin Su planned to organize her things and move into a rented apartment. Fortunately, she didn't have much stuff. She, along with Li Jiaojiao and Wang Wenxia, each carried a bag out of the dormitory. Zhang Yilin had wanted to help but was turned down by Qin Su, as they didn't need too many people. Li Jiaojiao and Wang Wenxia were enough. The three of them took a taxi to the rental apartment complex. Li Jiaojiao and Wang Wenxia were surprised. The rent in this area was not cheap, and they didn't expect Qin Su to rent here. Qin Su led them to the door, opened it, and let them in. She had already had the place cleaned a few days earlier, so it looked tidy and clean. After quickly organizing her things, she said to them, "Let's go buy some groceries. I'll cook dinner tonight." They went to a nearby mall and bought a bunch of ingredients. Qin Su planned to make hot pot. Zhang Yilin loved spicy food and could handle it well, while Li Jiaojiao and Wang Wenxia could also eat spicy. Hu Tianqing, however, preferred lighter dishes, so a dual-flavor pot would be better. Qin Su washed the fruits she had just bought, cut them into a fruit platter, and brought it out for Li Jiaojiao and Wang Wenxia. "You two sit here and have some fruit while I prepare the ingredients." Seeing the large amount of vegetables and meat on the table, Wang Wenxia came over. "I'll help you." Li Jiaojiao, not wanting to just sit and wait, also came over to lend a hand. Qin Su checked the time. There was still an hour until dinner, so she felt a bit rushed. She didn't decline any further, and the three of them worked together to clean and prepare the ingredients.
Before long, it was 6 p.m.
Qin Su had already messaged Hu Tianqing and Zhang Yilin, giving them the address and inviting them over for dinner. As October arrived, the weather in Beijing began to cool down. In the cozy living room, a pot of steaming broth sat on the table, bubbling away as it heated. The rich aroma filled the space, making Li Jiaojiao and Wang Wenxia drool as they stared at the hot pot. How could it smell so good with just broth and no ingredients added yet? How did Qin Su make it? They had seen her use only simple bones and spices, yet it turned out so delicious under her care. Just the smell was enough to make them salivate. The doorbell rang, and Qin Su went to open the door. It was Zhang Yilin. Zhang Yilin had seen Qin Su's message and rushed over. She handed Qin Su something. "This is a housewarming gift for you." Although she was just renting, Qin Su didn't refuse the kind gesture and accepted the gift, welcoming her inside. Li Jiaojiao and Wang Wenxia greeted Zhang Yilin warmly as she entered. The four of them chatted happily, and soon the doorbell rang again. Qin Su went to open the door and saw Hu Tianqing standing there in a sharp suit. "You're here." Qin Su smiled at him. "I had some things to handle right before leaving work, so I'm late." He had told Qin Su to let him know when she moved, but she had quietly moved without informing him until later. He had planned to leave early, but a sudden issue at a subsidiary required his attention, so he had to deal with it before coming over. Hearing the faint sounds of female voices inside, Hu Tianqing guessed that Qin Su's classmates had arrived. "Come in quickly," Qin Su said, noticing he was carrying a lot of items. She playfully scolded him. "Why did you bring so much?" "I have everything here. My girlfriend is moving into a new place. I can't come empty-handed. I have to bring some gifts." Zhang Yilin, seeing that Qin Su had been at the door for a while, walked over to check. She was surprised to see Hu Tianqing. What was going on? Why was he here? Seeing Zhang Yilin's stunned expression, Qin Su nudged her. "What's wrong? Why are you so surprised? You've seen him before." Li Jiaojiao and Wang Wenxia also noticed the handsome yet cool man who had just entered. Qin Su introduced him. This is my boyfriend, Hua Tianqing. Hua Tianqing smiled with satisfaction when he heard Qin Su introduce him to her classmates. He was worried that Qin Su might hide their relationship from her classmates. As soon as he spoke, Li Jiaojiao and Wang Wenxia's eyes widened. Hua Tianqing. Is he the one they were thinking of? With his demeanor and looks, he must be the same person. Zhang Yilin had calmed down. As expected of her good friend, she had managed to win over Hua Tianqing, the top choice among the elite women in the capital. These are my classmates. Zhang Yilin, Li Jiaojiao, and Wang Wenxia. Qin Su introduced Hua Tianqing one by one. Hello. Hua Tianqing greeted politely.
Hi.
Li Jiaojiao and Wang Wenxia seemed a bit excited yet cautious. Mr. Hua, we met once before. I'm Zhang Yilin. She introduced herself confidently. Seeing everyone was acquainted, Qin Su quickly urged them to sit down. All right, let's eat first, and we can chat after. The furniture in the house was arranged by the landlord, and the dining table was a simple rectangular one. It was enough for just Qin Su, but with 5 people tonight, the table felt a bit crowded with the hot pot and the prepared ingredients. Qin Su invited Hua Tianqing to sit down and took a seat beside him. Zhang Yilin and the others also settled down. It had rained last night, and the weather was a bit chilly today, perfect for a hot pot. Noticing Hua Tianqing hadn't picked up his chopsticks, Qin Su thought he might not be used to this kind of setting and used the serving chopsticks to put some vegetables in his bowl. Try this, it's really good. The hot pot broth tonight was made with spring water, which she had used when Li Jiaojiao and the others weren't paying attention. Hua Tianqing had never experienced eating around a small table with so many people, so he hesitated to start. Since childhood, he had been taken care of by the family servants, only needing to give orders when he needed something. He had never had the experience of eating hot pot before. Seeing Qin Su only serving him vegetables made him feel happy, and he took a bite. In the next moment, his eyebrows raised in surprise. He didn't expect the ordinary vegetables to taste so good. Zhang Yilin and the others had already forgotten to talk as soon as they took their first bites, focusing solely on eating. For a while, the table was silent except for the sounds of chewing. Once they had filled their stomachs a bit, Zhang Yilin finally asked Qin Su, Su, your cooking skills have really improved. It's so good I could swallow my tongue. Hua Tianqing had unknowingly eaten a lot as well. He usually controlled his diet and only ate until he was 80% full, but tonight he had eaten enough to feel slightly bloated. Li Jiaojiao and Wang Wenxia were even more stuffed, unable to get up from their chairs. Qin Su couldn't help but laugh. You don't have to force yourselves. If you want to eat more, I can cook for you again next time. The meals made with spring water had filled many before. They weren't the first to experience this. When she had invited Zhang Huaishan and Zhang Heian over for a home-cooked meal, they had felt the same way. She had invited them over to let them eat food cooked with spring water to help improve their health. Qin Su, your cooking is amazing. You could open a hot pot restaurant. It would definitely be a hit. Li Jiaojiao, who was lively and cheerful, had initially been intimidated by Hua Tianqing's presence but relaxed after seeing he wasn't as cold as rumored. Qin Su, how did you meet Mr. Hua? After overcoming her fear, Li Jiaojiao began to gossip about their relationship. Qin Su exchanged a smile with Hua Tianqing and replied, I'm his lifesaver, and he promised to repay me. She said it half-jokingly, and Li Jiaojiao took it as her not wanting to share more. Qin Su, keep making things up. I think it's more like, Mr. Hua saved you. Hua Tianqing was a person of great influence in Long Country. She couldn't imagine what kind of crisis he could have faced that would require Qin Su to save him. Seeing her disbelief, Qin Su didn't elaborate further. It was better for them to stay away from matters of the mysterious world. Soon they had eaten their fill. Zhang Yilin and the others felt it was time to leave and not disturb the couple any longer. After sitting for a while, she said, I just remembered I have some things to do. I'll head back now. Su, thank you for dinner. I'll treat you next time. Li Jiaojiao and Wang Wenxia also stood up. Yes, we should go back too. Qin Su got up to see them off. Yilin, drive safely. Jiaojiao and Wenxia, do you need a ride? I can have him take you back. Him referred to Hu Tianxing, who followed Qin Su to see them off and said, "Why don't Su and I drive you back?" Li Jiaojiao and Wang Wenxiao waved their hands repeatedly. They were eager to leave to avoid being third wheels and wouldn't let them drive them home. Zhang Yilin said, Su, you don't need to worry. I'll take them home, and then I'll head back." With that, Qin Su reminded them to be careful and watched them go downstairs before returning to the room. As soon as she turned to close the door, she fell into a warm embrace. Smelling the pleasant scent of cedar on him, Qin Su didn't resist, and they hugged for a few minutes. When she felt his warm breath on her neck, Qin Su turned around and pulled back slightly. "Have you been busy with work lately? You look a bit tired." Hu Tianxing led her to the sofa, wrapping his arm around her shoulders to bring them closer, then said, "It's nothing serious, just some issues at the subsidiary that I've been handling at the office for the past few days." Qin Su remembered how he had complained about her not having time for dates. Given the situation he described, he must have been trying to find time to see her. She felt he was intentionally making her feel guilty to negotiate some compensation. Thinking about the conditions she had agreed to back then made her cheeks flush. "You should rest well. It's okay that you didn't come over tonight." It was just a matter of moving into a rented place. She had already finished moving, and they would have time to spend together later. After hearing her words, Hu Tianxing turned her face toward him and said seriously, "But I really miss you. No matter how tired I am, I'm happy to see you." Then, as if remembering something, a hint of grievance appeared on his handsome face. "Did you not think of me at all? We haven't seen each other for days. I've been working hard to finish my tasks just to spend more time with you." Qin Su felt speechless under his accusing gaze and tone. She had only said that because she was concerned about his exhaustion, but now it seemed like she didn't miss him. "No, I miss you too," Qin Su said earnestly. Hu Tianxing felt a surge of joy inside but kept a calm expression. "I don't believe you. Show me." At this point, Qin Su finally understood his intentions. She decided not to be shy and said, "Close your eyes." Hu Tianxing obeyed and closed his eyes. Qin Su leaned in and gently kissed his lips, but just as she was about to pull away, Hu Tianxing wrapped his arms around her waist, preventing her from retreating. Hu Tianxing had anticipated her reaction. The last time she had teased him at the girls' dormitory, he was prepared this time and wouldn't let her escape. He opened his eyes, his deep gaze fixed on Qin Su. "The compensation you promised me was not just a simple kiss." Qin Su felt her heart race under his intense gaze and nervously asked, "What do you want then?" "Of course, it's this." As he spoke, Hu Tianxing leaned down and captured her soft lips. As their breaths intertwined, Qin Su felt dazed, her lips and tongue being playfully teased by him. In the quiet room, only the sounds of hurried breaths and the soft sounds of their lips mingling filled the air. For a long time, the heated atmosphere surrounded the two, and the air seemed to grow warmer. Qin Su felt like she was about to melt, her body weakened, and she couldn't help but step back. Hu Tianxing's movements were urgent and intense, as if he wanted to consume her completely. The longing from the days apart poured out in this kiss. His restlessness grew stronger, and his hands tightened as if he wanted to press her into his body. Noticing her retreat, he wrapped one arm around her slim waist and supported the back of her head with the other, his lips and tongue playfully pursuing hers. Before they knew it, they fell onto the nearby sofa. Hu Tianxing's lips gradually moved downward, his hot breath brushing against her delicate neck, the intoxicating scent causing his eyes to redden. Qin Su felt the heat on her neck, making her shiver. As he continued downward, she finally snapped out of her daze, grabbing his hair to create distance. "Stop." Hu Tianxing paused and looked up. Qin Su saw the intense desire in his eyes. Having never been this close to a boy before, Qin Su couldn't help but look away from his fiery gaze. "We've only just started dating, that's too fast," Qin Su struggled to say. Seeing her shy expression, Hu Tianxing felt a rush in his chest. He wished he could merge her into his very being, so she would always be by his side. In the past, he had avoided women, never imagining he would feel this way about someone. Just seeing her made him want to be close and together all the time. He reached out to straighten her clothes, calming his breath, and said in a husky voice, "I'm sorry, I acted impulsively." Chin-soo was a strong-willed girl, and since they had just established their relationship, he feared his loss of control might push her away. He had only been apart from her for a few days, unable to suppress the emotions swirling inside him. "It's not your fault. I'm just not used to it yet." Chin-soo sat up straight, creating some distance. Hua Tianqing noticed her movement, and his gaze darkened. "Do you have plans tomorrow?" Hua Tianqing asked softly. Chin-soo initially wanted to say yes, but seeing his hopeful expression, she changed her mind.
No.
She decided to let manager Liu handle the store's renovation progress instead. "I'll pick you up tomorrow morning," Hua Tianqing said simply. At 8 in the morning, Chin-soo was still curled up in bed when her phone rang. She had been practicing in her space for a long time last night. Although it didn't tire her out, it made her feel more alert. However, she loved the comfort of sleeping in, so she would practice enough in her space and then sleep outside. When she checked her phone, it was Hua Tianqing calling. She quickly answered, "Hello." Hua Tianqing heard her voice still hoarse from sleep and chuckled. "You're still in bed? I'm at your door." Chin-soo was startled and jumped out of bed. How did Hua Tianqing get to her door? Seeing her messy hair and cartoon pajamas, she quickly said into the phone, "Give me 5 minutes." Then she hung up and hurriedly got ready. Just as Hua Tianqing was about to tell her not to rush, he heard the busy signal. He shook his head and smiled. Chin-soo was surprisingly adorable. Chin-soo quickly washed up, changed her clothes, and tied her hair into a bun, fixing her appearance in the mirror. Her skin looked flawless, rosy without needing any makeup. After finishing everything, she rushed to open the door. Hua Tianqing heard footsteps, and the next moment, the door opened. Seeing the beautiful girl in front of him, warmth flashed in Hua Tianqing's eyes. "Why did you come so early?" Chin-soo asked him. "I usually start work at this time. I thought you would be up," he replied. Hua Tianqing always arrived at the office by 9. He was very punctual, executing every minute according to a set schedule, like a robot without emotions. Chin-soo admired him. No wonder he could manage the Hua Group and see its value grow in just 3 years. "Where are we going?" Chin-soo wondered why he had called her so early on a weekend. "First, come with me to the company," Hua Tianqing said. Chin-soo grabbed her bag, locked the door, and went downstairs with Hua Tianqing. Once in the car, Hua Tianqing drove toward the Hua Group building. On a weekend morning, there were far fewer cars on the road than on weekdays. In about 20 minutes, they arrived at the Hua headquarters. Chin-soo followed Hua Tianqing directly into the private elevator, heading straight to the top floor's president's office. She had expected the office to be empty on a weekend, but as they stepped out of the elevator, she noticed several busy figures, causing her to pause. The busy employees noticed them and stood up to greet Hua Tianqing, casting curious glances at Chin-soo. Seeing that Chin-soo had fallen behind, Hua Tianqing turned back, took her hand, and led her into his office. Once the office door closed, Chin-soo finally relaxed. Being stared at by so many curious eyes had been too awkward. "Sit here. I'll have someone bring breakfast up," Hua Tianqing said, noticing her expression. "I didn't expect you to be nervous, too." Chin-soo was speechless. She was a normal person. Who wouldn't be nervous under so many curious gazes? "Why did you bring me to your company?" She thought he must have something urgent to handle. "I want you to stay here with me. After I finish my work, I'll take you somewhere," Hua Tianqing said as he led her to a large, comfortable sofa. "If you want to keep sleeping, there's a lounge inside where you can rest," Hua Tianqing added. He woke her up early just to have her accompany him at work. Chin-soo looked at Hua Tianqing in disbelief. Seeing her surprise and complaints, Hua Tianqing put on a wronged expression. "We hardly have time together. When you're in class, I'm at work. Now that you have a break, I still have to work overtime. I'm leaving for an overseas inspection tomorrow, and we won't see each other for a long time. That's why I wanted you to come today." "Is that so wrong?" Seeing his cold, serious face change to this expression was quite amusing to Chin-soo. "Just talk normally. I'm already here with you," Chin-soo said, tugging at his handsome face to make him act more like himself. Hua Tianqing immediately returned to his usual expression, a trick he learned from Qi Mingyang. Qi Mingyang said that women are emotional beings, and he should lower his guard around Qin Su to win her favor more easily. What an unreliable guy. He even practiced in front of the mirror for so long. Finally, the big boss was kind enough to give him 2 days off, and now Qi Mingyang was sneezing like crazy. Who was cursing him behind his back. Knock knock came a knock on the office door. Come in, Hua Tianqing said. Qian Duo entered with 2 breakfasts, placing them on the table while secretly glancing at the girls sitting on the sofa. The people in the president's office had heard gossip from the Wencheng branch that Hua had brought a girl with him last time he went there, and everyone was speculating if she was his girlfriend. They didn't expect to see her today. Although it was just a quick glance, they could see that she was truly beautiful, like a little fairy. No wonder she caught Hua's heart. After setting down the breakfast, she quickly left. I ordered your favorite crystal shrimp dumplings and mousse cake, Hua Tianqing said, carefully arranging the breakfast for Qin Su. Looking at the delicious food and Hua Tianqing's attentive attitude, Qin Su felt warm inside. Seeing his awkward movements, it was clear he didn't usually do these things, yet he was clumsily taking care of her now. Okay, Qin Su said softly. The two sat across from each other enjoying breakfast, the atmosphere sweet and harmonious. How long will you be abroad? Qin Su asked, feeling a bit sad after hearing he would be gone for a while. Noticing her tone, Hua Tianqing smiled. About 10 days. When Qin Su heard that it was such a long time, she, as his girlfriend, naturally wanted to express concern. Make sure to take care of yourself, eat on time, and don't overwork. What if I really miss you? Hua Tianqing asked, wanting to test his importance in her heart. Qin Su knew what he wanted to hear and decided to tease him. What can you do? Do you want me to go with you? Is that possible? Hua Tianqing's eyes lit up. It wasn't out of the question. He could manage things at school if Qin Su agreed. You're dreaming. Qin Su rolled her eyes at him. I still have classes. Seeing her cute and playful side, Hua Tianqing couldn't help but pinch her soft cheek. You just love to tease me, making me hope for nothing. After finishing breakfast, Qin Su sat to the side playing a game on her phone while Hua Tianqing dealt with work. It felt like the time when she was his bodyguard in Wencheng, but now their roles had changed. They were no longer just a bodyguard and boss, but a couple. Hua Tianqing sat in his large office chair, focused on the documents, with morning sunlight streaming through the floor-to-ceiling windows. His looks were strikingly handsome, different from the current trend of androgynous beauty. Hua Tianqing had a chiseled face, a smooth jawline, slightly prominent brow bones, and deep black eyes that seemed to look into one's soul. His thin lips were currently pressed tightly together. Noticing Qin Su watching him, he looked up at her. Caught staring, Qin Su felt flustered and quickly looked away, pretending to be busy with her game. Hua Tianqing smiled gently, seeing her shy demeanor, and chose not to mention her earlier glance, returning to his work. Qian Duo had just returned to her desk from the president's office when her colleague, Xiang Ying, leaned in. Duo, did you see what was going on between Hua and that girl when you brought in breakfast? Qian Duo maintained a neutral expression. Ever since being warned by Assistant Qi, she didn't dare speculate too much about Hua. I didn't pay attention. I just delivered the breakfast and left. Seeing her reluctance to talk, Xiang Ying's smile faltered for a moment before returning. You seem cautious. It can't be that important, right? This Qian Duo had previously been sent to find out about Hua's trip to Wencheng. Now, every time Xiang Ying tried to ask her to investigate Hua again, she would be brushed off. A fresh graduate intern thinks she can act tough. Whether she stays or not is still uncertain. Qian Duo ignored her thoughts and remembered Assistant Qi's advice. Say less, do more, and focus on her own work without worrying too much about Hua. Okay, I'm done with my work. I'll take you somewhere, Qin Su said, still tapping away at her game. Wait a moment, I'm almost finished, Qin Su replied without looking up, her fingers flying over her phone. Hua Tianqing sat next to her, leaning in closely, one arm resting on the back of the sofa, making it seem like he was wrapping her in his embrace, exuding a strong sense of possession. As the game finished, Qin Su finally exited the app. Turning around, she saw Hua Tianqing so close, as if he wanted to pull her into his arms. She had gotten used to how he liked to cling to her when they were alone. Curious, she asked, "Where are you taking me?" Hua Tianqing, unable to resist, lightly pecked her lips. "I'm taking you to relax. You'll see when we get there." Suppressing her curiosity, Qin Su followed Hua Tianqing down to the parking lot and got into the passenger seat. Seeing that she had fastened her seatbelt, Hua Tianqing slowly started the car, and the luxurious Maybach headed toward the outer ring of the city. About 10 kilometers south of the city center, there is a mountain filled with sycamore trees. Because it is close to the city, it offers both convenient living facilities and a natural forest atmosphere, which has attracted many wealthy individuals to build vacation villas there. The car drove along a tree-lined road, with golden sycamore leaves on both sides. Qin Su thought that Hua Tianqing was taking her here to relax, as there was also a famous hot spring resort nearby. Soon, they arrived at an incredibly luxurious estate. The guards at the entrance stood straight and saluted as they recognized the car's license plate. As they entered the estate, Qin Su saw a spacious area filled with various luxury cars. As soon as Hua Tianqing parked the car, a valet approached. Hua Tianqing handed the keys to the valet, took Qin Su's hand, and walked into the tall building that resembled a castle. Upon entering the grand hall, Qin Su noticed elegantly dressed men and women mingling in the venue. Glasses clinked, soft music flowed, and whispers filled the air. "What kind of place have you brought me to?" Qin Su was surprised that Hua Tianqing had taken her to a party. She looked down at her outfit, which felt out of place here. It was already deep autumn in the city, and she hadn't dressed up carefully this morning due to Hua Tianqing's sudden arrival. She wore a white cashmere base layer with a light beige Chanel-style jacket and a black, high-waisted skirt. If it were just a casual date, it would have been fine, but in this glamorous event, she felt quite awkward. Hua Tianqing noticed her expression and reassured her, "Don't worry about others. It's just a private exhibition hosted by a friend. There will be an auction later, where people will sell some of their private collections, and the proceeds will go to a charity foundation in the city." At that moment, many people spotted Hua Tianqing and came over to greet him. "Mr. Hua, I didn't expect to see you here." "What a pleasure." A middle-aged man approached with a polite smile, extending his hand to Hua Tianqing. Hua Tianqing's expression remained neutral as he nodded slightly, showing little enthusiasm for the man's warm greeting. The man, unfazed, withdrew his hand and turned to Qin Su with a gentle smile. "This young lady must be Mr. Hua's girlfriend, right? May I ask your name?" Seeing the polite inquiry, Qin Su felt she should respond, so she smiled and said, "Hello, my last name is Qin." Noticing the affectionate look Hua Tianqing gave Qin Su, the man became even more enthusiastic, complimenting, "Miss Qin and Mr. Hua are truly a perfect match, a beautiful couple." Although he didn't know her background, the fact that Hua Tianqing, who never brought women around, had brought her to the event indicated her special status in his eyes. Qin Su merely smiled politely, wishing the man would leave quickly. She really wanted to avoid this kind of small talk. However, he continued to praise her and create topics to bond, making her feel increasingly uncomfortable. She discreetly pinched Hua Tianqing's arm, annoyed that he had been indifferent to others, yet now he smiled at compliments about them being a good match. Hua Tianqing understood that Qin Su was upset and told the man, "Thank you for your kind words, Mr. Li. We have some matters to attend to, but we can have a meal together another time." This was just a polite way to excuse themselves, but Mr. Li smiled even more warmly. "I won't keep you too. Let's chat another time." Once the man left, Qin Su finally sighed in relief. Others who had wanted to approach were deterred by Hua Tianqing's cold gaze and stopped in their tracks. Seeing her relaxed expression, Hua Tianqing chuckled, "You really don't have to force yourself to engage with him if you don't want to." Qin Su shot him a glance. "Do you think everyone can be as indifferent as you?" Hua Tianqing replied without irritation, "Every time I attend events, there are many people who want to make connections. I won't waste my time on meaningless socializing, so it's better to show a clear refusal from the start." Qin Su understood the Hua family's status and influence in the country, knowing many would want to befriend Hua Tianqing. Did he maintain a serious face to intimidate them? Her mind wandered with random thoughts. Perhaps only those of equal standing could earn his respect. On the second floor, a group of young men lounged on expensive European-style sofas, leisurely sipping their fine wines. Fu Lingxiao stood by the floor-to-ceiling window, watching the tall, handsome man below speaking gently with a woman. The woman had her back to him, so he couldn't see her face, but judging by her elegant figure, she must be quite beautiful, otherwise, how could his usually cold and ruthless cousin show such rare warmth? Lingxiao, what are you looking at? The others were discussing recent changes among the city's families when they noticed him staring out the window with an amused expression. Fu Lingxiao didn't answer, as the man below seemed to sense he was being watched and looked up. Fu Lingxiao didn't shy away. He raised his glass in greeting. The man recognized him, gave a warning glance, and then turned back to continue his conversation with the woman. Qin Su noticed Hu Tianqing's unusual behavior and asked, "What's wrong?" She turned to look at the second floor, but didn't see anything. "I saw someone I know." Today's event was hosted by the Gu family, who had sent him an invitation a few days ago, prompting him to bring Qin Su along. Hu Tianqing guided Qin Su through the hall, admiring the rare collections on display. These items were collected by the old master of the Gu family. He treasures them greatly and has invested a lot for this charity auction. As Hu Tianqing introduced various antiques and artworks, he shared some information about the Gu family. The Gu family's ancestors were imperial chefs. The old master's father escaped the palace during an invasion, and after enduring wars, he returned home to resume his old profession, gradually building up the family business. After 3 generations, the Gu family now has a chain of hotels across the country. Tiankai, I was just about to come find you. I almost thought you wouldn't show up, a middle-aged man approached, looking somewhat familiar to Qin Su. Lingxiao, what were you looking at just now? You have such a curious expression. There must be something interesting. Hurry and tell us. The man speaking had a handsome face that gave off a steady vibe when he was quiet, but now his gossiping expression ruined that image. Fu Lingxiao walked over with a glass of wine and sat on the sofa, then slowly said, I did see something quite interesting just now. Hearing this, the other 3 became interested. Oh, there's something that can catch Fu Xiao's attention?
Tell us about it.
No matter how much they pressed, Fu Lingxiao remained silent. Were you guys talking about the suddenly popular medicine called Yishuwan? He knew a bit about it since his grandfather had also gotten one.
Gu Yunxiao nodded.
Yes, almost every old man in the family bought Yishuwan. Believe it or not, it really works. My grandfather had many old injuries, but after a checkup at the hospital, it turns out most of his ailments have healed. This Yishuwan is truly amazing. The speaker was the man who had just asked Fu Lingxiao. Ji Zixian swirled his wine glass and casually said, You're exaggerating. If it really worked that well, those old guys would be fighting over it. The Ji family hadn't bought Yishuwan, so he was skeptical about his friend's claims. Thinking about amazing things, he was still curious about the girl who had helped his mother with a strange problem. However, he hadn't seen her since their visit to Jing University. Zhang Himing, what's going on? I heard Yishuwan came from your Zhang family. Gu Junqiao asked the quiet man beside him. Zhang Himing was from the collateral branch of the Zhang family and might know some information. A flicker of unclear emotion passed through Zhang Himing's eyes. The current head of the Zhang family was his great-uncle, and their branch was merely dependent on the main branch. They weren't privy to many of the family's secrets. He only learned that Yishuwan came from Zhang Huaishan after hearing his grandfather mention it, and his grandfather hadn't even gotten one. His great-uncle didn't treat their branch as family anymore. With such a good medicine in hand, he didn't even share the news with them. I don't know what's going on either. If He Yan were here, it would be better. After all, he's the next heir of the Zhang family and should know more than I do. The others picked up on the sarcasm in his tone and, considering the Zhang family's situation, decided not to say more. Every big family has its share of intrigues. I heard there's a rare treasure at the auction today. I wonder what it is that can be the highlight of the event. Gu Junqiao quickly changed the subject, sensing the awkward atmosphere. You don't even know what's at your own family's auction? Ji Zixian asked, intrigued. My dad is being mysterious and won't tell me anything. He just said the item has a mysterious origin and is a bit strange. Gu Junchao recalled his father's excited yet evasive expression when he received the auction item. His father only told him that the item could only be understood by those in the Xianmen, and since he was on the path of physical cultivation, he couldn't see its mysteries. Most people in the Xianmen were spiritual cultivators, and although spiritual energy is thin now, there are still some exceptionally talented individuals who have achieved success. Qin Su recognized the middle-aged man in front of her as the owner of the private restaurant where Hu Tianxing had taken her on her first day back in Jing City. Uncle Gu, we just arrived not long ago. I was going to introduce my girlfriend to you, but you came over first, Hu Tianxing said, his attitude much warmer now, no longer wearing his cold expression. Gu Junsheng had already recognized that this girl was the one Hu Tianxing had brought to the private restaurant.
He was surprised.
Last time, he noticed Hu Tianxing had feelings for her, but the girl didn't seem to feel the same way at the time. He didn't expect that in less than 2 months, Hu Tianxing had won her over. He smiled kindly at Qin Su. Miss Qin, what a surprise to see you again. I hope you enjoy yourself today. Qin Su politely nodded at him. Thank you, Uncle Gu. Gu Junsheng joked with Hu Tianxing. You have good taste, Tianxing. You've managed to win over such a wonderful girl. She really is great, Hu Tianxing said straightforwardly, looking at Qin Su. Haha, that's good to hear. The auction is about to start. Let's head over, Gu Junsheng said. The auction was set up on the other side, and the attending merchants and celebrities were already seated. A beautiful female auctioneer with a graceful figure stepped onto the stage. Ladies and gentlemen, welcome to the charity auction hosted by the Gu family. Today's auction items are precious donations from generous individuals. The funds raised from each item will be donated to the Jing City Charity Foundation to help those in need. Thank you for your generous contributions. Now, let's begin bidding on the first item. Qin Su watched as the auctioneer introduced various items, including famous paintings from modern times, some jewelry she designed, and some odd collectibles. Is there anything you like? I'll bid on it for you, Hu Tianxing whispered to her. He had already bid on 2 items, not based on preference, but to show her family's support for the Jing City Charity Foundation. Qin Su looked at the items on stage, but didn't see anything she liked and shook her head. Hu Tianxing felt a bit disappointed, hoping to take this opportunity to give her a gift. Next is the final highlight item of the day. This is something that appears ordinary, but is quite special. The donor has made a request that only someone fated with this item can bid on it. As the auctioneer spoke, the audience began to murmur. What a strange request. If it has to be someone fated, why even auction it? Who knows? Let's see what the item is first. Qin Su heard the whispers around her and felt curious as everyone focused on the item covered by a black cloth. Now, please take a look at our final auction item. The auctioneer pulled off the black cloth, revealing the item underneath. It was a black stone the size of a soccer ball, placed in a transparent box. Unlike ordinary stones, this black stone was unusually dark, resembling a black hole in the depths of the universe. Qin Su stared at it, feeling as if her soul was being drawn into it. At that moment, the space in her mind also trembled slightly, as if resonating with it. What's this thing again? Came a low murmur from the side. Qin Su turned to see an elderly man with gray hair. Despite his age, he looked quite vigorous, with bright eyes that were not clouded. Noticing Qin Su looking at him, he smiled and seemed to want to share his thoughts. Miss, you look unfamiliar. Is this your first time at an auction? Curious about his earlier comment, Qin Su nodded in response. What's going on? On the other side, Hu Tianxing was watching Qin Su closely. Seeing her talking to an old man, he turned to look at him and asked. The old man was momentarily taken aback by Hu Tianxing's presence, then realized that the girl knew him. He politely smiled at Hu Tianxing. Oh, Mr. Hua, I didn't realize you were here. My apologies for not noticing earlier. Although Hu Tianxing didn't know the man, he appreciated the kindness shown and, seeing Chin Su's interest in the conversation, did not maintain his usual stern demeanor. Chin Su wanted to understand the meaning behind the old man's words and redirected the conversation. What did you mean earlier? Has this stone appeared many times before? The old man, noticing her interest, did not hold back. This stone has appeared at various auctions at least 10 times. Initially, many were intrigued by it. Anything that makes it to an auction is usually special. However, its owner has one condition. It can only be sold to someone who has touched it without any incidents. Is there something strange about the stone? Chin Su asked. Exactly. There have always been curious people wanting to buy it for research, but strange things happen shortly after they take it home. Eventually, it changed hands several times, and one person almost had an accident. He quickly sold it off. This is no secret in the auction circles of the capital. After hearing this, Chin Su glanced at the black stone on the stage. She had suppressed the earlier fluctuations in space, and her mind was calmer now. This stone definitely had some connection to space. She decided she wanted to buy it. The auctioneer was now introducing, ladies and gentlemen, I believe some of you have heard about the oddities of this item. Therefore, the donor requests that anyone interested in the stone come forward without being affected by it. As soon as this was said, many in the audience stirred. Some who had heard about the stone's strangeness hesitated to bid, while others were eager to take on the challenge, thinking that the oddities might just be rumors, and perhaps they would be the lucky ones. How can we know if we've been affected?
Someone asked.
The auctioneer smiled and replied, It's simple. Just touch the stone, and you'll know if you've been affected. The person who had spoken stood up, saying, I'll give it a try. He walked up to the auction stage. Everyone in the audience watched him closely, eager to see what would happen. The old man shook his head and said, Curiosity killed the cat. Why are there still people who don't believe in the strange? Chin Su watched as the man approached the stage. The auctioneer opened a transparent box, and the man reached in to touch the black stone. Everyone held their breath, waiting to see what would happen. After a few minutes, nothing seemed to occur. The man smiled at the crowd, saying, There's nothing to it. It's all just exaggerated tales. See, I'm fine. Before he could finish, his expression changed drastically. He began waving his hands in the air, as if trying to fend off something terrifying. Get away. It's not my fault. Don't come after me, he shouted, backing away. The audience began to stir, as it was clear that he was reacting to something invisible. The auctioneer seemed to have anticipated this situation and signaled the security to restrain the man. He then addressed the audience, Everyone don't worry. As long as he doesn't touch the stone again, he will return to normal after some time. Is there anyone else who wants to try? The room fell silent. After what just happened, who would dare to try? At that moment, Chin Su stood up. The old man was startled and quickly urged her, Young lady, are you going up? Didn't you see what happened to that man? It's really strange. Chin Su understood his concern and reassured him. You don't need to worry. I know what I'm doing. I'll be fine. With that, she walked toward the stage. Hua Tianqing knew Chin Su had mysterious abilities, but he still worried about her safety. Seeing her determination, he stood up and followed her. In another corner of the auction hall, Fu Lingxiao and Gu Junqiu were watching intently when they suddenly spotted a familiar figure heading to the auction stage. Ji Zixuan was surprised to see Chin Su, not expecting to run into her here. The next moment, he noticed his icy-faced cousin following her. Isn't that Hua Tianqing? Why is he going up? What's his relationship with that girl? Gu Junqiu asked, astonished. Fu Lingxiao was also surprised to see Chin Su approach the stage. He had just witnessed the man's frantic behavior. Why was his cousin's companion going up? Each of them had their own thoughts, but Chin Su had already reached the stage. The auctioneer, surprised that someone dared to challenge again, asked, Miss, do you also want to give it a try? The auctioneer placed the box in front of her, inviting her to place her hand on it. The moment Chin Su's hand touched the black stone, a powerful energy surged toward her mind. Her thoughts briefly became chaotic, and she quickly focused her energy to resist this unknown force. Meanwhile, The transparent barrier in the space showed signs of cracking. As Qin Su battled the energy, the audience only saw her standing still on the stage, her hands resting on the black stone. Hua Tianqing stood nearby, ready to intervene if anything happened to her. Time passed, and nothing unusual occurred. Could it be that this girl is truly the chosen one? The old man murmured, excitement in his eyes. This stone had been tested by countless people, each suffering mental attacks, some experiencing illusions, others losing their sanity. Now, this girl seemed unaffected by the stone. To outsiders, Qin Su seemed to be standing still, her hand resting on the stone without moving for 5 or 6 minutes, yet nothing unusual happened. Inside Qin Su's mind, an unknown energy was crashing against her consciousness, and she was using her skills to resist it. The clash of the two energies caused the space connected to her consciousness to tremble. Qin Su saw the spiritual spring water in the space boiling and splashing, while the medicinal herbs and fruit trees were being ravaged by a storm. Fruits fell to the ground, and many precious herbs were uprooted. Qin Su felt a deep pain. These were her treasures. They were being destroyed just like that. She steeled herself and channeled all her spiritual energy to push against that force. They remained in a stalemate for an unknown time until the energy slowly began to weaken. Others did not notice Qin Su's distress, but Hua Tianqing, who was paying close attention to her, noticed her body trembling slightly. He was worried and wanted to help, but he didn't know how. It seems this young lady truly has a connection with the stone. According to the original owner's request, this stone now belongs to you, the auctioneer said excitedly. Qin Su removed her hand from the stone, her face showing no emotion. The auctioneer carefully packaged the stone and handed it to Qin Su. Miss, this item is now yours. Qin Su took the box and realized that, perhaps due to the box's barrier, she no longer felt the violent energy. She was very curious about the stone's origin and couldn't help but ask the auctioneer, "Can I meet the owner of the stone?" It seemed he had been instructed beforehand. As the auctioneer nodded, the person had said that if someone could resist the stone's influence, he would bring them to meet him. Qin Su and Hua Tianqing followed the auctioneer out of the venue. The auction was over, and the attendees were amazed. Groups of people continued to discuss what had just happened. Fu Lingxiao and his companions were also talking about the recent events. Should we go over and say hello? Gu Juncha, the host of the event and familiar with Hua Tianqing, was very curious about the strange stone the girl beside him had acquired. He really wanted to approach them. The other three shared the same thought, and now that Gu Juncha had mentioned it, they all agreed with his suggestion. Qin Su and Hua Tianqing followed the auctioneer to a room next door. The auctioneer knocked on the door, and a male voice responded from inside. He then opened the door and said to the two, "The gentleman is inside. Please go in." He turned and left. Upon entering the room, Qin Su saw two men sitting inside, one of whom was Gu Junsheng, whom they had encountered not long ago. Seeing them enter, Gu Junsheng warmly greeted them. "Tianqing, Miss Qin, you're here." The other man, who looked to be about the same age as Gu Junsheng, sat beside him. The man had a square face with well-defined features, and his wise eyes were currently examining Qin Su. Gu Junsheng introduced the man to Qin Su and Hua Tianqing. "This is Zhao Jun, the owner of the black stone from the auction." Qin Su nodded at him. "Hello, Mr. Zhao. I'm Qin Su." Zhao Jun nodded back, indicating for them to sit down. Qin Su had many questions she wanted to ask. She wanted to know where the stone came from, and if he knew its secrets. However, Zhao Jun spoke first. "I didn't expect this stone to end up with you, Miss Qin. Can you tell me about the stone's origin?" Qin Su asked. After thinking for a moment, Zhao Jun slowly replied, "I bought this stone from its previous owner. You may have heard that it has been auctioned over 10 times, passing through several hands. I only know the general story. Someone found this strange stone during an expedition and brought it back out of curiosity. Strange events began to occur, and after some investigation, it was discovered that the stone was the cause. He wanted to get rid of it, but another friend of his became very interested and bought it. That friend also experienced strange occurrences, but didn't rush to discard the stone. Instead, he sought help from someone skilled, who said the stone had a strange energy that ordinary people shouldn't touch. Eventually, the stone appeared at an auction, attracting those interested in the supernatural. At first, they didn't believe in its power and insisted on buying it, but after experiencing strange events, they sold it, and it ended up in my hands. Mr. Zhao, knowing the stone is strange, why did you still buy it? And why did you make that unusual request? Qin Su asked, puzzled. Although the stone was feared, clever people knew that behind mystery and uncertainty, there could be great benefits. She didn't believe he was selflessly seeking a fated person. He must have ulterior motives. Zhao Jun was not surprised by her question. If it were someone else, they might be happy to receive such an item. But he saw that this girl had clear eyes and acted calmly, unlike other young women in their 20s who are often naive. Moreover, her ability to resist the influence of the black stone showed she was extraordinary. If possible, could you tell me why you are not affected by it? He asked, referring to the black stone. Qin Su's eyes flickered. I didn't feel anything unusual when I touched it. It felt just like an ordinary stone. Qin Su wouldn't tell him the truth. The stone was too strange, and she hadn't figured out his intentions. It was unclear whether he believed her or not, as he did not press further. When Qin Su and Hua Tianqing stepped out, they saw 4 men standing outside. Upon seeing them, the men turned to look. What are you doing?
Hua Tianxing asked Fu Lingxiao.
Tianqing, I didn't expect you to attend the banquet. You usually don't care for such events. And can you introduce us to the young lady beside you? Fu Lingxiao spoke to Hua Tianqing, but his gaze remained fixed on Qin Su, clearly intrigued. Hua Tianqing ignored the teasing in his words and introduced the others to Qin Su. Su, these are my friends. This is my cousin Fu Lingxiao. He then pointed to the other 3. This is Gu Juncha, the host of today's banquet. This is Ji Zixuan, my cousin. You treated his mother last time. And this is Zhang Heming, he is Zhang Han's cousin. Qin Su only recognized Ji Zixuan among the few people in front of her, and she greeted each of them and introduced herself. Brother Hua, hurry up and tell us what your relationship with Miss Qin is.
Gu Yunshao shouted impatiently.
After 1,000 years, the old iron tree finally bloomed. How could he not be anxious? It was rare to see Hua Tianqing care so much about a girl. Qin Su is my girlfriend. Please be polite to her when you see her in the future, Hua Tianqing warned, worried that their usual antics might offend Qin Su. Of course. It's not every day that you find someone who makes you care. We'll treat her with respect, Gu Junchao replied with a grin. Ji Zixuan didn't expect Qin Su to be with his cousin. Last time he heard from his mother, the girl who treated him was brought by his cousin. He hadn't heard they were in a romantic relationship, and now just a few days later, she had become his cousin's girlfriend. Tianqing, you should visit Grandpa when you have time. He hasn't seen you in a while and keeps mentioning you, Fu Lingxiao said to Hua Tianqing. The Fu family elder had 3 sons and 2 daughters. The eldest daughter, Fu Yuqing, married Hua Xinghua, the eldest son of the Hua family, but both died in a car accident over a decade ago, leaving only Hua Tianqing as their sole heir. The younger daughter married into the Ji family, known as Fu Yuyao. When Hua Tianqing heard Fu Lingxiao mention his grandfather, his expression softened. His grandfather had treated him well, often inviting him over after his mother passed away. He knew his grandfather wanted his uncles and cousins to spend more time with him, hoping to keep him from drowning in the pain of losing his parents. Compared to the Fu family, his second and third uncles pretended to care for him on the surface, but secretly they were wary of him, fearing that their father would leave most of the family fortune to him. In recent years, after taking control of the Hua group, he had investigated the truth behind his parents' car accident and made some new discoveries. He hoped to have results soon, and that it wouldn't be as he feared. Tell Grandpa that I'll visit him when I return from abroad, he said. He was leaving the next day to inspect overseas operations and wouldn't be back for at least half a month. Okay, remember to bring your girlfriend. I'm sure Grandpa will be very happy, Fu Lingxiao replied. In the room, after Qin Su and Hua Tianqing left, Only Zhao Jun and Gu Junsheng remained. Once they heard footsteps leaving outside, Zhao Jun asked Gu Junsheng, "Do you know that girl?" Gu Junsheng knew his friend wanted to find out about Qin Su's background. He didn't understand why his friend wanted to auction off the important stone he usually valued so much and made such a request. He wasn't very familiar with Qin Su either. He had only met her once when Hu Tianqing brought her to his private restaurant. "I've seen her once before. President Hu brought her to eat at my place. What do you want to know?" Zhao Jun and Gu Junsheng were longtime friends, and he didn't want to hide anything from him. He directly shared his intentions. "You know that stone has been in Jing City for so long without anyone being able to touch it and remain unharmed. If I can bring it to the auction and offer it for free to someone lucky, I want to understand what's so special about it." That girl clearly hid something. They had just watched the auction on the screen in the room. Others might not have noticed Qin Su's behavior, but he had been paying close attention and noticed something unusual about her. Although she tried to stay calm, he could see a hint of distress. Her slightly trembling body and serious expression seemed to show pain. Although he didn't understand why she felt that way, he definitely saw it, deepening his curiosity. Gu Junsheng didn't know why his friend was so sure there was something wrong with Qin Su, but he still shared what he knew. "When Hu Tianqing brought her to my place, he said he was taking her to treat Grandpa Hua." He was surprised. Could such a young girl really have the ability to treat an elder? Grandpa Hua had been in a coma for 3 years, and Hu Tianqing had sought countless doctors from around the world without success. However, there must be something extraordinary about her for Hu Tianqing to bring her to try and treat Grandpa Hua. Treating him? She knows medicine?
Zhao Yun asked, skeptical.
He had heard about Grandpa Hua's 3-year coma and how many doctors had tried to help without success. Hu Tianqing said he was taking her to treat Grandpa Hua. He's always calm and thorough. If she didn't have some skills, how could Hu Tianqing agree to let her treat him? Are you doubting her? Gu Junsheng thought Qin Su was just an ordinary girl with nothing special, and Zhao Jun was too focused on her. It's hard to say right now. But my intuition is usually accurate. This girl is definitely not as simple as she seems. If you find out anything about her later, please let me know, Zhao Jun requested. Gu Junsheng had close ties with the Hu family, and since the girl was Hu Tianqing's girlfriend, they would have more chances to interact and learn more. "I won't accompany you to the company this afternoon. I have things to do," Qin Su said as they left the Gu family villa and were on their way back to the city, seeing Hu Tianqing driving towards the Hu group. Hu Tianqing was focused on driving and was about to turn towards the company when he heard Qin Su's words. "Are you going back to school? Then I'll take you back." Hu Tianqing assumed she had schoolwork, feeling a bit disappointed but still wanting to take her home first. "I'm not going back to school, just take me to Guojin Plaza." When the green light turned on, Hu Tianqing quickly turned the steering wheel towards Guojin Plaza. He couldn't help but ask Qin Su, "Are you going to buy something at Guojin Plaza?" Qin Su replied, "I found a shop there to open a fruit store. It's currently being renovated, and I want to check it out." Hu Tianqing was surprised that she was planning to open a fruit store. Soon they arrived, and Qin Su refused Hu Tianqing's offer to accompany her, sending him back. He was leaving for a business trip abroad the next day, and there were surely many official matters to attend to at the company. She wouldn't need his help. Reluctantly, Hu Tianqing left. After watching his car disappear into the traffic, Qin Su walked towards the shop. When she arrived at the shop, she saw the workers busy with the renovations. The foreman, who had seen Qin Su before, quickly came down from the scaffolding when he saw her. He smiled and said, "Miss Qin, are you here to check on the renovation progress? It's almost done, and we should finish up tomorrow." Seeing that the shop was taking shape and looked similar to her design plans, she felt quite satisfied. "Great. Thank you for your hard work. Is Manager Lu not here today?" Qin Su looked around but didn't see Lu. "Manager Lu didn't come today, but he instructed us to work hard. We haven't slacked off and have been following your requirements," the foreman quickly assured her, fearing she might think they were being lazy. They had done so much renovation work and had never encountered a client as easygoing as Miss Qin. Not only was their pay high, but she also didn't micromanage while they worked. This job was truly comfortable and reassuring for them. They weren't the type to take advantage. Since Miss Chin was nice, they would do their best to complete the work well. On Monday, Chin-soo had classes, so she didn't go to see off with Tianqing. She just reminded him over the phone to take care of himself. As soon as she entered the classroom, she saw Zhang Yilin waving at her. Walking over, Zhang Yilin happily said, "Su, I saved you a seat. Hurry and sit down." Chin-soo looked around and noticed that the lecture hall was unusually crowded today, with all the seats taken.
Why are there so many people today?
Chin-soo asked. Zhang Yilin was a bit excited about this. Didn't you see the course announcement in the courtyard? A famous medical expert is here to give us a public lecture today, and students from other departments have come too. Chin-soo hadn't noticed. She had been busy with other things and missed the news from the medical school.
Who is it?
Chin-soo asked, curious. Just then, a tall, handsome young man walked into the classroom. The noisy chatter immediately quieted down as everyone turned to look at the newcomer. Zhang Yilin whispered excitedly to Chin-soo, "Look. Isn't he handsome?" Chin-soo knew Zhang Yilin was obsessed with looks and was used to her enthusiastic reactions. The man was indeed very good-looking, especially with his gold-rimmed glasses, which made his elegant and gentle demeanor stand out even more. Zhang Yilin continued to share information about him. His name is Zhou Yujin. He graduated from the medical department of Jing University. He got his medical doctorate before turning 30 and just returned from studying abroad. He was hired by the top private hospital, Renxin Hospital, where he is now the chief neurosurgeon. His exceptional skills in neurosurgery are known as the best in the country. As she spoke, the man had already reached the podium. Looking at the packed classroom, he smiled slightly at the students and introduced himself. "Hello, everyone. I'm Zhou Yujin, a graduate of Jing University's medical department, so I'm your senior. Today, I will teach you some content about neurosurgery." His voice was deep and warm, and the students gradually quieted down, listening attentively to his lecture. Before long, the class time was over. That's all for today's lesson. Thank you for your attentive listening. Zhou Yujin packed up his things and nodded to the students in gratitude before leaving the classroom. Even after he left, the students were still excitedly discussing the handsome teacher. Chin-soo pulled Zhang Yilin, who was passionately chatting with a girl next to her. "Let's go. The cafeteria might run out of your favorite garlic spare ribs." Hearing about the garlic spare ribs, Zhang Yilin hurriedly packed her things and followed Chin-soo. After getting their food, the two found an empty table to sit down. Zhang Yilin was still talking about Zhou Yujin, while Chin-soo occasionally responded, focused on eating. Suddenly, two figures dropped down beside them. Chin-soo turned her head to see Li Jiaojiao and Wang Wenxia. "Chin-soo, Yilin, why did you two run so fast?" Li Jiaojiao noticed the garlic spare ribs on their trays and couldn't help but swallow. "When we got here, there were no spare ribs left. Your medical department is so lucky. The cafeteria is much closer to you than to our foreign language department. You always get the good food first," she complained. Seeing her pouting face, Chin-soo pushed half of her spare ribs over to her. "Here, take some and stop complaining. Let's eat." Li Jiaojiao looked at the spare ribs in front of her, her face lighting up with a big smile. She sweetly said to Chin-soo, "You're so kind, Su. I really love you." Zhang Yilin and Wang Wenxia looked at her flattery and couldn't help but feel a bit creeped out. Chin-soo shivered a little. "Please don't talk like that. I can't take it." Noticing Wang Wenxia quietly eating, Chin-soo suddenly remembered something. She asked Wang Wenxia, "Wenxia, where are you working part-time now?" Wang Wenxia paused and replied, "The part-time job I had recently doesn't need anyone anymore. I'm planning to look for another one." Among them, she and Chin-soo had the toughest financial situations. But this semester, Chin-soo's financial situation had improved, so she hadn't looked for a part-time job. For the past 2 months, she had been searching for a part-time job on her own. Yesterday, when she went to her part-time job, the boss told her they didn't need many people anymore, settled her pay, and said she didn't need to come back. Chin-soo had worked part-time with Wang Wenxia for a year and knew her family's financial situation well. Wang Wenxia was from a rural area in the northwest, and her parents made a living from farming, earning only a meager income each year. As the eldest daughter, she had a younger brother and sister in school, so there were many expenses. Wang Wenxia was the first person from her village to get into Jing University. At first, her parents were very happy, thinking a golden phoenix could fly out of their poor village. But when they saw the tuition fees, they became worried. Their annual income from farming was only a few thousand yuan, and with 2 children in high school, expenses piled up. Thankfully, there were student loans, which Wang Wenxia used to pay for her tuition. However, her monthly living expenses were also a significant burden, so she started looking for part-time work as soon as she entered university to earn some extra money. Thinking about her upcoming living expenses, a worried expression crossed Wang Wenxia's face. Qin Su knew what she was worried about and said, "I know a new fruit shop is hiring. Do you want to check it out?" Qin Su had already posted job listings for a manager and staff on a recruitment website. Someone had contacted her, and she planned to go for an interview in a few days. She didn't want Wang Wenxia to know that the fruit shop was hers, fearing it would burden her or make her feel uncomfortable, so she only mentioned that the shop was hiring. "Really? Where is it? I want to try." Wang Wenxia's face lit up with excitement upon hearing the news. Qin Su told her the address and mentioned that the shop would open soon, so she should check back later. With that resolved, the friends happily continued their meal. Before they knew it, the conversation shifted to Qin Su's boyfriend. Su, I can't believe your boyfriend is actually Hu Tianqing." Hu Tianqing had only been a voice to them before. Who would have thought they would meet him in person because he is their roommate's boyfriend? Li Jiaojie recalled the first time she saw Hu Tianqing during a meal and couldn't help but express her amazement. Wang Wenxia remembered that day when Zhang Yilin mentioned they had met before and curiously asked, "Yilin, you said you had met President Hu before. How did you know each other?" Upon hearing this, Zhang Yilin became excited and recounted the day she and Qin Su encountered Qi Qingyu at the dessert shop, where Qin Su was bullied and threatened. Later, Hu Tianqing came to defend Qin Su. Zhang Yilin animatedly mimicked Hu Tianqing's harsh words and expressions towards Qi Qingyu. Li Jiaojiao and Wang Wenxia were stunned, their eyes wide as they looked at Qin Su, silently asking why they had never heard about this. Qin Su helplessly said to them, "This isn't a good thing, so there's no need to talk about it." The incident was also because Hu Tianqing was supposed to handle the trouble. Thinking about Qi Qingyu, Qin Su recalled that she was taken to the police station for drugging Hu Tianqing. She wondered if she was out yet. The others then remembered that they hadn't seen Qi Qingyu causing trouble at school lately. Li Jiaojiao asked, "It's been several days since we've seen her at school. I heard from others that she might be sick, and her family took her leave." Zhang Yilin disdainfully said, "It's not that she's sick. I heard from people in the circle that she must have offended some big shot and was detained for several days. I wonder if she's out now?" Her tone was filled with schadenfreude. She was happy to not have to see that scheming girl. Qin Su quietly ate her meal, not wanting to join the conversation. She feared they would find out that the big shot was her boyfriend, and then she would have to explain everything. "Yujin, thank you for taking the time to teach our students," said Vice Dean Li of the medical school, politely thanking the tall and handsome man in front of him. Zhou Yujin smiled politely. "You're too kind, Professor. I graduated from Jingdao Medical School too, so it's my honor to share knowledge with the younger students." Dean Li smiled reassuringly and nodded in satisfaction at the composed Zhou Yujin. He was indeed an excellent student he had taught. In the past, their public lectures were given by older professors and student engagement was low. He heard from other teachers that when younger and handsome instructors taught, student enthusiasm increased. Thinking of his best student, he decided to invite him to help with a public lecture, and it seemed to be very effective. The medical school was preparing to collaborate with Renxin Hospital on a new direction for treating brain tumors. As a leading expert in neurosurgery, Zhou Yujin was naturally the main person in charge of this research. So, he would frequently come to Jingdao's laboratory to lead the medical students in research, and Vice Dean Li selected several outstanding students to handle data recording. In the afternoon, Qin Su was called to Vice Dean Li's office. Upon entering, she saw Vice Dean Li sitting behind his desk. He invited her to sit and said, "Qin Su, Our school has decided to collaborate with Rinshin Hospital on a brain tumor research project. I see great potential in you, and I want to recommend you for the laboratory. Do you have any objections? Chin-Soo was surprised to be invited to do research in the lab, especially since she was only a sophomore and many projects were usually not available to second-year students. However, she wouldn't decline this opportunity. It was beneficial for her learning.
Thank you, Dean.
I will work hard. After leaving Vice Dean Lee's office, Chin-Soo finished her classes for the day and hurried to the fruit store. The store's renovations were complete, and she had already hired a manager and staff online. She had arranged to meet them at 5 o'clock at the store. She needed to interview them and discuss the store's future rules. When she arrived at the Guijin shopping plaza, she saw a few people waiting outside the store. As the young girl approached them, she smiled and said, "Come on in, everyone." The store had just been renovated, and there was still a lingering smell of fresh paint, but Manager Liu had done a great job preparing everything needed for the fruit store. After having them sit down, Chin-Soo said, "I've reviewed your applications on the recruitment site. Now, please introduce yourselves." The first to introduce himself was a tall, slender young man in his 20s, with fair skin. Although he looked ordinary, he spoke cheerfully. "Hello, everyone. My name is Lin Junjia. Although I share a name with a famous singer, unfortunately, I can't sing at all. While others charge for singing, I might just lose my life if I try." The others couldn't help but laugh. The previously awkward atmosphere quickly became friendly. Chin-Soo couldn't help but smile as the others introduced themselves. She hired 5 people in total. Lin Junjia would be the manager, while the others would handle stocking, weighing, cash register, and cleaning. Although her fruit store wasn't very big, she believed that with the quality of the fruits, it would be very successful, and 5 people would be enough to manage it. "All right, the store is set to open on Sunday. Please clean the store thoroughly in the next few days, and when the fruits arrive, we can put them on the shelves." Everyone agreed, and Chin-Soo handed the keys to Lin Junjia, asking him to supervise the staff's work since she wouldn't be able to come every day due to classes. After organizing everything, Chin-Soo took a taxi back to her rental apartment. As soon as she got home, her phone rang. Seeing that it was a video call from Hua Tianqing, she closed the door and answered. The screen showed Hua Tianqing's handsome face. Although his expression was unreadable, Chin-Soo could see tenderness in his eyes. "Sue, why haven't you replied to my messages? Don't you miss me?" Hua Tianqing's deep, lovely voice came through the phone. Chin-Soo felt a bit nervous. She checked her phone and found several voice messages from Hua Tianqing that she hadn't had time to listen to. On the surface, Hua Tianqing seems cold, but after Chin-Soo and he became a couple, she realized he is quite clingy. He calls her several times a day, and if she doesn't reply to messages quickly, he immediately calls. She talked to him about this, but although he promised to change, he still acts the same way. "I was busy outside and didn't see your message," Chin-Soo explained. Hua Tianqing looked at the little woman he hadn't seen all day and smiled. "You don't need to keep yourself so busy. If you need anything, just let me know."
I'm not that busy.
I've assigned my tasks to someone else, so I just need to check in once a week. Even though they are now a couple, she never thought of relying on him. She has her own dreams and life. She can't revolve around just him. Hua Tianqing seemed to sense her indifference and changed the subject, asking, "Have you eaten yet?" It was dinner time in the country, and he called her at this time to remind her to eat on time. "I just got home and was about to cook," Chin-Soo replied. She doesn't like eating out. Her cooking is decent, and with the help of the spiritual spring, her food tastes much better than restaurant meals. She only eats out occasionally, when she craves something. Remembering he was in the US, where it was midnight, she asked with concern, "Isn't it late there? Aren't you going to sleep? I just finished an urgent meeting and wanted to call you as soon as I got back to the hotel." There was a hint of sadness in his voice. They had only been apart for a short time, but he was already missing her. Chin-Soo softened her tone to comfort him, telling him to rest, and they chatted for a while before hanging up. After finishing dinner, Chin-Soo remembered the black stone she brought back from the auction and quickly entered the space. She had thrown the stone into the space as soon as she got home yesterday and hadn't thought about it since. Tonight, she planned to take a closer look at what was strange about the stone. Since the black stone had caused a disturbance in the space during the auction, she expected to see a mess. To her surprise, the space was quiet, with no signs of damage. Chin-Su walked to where she had placed the stone but couldn't find it. Strange. She clearly remembered putting the stone next to the spiritual spring. How could it be gone? There were no living creatures in the space, so it couldn't have been taken. She searched around, looking carefully near the medicinal fields but still found nothing. Out of the corner of her eye, she noticed something in the spiritual spring. She hurried over to check and found it was the stone. Oddly, the originally black stone had lost its dark color and turned brown. Since the area around the spring was brown soil, she hadn't noticed it at first. Chin-Su picked up the stone and didn't feel the violent energy this time. As she probed it with her consciousness, she felt a gentle energy washing over her mind. She tried to absorb this energy, but felt a repelling force that prevented her from drawing it into her dantian. After several unsuccessful attempts, she had to give up. For now, she didn't know what this stone was, but it was strange, so she decided to set it aside for now. Chin-Su moved to the fruit trees, looking at the branches heavy with fruit and the large, red strawberries on the ground, along with the dark blue blueberries. These fruits, which should have ripened at different times, were now abundant in the space, giving off a sweet aroma. With a thought, she neatly gathered all the fruits in an instant. Fortunately, the things in the space automatically follow her thoughts. Otherwise, picking fruits alone would be exhausting. Chin-Su collected the fruits that had fallen yesterday. Thankfully, the fruits in the space remain fresh, so even if they fall, they don't rot. She had already stored several batches of ripe fruits. These fruits should be enough for the opening day of her fruit shop. After finishing her tasks, Chin-Su sat cross-legged to meditate and cultivate. Her cultivation had reached the peak of the foundation establishment stage, and she was close to breaking through to the golden core stage. She ran her technique, rapidly absorbing the spiritual energy from the space. The energy in her dantian swirled like liquid, becoming more and more solid. She could faintly see a golden orb about to form. With a crisp sound echoing in the silent space, the surrounding spiritual energy surged toward Chin-Su and was absorbed into her body. After an unknown amount of time, Chin-Su opened her eyes, and an overwhelming pressure radiated from her. She had finally broken through to the golden core stage, and she felt very happy. Her cultivation had improved, and now she had the ability to handle crises. According to Zhang Huaishan, the highest known cultivation level in the Dragon Kingdom was still the peak of foundation establishment, and he hadn't heard of anyone breaking through to the golden core stage. While it's possible that some hidden sects or families might have higher cultivators, Chin-Su was still thrilled. The highest level of her inherited technique could lead to the immortal stage. As long as she didn't slack off, she would one day reach the realm of ancient immortals. Now that she had reached the golden core stage, she could begin cultivating the Phoenix divine art. That night, Chin-Su stayed in the space, diligently practicing until dawn. After washing up, she cooked a bowl of noodles, ate, and then headed to school. After her morning classes, she was going to assist Zhou Yuqin in the lab with data recording in the afternoon. Zhou Yuqin was surprised that the teacher recommended a very pretty female student to the lab. Although there were a few others, they were all seniors, while this girl was only a sophomore. He knew the teacher wouldn't recommend someone without talent, so this girl must have impressed the teacher. "Hello, Teacher Zhou. I'm Chin-Su, here to learn in the lab. I'll be relying on you from now on," Chin-Su said seriously as she introduced herself to Zhou Yuqin. Zhou Yuqin looked at the confident girl in front of him and smiled slightly. "Hello, I'm Zhou Yuqin, the project leader in the lab. I hope we can work hard together in the future." They shook hands politely, and the others gradually arrived in the lab. In the following days, Chin-Su spent her time running between classes and the lab, barely having time to check on the fruit store. Finally, the weekend arrived. Early in the morning, Chin-Su took a taxi to the western part of the city, where the largest fruit and vegetable wholesale market is located. A couple of days ago, she had asked Manager Lu to help her find a cold storage facility here. She needed to take the fruit out of the space and have someone transport it to the store later. To keep things discreet, she had already brought in some fruit from other places to fill the storage. She just needed to wait for the delivery person to arrive and take the fruit away. At the agreed time, a delivery driver quickly arrived at the designated spot. Chin-Soo packed the fruit and went with the driver. Everything was ready at the fruit store. The staff had been notified in advance, and when they saw their boss getting out of the delivery vehicle, they rushed over to help carry the fruit. With many hands working together, after 2 hours of busy effort, the fruit was neatly arranged on the bright, clean shelves. The staff, seeing the beautiful fruit and catching a whiff of its aroma, couldn't help but take a deep breath. Lin Junjie was amazed. He had previously worked as a store manager at a fresh produce shop that had recently closed due to poor management. He found this job posting online and decided to give it a try, thinking his experience as a manager would be useful. The previous store specialized in high-quality fruits, including imported varieties. He had seen many high-end fruits, but none had the same appeal as the ones in front of him now. The colors were vibrant, and the shapes were plump. Even without tasting them, just smelling the fragrance made his mouth water. If they smelled this good, they must taste amazing. The others felt the same way and secretly swallowed. Seeing the staff's reactions, Chin-Soo understood their thoughts. She wasn't stingy and said to Lin Junjie, "Ajay, take some fruit to wash for everyone to try." Since Lin Junjie was slightly older, she called him Ajay instead of Shaolin. Hearing the boss speak, Lin Junjie didn't hesitate and picked some grapes to wash in the back. The staff looked at the plump, translucent green grapes in the fruit bowl but hesitated to take any. Noticing their hesitation, Chin-Soo said, "Come on, everyone eat. What are you waiting for?" Upon hearing her, Lin Junjie was the first to grab a grape and pop it into his mouth. The sweet juice burst in his mouth, blending the grape flavor with a hint of rose fragrance, making his eyes widen. Seeing his expression, the others quickly stepped forward to grab grapes as well. "This is so delicious. Boss, where did you get these grapes? They're amazing," Lin Junjie asked curiously after snatching the last few grapes from a colleague. "These fruits are from my hometown," Chin-Soo replied. Although the fruits from her hometown were tasty, they couldn't compare to those from the space. She couldn't reveal that, so she just said they were from her hometown. Watching the staff compete for the last grapes, Chin-Soo found it amusing. She smiled and said, "Our store provides employees with 2 pounds of fruit each month. If you want to buy more, you can get a 30% discount." Hearing about this benefit, the staff cheered and showered her with compliments, wishing her prosperous business and wealth. The store would officially open tomorrow, so Chin-Soo gave them the afternoon off and asked them to come back to work in the morning. Looking at the sign above the store that read Fairy Fruit Garden in green letters, Chin-Soo locked the door and went home to rest, preparing for the grand opening. Back at her rental, she entered the space to practice. She had started training in the Phoenix Divine Art but had only just touched the surface and hadn't even reached the first level yet. Although Hua Tianqing didn't show his anxiety in front of her, she knew that his grandfather's coma weighed heavily on his mind. As long as old Master Hua remained unconscious, he wouldn't be at ease. Since breaking through to the Golden Core stage, she had been practicing in the space every night. When she finally returned from her training, she noticed it was already dark outside, and her phone showed it was 9 o'clock. There were several missed calls from Hua Tianqing. She didn't rush to call him back. She was hungry and went to the fridge to grab some eggs and tomatoes, cooking a bowl of tomato and egg noodles. After eating, she called Hua Tianqing. The phone rang twice before being answered. Hua Tianqing's deep voice came through. "Su, why didn't you answer my calls earlier? Are you okay?" He had been worried when he couldn't reach her, fearing something might have happened. Chin-Soo could hear the concern in his voice. She had been in the space practicing and left her phone on the coffee table, missing the calls. Feeling a bit apologetic, she said, "I was sleeping and had my phone on silent, so I didn't hear it." Hua Tianqing sighed in relief upon hearing she was fine. "I won't be back for a few more days. Remember to take care of yourself Eat on time, and don't overwork yourself. He knew she was busy preparing for the store's opening. He wanted to send someone to help her, but she had refused, so he could only remind her to take care of herself. Chin-soo felt a bit guilty. She couldn't tell him about the space, so she had to lie to him. She quietly listened to his concerns. After finishing the call with Chin-soo, Tianqing returned to his cold, serious demeanor, completely different from the worried expression he had while on the phone. Qi Mingyang was reporting the overseas company's data to Mr. Hu when he noticed the sudden change in Hu's expression after answering the call, almost as if he had transformed in an instant.
Continue.
A cold voice came through, and Qi Mingyang quickly focused, feeling he couldn't underestimate the big boss anymore. Mr. Hu, someone under Hu Xing'an is making moves. Should we pull him out now? Qi Mingyang asked. For 3 years, the Hu Corporation seemed calm on the surface, but there were hidden currents beneath. Although Hu Tianqing is now the biggest authority in the Hu Group, Hu Xing'an and Hu Xingbang still hold other positions in the company. They have some of their own pieces hidden within. In the struggle over 3 years, some have left while others have shifted their loyalty to Mr. Hu, but it's hard to ensure that no one will betray for profit. With the cooperation between Hongxing and the Hu Corporation, some have started to make small moves, and it's a good opportunity to clean out those who are indecisive. Last time at the Ji family banquet, Qi Qingyu sent someone to drug him, and Qi Zhenxing came to plead for her, which he refused. With Qi Zhenxing's petty character, he must hold a grudge against him and will seek new allies. He sent someone to investigate Qi Zhenxing and found that he has been in close contact with Hu Xing'an recently. Although everything seemed normal on the surface, he remained vigilant and warned Qi Mingyang to pay attention to recent cooperation cases to avoid any loopholes. Unexpectedly, someone couldn't hold back. Keep an eye on that person. Give him some false data to pass on to Hongxing, Hu Tianqing said, his voice emotionless. Understood. Qi Mingyang replied, straightening up. How many companies have not been inspected yet? Hu Tianqing had been flying around several countries this week, meeting with executives from overseas companies and attending various company events. He was as busy as a spinning top, yet he still found time to call Chin-soo every day. Even though he could connect with a person he missed through calls, it wasn't the same as being together. He wanted to finish his work quickly and return home to see her. Qi Mingyang understood Hu's thoughts and flipped through his schedule. Mr. Hu, you still have inspections at the companies in Country E and Country L. It will take at least 5 days to return home. Hu Tianqing signaled for him to leave, and Qi Mingyang hurried out of the president's office. He sighed in relief, glad that Hu didn't show his usual icy demeanor this time, probably calmed by Miss Qin's phone call earlier. Hu Tianqing continued to focus on his work, occasionally glancing at his phone, a slight smile appearing on his lips. Chin-soo woke up early, quickly washed up, and rushed out. She grabbed a quick breakfast from a nearby shop and took a taxi to the fruit store. Today was an important day for the opening, and as the owner, she had to be there. When she arrived at Guijin Plaza, it was still early and many nearby shops were not open yet. Lin Junjie was already in the store. Chin-soo had given him a key, and he would mainly be responsible for the store's operations, while she would just check in when she had time. Boss, why are you here so early? Lin Junjie was surprised, thinking she would arrive around 9 since the opening was set for 10, and it was still before 8. As the boss, I need to come early to see if anything needs preparation. Chin-soo looked at the bare entrance and asked Lin Junjie, why aren't there any flower baskets? Didn't I ask you to order them? She had instructed Lin Junjie to arrange the opening ceremony, but the lack of flower baskets made it feel less festive. I just called them, and they said they are on the way, he replied. As soon as he finished speaking, a delivery van pulled up and a young man got out, asking Chin-soo, is this the place that ordered the flower baskets? Please sign here. After signing, Chin-soo, Lin Junjie, and the delivery guy moved the flower baskets to the entrance. Chin-soo looked at the bright flowers and red ribbons, nodding. Now it finally looked like a new store opening. Soon, other employees arrived for work. Chin-soo gathered them to discuss important work matters before sending them back to their posts. At 10 o'clock, the fruit store officially opened. Guajin Plaza is one of the major shopping centers in the city, usually bustling with customers, especially on weekends. Most nearby shops open around 9 or 10. There were jewelry stores, electronic shops, and restaurants, but none sold fruit. So many passers-by were curious to see a fruit store in such a prime location and came in. However, once they saw the prices, they were shocked. They expected fruit to be expensive in such a place, but this store's prices were outrageous. Strawberries for 89 yuan per pound, apples for 49.9, and Sun Glory grapes for 99, with many fruits priced 1 to 2 times higher than other stores. Your fruit prices are too high. This is outrageous. A young woman complained to Lin Junjie at the cash register. Sorry, ma'am. Our fruits are all organic and pesticide-free. The quality is excellent, and the taste is much better than others. If you don't believe me, you can buy some to try, he replied. If he hadn't tasted the store's fruit, he might not have had the confidence to say that, but he had just eaten some grapes and could confidently say they were the best he had ever had. The owner claimed all the fruits came from the same place, so the quality must be consistent. Seeing his earnest tone, the young woman became curious and decided to buy some to try. If the store turned out to be a scam, she would post a video on her social media to warn everyone. With her follower count, she had some influence. She picked a box of strawberries, some blueberries, and a bunch of Sun Glory grapes, and went to pay. Chin Su watched the whole process, feeling a bit more at ease. Although she had great confidence in the fruits, she worried the prices might scare customers away. Now that they had their first customer, she believed more would follow. Indeed, people tend to follow the crowd. Other customers in the store saw someone buying fruit and began selecting some for themselves. Throughout the next half day, while business wasn't booming, there were still steady customers coming in. By the evening, when Chin Su tallied the sales, she was surprised to find they had over 20,000 yuan in revenue. She reminded Lin Junjie to manage the store well and said she would check in from time to time before letting them go home. Back home, looking at her phone balance, she smiled with squinted eyes. She no longer lacked money, but the feeling of earning it through hard work was different from the easy money made from selling pills. Li Xiao is a well-known live stream seller with over 10,000 followers on Douyin. Today, she decided to visit the International Finance Square and treat herself to some shopping. She noticed a newly opened store and, upon closer inspection, found it was a fruit shop. She was surprised that someone would sell fruit in such an expensive area, wondering if they could even cover the rent. Out of curiosity, she went inside and saw the prices of the fruit. No wonder they could afford to open here. The prices were indeed not something an average person could sell. In other stores, even imported fruit costs around 30 yuan per pound, but this shop sold apples that usually cost 7 to 8 yuan for dozens of yuan. Other fruits were even more expensive. She thought about leaving but couldn't help but ask a question. The young man's answer made her a bit skeptical, but he seemed sincere. Since she wasn't short on money, she decided to buy some to try. If it turned out to be a scam, she would expose them. Back home, looking at the bags of fruit on her table, Li Xiao picked up a box of strawberries to wash. Once everything was ready, she opened her phone and started a live stream. Hey everyone, today I'm reviewing fruits from a new shop. If I had to say what makes their fruit different, I'd say the prices are quite beautiful. Can you guess how much this box of strawberries costs? As soon as Li Xiao started her live stream, many fans joined in, intrigued by her mysterious tone, and began sending comments. It's just strawberries. If the price is beautiful, I'll guess around 100 yuan for this box. No way, it's only 100. If it made the host react like that, it must be at least 300 yuan. I'll go big, 1,000 yuan. Seeing the outrageous guesses on the screen, Li Xiao quickly replied, It's not as exaggerated as you think. This box of strawberries cost me over 200 yuan.
What?
Just these strawberries for 200 yuan? Did the host get scammed? Could it be that the strawberries are imported from Japan? I heard they can cost thousands each. Li Xiao read the comments and repeated what the young man at the shop had said. He seemed very honest. He said these are ordinary domestic strawberries, not imported, but he claimed they are delicious. I was tempted and decided to buy some to try. Was the host charmed by the young man's looks?
Ha ha ha.
The comments flooded with laughter. I'll taste one to see if it's as good as he said. Li Xiao picked up a bright red strawberry and took a bite. The viewers saw her pause for a second, her expression blank, thinking it might taste bad, and they started commenting again. But the next second, Li Xiao quickly finished the strawberry and grabbed another, barely taking time to interact with her fans. Wow, the way the host eats is like Zhu Beiji eating ginseng fruit. It must be really delicious. It's definitely an act. How much did they pay you to perform like this? Seeing that comment, Li Xiao swallowed the strawberry and replied, "No advertising fee. It's just too delicious, I couldn't stop. You've seen me review many fruits, both domestic and imported, cheap and expensive, but I never expected this one to taste so good. It's definitely the best strawberry I've ever had." After saying that, she continued eating strawberries. Watching the host eat makes me drool. I'm going downstairs to buy strawberries. +1. I'm tempted too. The live stream quickly filled with excitement. Li Xiao finally finished the box of strawberries and wanted more. I also bought blueberries and sun moon grapes. Let me see if the blueberries are just as good. She picked up a box of blueberries, opened it, and popped one into her mouth. The rich blueberry flavor burst in her mouth, offering a different kind of exquisite taste from the strawberries. She closed her eyes in enjoyment, savoring every bite. Seeing Li Xiao's satisfied expression, the fans grew curious about the fruits she was eating. Okay, we believe it's delicious now. Can you tell us where this fruit shop is? I want to buy some too. Li Xiao saw the comments and replied, "It's a new shop called Xianguyuan in the International Finance Square in Jing City. If you're nearby, you should definitely check it out. It's incredibly delicious. Unfortunately, I'm not very educated, so all I can say is wow, it's amazing." Some fans living near the International Finance Square said they would go buy some tomorrow and share their feedback in the live stream. Qin Su was unaware of what was happening online. She continued her daily routine, attending classes in the morning and working in the lab to monitor and record data in the afternoon. However, she noticed that the payment notifications on her phone were increasing, indicating that the fruit shop was getting on track. One day, just before quitting time, Zhou Yujin approached everyone in the lab and said, "We have made a breakthrough in the experimental data. You all have worked hard lately, so I'm treating everyone to dinner." Everyone cheered and praised Zhou Yujin for being generous. When they helped other professors with experiments, they were often expected to pay for their own meals. Zhou Yujin booked a private room at the largest hotel in Jing City. When everyone arrived, the lights were just coming on. After settling into the hotel room, they started chatting while waiting for their food. Qin Su was the youngest among them. A senior in his 4th year, Zhang Jiaming, said to her, "Qin Su, you've been doing really well in the lab lately. No wonder Old Li recommended you." The speaker, Zhang Jiaming, was a top student in the basic medicine program who never missed out on scholarships. He was one of the most outstanding students mentored by Vice Dean Li, and he often jokingly referred to him as Old Li. Qin Su smiled slightly and replied, "Thank you for the compliment, senior. You're impressive too. I've heard of your reputation, and I hope to learn more from you." This collaboration between schools selected the best students for research, and Qin Su was the only one majoring in traditional Chinese medicine and the youngest, being only a sophomore. Her excellent performance in the lab caught Zhang Jiaming's attention. Zhou Yujin also looked at Qin Su. He had reviewed the students' profiles and knew that Dean Li had praised Qin Su highly. Her grades were indeed excellent, with her major scores ranking first. After spending some time together, Zhou Yujin realized that although she was the youngest, her abilities were outstanding. She was careful and meticulous, and her professional knowledge exceeded what she was currently studying. She also offered many helpful suggestions for the research progress. The atmosphere in the private room gradually became lively, and the students were no longer as reserved as at the beginning. Some bold students asked Zhou Yujin personal questions about his love life. "Teacher Zhou, you are so young and have achieved so much in the medical field, and you're quite handsome. You must have many girls chasing you, right? Do you have a girlfriend?" Zhou Yujin was not angry at the personal questions and replied with a gentle smile, "Not yet." A boy wearing glasses found it hard to believe. Teacher Zhou, you're so excellent and handsome. How could you not have a girlfriend? Is it because you haven't found the right one? I'm quite busy with work and don't have time for a girlfriend, Zhou Yujin explained. Then what are your requirements for a girlfriend, Teacher Zhou? There are many outstanding girls in our school. Maybe one day you'll meet someone who catches your heart, Zhang Jiaming joked. He then turned to Qin Su and shifted the question to her. Qin Su, what about you? Do you have a boyfriend? Qin Su was surprised that the topic had turned to her. She smiled slightly and said, I already have a boyfriend. Upon hearing this, Zhang Jiaming exaggeratedly sighed. Oh, I didn't expect our beautiful junior to have already been taken. Who was so quick to steal our medical school's flower? The others joined in teasing her, asking who her boyfriend was. Qin Su knew they meant no harm and were just joking, but she didn't want to discuss that topic. Not wanting to offend them, she made an excuse. I need to step out for a moment. After leaving the restroom, Qin Su was about to return to the private room when she bumped into two familiar faces. Gu Junxing exclaimed in surprise, Miss Qin, what a coincidence. We meet again. Qin Su recognized Gu Junxing, whom she had met twice, and next to him was Zhao Jun, the one who had given her a stone at the auction. She quickly greeted them, Mr. Gu, Mr. Zhao, hello. Did you come with Tianxing? I'll go over and say hi to him later. Gu Junxing assumed she was dining with Tianxing. No, I came with my teacher and classmates. We're in the private room up front, Qin Su replied. Then I won't disturb you. Next time, you and Tianxing should come to my place to hang out, Gu Junxing said. Qin Su nodded and said goodbye to them as she entered the private room. Zhao Jun kept watching her until she entered the room before he looked away. Gu Junxing, knowing his friend's feelings, asked, I told you she's just an ordinary girl. Do you still not believe me? His friend always acted mysteriously and never explained why. Zhao Jun didn't answer but instead brought up another topic. Have you heard about the batch of pills Zhang's family recently released? They're quite popular among those families. Gu Junxing knew which pills he was talking about. His grandfather had received one of the longevity pills, and after taking it his health had improved significantly. It wouldn't be an exaggeration to call the longevity pill a miracle drug, which explained why the elders from those families were chasing Zhang Huaishan for more. Isn't it just about the longevity pills? Why are you asking about it? Given his friend's status, it would be hard for him to get the pills. Did he want some too? According to what I've heard, the pill wasn't developed by their hospital. It seems a mysterious person made it, and Zhang is just the middleman. If we could find out who that mysterious person is, maybe they have even better pills, Zhao Jun said. Although his status was lower than those big families, he had his own sources of information. Gu Junxing was shocked. He really didn't know the longevity pill wasn't developed by the Zhang family. Qin Su returned to the private room, and after finishing their meal, everyone prepared to leave. As they exited the hotel, Zhou Yujin's car was already waiting at the entrance. Qin Su said to him, Teacher Zhou, you all go ahead. I can take a taxi back. When they arrived, they had all come in Zhou Yujin's car. A few seniors were heading back to school, and they were going in different directions. Zhou Yujin disagreed, saying, It's quite late now. It's not safe for a girl like you to take a taxi alone. The nearby boys quickly added, Yes, Junior, it's too late. It's not safe for you to go back alone. We'll take a taxi. Let Teacher Zhou drive you home. Qin Su didn't want to trouble Zhou Yujin and was about to refuse when he firmly opened the car door and urged her to get in. Seeing the cars lined up behind, Qin Su had no choice but to get in and sit in the passenger seat. Once she fastened her seatbelt, Zhou Yujin started the car and slowly drove away. The black car moved smoothly through the flashing lights of traffic. Where do you live? Zhou Yujin's soft voice broke the silence. Qin Su suddenly remembered she hadn't told him her address and quickly replied, at Bihai Houting. She added, Thank you, Teacher Zhou, for driving me home. No need to thank me. I have to ensure your safety, Zhou Yujin said, glancing at her. The car soon arrived at her place. Qin Su got out, closed the door, and thanked Zhou Yujin again. He waved goodbye and drove off. Just as she took a few steps, she saw a tall figure standing in front of her, and Qin Su stopped in surprise. She asked, When did you come back? Didn't you say it would take 2 more days? The early winter weather in Beijing had turned cold. A gust of wind blew, lifting the stray hairs from Qin Su's forehead and covering her eyes. Qin Su raised her hand to brush the hair away and saw a man walking toward her. His tall and slender figure, dressed in a black wool coat, gave off a vibe reminiscent of a Paris Fashion Week runway, making him look even more handsome. Qin Su stood still, unsure if the distance she felt was due to their separation of more than 10 days or the noble, aloof aura he exuded. Hua Tianqing approached her, his gaze fixed on her. I finished work early and came back, he said, seemingly unaware of the subtle tension between them. He took Qin Su's delicate hand and led her upstairs. Qin Su opened the door and took out the men's cotton slippers she had prepared for him from the shoe cabinet. It's quite cold now. You should change into these, she told him. After changing into the fluffy slippers, Hua Tianqing seemed to soften a bit, his cold demeanor easing. What time did your flight land?
Did you eat anything?
Qin Su asked him. Hua Tianqing walked over to the sofa and sat down. The place felt cozier than when he had last visited, giving it more of a homey atmosphere. I had a little something on the plane, he replied. Airplane food is usually not very good, and Qin Su worried he might be hungry. I'll make you a bowl of noodles, she said, getting up to open the fridge and check for ingredients. Inside, there were only some vegetables she had bought yesterday and some beef. She decided to make him a simple beef noodle soup. Qin Su boiled a pot of water, and while waiting for it to heat up, she washed the vegetables and sliced the beef into thin pieces. Once the water boiled, she added the noodles, stirring them in with chopsticks. She prepared another pot, added water and seasonings, and then put in the vegetables and beef. After cooking the noodles, she placed them in a bowl and poured the broth over them, creating a fragrant bowl of beef noodles. Hua Tianqing stood at the kitchen door, watching Qin Su busy in the steamy kitchen, a gentle look in his eyes. Just as Qin Su was about to serve the noodles, Hua Tianqing's deep voice came from behind her. Let me do it. Be careful not to burn yourself. Qin Su turned around to see him standing there, unsure how long he had been watching. Hua Tianqing quietly ate at the dining table while Qin Su sat across from him, resting her chin on her hands and watching him. He ate elegantly, each movement reflecting good manners, as if the bowl of noodles before him was a gourmet dish. Qin Su wanted to ask him how his time abroad had been, but seeing him so focused on his meal, she hesitated to break the atmosphere. It wasn't until he finished and wiped his mouth with a napkin that she finally asked, How was your time abroad? Is work going well? Pretty good. I've been handling overseas company matters every day, Hua Tianqing replied, recalling that Qin Su had mentioned her shop was about to open before he left. He asked her, Before I went abroad, you said your shop was getting ready to open. How is it now? Talking about this made Qin Su quite happy. Lin Junjie had called her recently to say that business was going well. Perhaps the customers who bought fruit found it delicious and helped promote the shop, leading to a surge of customers the next day. Qin Su felt relieved. The fruit shop was running smoothly. She just needed to go to the wholesale market to restock and have Lin Junjie arrange for delivery. It's going well. I hired someone to help manage it. I go check on it when I have time, she said, then remembered that her Tianqing had probably not tried the fruit from her shop yet. Where did you go tonight? I called you a few times when I landed, but you didn't answer, Hua Tianqing finally asked, having held back his curiosity about the man who brought Qin Su home. Though it was dark, he hadn't seen the man's face clearly, but as a man himself, he felt an uncomfortable instinct. Hearing his question, Qin Su took out her phone and realized she had set it to silent during her experiment earlier and forgotten to turn it back on, which was why she missed his calls. I had my phone on silent and didn't notice, she explained. Hua Tianqing knew that Qin Su usually silenced her phone during class and experiments. Still, he wanted to clarify who the man was that brought her home. He continued, Who is the man that brought you back earlier? Qin Su didn't notice the change in his tone and replied, Our lab mentor took us out for dinner. It was late, and they were worried about safety, so Teacher Zhou brought me back. Seeing that he had finished eating, Qin Su reached for the bowl to wash it, but Hua Tianqing stopped her. You sit, I'll wash it. He took the dishes into the kitchen to clean. Watching his tall figure diligently washing the dishes in the somewhat cramped kitchen, the warm yellow light made Chin-soo momentarily feel like he was a perfect homemaker. After Hu Tianqing finished washing the dishes and dried his hands, he came over and sat beside Chin-soo. He wrapped his arm around her shoulders and rested his chin on her head, inhaling her faint, sweet scent. Hu Tianqing sighed contentedly, feeling the emptiness in his heart fill up. Chin-soo, held in his embrace and smelling his subtle scent, felt a sense of calm wash over her. I really missed you. I never expected to care so much for a woman. We were only apart for a little over 10 days, but it felt harder than the 20 lonely years before. Hu Tianqing whispered softly in her ear, his warm voice expressing his longing. Chin-soo's ears turned hot, and her heart skipped a beat. She had agreed to date Hu Tianqing not only because she felt differently about him than others, but also because she believed he was a rational person, making their relationship less clingy than others. She was somewhat afraid of intense feelings, thinking that as long as she didn't invest too deeply, parting wouldn't hurt too much. Now, hearing Hu Tianqing's passionate confession, she felt momentarily lost. And what about you? Did you miss me? Hu Tianqing affectionately nuzzled her soft cheek. Chin-soo sat up straight from his arms, looked into his eyes seriously, and slowly said, Hu Tianqing, will your feelings for me never change? Seeing Chin-soo's sudden serious expression, Hu Tianqing didn't know why she had such a question, but he still made a solemn promise. My feelings for you will never change, and you can't change your heart either. If you do, I won't let you go. You won't be able to escape from me. Hearing the strong possessiveness in Hu Tianqing's tone, Chin-soo chuckled softly. They were indeed similar. Once they decided on something or someone, they would never let go easily. Then you must remember what you said. If you change your heart in the future, I won't show you any mercy. Instead of getting angry at Chin-soo's domineering words, Hu Tianqing felt happy. He liked seeing her possessiveness, which meant she was starting to truly hold him in her heart, right? Hu Tianqing showed his determination through action, leaning down to kiss her long-missed lips. The atmosphere in the room gradually heated up as Hu Tianqing poured all his longing into this passionate kiss. Outside, it had started to rain, with raindrops tapping softly against the glass. After a long time, Hu Tianqing finally released Chin-soo, looking at her dazed eyes, slightly out of breath. His voice, deep and husky after their intimacy, said, It's been so long. How come you still haven't gotten used to it? Looks like we need to practice more. Chin-soo pushed him away upon hearing his cheeky words, creating some distance between them. But Hu Tianqing firmly pulled her back into his embrace, saying, All right, I'm not teasing you anymore. Let me hold you properly. As they nestled against each other, Hu Tianqing suddenly said to Chin-soo, Su-soo, will you come with me to see my grandfather tomorrow? Chin-soo knew a bit about Hu Tianqing's grandfather. He used to be a big shot in the military and was the previous head of the Fu family. Now, he had retired and was enjoying his old age, with Fu Xingdong, the eldest son of the Fu family, taking over as the head. Thinking about Hu Tianqing's close relationship with his grandfather, she realized that after being abroad for so long, he would definitely want to visit him upon returning.
Okay, Inshu replied softly.
Shuai Fenglin in Jing City. The Fu family's old residence was located there, a spacious new-style courtyard. As soon as Fu Lingxiao stepped through the door, the butler, Lin Bo, informed him that his grandfather wanted to see him in the study. Fu Lingxiao went upstairs, knocked on the door, and entered to find his grandfather sitting in a rosewood chair, with a half-finished chess game on the Zeton chessboard, clearly playing against himself. Grandpa, why did you call me over? Fu Lingxiao asked as he stood beside him. Sit down and play a game with me. Fu Lingxiao sat opposite him, picked up a black piece, and studied the chessboard carefully before placing it on the board. They played back and forth, and within 10 minutes, the black pieces were surrounded by the white ones, leading to a deadlock. Fu Lingxiao returned the pieces to the bowl, saying, Grandpa, I lost. Fu Jingde glanced at him with disdain. Your chess skills are still so poor. Playing with you is no fun at all. Fu Lingxiao smiled helplessly. His grandfather knew he wasn't good at chess but often insisted he play, only to complain afterward. Grandpa, you didn't just call me over to play chess, did you? Fu Lingxiao didn't believe there was no other reason for the visit. I heard from your father that they're preparing to send you to the flower country for a mission. Are you ready? Fu Jingde, having retired from the battlefield, had seen many dangers. While he felt proud of his grandson, he couldn't help but worry. Fu Lingxiao's heart softened. Although his grandfather was strict with the younger generation and warned them not to misuse the Fu family's power, he cared deeply for them. Hearing that Fu Lingxiao was going abroad for a mission made him want to check in. Grandpa, you don't need to worry. This time, only the elite from the dragon team are being sent. It will be safe. Fu Lingxiao wasn't lying. The flower country had been collaborating with domestic criminals to smuggle and traffic people across the border, and the dragon country was sending elite forces to deter them. Fu Jingde felt a bit relieved when he heard his grandson's words and nodded. Then he suddenly remembered something and asked, "Have you been in touch with Tianqing lately? How long has it been since he visited this old man?" Fu Lingxiao knew his grandfather would ask about his cousin. His grandfather had always cared for Tianqing, who lost his parents at a young age. With the complicated situation in the Hor family, his grandfather often worried that Tianqing would be bullied, so he would invite him to stay at the Fu family from time to time. "Sai, your cousin has had a tough life, losing his parents at such a young age. His uncles are not good people, and I was worried that Tianqing would change in that environment. Thankfully, old Hua had some ability to protect him, but 3 years ago, he fell into a coma, leaving Tianqing to fend for himself among those wolves and tigers, struggling to support the large Her family. He's not a kid anymore. I wonder when he'll find a girlfriend." Fu Jingde sighed, thinking that if his grandson settled down with someone he loved, he might become softer and not always wear that stern face. As soon as he finished speaking, he turned his attention to Fu Lingxiao. "You too, at 30 years old and still single. Your nephew is already in 1st grade. I should ask your aunt to introduce you to some girls." Fu Lingxiao was confused about how his grandfather went from talking about his cousin to him in an instant. He had wanted to tell his grandfather that Tianqing already had a girlfriend, but now he dared not say anything, fearing it would lead to more pressure to marry. He quickly stood up and walked towards the study, saying, "Grandpa, I haven't seen Grandma in a long time. I'm going to visit her." With that, he disappeared out the door. Old Fu chuckled and scolded, "You little rascal, every time I mention finding a girlfriend, you always find an excuse to escape." Though he was scolding, he was actually quite satisfied with his grandson, who had already achieved the rank of Major General at a young age. He was tall and handsome, with good character, much more stable than his other grandson. However, seeing his eldest and second grandsons already married with children made him a bit nagging. Qin Su arranged to meet Zhang Yilin for lunch, asking her to help choose a gift. Since she promised to accompany Hua Tianqing to visit his grandfather, she needed to prepare a gift. "Su, you finally remembered I'm your best friend. Last week when I asked you out, you said you were busy. Why do you have time to see me now instead of going on a date with your Hua boss?" As soon as Qin Su got into Zhang Yilin's luxury car, she was met with her friend's sulky and jealous tone. Qin Su had been busy with the opening of her fruit shop last week and had turned down Zhang Yilin's invitation to go shopping, not realizing her friend was still holding a grudge. "All right, Miss Zhang, I admit I neglected you. I have a gift for you, as an apology. Do you want it?" Qin Su pulled out a small white porcelain bottle from her bag, which she had secretly taken from her space. Zhang Yilin took the delicate porcelain bottle and curiously asked, "What is this?" "It's a beauty pill I developed. You can try it." It was actually the beauty pill she had made last time. She had given one to Fu Yuyao for her birthday and still had 2 left. Zhang Yilin put the porcelain bottle in her bag, not worried about any side effects. Qin Su studied traditional medicine, and after treating Zhang Yilin's skin problems, she had developed a trust in her skills. "Where do you want to go?" Once Qin Su was settled and buckled up, Zhang Yilin asked about their destination. "Let's go to Yudazhai," Qin Su replied. "Why do you want to go there?" "They only sell antiques and cultural relics. Are you interested in that stuff now?" Zhang Yilin was puzzled about why Qin Su wanted to visit a place usually favored by older people. I promised to visit Hu Tianqing's grandfather, and I can't go empty-handed. I need to buy some gifts. Last night, she learned about his grandfather's preferences, which included cultural and antique items. After searching online, she found that Yudazhai was highly recommended. The car quickly arrived at the entrance of Yudazhai. After parking, they walked inside. The well-trained staff greeted them warmly as they entered the store. Chin-Su looked around at the items displayed in the cabinets and felt unsatisfied. Most of the items looked new, with some even showing signs of modern craftsmanship, clearly not of good quality. Seeing her high standards and refined demeanor, a staff member approached her and said, "Miss, we have a treasure of the store, but it's a bit pricey. Would you like to take a look?" Chin-Su nodded, asking him to show it to her. After waiting a moment, the staff brought out a square wooden box made of high-quality mahogany. The staff carefully placed it on the counter and said, "Ladies, this chess set is from a previous dynasty, made with top-quality Hetian jade pieces, and the board is inlaid with silver threads. It belongs to a friend of our boss, who entrusted us to sell it. However, it has been unsold due to its high price. Do you think this is to your liking?" Chin-Su examined the chess pieces made of fine Hetian jade, feeling their smooth texture and seeing their translucent color. The redwood board, inlaid with silver threads, was also beautifully crafted, clearly not an ordinary item. "How much is it?" Chin-Su asked. The staff saw potential and quoted 300,000. Zhang Yilin was shocked, not expecting such a seemingly ordinary chess set to be so expensive. She tugged at Chin-Su's sleeve, signaling that it was too pricey and worried she might be taken advantage of. Chin-Su signaled her that she was aware of the value. She had just used her spiritual energy to examine the chess pieces and sensed the ancient aura accumulated over time, along with a slight wave of spiritual energy within the jade. "Please pack it up for me," Chin-Su said directly to the staff. The staff beamed with joy and quickly began to wrap it up. After leaving the store and getting back to the car, Zhang Yilin finally asked the question she had wanted to voice earlier. "Su, isn't that chess set way too expensive at 300,000? The Zhang family is considered an upper-class family in the capital, and she has jewelry worth even more than that chess set." However, seeing Chin-Su buy it without hesitation still made her feel a little pain in her heart. Chin-Su chuckled lightly. The old man from the Fu family has seen all kinds of good things. This gift is just acceptable. Right now, I don't lack this little money. She actually has a 9-digit balance in her account. Seeing her nonchalant attitude, Zhang Yilin didn't know what else to say. Her friend was quite mysterious now. Having already bought a gift for old Master Fu, she also needed to get something for Hu Tianqing's grandmother, who was still alive, so she couldn't forget her. Chin-Su asked Zhang Yilin to drive to the Guojin shopping plaza, where there are many world-renowned jewelry stores. She planned to pick out a gift there. The two arrived at a high-end jewelry store. A beautiful sales assistant warmly guided them to the counter, asking about their preferences and requirements. Chin-Su thought the elderly lady would likely prefer jade or similar jewelry. Hu Tianqing mentioned that his grandmother is a Buddhist and often goes to temples to listen to teachings. Chin-Su spotted a bracelet made of mutton fat jade and thought the elderly lady would like it, so she asked the sales assistant to take it out for her to see. As Chin-Su played with the bracelet, she liked it more and more. The mutton fat jade felt delicate and warm to the touch, and under the store's lighting, it sparkled beautifully. She glanced at the price, 138,000. Thinking about how the only other good piece of jewelry her grandmother had was the flower jade bracelet she bought for her in Wencheng, she also looked at a completely green jade bracelet nearby and decided to have the sales assistant bring that out too. Chin-Su asked the sales assistant to wrap both pieces of jewelry, and the assistant's smile grew even warmer. With the sales assistant's bright and enthusiastic smile, Chin-Su and Zhang Yilin walked out of the store. "Su, I really admire you today. You spent nearly $1 million without blinking. I would get scolded by my mom if I spent money like that," Zhang Yilin said, a bit envious. Her monthly allowance was only 50,000, and anything beyond that needed to be reported to her mom. She couldn't spend money as freely as Chin-Su. Chin-Su comforted her by patting her shoulder. "Auntie is just looking out for you. Zhang Yilin had once been caught by her mom when she went to see a male model performance at Mai's. Yes, the kind that was quite suggestive. Since then, her allowance had been cut in half. During that time, Qin Su had to listen to a lot of Zhang Yilin's complaints and grievances. She just liked to see some pretty faces. She hadn't done anything wrong, yet her mom was so harsh. I just have that little hobby. I didn't do anything outrageous. My mom is overreacting. Zhang Yilin continued to complain. While she was busy talking to Qin Su, she didn't notice the person walking towards her and bumped right into them. Are you blind when you walk? Zhang Yilin was about to apologize, but hearing the rude and arrogant tone, her apology turned into a retort. She glared up at the other person. You have eyes? Then why did you walk into us? The other person was also a young girl, dressed in a way that suggested she was not ordinary. The two glared at each other, and Qin Su pulled Zhang Yilin away, wanting to avoid conflict. Just then, a voice came from behind the girl. Sinwei, what happened? Qin Su saw Qi Qingyu appear behind the girl. The two pairs of eyes met. Qi Qingyu's eyes flashed with malice when she saw Qin Su, but it quickly faded. It seemed she had forgotten what happened at the Ji family before, and she smiled at Qin Su. Oh, it's you. What a coincidence to run into you here. Qin Su admired how quickly she adjusted her expression. Even though they disliked each other, she could still act as if nothing was wrong. Qingyu, do you know them? The girl beside her asked. Sinwei, they are all my classmates. For my sake, let's not hold it against them. Qi Qingyu said gently to the girl. Hua Sinwei looked at Qin Su and Zhang Yilin with disdain. Since it's for Qingyu's sake, I won't hold it against you. Zhang Yilin, with her fiery temper, couldn't stand the other girl's arrogance, as if it was obvious they were at fault. She shot back. We were walking nicely to the side, and the road is so wide. You had to bump into us and blame us. Doesn't that make you look foolish? Hua Sinwei's face turned red with anger. As the young lady of the Hua family, she had never been treated like this. How dare you insult me? Do you know who I am? Zhang Yilin refused to back down. You don't even know who you are. Shouldn't you go ask your mom? You. Hua Sinwei had never met anyone who dared to speak to her like that. She was from the Hua family, and everyone she encountered usually flattered her. This wild girl, who appeared out of nowhere, actually dared to mock her. Qin Su watched from the side, and there was no need for her to step in. Yilin's sharp tongue had already left the girl across from them speechless. Zhang Yilin, you are still so uncultured. You clearly bumped into Miss Hua, yet you don't apologize and bully her instead. Qi Qingyu immediately shifted the blame onto them. Hua Sinwei was someone she had invited out. Because of the drugging incident, Qi Jinxing had already turned against Hua Tianqing. However, Hongxing was still under the control of the Hua family, so he didn't dare to confront them directly. In secret, he had already reached a cooperation agreement with Hua Xing'an. Qi Qingyu intended to befriend Hua Sinwei, as she was Hua Xing'an's daughter. She wanted to use Hua Sinwei to create more opportunities for her brother, Hua Tianyu. Now that Hua Sinwei was being bullied by Qin Su and Zhang Yilin, if she didn't step in to defend her, this young lady from the Hua family would surely vent her anger on her later. Zhang Yilin sneered, Qi Qingyu, your skill in twisting the truth is still as sharp as ever. Did you see that we bumped into her first? You jump to conclusions. You say I'm uncultured? Can someone with culture do something as despicable as drugging someone? Recently, Qi Qingyu had not been at school, and she couldn't help but inquire about her absence. To her surprise, she heard a shocking rumor. It turned out that Qi Qingyu had been absent because she was detained. She heard it from her mother, and the gossip had spread throughout the upper circles of the city. At Mrs. G's birthday party, Qi Qingyu had hired someone to drug Hua Tianqing, hoping to have a one-night stand with him and use that opportunity to marry into the Hua family. Unfortunately, her scheme was exposed, and Hua Tianqing had her sent away. Afterward, she pressed Qin Su for confirmation of the gossip's truth. She laughed out loud. Even that white lotus, Qi Qingyu, had her day of shame. Qi Qingyu was furious at Zhang Yilin for exposing her scandal, wishing she could tear her apart. She shot a fierce glare at Qin Su, certain that it was Qin Su who told Zhang Yilin. Was she feeling proud now, having caused such a huge embarrassment while Qin Su stole Huiji's heart? Her reputation in the city's elite circles had already been ruined. Other young ladies mocked her for overestimating herself, thinking she could climb into the Hua family with such dirty tricks. So, what if it was the Hua family? If Hua Tianqing didn't like her, she could just find someone else. Now that her father was secretly cooperating with Hua Xing'an, perhaps one day the Hua family's leader would be her brother Tianyu. Qin Su noticed Qi Qingyu's malicious gaze but didn't care. She was just reaping what she had sown. She had just mentioned that the girl next to her had the surname Hua. She wondered if she was related to Hua Tianqing. Yilin, let's go, Qin Su called to Zhang Yilin, ignoring the fiery stares behind them as they walked away. That evening, as Qin Su changed into her outfit to visit the Fu family, the doorbell rang. She walked over to open the door and found Hua Tianqing standing outside. He smiled gently at her. Are you ready? His question made her heart race with a bit of nervousness. Will I be rude meeting your grandfather like this? Hua Tianqing looked her over in her outfit, a light brown cashmere coat over a white V-neck fitted dress that accentuated her slender figure. His eyes were filled with affection. You look beautiful. Don't be nervous. My grandfather is a very kind man. He will definitely like you. They went downstairs, where a black Maybach was parked at the entrance. The driver, Uncle Lee, saw them and quickly got out to open the door for them. Thank you, Uncle Lee, Qin Su nodded in gratitude. Uncle Lee beamed with joy. He knew Miss Qin held a special place in Mr. Hua's heart. Now she was being taken to meet old Master Fu, which meant Mr. Hua's wedding wouldn't be far off. The car drove toward the Wadabank maple forest. Tonight, the Fu family was bustling with activity, as all the family members in the city had been summoned by old Master Fu. Old Master Fu wore a smile, knowing that his grandson was bringing his girlfriend to visit him tonight. He was quite surprised. It had only been 2 months since he last saw Tianqing, and now he had a girlfriend. From his tone, it seemed he really liked her. He had thought his grandson would remain single forever, as he usually kept everyone at a distance. His cousin once joked that even the mosquitoes flying past him had to be male. In the chess room on the second floor, Fu Xingdong was playing chess with his father while chatting about family matters. His older brother was busy and hadn't arrived yet, so he was pulled in by his father to play. Fu Xingdong looked at his father, who was beaming with joy, and encouraged him. Dad, you should feel relieved now, right? Tianqing has a girlfriend. Once he starts his own family, he can live a normal life like everyone else. Over the years, he had watched his nephew grow up silent and cold due to his childhood experiences. Only when he visited the Fu family could he see a hint of liveliness in him. Fu Jingda placed a black piece on the board with a sigh. Tianqing has finally opened up. He is someone who understands him, so I can say I've done right by your sister. Mentioning this sad topic made the atmosphere fall into silence. Fu Yuqing's early death was a huge blow to the 2 elders of the Fu family. Although a long time had passed, every mention of his late sister still brought sadness to the family. Dad, Tianqing has grown into a calm and capable young man. I believe Yuqing would be comforted knowing this. Since Tianqing is bringing his girlfriend tonight, let's not talk about unhappy things. Meanwhile, in a side room downstairs, the younger members of the Fu family were excitedly discussing Tianqing bringing his girlfriend to visit Grandpa Fu. Fu Xuingling, with her cat-like eyes, was staring intently at Fu Lingxiao, determined to get more information about Tianqing's girlfriend. Fu Lingxiao was feeling a bit overwhelmed. He had just received a notice that everyone was to return to the old house for a family dinner that evening. After arranging matters for the boarder earlier in the day, he arrived at the old house only to be bombarded by his sister with questions about Tianqing's girlfriend. He had only met her once. Why did they all assume he knew more than them and were all staring at him expectantly? I've only seen that girl once. I can say she's very pretty, but I don't know anything else. Third brother, when did you see her? Tell us about it, said a delicate-looking young man. Yeah, brother, tell us what kind of amazing person could win over our icy cousin, Fu Xuingling insisted, tugging at his sleeve for more details. Fu Lingxiao was already feeling pressured by the 2 of them when a servant came in to inform them that the young master had arrived at the front gate. Hearing this, Fu Shuangling and Fu Lingyue stopped bothering Fu Lingxiao and sat up straight, eyes fixed on the entrance to the hall. The car pulled into the Fu family estate and stopped. Qin Su and Hua Tianxing got out, and a servant came to guide them inside. As they stepped into the main hall, Qin Su noticed several pairs of eyes on her. She looked in their direction and saw a few young men and women sitting there, observing her. Hua Tianxing took her hand and walked over to them. Fu Lingxiao was the first to greet them. "Tianxing, Miss Qin, you're here? Come and sit down." After Qin Su and Hua Tianxing took their seats, Hua Tianxing introduced her to the others. Su, this is my cousin Fu Lingxiao, whom you've met once. This is my cousin Fu Shuangling and my cousin Fu Lingyue. Qin Su nodded and greeted each of them. Hua Tianxing then formally introduced Qin Su to his younger cousins. "This is my girlfriend, Qin Su." "Hello, sister-in-law."
Fu Lingyue quickly greeted.
"Hello, sister-in-law."
Fu Shuangling followed suit.
Qin Su felt a bit embarrassed. Hua Tianxing's cousins calling her that made her uncomfortable. Hua Tianxing just smiled at her and didn't help her out when she shot him a glare. "Is Grandpa upstairs?"
Hua Tianxing asked Fu Lingxiao.
"Yeah, he's upstairs playing chess with Uncle Air," Fu Lingxiao replied. "Shall we go see Grandpa?" Hua Tianxing asked Qin Su. Qin Su stood up. She had come to see his grandfather, so she naturally agreed. They went up to the chess room on the second floor, and Hua Tianxing knocked on the door, waiting for a response from inside. Hua Tianxing pushed the door open. Seeing his grandson, Fu Jingde quickly set down his chess pieces. "Grandpa," Hua Tianxing called out, then greeted Fu Xingdong, Uncle Air. "Tianxing, you're here," Fu Jingde said with a smile, then looked at Qin Su behind him. "So this is Su.
Come, sit down."
Once they were seated, Fu Jingde asked Hua Tianxing, "How long have you and Su known each other? When do you plan to get married?" Hua Tianxing was taken aback by his grandfather's direct question and didn't know how to respond. He had known Qin Su for 3 months, and they had only recently confirmed their relationship. Although he wanted to marry her soon, Qin Su was still in school and wouldn't agree to marry yet. Seeing him hesitate, Fu Jingde frowned at him. "You're not getting any younger.
You should think about marriage.
Your older cousin is only 2 years older than you, and his son is already in elementary school. You need to hurry up. Grandpa, Su and I have only known each other for 3 months, and she just agreed to be my girlfriend. We can't rush into marriage." Fu Jingde was not pleased. "What's wrong with that? We used to meet and get married a few days later. Didn't we still live happily ever after?" Fu Xingdong couldn't watch any longer and quickly advised, "Dad, today's young people value their freedom. They need time to deepen their understanding and feelings before getting married." Hua Tianxing sometimes found it hard to deal with his grandfather's stubbornness, so he said, Su is still studying. She's young and doesn't need to rush." Fu Jingde thought about it and realized marriage is a mutual decision. He turned to Qin Su. Su, when do you plan to marry Tianxing?" Qin Su wanted to disappear on the spot. Who would have thought that while visiting Hua Tianxing's grandfather, she would face marriage pressure? She could only respond gently, "Grandpa Fu, Tianxing is right. I'm still in school and should at least wait until I graduate before considering marriage." Although she and Hua Tianxing had committed to each other, they would discuss marriage after she finished her studies. "Grandpa, I'll take Su downstairs for a bit," Hua Tianxing said, wanting to change the subject away from marriage. He took Qin Su's hand and led her downstairs. Once outside the room, Qin Su let out a sigh. The marriage pressure was too overwhelming. "Are you scared?" "Grandpa is just concerned about my future. He got a bit anxious and wants us to marry sooner." Although he also wanted to marry Qin Su quickly, he knew she wouldn't agree while still in college. He was just trying to comfort her. "Tianxing, you finally came. I missed you so much while you were away." As Hua Tianxing and Qin Su entered the lobby on the first floor, an elderly lady with silver hair walked in. She wore a blue qipao. Although she was older, her graceful movements showed she must have been a stunning beauty in her youth. There were also several middle-aged women with her. Hua Tianxing stepped forward and greeted the elderly lady and the women, saying, "Grandma, hello, aunts." The elderly lady happily took Hua Tianxing's hand, looked him up and down, and said, "You look thinner after not visiting for a while." Then she noticed the beautiful girl standing next to Hu Tianxing and kindly asked, "Is this lovely girl your girlfriend? What's your name, dear?" Feeling the attention, Qin Su smiled and replied, "Hello, Grandma. My name is Qin Su." Grandma Fu cheerfully pulled Qin Su closer and said to Hu Tianxing, "You go chat with your uncles and cousins. Let Su stay here and talk with us about women's matters. You don't need to linger here." Hu Tianxing gave Qin Su a reassuring look. Qin Su noticed Hu Tianxing was worried she might feel uncomfortable, so she returned his gaze with a reassuring smile. The couple's interaction caught the attention of those nearby, and their smiles grew wider. The Fu family's tea table was already set with tea and snacks. Grandma Fu invited Qin Su to sit beside her and asked her some questions, to which Qin Su shared everything she could. During the conversation, Qin Su learned about some of the Fu family members. The three women in front of her were Hu Tianxing's aunts. The one wearing glasses with a scholarly air was Li Xiaohua, the eldest daughter-in-law of the Fu family and a researcher in aerospace technology. Next to her was Zhao Yanran, the second daughter-in-law, who was elegantly dressed and composed. Her husband, Fu Xingdong, was the mayor of the city. Then there was Lin Xuehua, the third daughter-in-law, a strong businesswoman. She and her husband, Fu Xingbei, had started a company together years ago, which had now become one of the top 10 multinational groups in the country. "Su, I heard you met Tianxing in Wencheng and even saved his life, right?" Lin Xuehua asked, intrigued by such a young girl having such impressive abilities. The Fu family already knew about the incident where Hu Tianxing was ambushed and that a young girl had saved him, but they didn't expect she would become his girlfriend. It truly echoed the saying that a life-saving grace should be repaid with love. The Fu family members looked at the refined girl before them, pleased. Her demeanor and speech did not resemble that of a rural child, but rather that of a well-educated young lady from a prominent family. While they were chatting, a bright female voice came from the entrance. "Everyone is back so early. Looks like I'm the last one to arrive." Qin Su turned to see Hu Tianxing's aunt, Fu Yuyao. Fu Yuyao glanced at the group of men and then at her mother and sisters-in-law surrounding Qin Su, smiling as she walked over. "Sister-in-law, you're late this time. We've been here for a while. Usually, you're the fastest one." Lin Xuehua, who was savvy in business, spoke directly. "Third sister-in-law, I was just a bit late this time. I got caught up when I was about to leave," she replied. Just as she was about to head out, a few friends stopped her to ask how she was taking care of her skin, as she looked like she had aged backward by 10 years. She didn't have any special skincare secrets. She still went to the beauty salon for regular treatments and used her usual skincare products. However, her skin had genuinely improved a lot lately. While it didn't look like the youthful skin of an 18-year-old, it certainly appeared younger than many wealthy women. The only difference was the beauty pill Qin Su had given her at her last birthday party. After testing it, she found it had no side effects and decided to take it. Could it be that the beauty pill really had such amazing effects? Lin Xuehua was about to ask what was bothering her when she was stunned by Fu Yuyao's face as she approached. "Yuyao, where did you get your cosmetic treatment? You look so good, like you've turned back 10 years. Li Xiaohua and Zhao Yanran also turned to look at Fu Yuyao's face, equally surprised. Although the sister-in-law usually took good care of herself, her age was still apparent. Now, looking at her, it was hard to believe she was already 50. Fu Yuyao touched her face, feeling pleased. She turned to Qin Su and warmly took her hand. "Su, thank you so much for the gift. You have no idea how happy I am." The others were confused. What did this have to do with Qin Su? "Yuyao, I asked where you got the cosmetic treatment. What does it have to do with Su?" Lin Xuehua, being impatient, pressed on. Fu Yuyao tucked her hair behind her ear and replied slowly, "My face didn't change just because of cosmetic treatment. It was Qin Su who gave me a beauty pill on my birthday. After taking it, I became younger and prettier." The three ladies from the Fu family looked at Qin Su in surprise, not expecting her to have such a skill. In the next moment, their gazes turned eager. What woman doesn't love beauty? Now that there was something that could make them more beautiful, they felt excited. Chin-Su understood and was relieved that she still had some beauty pills left from her last batch. She pretended to take out a small porcelain bottle from her handbag and handed it to Li Xiaohua. Annie, this bottle contains 3 beauty pills. I'm giving them to you. As a female scientist, Li Xiaohua didn't care much about looks, but seeing Fu Yuyao's amazing transformation, she couldn't help but feel tempted. She politely accepted the porcelain bottle, saying, "Oh, that's really too much. You came to the Fu family for the first time, and we haven't given you a gift yet, so we'll accept yours first." The other 2 ladies from the Fu family nodded in agreement. "It's fine, as long as you ladies like it." Having already given gifts to the 3 Fu ladies, Chin-Su took out the gift she prepared for the elderly matriarch. "Grandma Fu, this is my gift for you." Chin-Su handed a beautifully wrapped box to Grandma Fu. Grandma Fu graciously accepted it, saying, "Xiao-Su, you are so thoughtful. A gift from a younger person, regardless of its value, represents their heartfelt intention." Chin-Su made a great first impression on her, with clear eyes that didn't show the ambition and desire that other girls often displayed when faced with wealth and power. The 3 sons of the Fu family held high positions in the military, politics, and business. With the Fu family's power, there were always people trying to get close to them. Having seen so much, the matriarch was rare to find someone who wasn't dazzled by wealth and power, so she naturally viewed Chin-Su differently. Chin-Su smiled slightly and started chatting with Grandma Fu about other topics. Before long, a servant came to announce that dinner was ready. Everyone moved to the dining room and took their seats. Tonight's family dinner at the Fu family was lavish, with a long table filled with delicious food that Chin-Su had seen and some she hadn't. For a moment, only the soft sounds of bowls and chopsticks clinking could be heard. Hu Tianqing pushed the peeled shrimp in front of Chin-Su. Chin-Su glanced at Hu Tianqing, then noticed others weren't paying attention and smiled at him. In fact, everyone had already noticed their interaction but didn't want to stare directly. Instead, they secretly watched them from the corner of their eyes. Fu Jingde was struggling to keep his smile in check until Grandma Fu nudged him, prompting him to hide his obvious grin. The dinner ended in a somewhat strange atmosphere. After saying goodbye to the Fu family, Chin-Su got into the car and left. Before leaving, Chin-Su handed a prepared gift to Grandpa Fu. The car drove smoothly toward Bihai-Houting. This route passed over a large bridge, and just as they reached the middle of the bridge, a thick fog suddenly rolled in. Uncle Li carefully slowed down, and after finally passing through the fog, just as he was about to speed up again, Uncle Li stopped.
Shouted loudly.
Uncle Li was confused but still stopped the car. "What's wrong?" Hu Tianqing asked. "You all stay in the car, I'll go take a look." Chin-Su sensed a disturbance in the air ahead. Hu Tianqing stopped Chin-Su as she was about to get out of the car. "I'll get out with you." "It's fine, you stay in the car." This was clearly directed at Hu Tianqing. Chin-Su had set up a barrier in the car, so even if someone tried to attack, they wouldn't have the chance. Hu Tianqing had always thought there was nothing he couldn't handle, but at this moment, he realized that Chin-Su had always protected him whenever danger arose. Chin-Su got out of the car and walked a short distance ahead to check carefully. She noticed something unusual nearby and walked over. She discovered a hidden formation on the road. This was a confusion formation. If she hadn't been in the car today, and if Uncle Li hadn't noticed it, they would have driven straight into it and lost their minds. It was clear someone wanted Hu Tianqing dead. Chin-Su casually erased the formation before returning to the car. Hu Tianqing had been watching Chin-Su closely. When he saw her turn around and come back, he felt relieved. What was going on up there? Hu Tianqing asked with concern as soon as Chin-Su got back in the car. Chin-Su didn't answer right away. Instead, she searched around the car and found a triangular yellow talisman in a hidden corner. Hu Tianqing's face darkened when he saw the talisman. Why was there something like this in his car? Chin-Su then answered Hu Tianqing's earlier question. "I found a confusion formation on the road ahead. Other vehicles won't be affected because the formation needs a talisman to activate it. Hua Tianqing understood that the yellow talisman in Qin Su's hand was the one needed to activate the formation. Uncle Li, have any suspicious people approached the car recently? When they arrived, everything seemed fine, so someone must have approached the car while they were at the Fu family's place. Uncle Li thought hard about the events of the night. He had left for a moment to use the restroom and wondered if someone had taken that chance to get close to the car. Mr. Hua, I did leave the car for a bit. I'm not sure if someone approached it then. Hua Tianqing didn't blame Uncle Li. If someone wanted to harm him, they would find a way to do it.
Shushu, you shoved me again.
Qin Su waved her hand and asked, who exactly wants to harm you? It seemed that the events in Wencheng had happened because the enemy felt safe on his territory. But now, in the capital, someone was still trying to attack him, indicating that the forces behind this were getting restless. A cold glint appeared in Hua Tianqing's eyes. He had already sent people to investigate the two incidents he encountered in Wencheng as soon as he returned to the capital. The clues pointed to his third uncle, Hua Xingbang, and it seemed his second uncle was also involved in the background. Recently, Qi Jinqing had suddenly stopped cooperating with the Hua family, leaving the employees of Hongxing confused. Their partnership with the Hua family had taken a lot of resources to establish, so why would President Qi suddenly abandon it? Only Hua Tianqing knew the reason. Qi Jinqing and Hua Xingyan were secretly colluding, sending professional spies to steal Hua's core data in an attempt to rush their product to market. By the timeline, their new product was already in production. Today, Hongxing had announced their new product on their official website, planning to hold a launch event tomorrow. Hua Tianqing sneered. Tomorrow, Hua would announce that a set of data from their previously developed project had serious issues, making Hongxing's new products worthless. Qin Su noticed that Hua Tianqing was silent for a long time and nudged him. Have I ever told you about the Hua family situation? Qin Su shook her head. Hua Tianqing never liked to talk about the other branches of the Hua family. He only made time each week to visit his grandfather in the hospital. My parents died in a car accident when I was 8. At that time, my second and third uncles wanted to fight for control of the Hua family. Since my parents' shares were inherited by me, they secretly tried to control me to gain the shares. My grandfather noticed and took me in to teach me, which kept them at bay for a while, Hua Tianqing said, his tone flat as he recounted this past. Qin Su felt a pang of sadness and suddenly hugged Hua Tianqing to comfort him. Hua Tianqing saw the pain in Qin Su's eyes and felt grateful that he had met her. Was it your second and third uncles who did this tonight? Qin Su's family atmosphere was very harmonious. They always stood together against any external troubles. So, she felt an inexplicable sadness for Hua Tianqing's distant relationship with his family. It's likely them. Last time in Wencheng, their plan failed. I've been cleaning up their people recently, and they might be desperate now. After taking control of the Hua group, he had removed a group of Hua Xingyan and Hua Xingbang's followers, but there were surely more hidden deeper. He didn't want to completely eliminate them because he feared that if his grandfather woke up and saw them fighting over interests, it would hurt him. However, the previous incident in Wencheng made him realize that his uncles wouldn't care about their blood ties. They only wanted to get rid of him to take over the Hua group. It's very likely that the sorcerer from Wencheng set this up. Qin Su voiced her suspicion. She had escaped him in Wencheng, but this time she was determined to catch him. The car stopped at the apartment building, and Hua Tianqing walked Qin Su upstairs. Qin Su opened the door, turned on the light, and asked, "Do you want to come in and sit for a bit before you go?" Hua Tianqing's eyes darkened. Did she know what inviting a man in late at night meant? Qin Su turned on the heating and asked him to take off his coat and hang it up. "Would you like something to drink?"
she asked.
There was some tea from Zhang Yilin at home, but it was getting late, and she worried that drinking tea would keep her awake, so she offered plain water instead. "No need, just come sit with me for a while." Qin Su leaned against him, and they were very close. She could feel his warmth through his clothes. Watching his calm expression, she didn't want to disturb him. My parents were a loving couple. If that car accident hadn't happened, my life might have been different. I wouldn't have become this cold and heartless person, like a machine without feelings. Hua Tianqing suddenly spoke. This was the second time he mentioned his parents tonight. From his words, Qin Su could almost see an 8-year-old boy losing his parents, feeling lost and helpless. She turned his face towards her and said seriously, "You're not cold and heartless. You have clear feelings. Your grandfather cares for you, and for 3 years, you've searched for the best doctors to help him wake up. You treat your grandparents and all your relatives with sincerity. I can feel that you truly care for them." Hua Tianqing looked into Qin Su's bright eyes, feeling a stir in his heart. She hadn't finished. She was also someone he genuinely wanted to protect. Seeing the rare vulnerability and sadness in his eyes, Qin Su impulsively leaned in and kissed his lips. As she tried to pull away, Hua Tianqing held her waist, not letting her move. "Did you start a fire and think you could escape?" Hua Tianqing's sadness faded, replaced by a teasing, warm voice that made her ears heat up. Qin Su quickly averted her gaze from his intense stare, feeling like a little rabbit about to fall into a wolf's den. Hua Tianqing didn't give her a chance to back down and leaned down to capture her lips. He kissed her softly at first, but the intensity gradually increased, making her lips tingle.
"You."
Qin Su opened her mouth to speak, but a warm, wet sensation interrupted her. The gentle breeze turned into a storm. Qin Su felt like a delicate flower battered by the wind and rain. After a long while, Hua Tianqing finally released her. "You pervert." Qin Su glared at him in accusation. Hua Tianqing gently brushed his thumb over her swollen lips, his voice now deeper and more seductive. "I only do what a pervert should do to you." In the past, he had ignored women who approached him, but only Qin Su could make him lose control like this. "You should go home," Qin Su said, glancing at the time. It was almost 11 p.m. Hua Tianqing looked at her in disbelief. Just a moment ago, they were in a passionate moment, and now this cold-hearted woman wanted to kick him out. "But Uncle Li just told me he had an urgent matter and had to leave. Now, there's no one to take me home. Can I stay here tonight?" Hua Tianqing pleaded. Seeing the usually cold man now looking like a sad puppy abandoned by its owner shocked Qin Su. Had he been possessed by some strange creature? Qin Su tried to find an excuse. "I don't have extra toiletries or clothes. Why don't you take a taxi home?" Hua Tianqing had secretly messaged Uncle Li while coming upstairs to make an excuse to leave, and he wasn't about to give up now. "Toiletries and clothes can be bought downstairs," Hua Tianqing said, avoiding the taxi issue. Seeing him act stubborn, Qin Su couldn't really kick him out. Since there was an extra room, she thought, let him stay if he wanted. "Then let's go buy some things. The stores will close soon," she urged. Seeing her relent, Hua Tianqing felt secretly pleased. The strategies Qi Mingyang taught him actually worked. He would have to give him a raise. They went downstairs again and bought some daily necessities and men's pajamas at the community store. After Qin Su finished her shower in the master bedroom, she saw that Hua Tianqing had already showered too. But when she noticed the cartoon-patterned pajamas he was wearing, she couldn't help but smile. Trying not to let him see, she looked down to suppress her laughter, but her shoulders shook slightly. Qin Su had picked the pajamas, and Hua Tianqing didn't notice. When he put them on after his shower, his face darkened. His clothes were usually in dark, muted colors like black, gray, and deep blue. Although this pajama set was gray, it had a big silly bear printed on the front. He knew Qin Su did this on purpose to get back at him for teasing her earlier. Seeing her struggling to hold back laughter, he said with a mix of annoyance and resignation, "If you want to laugh, just go ahead." Qin Su looked up at his cold face paired with the ridiculous cartoon on his chest and laughed even harder. As if that wasn't enough, she took out her phone and snapped pictures of him, threatening, "I'm going to save this as your embarrassing moment. If you ever bully me like that again, I'll share it with everyone who knows you. Let them see that the stern and serious President Hua has such a cute side." She emphasized the word cute. In a luxurious club in the capital city, 3 middle-aged men sat in an opulent private room, each accompanied by a stunning woman with an alluring figure. They swirled their glasses filled with red liquid, chatting occasionally or teasing the women beside them. The dim, hazy light cast on their faces revealed their indulgent and ugly expressions, driven by love. Hua Xing'an had one hand roaming over the woman next to him, yet he maintained a serious demeanor while speaking to an old, thin man dressed in a black robe with a wispy beard, Zhong Baiqi, the sorcerer from Wencheng. Master Zhong, the formation you set up tonight won't let him escape, will it? Zhong Baiqi narrowed his eerie eyes and stroked his beard, calmly replying, the illusion formation I set this time is quite secretive and requires a special talisman to activate. Even someone as skilled as Wen Dao might not notice it. He will definitely have no place to hide this time. Qi Jinqing, sitting across from them, couldn't hide his excitement upon hearing their conversation. After partnering with Huixingen, he planned to use their company's collaboration to steal core data and hand it over to Huixingen. They would launch their product before Hui's new release. Hongxing was only getting a 15% share from the collaboration with Hui Group, but by working with Huixingen, he could secure 40%. Naturally, he chose to partner with Huixingen. However, he didn't expect Huixingen to be even more ruthless, wanting to take Hui Tianqing's life directly. He couldn't help but admire Hui's cruelty, considering that Tianqing was his own nephew. He raised his glass to Zhong Baiqi and said, Master Zhong, you truly have great skills. I toast to you. The three clinked their glasses, seemingly already envisioning Hui Tianqing's fate. But before they could enjoy their moment, Zhong Baiqi felt a disturbance. The formation he set up had been erased. His expression darkened, and a chilling aura emanated from him, causing the woman beside him to shrink back in fear. Huixingen noticed his change in demeanor and asked worriedly, Master Zhong, what's wrong? Is there a problem? My formation has been erased, he replied. It wasn't just broken. It was completely wiped away. The opponent's skill was certainly not inferior to his. He had previously checked, and there were no practitioners around Hui Tianqing who could have helped him erase the formation. When Yidao hadn't been in the capital recently. Upon hearing Zhong Baiqi's words, Huixingen and Qi Jinqing's faces also turned grim. Was Hui Tianqing just that lucky? How did he keep escaping? What should we do? Should we look for another chance to act? Qi Jinqing, who had met Zhong Baiqi through Huixingen, was both respectful and fearful of him after witnessing his abilities. Not long ago, Zhong Baiqi had used a little trick to cause an unexpected death of a leader from a competing company, and the police couldn't find any reason. Let's not act rashly. Since the other party has noticed, he will surely be more cautious. We need to find out who is helping him and deal with his backers before confronting him, Zhong Baiqi said. The two men dared not disagree with Zhong Baiqi's decision and suppressed their restless thoughts. At the Fu family's old residence, Fu Jingde looked at the chess set in front of him and praised, I didn't expect that girl Qin Su would give me a chess set. Looking at the quality of this set, it must be quite expensive. Didn't Tianqing say her family was just an ordinary rural family? How could she afford such a precious gift? Beside him, Grandma Fu opened the exquisite box that Qin Su had given her, revealing a string of high-quality white jade bracelets. Although the Fu family had better jade ornaments, she was still very pleased because it was a gift from her granddaughter's friend. Though Qin Su comes from the countryside, she carries herself with grace. Her demeanor is elegant and doesn't seem like a child from a rural family at all. Grandma Fu recalled her younger daughter's mention of Qin Su giving her a beauty pill. Such a miraculous pill was certainly not something an ordinary rural girl could create. No matter what mystery surrounds her, it seems Tianqing truly likes her. You should have seen how he kept his eyes on that girl tonight, not leaving her side for a moment. I don't think she has any bad intentions. Grandma Fu understood her husband's worries, fearing that Qin Su was intentionally getting close to their grandson for ulterior motives. You old woman, I haven't said anything yet and you're already speaking your mind. When did I say that girl was bad? Fu Jingde felt embarrassed that his thoughts had been exposed. Yes. You didn't think that. It's just me rambling. Finally, Tianqing has found someone he likes. Once he settles down and has a child, we can say we've done right by Yuqing. Grandma Fu thought she might never see her grandson get married before she closed her eyes. Who would have thought she would see this day? Perhaps one day, she might even see her great-grandchild. Today, there was big news in the business district of Beijing. Hongxing held a new product launch for an intelligent robot developed in collaboration with a rising company called Hengyao. At the same time, the Hui Group held a press conference. The Hua Group announced that important core data from the intelligent robot they developed with Hongxing had been stolen, leading Hongxing to stop their collaboration. Later, the Hua Group completed the research on the intelligent robot independently but found significant issues with the core data during testing. If the intelligent robot continued to use this data, there would be a risk of losing control. Meanwhile, after an investigation, the professional spy who stole the data was captured. During interrogation, the criminal confessed to selling the data to Hongxing and the new intelligent robot project at Hengyao. Once the news broke, Hongxing and Hengyao, who were in the middle of their product launch, were thrown into chaos. The Hua Group's message was clear. The new products launched by Hongxing and Hengyao had major risks. Some conspiracy theorists speculated that the spy might be someone from Hongxing. After all, how could they explain that Hongxing stopped cooperating with the Hua Group and immediately developed an intelligent robot with a new company? Hongxing quickly halted the launch and clarified to the reporters present, claiming that their product used technology data provided by Hengyao, not the stolen data from the Hua Group. However, the announcement released by the Hua Group and the authorities confirmed the news's authenticity. Hongxing was merely trying to cover up their embarrassment. Qi Jinxing had been paying close attention since the launch began, confidently leaning back in his chair while looking at the computer screen. The intelligent robot developed in collaboration with Huixingen featured cutting-edge technology from the Dragon Country, created by top researchers from the Hua Group. Huixingen had used his deepest connections to obtain the data. Now, he was eager to see how Huitianqing would respond to their early product launch. As he reveled in his thoughts, planning a celebration dinner with Huixingen after the launch, there was a sudden, urgent knock on the office door. He felt annoyed. Who was interrupting his good mood?
Come in.
His voice, laced with irritation, reached the person outside. The person trembled slightly, feeling even more anxious about the news they had to report. Gathering courage, they pushed open the office door and stepped inside. Mr. Qi, there's a big problem. The Hua Group is holding a press conference, saying that the data stolen from them poses significant risks, Manager Liu said, lowering his voice. Qi Jinxing's heart sank, sensing something was wrong. Manager Liu continued, the Hua Group also said that the police have caught the person who stole the data, and that person confessed to selling it to us at Hongxing. Many potential clients have called to ask if our intelligent robot used the stolen data from the Hua Group. Qi Jinxing quickly opened a webpage, where bold red headlines screamed at him. Hongxing and Hua Group terminate cooperation. Was it premeditated or is there more to the story? Shocking. The untold story between Hua Group and Hongxing Group. Is it a moral decline or a distortion of humanity? Discussing the right way to engage in high-stakes business warfare. The sensational headlines were attention-grabbing, making anyone who saw them unable to resist clicking for gossip. Qi Jinxing gritted his teeth, veins popping on his forehead. He still hadn't realized that they had been set up by Huitianqing, despite spending most of his life in the business world. The data obtained by Huixingen was a trap set by Huitianqing from the start. He watched them revel in their success, while actively getting involved. Now, Huitianqing was ready to strike them hard just as their new product launched. As he pondered his next steps, Huixingen's call came in. In the president's office of the Hua Group, a group of people was excitedly discussing the news that had spread online. Hongxing is really despicable. They actually sent someone to steal the core data of Hua's new research. Luckily, the data had issues, or else the R&D department's 6 months of hard work would have been taken by someone else, Zhang Yani said, not sure if she felt more regret or anger. No wonder Hongxing suddenly wants to terminate the partnership with Hua. They must have planned this in advance. Qian Duoduo joined her colleagues in criticizing Hongxing's underhanded tactics, but then remembered the data problems, making her unsure whether to feel sad or relieved. Ahem. The two were so engrossed in their whispers that they didn't notice someone standing behind them. Qi Mingyang had just reported this morning's events to President Hua and stepped out to find the two gossiping. Assistant Qi. Qian Duoduo turned around and nearly jumped in fright, realizing she had been caught slacking off at work. Seeing her startled expression, Qi Mingyang couldn't help but touch his nose. Did he really look that scary? Notify all department managers that President Hu will hold a meeting this afternoon about the follow-up development of the intelligent robot. After saying that, he turned and left, leaving the two still in shock. They exchanged glances and sheepishly returned to their desks. Chin-Soo felt like she was being followed. Since the day after she erased the formation she found on the road, she sensed a pair of eyes tracking her from the moment she left her neighborhood until she entered the gates of Jing University. It seemed the person behind the plot against Hu Tianxing had noticed her. At noon, Chin-Soo went to the cafeteria to get her meal. Just as she sat down and took a couple of bites, Zhang Yilin came over with her food and sat beside her. After sitting down, Zhang Yilin glanced at her plate with disdain. If she hadn't wanted to ask Chin-Soo about her visit to Hu Tianxing's grandfather, she would have gone to eat at a restaurant outside. Zhang Yilin leaned closer to Chin-Soo, her face full of curiosity, and asked, "How did his family treat you when you visited his grandfather?" Zhang Yilin knew that some wealthy families had strict requirements for their children's partners, and she worried that Chin-Soo's rural background might be looked down upon by the Fu family. They were very nice. His grandfather, grandmother, a few uncles, aunts, and cousins were all polite and friendly to me, Chin-Soo replied. When she left, the Fu family even gave her many gifts, all valuable jewelry. That's great. I was worried you might be treated poorly at the Fu family, Zhang Yilin said. She knew the Fu family was considered a well-respected family in the elite circles of the capital. Previously, she thought their good reputation was just a facade, but now hearing her friends speak, it seemed they were indeed as they were rumored to be. Su, since you've met Hu's family, if he comes to visit yours next, doesn't that mean you've both met each other's parents? Are you two preparing for marriage? Zhang Yilin said excitedly. Thinking of her best friend potentially becoming the wife of the president of the Hu group filled her with a sense of pride. Will she marry Hu Tianxing in the future? Chin-Soo didn't know. Their relationship was currently in a sweet phase, where everything about each other seemed perfect. But what if their feelings changed later? Who could guarantee that their love would last forever? I'm still in college. We'll see what happens in the future. Not wanting to continue the topic since her friends seemed less enthusiastic, Zhang Yilin wisely dropped it. Just as she was about to continue eating, a shout came from behind. "Ah! Be careful! Move aside quickly!" Zhang Yilin barely had time to react as an object flew toward her. Just as she braced for impact, she saw Chin-Soo dash past and catch the object, which turned out to be a cafeteria tray. The food inside had mixed together midair, but didn't spill a single bit. The owner of the tray hurried over, apologizing to Chin-Soo and Zhang Yilin. "I'm so sorry, classmates. I almost hit you." It was a girl they didn't recognize, and they assumed she had slipped and didn't plan to hold it against her. However, after apologizing, the girl returned to her table and confronted someone sitting there. "Why did you deliberately stick your foot out to trip me?" Su Jing feigned innocence and said, "What are you talking about? When did I trip you? If you were careless, how can you blame me?" Chin-Soo and Zhang Yilin turned to look at the commotion. The girl being questioned looked somewhat familiar. She seemed to be a follower of Qi Qingyu from the time they had a conflict at the hot springs. "I clearly saw you stick your foot out to trip me when I walked by," the girl said angrily. Su Jing maintained her innocent expression. "I don't even know you. Why would I trip you? Ask the classmates nearby if they saw me trip you." Several girls sitting near Su Jing nodded in agreement. "Yeah, you were just careless. How can you blame someone else?" Seeing everyone defending Su Jing, the girl could only leave in frustration. "Su, do you think she really did it on purpose?" Zhang Yilin, facing away from the girl, didn't notice. But Chin-Soo had seen it all. Su Jing had indeed tripped the girl as she walked by. If she hadn't caught the flying tray, the food would have surely spilled on her and Yilin, making them look foolish. Su Jing turned and saw Chin-Soo looking at her, smirking provocatively. Chin-Soo's eyes turned cold. It was clear that Su Jing was targeting them. Looks like they were lucky it didn't hit them, Su Jing thought as she withdrew her gaze. Qingyu hadn't been at school for a while, but she finally returned today. Su Jing had worriedly asked her about it, but Qingyu only mentioned it was due to Chin-Soo without giving details. So when she saw Chin-Soo and Zhang Yilin eating together, she maliciously hoped the tray would hit them. making them embarrass themselves in front of their classmates and avenging her grievances against Chin-soo. Seeing her plan fail, Soo-jing decided to leave. However, as she took a few steps, her legs suddenly went numb and she stumbled forward. By coincidence, a cafeteria worker was walking by with a bucket of leftover food, and Soo-jing fell right into it. The bucket was filled with leftover food, topped with a thick layer of red grease. Soo-jing lunged forward, catching the cafeteria lady off guard. She bumped into her hard, causing the bucket to slip from her hands and spill all over Soo-jing, who had fallen to the ground. The leftovers splattered all over her, with some vegetable leaves sticking to her hair. The greasy liquid dripped down from her wet hair. This sudden accident startled the classmates who were eating nearby. The girl who had almost tripped just moments before now wore a smug smile after her initial shock. What a fitting punishment. She had clearly seen this person trip her and refused to admit it. Now that she had fallen, it felt so satisfying. Many classmates whispered to each other, their faces showing strange smiles. Soo-jing didn't realize what was happening until she was drenched. The unpleasant smell of mixed food and the disgusting greasy feeling on her skin made her want to scream, but she managed to hold back the angry words that almost escaped her lips. A girl who was with her quickly came over to help her up. "Soo-jing, are you okay?" Soo-jing, fighting back her frustration, replied, "I'm fine. I need to get back to my dorm and change clothes." The cafeteria returned to silence only after they left. Meanwhile, Chin-soo continued to eat her meal, seemingly indifferent to the chaos. "Hey, Mr. Hua. Did you see the press conference held by Hua Corporation? What should we do now?" Chi Jinqing asked anxiously as he answered the phone. After hearing something from the other end, Chi Jinqing's expression gradually relaxed. Once he hung up, a relieved smile appeared on his face. After finishing his call with Chi Jinqing, Hua Xing'an turned to Zhong Baichi and said, "Master Zhong, my people have found out who was in the car with Hua Tianqing last night. Besides his driver, it was his new girlfriend, who seems to be a college student. Neither of them looks like a practitioner. Could someone powerful be secretly helping Hua Tianqing disrupt your formation?" Zhong Baichi frowned in thought. He didn't believe that the young girl had the ability to directly erase his formation. Could someone really be protecting Hua Tianqing from the shadows? Investigate those two in more detail. Although he was skeptical, Zhong Baichi still instructed Hua Xing'an to conduct a deeper investigation to avoid missing any important information. "All right, I'll send someone to continue the investigation right away." Hua Xing'an assigned the task to his trusted aide, urging him to gather information about Hua Tianqing's girlfriend as quickly as possible. Meanwhile, Chin-soo was unaware that someone was heading to her hometown to investigate her past. She was currently busy with laboratory work. The collaboration project between Rinxin Medicine and Jingda Medical College had made significant progress. The college was preparing to meet with senior leaders from Rinxin Medicine to discuss a research project on treating nerve tumors. She was assigned by Zhou Yujin to organize the relevant data for the project over the next few days. Aside from attending lectures, Chin-soo spent all her remaining time in the lab. When Hua Tianqing invited her out for a meal, she declined. To appease him, she reluctantly agreed to a few unequal terms. Time flew by. That evening, as Chin-soo returned to her rented apartment from the lab, she sensed a sinister presence as soon as she opened the door. She gathered her spiritual energy in preparation and cautiously made her way to the bedroom. As she carefully pushed the bedroom door open, she sensed something moving quickly toward her face. She shot a burst of spiritual energy at the flying object, and all she heard was a sharp, urgent screech before everything fell silent again. On the table in front of him lay several A4 sheets of paper, with a photo of a young woman on top. Hua Xing'an picked up the photo and examined it closely. His nephew had good taste. This girlfriend was indeed very pretty. He set the photo down and picked up the other papers, which contained detailed information about a girl from her birth to the most recent date. The first several years of her life were typical for an ordinary rural girl, but things changed a few months ago. The documents detailed how Chin-soo, an ordinary rural girl, suddenly took down a local bully a few months ago and even got to know Zhang Huaishan from Rinxin Pharmaceuticals. Hua Xing'an's gaze lingered on a line of text. Hua Tianqing had crossed paths with this girl named Qin Su in Wencheng. This girl had been by Hua Tianqing's side during his inspection in Wencheng. He quickly called Zhong Baiqi and shared everything he had discovered about Qin Su. Zhong Baiqi was still troubled by the incident in Wencheng when the soul-eating goo was destroyed. He had always thought that Taoist Wen Yi had broken his goo and saved Hua Tianqing. However, the Taoist sect was one of the largest and most powerful factions among the current mystical sections. He was furious about the destruction of his goo, but he was even more afraid of being caught by those from the mystical sects. As a result, he had not dared to take action against Hua Tianqing and had gone into hiding. He was still being hunted by the alliance of mystical sects for using ordinary people to create the soul-eating goo. Those hypocrites had not given up on capturing him for over 20 years.
Just a bunch of ants.
If they can contribute a little power to his goo, they are somewhat useful. He took out a black jar, the dark color possibly stained by blood or perhaps due to the sinister energy emanating from within. Zhong Baiqi chuckled coldly. The information Hua Xing'an gathered confirmed that Taoist Wen Yi had indeed visited Hua Tianqing in the hospital. Although the hospital staff had been silenced by Qi Mingyang, some people, tempted by money, accidentally revealed that a Taoist had come to see the patient, but the patient's condition did not improve after leaving the hospital. In fact, it was after that girl arrived that Hua Tianqing woke up. What made him so certain was another matter. The woman from the Wang family wanted to deal with a girl. Now he realized that the target was this young girl. At that time, the curse had not worked, and he had been backfired, taking a long time to recover. Considering all the signs, he was sure that the one who broke his goo was this girl. How interesting. A girl so young has such abilities. However, he would not let her go for destroying his goo. He would meet her again. Last time, he underestimated her and fell into her trap twice. This time, he would use his best skills and see if she could escape from him again. Zhong Baiqi opened a nearby black jar, revealing a completely black scorpion slowly moving inside. This was even more powerful than the soul-eating goo. Once it entered a person's body, it could instantly drain them dry. If the target was a practitioner, it could even absorb their cultivation and turn it into nourishment for his goo. Qin Su reached out to turn on the bedroom light, and the sudden brightness illuminated the scene before her. The thing she had knocked down lay 5 steps away. It was a black bug as thick as an adult's arm. Its hard, dark shell reflected a cold light. As Qin Su approached, she realized it was a scorpion. But this scorpion was different from ordinary ones. It had a pair of transparent wings on its back, which explained how it had flown straight at her. Just a few days ago, she sensed someone was following her, and now this strange scorpion appeared in her home. She couldn't help but wonder if the person behind the plot against Hua Tianqing had discovered that she had disrupted their formation. As she pondered, the scorpion on the ground suddenly lunged at her with an even more bizarre speed. Qin Su had no time to counterattack and quickly raised a barrier of spiritual energy in front of her. The strange scorpion crashed into the barrier, bouncing back after spinning a few times. Qin Su silently recited a spell, and a dazzling red flame appeared in her palm.
Go!
Qin Su shouted, and the red flame rushed toward the scorpion. The scorpion seemed to have a spirit of its own. Although it was knocked back and rolled over, it quickly dodged to the side as soon as it sensed danger approaching. Unfortunately, Qin Su's Phoenix Divine technique was too powerful. Half of its wing and one of its pincers were instantly burned to ashes by the flames. Qin Su thought she heard a sharp, piercing screech. She was momentarily stunned. Can a scorpion really make a sound? During that brief distraction, the scorpion, ignoring its lost wing and claw, quickly escaped through the window. Qin Su didn't rush to chase after it. She had already left her spiritual mark on the scorpion, so as long as it wasn't too far away, she could sense its location. She was worried that someone behind her might also target Hua Tianqing. Although she had left a protective spell on him that would activate in case of danger, she still felt uneasy and decided to call Hua Tianqing to check on him. Hua Tianqing was still at the company dealing with matters when he received Qin Su's call. Before he could feel happy, He heard Qin Su's concerned voice asking if he was in any danger. Hua Tianqing, being very perceptive, sensed that Qin Su's sudden call meant something was wrong on her end. "Did you encounter danger?" Hua Tianqing asked, his tone serious, yet anxious. Since the incident on the way back from his maternal grandfather's house was resolved by Qin Su, he had immediately sent Qi Mingyang to investigate the matter the next day. The investigation results came quickly, pointing to his two uncles. Although the clues about Hua Xingbang were cut off, he didn't believe that his third uncle, with his personality and methods, could set up such a meticulous scheme. The two accidents he faced in Wencheng, while the identity of the person behind the curses was still unclear, the car accident clearly pointed to Hua Xingbang. As the investigation deepened, he discovered that Hua Xing'an was also involved. His two uncles were continuously trying to harm him, indicating that he had deliberately leaked information to make them feel urgent. Worried he might be concerned, Qin Su quickly said, "I'm fine. I've already dealt with it." She wanted to hurry and find the master behind the scorpion to settle the score, so she intended to hang up. But Hua Tianqing said, "Wait for me at home. I'm coming over right now." Qin Su wanted to stop him, hoping he wouldn't come. Before she could say anything, the call was already disconnected. She had to temporarily abandon her plan to find the scorpion's master. Yao Shuamon noticed that Hua Xing'an had gone into the study after returning from outside and hadn't come out since. During this time, she found Hua Xing'an's behavior suspicious. Besides going to the company, he had been frequently visiting a high-end private club. Thinking about the scent of women's perfume she had caught from him that day, Yao Shuamon felt a bit resentful, but didn't dare to show it. She had the servant bring her some pastries and headed upstairs to the study. She lightly knocked twice before pushing the door open. Hua Xing'an was leaning back in his office chair, looking at the documents in front of him with a displeased expression. When he heard the knock, he looked up and saw Yao Shuamon entering. Seeing his unhappy demeanor, Yao Shuamon gently placed the pastries on the table and said softly, "Xing'an, you've been in the study since this afternoon and haven't eaten dinner. I was worried you might be hungry, so I brought you some snacks. Otherwise, your stomach issues might flare up again." Hearing her concerned words, Hua Xing'an's expression softened a bit. Yao Shuamon made him a cup of tea and said, "Xing'an, while work is important, you also need to take care of your health. You should rest when you need to." "Do you think I don't want to? It's that little brat Hua Tianqing playing tricks on me. Now I'm overwhelmed with the new company's issues," Hua Xing'an said, his face dark with anger. "What did Hua Tianqing do to make you so angry?" Though he was her nephew, their conversation felt like she was speaking to a resentful stranger. Having been married to Hua Xing'an for over 20 years and having given birth to 2 sons and a daughter, Yao Shuamon knew him well and understood his temperament. Hua Xing'an appeared gentle and refined on the surface, but privately he was cunning and ruthless, willing to harm even his own brother for his interests. Yet, he repeatedly suffered setbacks against Hua Tianqing, which made him resentful. She wondered what Hua Tianqing had done to him this time. Remembering his wife's question, Hua Xing'an thought of the current headache. Hua Tianqing was truly ruthless, using a set of fake data to deceive him and Qi Jinqing. Not only had he lost a person he had placed beside Hua Tianqing, but the batch of smart robots he had planned to launch before his company went public was now essentially worthless due to the false operational data. He and Qi Jinqing had suffered significant losses this time. "I told you, you wouldn't understand," Hua Xing'an said impatiently. Yao Shuamon was irritated by his tone but held back her anger. Her family's small business was nothing compared to the massive Hua Corporation. Her family's business relied entirely on their relationship with the Hua family to maintain a foothold in the capital. Before marrying Hua Xing'an, the Yao family was merely a newly wealthy family in the capital. If it weren't for a master saying her fate was precious and would greatly benefit her future spouse, Hua Xing'an would never have married her. Over the years, the Yao family had gained many benefits thanks to the Hua Group's reputation. Thinking about fate, Yao Shuamon's expression changed. She wondered if that woman, Yao Yuejin, was alive or dead after 20 years. After she escaped from the Yao family, they searched secretly for several years but eventually gave up when they found no news. Huixing'an put down the documents, glanced at the exquisite pastries on the plate, and picked one up to eat, realizing he was indeed a bit hungry. After receiving Qin Su's information, he quickly sent it to Zhong Baiqi and got busy handling company affairs, neglecting to eat. Seeing him eating and noticing the documents were a bit messy, Yao Shuaman stepped forward to help him organize them. But when she saw a photo on one of the documents, her pupils instantly widened. Yao Yuejin. No, that's not right. The person in the photo looks to be in their 20s. If it were Yao Yuejin, she would be in her 40s now and couldn't possibly look that young. After the initial shock, Yao Shuaman calmed down and took a closer look at the girl in the photo. Upon closer inspection, the girl in the photo resembled Yao Yuejin quite a bit, especially her eyes, which were identical. This girl must be related to Yao Yuejin. She picked up the photo for a better look. Huixing'an watched her actions with confusion, then seemed to remember something and explained, "This girl is Hu Tianqing's new girlfriend. He had a few women outside, but they were just for fun, and he never let them come in front of her." However, Yao Shuaman always caused trouble until he got annoyed and warned her with her family's connections, which finally made her stop. Yao Shuaman was still thinking about other things when she suddenly heard Huixing'an explaining. To hide her true feelings, she pretended to relax. "Where is Tianqing's girlfriend from? How do you have her photo?" Seeing her interest, Huixing'an, knowing it wasn't a big secret, said to Yao Shuaman, "Her information is below. You can check it yourself." Yao Shuaman pulled out the papers underneath and read through them carefully. When she saw the line about her mother passing away when she was 6, she recalled how her luck had suddenly declined 16 years ago, and she became more certain about the girl's identity. She was very likely Yao Yuejin's daughter. After finishing the documents, she put them back on the table and casually asked, "How did you think to check on Tianqing's girlfriend? Is there something wrong with her?" Huixing'an picked up the photo, looking at the beautiful girl inside, and smirked slightly. "She's not an ordinary girl." Based on the investigation results and the events around Hu Tianqing, he didn't believe that the girl named Qin Su had no involvement. However, his people hadn't uncovered who was behind her. It seemed he would have to let Master Zhong test her abilities. Seeing that Huixing'an only spoke halfway, Yao Shuaman felt anxious. What makes her different? Could she be a hidden expert? She initially said it jokingly, but seeing Huixing'an's serious expression made her heart skip a beat. Does she really have extraordinary abilities? As a couple, Huixing'an didn't hide what he was doing from Yao Shuaman. The main reason was that a master had told him years ago that if he wanted to achieve his desires, he needed to rely on his wife's luck. According to the master, Hu Tianqing's fate was one of great potential, but too much perfection also brings its own challenges. Huixing'an spent a lot of money to hire the master, hoping to eliminate Hu Tianqing before he grew stronger. The master warned him that acting against someone with such a fate would lead to severe backlash, advising him to marry someone with strong fate to help mitigate the backlash. Later, the master found Yao Shuaman for him, which is why he married an ordinary woman. This was quite a topic of discussion in the elite circles back then. But he never expected Hu Tianqing would be fine, while his own parents died in that car accident. After acting against Hu Tianqing, the master also faced serious backlash, claiming he had settled his debts, and then he disappeared. Hu Tianqing was able to escape last time in Wencheng, and Master Zhong was severely injured by an unknown sorcerer. We always thought it was Wen Yidao helping Hu Tianqing, but it turns out it was this girl. After Huixing'an finished speaking, he saw his wife, looking incredulous. He thought she was shocked by the news. While Yao Shuamian was shocked, she also felt a hint of fear. If this girl, who might be Yao Yuejin's daughter, really has such powerful abilities, and if she knows about Yao Yuejin's past, will she seek revenge for her mother? More than 40 years ago, a remarkable, yet somewhat disheveled couple arrived in a small village deep in the mountains of Yun province. The woman was heavily pregnant, looking like she was about to give birth.
Ah!
The woman stumbled and nearly fell forward. "Jeaner." The man beside her quickly supported the woman who was about to collapse. Bai Huajin felt a warm rush beneath her and, holding her large belly, said with a pained expression, "Yinze, I think I might be going into labor. Yunze looked worried and a bit anxious, glancing back at the path they had come from. Jeaner, just hold on. There's a village up ahead. I'll take you there. Yunze helped by Huajin toward the nearby village. Seeing the shabby wooden door in front of them, Yunze knocked. Who is it? Came a hoarse, old voice from inside. With the sound of shuffling footsteps, the worn wooden door opened, revealing an elderly woman looking at the two outside. Ma'am, my wife and I came to visit family in the mountains, but we got lost. My wife is about to give birth. Could we stay at your home for a while? Yunze's anxious face was filled with sincere pleading. The old woman glanced at the heavily pregnant Bai Huajin and noticed her wet pants. After a moment of hesitation, she nodded.
Come in.
The old woman opened the door wider and turned to let them in. Thank you, ma'am. Yunze repeatedly expressed his gratitude as he helped Bai Huajin into the small, run-down house. The old woman entered the room and helped Bai Huajin lie down on the bed. It looks like she's about to give birth. I'll go prepare some hot water. Yunze continued to thank her, and once the old woman left the room, he turned to care for Bai Huajin. Yunze, this family is kind-hearted. We must thank them properly, Bai Huajin said, her face pale but still reminding Yunze. Just rest. I won't forget. We'll repay them when we leave, he assured her. In the kitchen, the old woman was boiling water when a middle-aged woman walked in. She had heard noise in the yard and got up to see her mother-in-law bringing a man and woman into the house. The middle-aged woman said with some dissatisfaction, Mom, why do you bring strangers home? What if they are bad people? With only her and her mother-in-law at home and the men out working in the fields, it could be dangerous if the man had ill intentions, leaving just her, a heavily pregnant woman, and her elderly mother-in-law. I thought they looked familiar and didn't seem like bad people. Besides, that woman is about to give birth. Since you're pregnant too, it's like giving blessings to my future grandchild, the old woman replied, adding firewood to the stove. The middle-aged woman glanced toward the room and whispered to her mother-in-law, but they are dressed well and seem quite impressive. How did they end up in a remote corner? They said they came to visit family, the old woman explained. Zhang Ho-hot scoffed, not believing that the couple had relatives in such a poor area. It sounded like a lie. Just as she was about to say more, they heard a man's urgent voice at the door. Ma'am, can you please check on my wife? She seems to be going into labor. Zhang Ho-hot looked toward the sound and thought, what a handsome man. She couldn't find the right words to describe him, but he was just like the characters in operas, someone who was pleasing to the eye. Yao Dama stood up, her shaky steps following Yunze into the room. Seeing this, Zhang Ho-hot quickly followed.